The man, despite being a great general guarding the frontier for over a decade, was bringing home the ashes of his fallen comrades. Yet, when a wealthy young master kicked over the urn, the ashes spilled onto the red and gold dragon flag. Instead of apologizing, the young master spat on the box and cursed, "Bah! Truly freaking bad luck." Witnessing this, Yu exploded in anger and bellowed, "Stop right there." A man in sunglasses glanced at Yu, sneering, "You talking to me again?" Passers-by hurried away, casting worried looks, knowing well that in the capital, no one dares provoke the Zhou family. "Do you know who is in here?" Yu challenged. "Who? Just a dead man, right?" scoffed Zhou, his face filled with disdain. "He was a soldier guarding our borders, a hero protecting our lands. How dare you insult him like this? I give you a chance, kneel and apologize by kowtowing." Yet, Zhou sneered contemptuously, "Me, kowtow to him? Does he deserve it? What of a frontier soldier? What of a hero? No one dares to offend the Zhou family in Jinhaibang." Suddenly, Zhou felt a choking grip on his neck. His bodyguards were shocked. He was more than 10 meters away. How did he move so fast? This speed is freakish. They hesitated, none could catch up. Zhou was thrown 10 meters away, landing with violent coughs, the closest he had ever been to death. Now terrified, he pleaded, I'm sorry, and started kowtowing vigorously to the urn. Just then, a furious roar echoed, "Who dares to act so boldly?" Soon after, dozens of people blocked the passageway. Leading them was the elderly Zhou Basong, the head of the Zhou family, who was at the airport to pick up his grandson but received a distress call from his bodyguards. "Grandpa!" Seeing his grandfather, the young man, in his 20s, burst into tears, crawling towards Zhou Basong, "I told you to leave." Your piercing gaze shifted towards Zhou, who instantly pointed at you and shouted, "Grandpa, it's him! Kill him! Kill him now!" Hearing this, Zhou Basong's eyes gradually darkened, and he waved his hand, commanding his bodyguards to charge forward. "Young man, commendable courage, but it's a pity you've provoked the wrong person." Feeling the bodyguards moving, you calmly said, "Won't you ask for the reason?" "Reason? Ha, such a lowly person also demands a reason? All you need to know is that offending the Zhou family means you die today. Seize him." In an instant, dozens of bodyguards rushed towards you. However, just then, thunderous rumble, dozens of Black Hawk helicopters suddenly descended from the sky, followed by dozens of armored vehicles. Following that, the helicopter doors opened, and 5 figures dropped from the sky. Thousands of black-clad raiders, wielding war sabers, marched towards the airport. The Zhou family members instinctively stepped back. 1,000 warriors stopped 5 steps from you, the front 5 suddenly kneeling on one knee, Dongjin's emissary, Gu Baitian. Nanjin's stabilizer, Nangong Yen. Xixin's protector, Shang Hu. Beijin's guardian, Luo Feng. Huazhang's peacekeeper, LV Zhong Yuan. Greetings, master. The crowd's voices boomed, shaking the heavens. Zhou Basong's pupils contracted sharply, his mouth agape, the scene before him beyond his wildest dreams. Having been the family head for years, he had seen much, but never a spectacle like this. He didn't recognize these 5, nor had he ever seen you. A mere family head, how could he reach such levels? But his years of experience told him that today, he had offended a mighty figure. Gu Baitian, Luo Feng, Shang Hu, Nangong Yen, LV Zhong Yuan, known as the top 5 war gods of Huaxia, commanding a 1,000,000-strong army, each name alone enough to chill neighboring countries. Today was supposed to be the day of the master's coronation, but unexpectedly, the master announced his resignation, determined to return. This left his subordinates deeply puzzled and reluctant, and today, you 5 unexpectedly left your posts. Although you were dressed plainly, your regal presence was unmistakable. "We are guilty of leaving our posts, according to the temple law, we accept 1,000 military canes," the 5 responded in unison. You waved your hand, "I have resigned, whether to punish or not, I have no authority to intervene." "Master!" Tears welled in the eyes of the 5. In their hearts, you were not only the temple master but also their instructor and the faith of all members. "Zhong Yuan," you called sharply. LV Zhong Yuan stepped forward, hands clasped in a salute. "Zhong Yuan is present. This man has insulted our temple's martyrs, deal with him according to temple law." You had intended to handle Zhou personally, but since these men had arrived, such a trivial matter naturally did not require your direct action. Zhou, terrified, scrambled away. Temple law? He didn't even know about the temple, let alone the temple law, having never even been to a police station for his misdemeanors. Indeed. LV Zhong Yuan grabbed him, for insulting our temple's martyrs, according to temple law, death without mercy. "Grandpa, save me." Zhou, scared to death, trembled as he looked at Zhou Basong. Zhou Basong turned pale, sweat pouring down. How could he, a mere family head, save him? "If you lay a hand on my grandson, I will not let you go, even if it costs my family's entire fortune." Zhou Basong threatened, eyes bulging with fury. The 5 war gods shared a smile, having not heard such audacious words directed at their master in recent times, not since the incident with the 7-star war gods of the Philippines 3 years ago. Hearing this, you simply said, "The Zhou family need not remain." Then, turning, you walked away. LV Zhong Yuan waved his hand, and the black-clad raiders apprehended everyone from the Zhou family. From today, there is no Zhou family in Jinhai. Outside the airport, a Bentley was parked by the curb. "Master, miss, it's too hot outside, better wait inside the car." The driver, over 50, held an umbrella for the two, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. He had served the Su family for nearly 20 years, yet this was the first time he had seen the master personally receive someone. Yes, Grandpa, who was this person, with such a big entourage, requiring Grandpa to receive them in person? A beautiful young woman pouted, her exquisite face covered in sweat. Her name was Su Jianxi, the elderly man beside her, her grandfather Su Wanshan. The night before, her grandfather had informed her they would be picking someone up at the airport today. Such an elaborate reception was a first for her. Grandpa, if you're not getting in the car, I will. Su Jianxi turned to leave. You dare. Su Wanshan slammed his cane down. Grandpa. Su Jianxi pouted, we've been waiting almost 40 minutes, who is this important person? Not just 40 minutes, even if it's a day or 3, we must wait. Su Wanshan's tone was firm. Although Su Jianxi was reluctant, she dared not defy her grandfather. Here they come. Su Wanshan's voice trembled, his right hand gripping his cane tightly. Su Jianxi looked in the direction he indicated, surprised by what she saw. There are usually quite a few people at the airport exit, but they are all rushing around in a hurry, the crowd chaotic and disorganized. But at this moment, inside the airport, 1,000 people are dressed uniformly, their steps perfectly in sync. Each step feels like a heavy hammer, pounding on Su Jianxi's heart, causing her to instinctively breathe faster, her heart pounding in her chest. Such a shocking scene in front of her. Is this the person Grandpa is here to meet today? Chapter 3, Old Memories. Is there anything the Lord needs to handle upon returning? You can leave it to your subordinates. Lu Zhongyuan followed closely behind Yi Bei. From what he knows, the Lord never wastes time unnecessarily. This time, his return must be for something important. The power of the 5 envoys is unquestionable, and here, in central Huazhong, Lu Zhongyuan, as the envoy of Huazhong, is much more capable of handling affairs. Yi Bei waved his hand and did not respond. He left home at 18 and has been on the frontier for 7 years. During these 7 years, a thorn has remained deep in his heart, causing him unbearable pain every moment. Now that the frontier is peaceful, some people and things need to be settled. These people, he must deal with personally. Lu Zhongyuan dared not ask more questions, and the other 4 were equally reluctant to speak. They vaguely understood that the Lord's return was likely to handle some personal matters. The group slowly walked out of the airport. Su Wanshan immediately recognized Yi Bei, who was walking at the front, and tremblingly stepped forward. Yi Bei quickly took a few steps forward and supported him. Grandpa Su. Such a simple address, but it brought tears to Su Wanshan's eyes. Looking at the tall, strong young man in front of him, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Only he knew how much suffering Yi Bei had endured in the frontier over the past 7 years. Yi Bei's eyes reddened. Without this elderly man in front of him, he would surely have died 7 years ago on that night. On that day 7 years ago, Yi Bei's 18th birthday banquet. At the banquet, Yi Bei was framed and drugged with a sleeping potion, and in his dazed state, he ended up having relations with a girl. This girl was Gu Emoli, the daughter of the Gu family of Jinghai. The Gu family, as one of the top families in Jinghai, was enraged when one of their own was dishonored. With a single command, hundreds of bodyguards immediately surrounded the hotel lobby, determined to wipe out the Yi family. The banquet turned into a battlefield. Yi Bei's parents fought desperately to help him escape. That night, in a torrential downpour, Yi Bei ran alone in the rain, with the shouts of pursuers echoing behind him. He could only keep running, eventually collapsing by the roadside. The pursuers were right behind him, and just as they raised their knives, a car passed by, blocking the attackers. Inside the car was Su Wanshan, an old friend of Yi Bei's grandfather. The pursuers, intimidated by the Su family's power, could only utter a few threats but dared not make any rash moves. They watched as the car disappeared into the rainy night. The Gu family held immense power in Jinghai, and Su Wanshan had no choice but to send Yi Bei to the frontier overnight. There, he would be safe. 7 years have passed. Xiao Bei, you finally returned. Su Wanshan choked up. Besides Yi Bei's parents, only Su Wanshan had the right to call him that. These years, the Su family had not been doing well. Because of saving Yi Bei, the Su family had made an enemy of the Gu family, who had pressured them from all sides. If not for their remaining strength, the Su family would have disappeared overnight, just like the Yi family. Yes, Grandpa Su, Xiao Bei is back. Yi Bei's first person to see upon returning was Grandpa Su of the Su family. He would never forget this favor. Su Wanshan was his only family. It's good that you're back. Oh, by the way, this is my granddaughter, Jianxi. Su Wanshan wiped his tears and stepped his granddaughter forward. You're the person Grandpa is here to meet today? You're so young. Su Jianxi couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. She thought that the person Grandpa was coming to meet today must be some big shot, but instead, it was just a young man. What could a young person like this have achieved? Just call me Yi Bei. Yi Bei certainly did not blame her. Grandpa, I've already brought the person here, let's get in the car. Su Jianqi spoke without hesitation, opening the car door, her whole body soaked in sweat, feeling terribly uncomfortable. Su Wanshan felt a bit embarrassed. Ahem, Xiaobei, my granddaughter is spoiled by me, please don't hold it against her. Yi Bei smiled lightly, he certainly wouldn't blame her. Zheng Yuan stays, you few go back wherever you came from. Yi Bei said, then got into the car. The Bentley sped down the road, behind it, Lu Zhongyuan sat in a Paramount Marauder following them. Xiaobei, since you're back, then, what about your marriage with Jianqi? Inside the car, Su Wanshan hesitated. He knew very well that with Yi Bei's current power, if he was interested in his granddaughter, it meant that Yi Bei still cared about old ties. Marriage? What marriage? Before Yi Bei could speak, Su Jianqi asked first. She had never heard her grandfather mention this before. Su Grandpa, since I agreed to you in the letter, I won't go back on my word. However, if Jianqi disagrees, I will respect her choice. Yi Bei could tell from his tone that Su Jianqi had no idea about this matter. 3 years ago, in a letter, Su Wanshan had intended to have Yi Bei marry his granddaughter, and Yi Bei had agreed in the reply. The reason he agreed was to repay the life-saving grace from back then. Not only marrying the Su family's young lady but even protecting the Su family for 3 generations was only natural. She dares. Su Wanshan growled in a low voice. As the head of the Su family, Su Wanshan's words were not to be disobeyed by anyone in the family. What's more, if his granddaughter refused, it clearly meant that she looked down on Yi Bei, and if this got out, it would be a slap to Yi Bei's face. In today's world, who would dare to insult the lord of the Killing God Temple? If anyone dared, within half a day, not just the small Su family, but even the whole of Jinghai could be easily flattened. Grandpa. Su Jianqi stomped her small feet anxiously. She could listen to her grandfather on other matters, but this was about marriage, and this was the first time she met Yi Bei. Now they were talking about marriage. This was too hasty. Enough, it's settled. If you disagree, unless I'm dead. Su Wanshan had already arrived at the Su residence, opening the car door first, and with the driver's help, he got out. Tears welled up in Su Jianqi's eyes. This was the first time she saw her grandfather being so unreasonable. I will try to persuade Su Grandpa. Yi Bei left those words, and without looking back, he got out of the car. Really? Su Jianqi saw a glimmer of hope, and for the first time, she felt that Yi Bei didn't seem so unpleasant. At the entrance of the Su family estate, many people had already gathered, waiting for an important guest who was said to be able to bring the family back to life, their faces full of expectation. When they saw Yi Bei get out of the car, one by one, they were instantly disappointed. Who was spreading rumors that the old man was going to meet a big shot? This was simply a waste of time and feelings. You are Yi Bei? Su Kanyang's gaze locked onto Yi Bei's face, his expression filled with astonishment. He and Yi Bei were about the same age, and back then, they had barely known each other. 7 years had passed, and a person's appearance wouldn't change too much, so he could still vaguely recognize him. What? Yi Bei? The crowd exclaimed in surprise. In the past few years, Yi Bei's name in Jinghai was taboo. The Gu family had been searching for him for 7 years, even offering a harsh reward, saying that whoever found Yi Bei, dead or alive, would receive 5 million. 5 million might not be much for the young masters and young ladies of big families, but for ordinary people, it was quite a large sum, which naturally led to many misunderstandings. Seeing that Yi Bei remained silent and didn't deny it, the crowd's faces were filled with disgust. If it weren't for him, how would the Su family have fallen to this point? Uncle, why did you bring him back? Don't you think the Su family isn't miserable enough? The one speaking was Su Wanshan's nephew, Su Wanshu, who, besides Su Wanshan, had the authority to make decisions among the second-generation members. Su Wanshu's words were met with unanimous agreement from the crowd. Bringing Yi Bei back? If the Gu family found out, it would be a disaster. This is asking for trouble. Is it? Su Wanshan's face darkened. Isn't it? Su Wanshu replied calmly, you must know that the Gu family has been looking for Yi Bei for many years. Besides, back then, Yi Bei actually forced himself on the Gu family's young lady at his own coming-of-age banquet. The Yi family was destroyed, and he was hunted down. This was all his own fault. You shouldn't have saved him back then, let alone bring him back now. Bang! Shut up! The cane struck the ground suddenly, and Su Wanshan was furious. Others can say whatever they want about Yi Bei, but Su Wanshan couldn't care less. He never expected that someone from the Su family would be so foolish and confused. From the beginning to the end, Su Wanshan never asked Yi Bei a word, because he believed that Yi Bei could never be that kind of person. There must be something fishy going on. From now on, Yi Bei is a member of the Su family. I've already promised him to Jianqi. From today, if anyone dares to mistreat him in the slightest, they will be expelled from the Su family. As soon as Su Wanshan finished speaking, everyone around him immediately exploded into whispers, exchanging glances and speaking quietly. That old fool must have gone senile. He really doesn't know what Yi Bei has fed him, to let Jianqi marry such a fallen dog. Su Wanshu's face turned dark. He had been eyeing the position of the head of the Su family for a long time. Yi Bei's arrival would bring disaster to the Su family. All the years of hard work would be in vain. No, this cannot happen. Su Wanshan quickly devised a plan in his mind and secretly took out his phone, walking to a quiet spot before dialing a number. Take him down. Su Wanshan's sudden command stunned everyone. Several of the Su family's bodyguards were confused and clueless, not knowing who the old master was referring to. The cane was raised and pointed at one person, Su Wanshan. The bodyguards looked at each other, hesitating to act. What? Didn't you hear me? Take him down. Su Wanshan reiterated. This time, the bodyguards didn't hesitate. They quickly moved forward and grabbed Su Wanshan. Damn it, why are you grabbing me? Are you guys done for? Who gave you the courage? Su Wanshan struggled desperately. No one in the Su family had ever dared to treat him with such disrespect. The bodyguards showed no mercy. Since it was an order from the Su old master, it was the highest command in the Su family. Uncle, what is the meaning of this? Su Wanshan was pushed in front of Su Wanshan, looking innocent. Slap. To everyone's surprise, Su Wanshan raised his right hand high and gave Su Wanshan a heavy slap on the face. You uncle? Su Wanshan's face instantly burned with pain. Su Wanshan snatched the phone from Su Wanshan's hand, took a quick look, and as expected, it was just as he had guessed. So you were planning to tip off the Gu family? Su Wanshan's face was full of anger. Su Wanshan didn't answer. He was in disbelief. Uncle, you actually hit me for this fallen dog? That's right, I called the Gu family. I'm handing him over to them so that we can get their forgiveness and reduce the pressure on the Su family. Slap. Another heavy slap landed. I, Su old man, am not dead yet. It's not your turn to be the head of the family. Su Wanshan trembled with rage, his heart growing colder. The men of the Su family were so irresponsible. Su Wanshan's face had bloody handprints from the slaps. He gritted his teeth, his face darkened, but he dared not speak out again. The surrounding area was dead silent. It was the first time in so many years that they had seen Su old master so furious. Xiaobei, come with me into the house. From now on, this is your home. Su Wanshan deliberately emphasized the last three words for the rest of the Su family to hear. Yi Bei smiled faintly and followed Su Wanshan into the manor. He didn't actually want to live here, but he was afraid of hurting the old man's feelings, so he decided to stay for a couple of days. Lu Zhongyuan followed closely behind. As he passed by Su Wanshan, he deliberately shoved him with his hand. It seemed like a light push, but Su Wanshan staggered a few steps and fell to the ground. You are asking for death. Swish. Su Wanshan had barely spoken those three words when LV Zhongyuan drew his waist knife and held it right to his nose. Zhongyuan. Yi Bei did not even turn his head, giving a soft command, then added, just teach him a lesson. Understood. LV Zhongyuan sheathed his knife and suddenly stepped forward. PFF. Su Wanshan's chest caved in instantly, at least 7 or 8 ribs snapped, like a broken kite flying backward, spraying a mist of blood from his mouth, crashing heavily into the wall. He gasped for air, unable to get out of bed for at least a year and a half. The people of the Su family were all stunned in place. This was called just a lesson? The strike was too harsh. What these Su family members did not know was that if the Western region's National Guard envoy Shang Hu was here, he would have already flown into a rage and torn him to pieces, not allowing him to insult the Hall Master even for a moment. Su Wanshan sighed helplessly, well aware of the situation. This was already a great mercy. If not for the sake of his face, how could Su Wanshan still be alive? Since you want to notify the Gu family so badly, Yi Bei stopped, looked at Su Wanshan, go ahead, give them a call. Xiaobei. Su Wanshan cried out in surprise, vaguely guessing Yi Bei's intention. 7 years have passed. The blood debt of the Gu family should have been repaid long ago. Yi Bei's gaze was deep, looking toward the horizon. If it weren't for the constant wars at the border in recent years, he would have had no time to return. How could he let the Gu family survive for 7 years? Su Wanshan opened his mouth but said nothing. He knew this day would come sooner or later. Kid, you're seeking your own death. Su Wanshan struggled a few times, trying to sit up, but the pain in his chest stopped him from moving. Blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. Uncle, did you hear that? He's the one asking to call the Gu family. Don't blame me. After speaking, he unceremoniously took out his phone and dialed the number. Su Wanshan quickly calculated in his mind. Perhaps, by seizing this opportunity, the Gu family would swallow up the Su family all at once. Then he could rightfully become the ruler. Although he would be working for the Gu family afterward, it would still be better than being oppressed and treated as the second in command. Chapter 5, He is the Legend. Yi Bei. Su Jianqi shouted sharply, do you know what you're doing? Grandpa saved you back then, and that's why the Su family has been constantly suppressed by the Gu family all these years. You've been living fine outside, why come back? And even take the initiative to contact the Gu family? Are you seeking death? You're not only bringing death upon yourself but also dragging the entire Su family down with you. Su Jianqi vented her anger in one breath, thinking that Yi Bei's actions were simply incomprehensible. We've been waiting under the scorching sun for you, and this is how you repay us? Exactly, acting all high and mighty when you don't even have the ability. Don't worry about him. When the Gu family's people arrive, this guy will learn how to spell death. Sigh, I wonder if the Gu family will come and deal with us all together. All because of Yi Bei. Everyone was talking at once, and the roar of car engines could already be heard outside the door. They looked toward the sound and saw 10 Land Rovers parked outside the manor. Pa! Pa! The car doors opened, and dozens of black-clad bodyguards simultaneously stepped out and stood by the vehicles. A bodyguard opened the door of one car, and a young man, about 30 years old, with a slicked-back hairstyle and wearing sunglasses, slowly stepped out. He took out a cigar and placed it in his mouth. A bodyguard quickly stepped forward and lit it for him. This young man was named Gu Ziho, the eldest grandson of Gu Changfeng, the head of the Gu family. He held considerable power in the Gu family and seemed to be on the verge of taking over. Su Wanshan's face turned gloomy. He did not expect the Gu family's people to arrive so quickly, and it was Gu Ziho himself who had come. Hiss. Ha. Ah. Su old man. Gu Ziho exhaled a puff of smoke and walked toward Su Wanshan with a cold, indifferent pace. When he reached Su Wanshan's side, he said, You're still alive? You are outrageous. Su Wanshan bellowed, Even your father would never speak to me like this. As a junior, you have no manners whatsoever. Yes, Su old man, you're right. Gu Ziho said with a cheeky grin, but today is not the same as before. Calling you Su old man is already showing you respect. Do you know what's been happening to the Su family these past few years? If it weren't for my grandfather considering the years of relationship, would there still be a Su family in this Jinghai? Gu Ziho said, then directly exhaled a puff of smoke onto Su Wanshan's face. But the next second, a sudden slap directly shoved the cigar into his mouth, and the powerful inertia rushed straight down his throat into his stomach. Ah! Gu Ziho screamed in pain, then a punch hit his chin, causing his mouth to snap shut. His teeth were shattered, blood splattering everywhere. Gu Ziho covered his mouth with one hand and his stomach with the other, jumping in place from the pain. Boss! The bodyguards of the Gu family were startled and rushed up, surrounding Gu Ziho in the middle. What happened just now was so fast that they didn't even react. They never expected that someone in Jinghai would be so bold as to attack someone from the Gu family. Get out of the way. Gu Ziho's words leaked, as he suddenly pushed aside the bodyguards in front of him, glaring fiercely at Yi Bei, who had made the move. Yi Bei. It really is you. You bastard actually dared to come back. Gu Ziho's gaze was cold to the extreme. Years ago, the young miss of the Gu family was forcefully taken, and though the Gu family had strict orders to keep it quiet, good news never leaves the house, but bad news travels far. It still became a topic of gossip on countless streets and alleys in Jinghai, and the Gu family had been shamed for 7 years. Kill him for me. Gu Ziho's face twisted in anger. Dozens of bodyguards immediately sprang into action. Who dares? Su Wanshan roared, and the Su family bodyguards stepped forward to block them. The two sides confronted each other, and Gu Ziho, covering his leaking mouth, spoke first, Old man, did I give you face? If that's the case, then today, I'll wipe out your Su family too. Get him. The Gu family bodyguards drew out their clubs and waved them towards the Su family. It's over. The Su family members' faces turned ashen. Their worst fear had come true. The current Su family had no ability to resist the Gu family. Get out. Yi Bei's voice was deep, accompanied by an invisible force that instantly swept out. The surrounding trees all snapped, and dozens of Gu family bodyguards were sent flying, their figures scattering through the sky. The Su family members stared wide-eyed, astonished. Just a single word had sent dozens of people flying back. What kind of power was this? Could a mere human do this? Martial artist. Gu Ziho was stunned, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. Ordinary people didn't know what a martial artist was, but he knew all too well. His grandfather was a martial artist, which was why the Gu family could become the top family in Jinghai. Martial artists could easily break stones and shatter tablets. Ordinary mortals were no match for them. You? What do you want? No, don't kill me. Seeing Yi Bei step closer, Gu Ziho collapsed to the ground in fear. His parents must have felt the same kind of despair that night. Yi Bei felt a sharp pain in his heart. He drew the battle blade from LV Zhang Yuan's waist and looked up to the sky, sorrow welling up from his heart. No, don't kill me. Gu Zihou, seeing Yi Bei holding the battle blade, turned pale, and when the blade was about to fall, he quickly shouted, "Don't kill me, I know where your child is." The battle blade halted abruptly. After 7 years in the army, he had never been involved with any woman. How could there be a child? Seeing that Yi Bei didn't believe him, Gu Zihou hurriedly added, 7 years ago that night, after you and that bitch, oh no, after you left Gu Mo, she got pregnant, then was expelled from the Gu family. Later, she gave birth to a daughter. Yi Bei was struck like a thunderbolt, frozen in place. That night, he had indeed had a physical relationship with Gu Mo. Other than that, in these 7 years, he had never touched another girl. Where are they now? Whether this was true or not, he needed to ask directly. They are at a flower shop on Minghai Road. Gu Zihou, seeing a glimmer of hope, quickly answered. Before his words even finished, Yi Bei's figure disappeared with a flash. Gu Zihou panted heavily, his clothes already drenched in sweat. Ah! My legs! With a cry of agony, Gu Zihou realized that his legs had been completely broken at some point. The bones and flesh were exposed, and his body collapsed helplessly onto the ground. The bloody scene terrified the Su family young ladies, who screamed and covered their faces with their hands. Grandpa, who is this person? How dare they touch anyone from the Gu family? Su Jianqi tightly covered her eyes, her face pale with fear. Su Wanshan stared silently at the direction where Night Bei had disappeared for a long time. When he returns, it will be the end of the Gu family. Don't talk about a small Gu family, even in the whole of Jinghai, anyone by his side can easily crush everything. He is a legend. Su Jianqi was stunned. Was he really as powerful as Grandpa said? Chapter 6, Save My Daughter. In Jinghai, on Minghai Road, there was a small flower shop called Heart Language. The shop was tiny, and a woman inside was busy working. The woman inside had a stunningly beautiful face, her eyes like water, mysterious and dazzling, deep and bright, her movements graceful, each action elegant, like a hidden orchid slowly revealing itself. Get out of the way, get out of the way. A rough and domineering voice suddenly broke the silence. 7 or 8 burly men with fierce looks stormed into the shop, and without a word, began to throw things around. Bang! Crash! Jars and bottles shattered, flowers were thrown all over the place, and they stomped them into flower mud, acting extremely arrogant. Stop smashing them, my flowers, my flowers. Gu Moli panicked. All the expenses depended on this flower shop, but now it was all being destroyed. What are you doing? A fierce voice rang out, and a bald man, with beads in his hand and amber on his neck, walked in. Damn it! Seeing the mess, the bald man cursed loudly, then raised his foot and kicked at a few burly men. Ah, Tiger, stop hitting. It hurts. We know we were wrong, we know. Stop it. The burly men cried out in pain, dodging desperately. You idiots, I asked you to help, and you went and destroyed the shop. Are you tired of living? The bald man, known as Tiger, cursed at his subordinates fiercely, but when he looked at Gu Moli, his expression immediately changed. He smiled and said, Ah, Miss Gu, my men really don't know any better, TSK. Gu Moli gritted her teeth, her eyes full of anger but helplessness. Even a fool could tell this was intentional. Tiger, I will try my best to make money to repay you, just please give me a way to survive. Her voice was filled with pleading, sounding particularly humble. Miss Gu, how have I not given you a way to survive? As long as you're with me, this problem will be solved. You won't have to pay back a single cent of the money you owe, and you'll even have money to treat your daughter. This is a win-win situation. Money, I will definitely repay. Gu Moli gritted her teeth, standing amidst the ruins, looking utterly helpless. Yes, I know you will repay, but your daughter's illness can't wait. Tiger, twisting his beads, grinned, revealing his yellow, smoke-stained teeth. If I force you to repay, it will make me look like a scoundrel, but if I don't, that's real gold and silver. If you have another way, why would you need to borrow high-interest loans from me? I really want to help you. As long as you agree, your daughter will have treatment. Tiger's smile was not a smile, and his words were filled with threats as he reached for Gu Moli's face. Gu Moli quickly took a step back, pressing her back against the wall, fear in her eyes. Hiss, smells so good. Tiger said with a look of intoxication. Gu Moli's face twisted in disgust and revulsion, her hands instinctively gripping her collar. Of course, you don't have to agree, but... Tiger narrowed his triangular eyes, coldly speaking, your daughter is in my hands now. That little girl happens to have rare panda blood, TSK. This could sell for quite a bit of money. Once I drain her blood and sell her organs, our debt will be cleared. Gu Moli felt her vision darken, nearly fainting. She never expected the other party to be so cruel, even threatening her daughter. Tiger, please, let my daughter go. I'll agree to anything you say. Gu Moli begged hysterically. Her daughter was everything to her. If anything happened to her, she would have no reason to live. Oh, why are you crying now? Tiger said with a fake look of sympathy. If you had agreed earlier, this wouldn't be so difficult now. You can see, these brothers of mine are not easy to manage. But don't worry, if this one dies, we can always get another one. You say how many to have, just have how many. After speaking, Lord Tiger licked his tongue, stretched out his magical claws, and reached for Gu Moli. Lord Tiger, please, let go of my daughter, I beg you. Gu Moli was in extreme despair. As long as she could trade herself to save her daughter, she would agree to anything. But even if she agreed, could they really return her daughter? Bang! At that moment, the sound of heels and body colliding echoed, and a 200-pound-strong man was directly flung into the air, smashing into the wall. Puff! A mouthful of fresh blood was sprayed out, and the strong man fell to the ground, knocked unconscious. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 strong men all sprayed blood from their mouths and collapsed to the ground, unconscious or worse. Who the hell are you? Are you looking for death? Lord Tiger roared with rage, do you know who I am? Before he could finish his words, Yibei kicked Lord Tiger's thigh. Bang! Lord Tiger's body flew out and collided with the wall at the entrance under an incredibly powerful force. He then fell down, kneeling on both knees. Slap! He knelt hard, facing Gu Moli. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Lord Tiger's face showed fear as he struggled to rise, but he found his thigh bone was already broken. Ah, a heart-wrenching scream escaped from his mouth. You wait for me, I'll ing kill you. Lord Tiger, with blood everywhere, took out his phone, everyone come here now, I'm about to be killed. He hung up the phone, viciously wiped the blood from his face, and bared his teeth, looking extremely cruel. Ah, you wait, you're finished. Yibei kicked a flower pot, which smashed right into Lord Tiger's mouth. Slap! The flower pot shattered, crushing all of his yellow teeth and knocking him unconscious. The noise stopped, and Yibei turned to face Gu Moli, their gazes locked. 1 second, 2 seconds. Yibei? Looking at the towering figure in front of her, Gu Moli felt a sudden dizziness, and Yibei hurriedly stepped forward, pulling her into his arms. Please save Xinyu. Gu Moli tightly grabbed Yibei's collar. Who is Xinyu? Yibei asked urgently. My daughter, your daughter. She's in Lord Tiger's hands, she's in danger. Gu Moli couldn't care about grievances at this moment, forced herself to finish speaking, and then fainted. Boom! Yibei felt as though struck by lightning. Even though he was mentally prepared, hearing from Gu Moli that he definitely had a daughter still made his body tremble uncontrollably. I, Yibei, have a daughter. Looking at Lord Tiger, who had fallen unconscious on the ground, it was clear that no more answers could be obtained. Yibei's eyes turned blood red. Annihilate his entire family. Find out where my daughter is, I need to know in 1 minute. Yes. LV Zhongyuan hurriedly pulled out a satellite phone and dialed the number. As the number dialed, in a high-rise building in Jinghai, hundreds of people surrounded their computers, typing furiously, retrieving surveillance footage from the whole city. Wei Xin paced back and forth anxiously. As the director of the Jinghai Patrol Division, he had just received a call from the Huazhong and Gua envoy LV Zhongyuan, indicating the urgency of the matter. Who is this little girl? I don't know, I've never heard of her. Hurry up and check. Looks like she's not an ordinary person. A few people were discussing, and they had never seen their director so anxious before. Hurry and find her. If you don't find her in 1 minute, all of you can get the hell out. Wei Xin yelled loudly. If the Nguan envoy was to blame, not only he, but even 10 directors wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Chapter 7, Those who hurt my daughter will die. LV Zhongyuan used all his power, he must find the location of the sect master's daughter within 1 minute. What? The sect master's daughter was kidnapped? When did the sect master have a daughter? The news quickly reached the border. The 4 great envoys, upon hearing LV Zhongyuan say that the sect master had a daughter, were surprised, but more of them felt joy. The sect master's daughter, she was the princess of the entire Jishan temple. Damn it! I'm going to see who dares to kidnap our little princess. In the video, Shang Hu, the Western Territory's National Guard envoy, was so angry that his beard flew up, jumping around in rage. How dare they kidnap the sect master's daughter? To annihilate his entire family is the only way to vent his anger. Shang Hu, don't be impulsive. Northern Border Protector Luo Feng hurriedly tried to stop him. A few of them were most familiar with Shang Hu's temper. If he went, he would definitely turn Jinghai upside down. Shang Hu, the Lord hasn't given any orders, we are not allowed to act on our own. Southern Border's defender Nangong Yen quickly followed, saying. At this moment, he too wished he could storm into Jinghai and tear the kidnapper of the princess into pieces himself. But the Lord hadn't issued an order, and no one could act recklessly, or it would be a violation of military orders.
What the hell is going on? Forget about military orders, I don't care anymore.
Xinyu said, jumping onto the Black Hawk fighter jet, igniting and starting it up.
You damn fool, the Lord has his reasons for not giving orders.
If you act rashly and mess things up for the Lord, if something happens to the princess, your death will be hard to avoid.
A single sentence from Eastern Borders Defender Gu by Tian instantly calmed Shang Hu down.
But though he calmed down, the princess had been kidnapped, her life uncertain, and how could he bear it? The fire of anger in his heart had already ignited.
Damn! Damn! Damn!
Xinyu slammed his fists onto the fighter jet.
Damn it! I'm in a terrible mood. Luo Feng.
I heard you discovered over a dozen warships from the Easting Nation near Golden Fish Island in the northern border. I'm going to wipe them out right now, these bastards. After finishing, Xinyu started the Black Hawk fighter jet and sped off, sonic booms ringing in the air as he headed for the Golden Fish Island sea area. In a private hospital in the outskirts of Jinghai. Tiangu, I didn't expect this girl to actually have rare panda blood. A young doctor said with excitement, looking at several bundles of 100 yuan bills in front of him.
Damn!
The man called Tiangu, with yellow hair, slapped him on the head. Look at how useless you are. That girl's blood is just a small part, her organs are the real prize. Hurry up, the next buyer is already contacted, we're just waiting for the organs. Once the organs arrive, we can have a wild time tonight. On the operating table, a girl lay pale as paper, extremely weak, struggling to open her eyes a little.
She was the daughter of Yi Bei, Xinyu. Mom, Xinyu is sorry, I can't stay with you anymore. Xinyu murmured in her heart. Though only 6 years old, she was exceptionally thoughtful. You must remember to eat on time.
If I die, please stop working so hard to make money for my treatment.
Dad. I haven't met you yet. You must still be alive, right? Xinyu really hopes to meet you just once.
Tears continuously dripped down the corner of her eyes. Not having met her father was the greatest regret in her life. Seeing the surgical knife slowly approaching, Xinyu slowly closed her eyes.
Bang! With a loud sound, the door to the room instantly exploded.
Both men were shocked by the sudden noise, and the surgeon's hand trembled, cutting Xinyu's skin, but no blood came out.
Ah! The scene in the room instantly drove Yi Bei mad. He let out a roar to the sky and punched out. The yellow-haired man's head immediately shattered, brain matter and blood splattering across the room. The young doctor was so scared that he fell to the ground. Even though he was a doctor, such a bloody scene made his stomach churn, and he gagged on the spot. You dare touch my Yi Bei's daughter! Yi Bei's eyes nearly popped out, the aura of a war god erupted.
The young doctor, with his ordinary body, could not bear it and was slammed against the wall, rebounding and kneeling to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood.
Master, I only took a little of her blood, it's them who told me to do it. Where is my daughter's blood? Yi Bei gritted his teeth, holding back his fury.
The most urgent task now was to save his daughter. The young doctor trembled as he knelt on the ground. Sold, panda blood is extremely rare.
Go die.
With those two words, the young doctor spat another mouthful of blood and slowly collapsed onto the ground, unmoving. His internal organs had already been shattered. Yi Bei hurriedly grabbed a blood needle from the side and thrust one end into Xinyu's hand, the other into his own artery.
Master! Lu Zhongyuan exclaimed in shock.
Yi Bei had no time to respond, staring as the blood in the veins slowly flowed into his daughter's body. Just now, the young doctor had said his daughter had rare panda blood, the same as his own blood type. This was Yi Bei's daughter. She truly looked, just like him. Yi Bei gazed at his daughter in his arms, a rare smile appearing on his face. 10 minutes later, Xinyu slowly opened her eyes.
Dad, is that you?
Xinyu's weak voice came through. She had hugged her father's photo to sleep countless times, her father's appearance had long been deeply etched in her mind.
It's me, Xinyu, it's Dad, Yi Bei cried with overwhelming joy. Really, Dad? I'm not dreaming, right?
Xinyu struggled to raise her hand. Yi Bei gently held his daughter's hand, bringing it to his face.
Wow, I'm not dreaming, it really is Dad. Cough, Xinyu shouted happily, feeling the warmth in her hand.
But she had lost too much blood, and her body was too weak. She coughed violently twice and fainted again.
Xinyu!
Yi Bei cried out, then immediately held his breath and focused, accelerating the flow of blood through the veins.
Master! Lu Zhongyuan exclaimed anxiously.
According to his calculations, Master had already transfused 2,000 milliliters of blood.
Yi Bei couldn't be unaware, his heart aching even more.
These scum, they were trying to drain his daughter's blood.
Zhang Yuan, find out everything. I want these people to know what happens when they mess with my wife and daughter, Yi Bei spoke in an unusually calm tone. Yes. Lu Zhang Yuan trembled all over. The calmer the master was, the angrier he truly was. The sky over Jinghai was about to collapse. Time passed second by second, and Yi Bei's face grew more and more pale. He could not heal himself with his inner energy, as the true qi would flow into his daughter's body through the veins, and her young body could not bear it. Xinyu! Gu Moli rushed in, stumbling as she threw herself next to her daughter, crying out non-stop. It's okay, don't worry. Xinyu just fainted due to excessive blood loss, she'll wake up soon, Yi Bei reassured. Looking at her daughter still unconscious, Gu Moli covered her face and cried bitterly. Miss Gu, I'm sorry. This apology comes too late. From now on, I will double the compensation for everything you and your daughter have suffered in the past 7 years, Yi Bei spoke sincerely, tears hidden in his eyes. After that night, he never expected Gu Moli would become pregnant, and he never imagined they would have a daughter. Unmarried pregnancy, how much pressure would this bring to this mother and daughter in society? Moreover, Gu Moli was originally a wealthy young lady from the Gu family, and families like that valued face above all. He owed so much to this mother and daughter, too much. No need. Gu Moli's tone was cold to the extreme, you saved my daughter, we're even. From now on, you are you, and I am me. We owe nothing to each other. Yi Bei was about to say something when he suddenly felt dizzy, quickly biting his tongue. A wave of blood filled his mouth, but he steadied himself. At this moment, Gu Moli finally saw the two of them connected by blood vessels, the blood slowly flowing into her daughter's body. Her heart was extremely complicated. She hated the man in front of her. She hated him for destroying her purity, destroying her life. And yet this man, whom she hated to the core, was now sacrificing his life, drawing his own blood to save her daughter. She momentarily forgot that Xinyu, too, was his daughter, their shared daughter. Mom! A weak voice came, and Xinyu slowly opened her eyes. Xinyu, how do you feel? Gu Moli hurriedly asked. Xinyu feels much better, Mom, Dad is back. Xinyu pointed at Yi Bei, a sweet smile on her face. Gu Moli froze, her face suddenly turning cold. Without saying a word, she snatched her daughter from Yi Bei's arms and hugged her tightly. Xinyu, he's not your father. Your father is already dead. Mom is lying, Mom is lying. I've seen Dad's photo at home, he's dead. Xinyu cried out, her small mind unable to understand the conflicts and grudges between adults. Xinyu, be good. You're still very weak. Mom will take you to the hospital. Gu Moli stood up, holding her daughter in her arms, and walked toward the door. Mom, will Dad go? Xinyu looked at Yi Bei, her eyes full of reluctance. Gu Moli remained silent. Don't worry, Xinyu. Dad will definitely go. You just need to listen to Mom, and Dad will come to find you later. Hearing Yi Bei's words, Xinyu smiled and nestled into her mother's arms, falling sweetly asleep. Looking at the mother and daughter leaving, so lonely and fragile, Yi Bei felt even more guilty. He understood Gu Moli's feelings at this moment. The 7 years of hurt could not be undone in a moment. Now, all he could do was make amends, double the compensation. Chapter 8, the Yi family comes to celebrate the birthday. In a dilapidated manner, the wind howled lonely and cold. Yi Bei stood in the courtyard, lingering for a long time. This was the Yi family's old house, the place where he had lived with his parents. The Yi family was tragically wiped out, and this place had become what people called a haunted house, no one dared to buy it. Now, 7 years had passed, and the vast courtyard was filled with decay, making Yi Bei feel even more sorrowful. He, the mighty temple master of the Temple of God Slayers, could protect the million-square-mile land of China and billions of people, but he couldn't protect his parents. His wife and daughter almost fell victim to others' schemes. Master! Lu Zhongyuan stood behind him, his tough face and red eyes filled with emotion. Did you find out everything? Yi Bei didn't turn around, gently stroking a pomegranate tree that he had planted with his father. Yes. Lu Zhongyuan clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling slightly from anger, releasing a terrifying murderous aura. The trees around them shook as if there was no wind, and leaves fell one by one. Yi Bei stared at the falling leaves, a little lost in thought. Lu Zhongyuan was the calmest of the 5 great war gods, and that was why Yi Bei had kept him by his side. At this moment, even Lu Zhongyuan, who was usually so calm, couldn't suppress his killing intent. Luckily, there was no one around, otherwise, within a few hundred meters, there would be bodies lying everywhere. According to Lu Zhongyuan's investigation, Yi Bei had been drugged and framed back then, and the one who drugged him turned out to be his own uncle, Sun Zhangming. On the night of Yi Bei's coming-of-age banquet, Yi Bei's father had announced that he would hand over the company to Yi Bei, but his uncle, as the company's vice president, became jealous and plotted to take the company for himself. What he didn't expect was that the Gu family, in a fit of rage, destroyed Yi Bei's entire family. Gu Mo Li's family was also extremely despised by the Gu family, who thought that she had brought shame to the entire Gu family. The three of them were directly expelled from the family. After discovering she was pregnant, Gu Mo Li couldn't bring herself to abort the child and gave birth to her daughter, Xinyu. This enraged the Gu family even more, and they issued an order forbidding any company in Jinghai to accept the three of them, letting them fend for themselves. Gu Mo Li could only open a small flower shop to barely make a living, but what she hadn't expected was that when her daughter was 3 years old, she was diagnosed with a heart disease. They would need to spend large amounts of money every year to maintain her health, and only after the age of 10 could she have surgery. Gu Mo Li had tried countless times to seek help from her family, only to be angrily turned away. Helpless, Gu Mo Li, in order to save her daughter, had to borrow a high-interest loan from Lord Tiger. The Gu family. What a Gu family! Yi Bei's eyes shot out 2 rays of cold light. Master, tomorrow night is the birthday banquet of the head of the Gu family, Gu Changfeng. I will bring people and make sure they are wiped out without a trace. Lu Zhangyuan gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Yi Bei waved his hand. The revenge for my parents, I will personally take. In the bustling commercial area of Jinghai, where people were busy and the streets were filled with traffic, the center of Jinghai CBD stood. Just across the street, there was a grand manor covering more than 100 acres and tens of thousands of square meters, with a park, swimming pool, and golf course, everything one could imagine, standing in stark contrast to the towering skyscrapers around it. This was the Gu family's mansion, the first family of Jinghai. At the entrance of the manor, people were coming and going, luxury cars were everywhere, and global limited edition models, usually unseen, could be seen here everywhere. Zhe Hao, is everything arranged? Gu Changfeng, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, appeared in his 60s but showed no sign of aging, his straight body radiating an imposing aura. Yes, sir, everything is ready. It has been settled, they are locked in the room. The butler replied. Gu Changfeng's eyes were cold and harsh. His eldest grandson's legs had been severed by Yi Bei, and in his anger, this was simply the greatest shame to the Gu family. Today was his birthday, and no matter what, he could not let outsiders know about this matter. The general manager of Shida Trading has arrived, presenting a golden Buddha. The president of Lingyun Group has arrived, presenting a Tang Dynasty Tang Sankai piece. The president of Hongshire Group has arrived, presenting a painting of Jialian by Zhang Daqian. The guests arriving to congratulate were all bringing expensive gifts, none costing less than 10 million, demonstrating the Gu family's power in Jinghai. Master, lend me 100,000, even 50,000 will do. I really have no way out. Gu Changfeng sat high in the center of the hall, preparing to adjust his clothes and get up to greet the guests. When he heard the voice, his face instantly darkened. What are you doing here? Who let her in? Throw her out. 2 bodyguards quickly walked over and grabbed the woman, dragging her towards the door. Master, Xinyu is sick, she urgently needs treatment. Please, for the sake of her being a descendant of the Gu family, I beg you, save her. Wan Huiji cried out, she was Gu Moli's mother and Xinyu's grandmother. She had come to the Gu family countless times seeking help, but was always rejected. She thought that since it was Gu Changfeng's birthday today, it would be easier, but she didn't expect him to be so heartless. Oh, second sister-in-law, where do you come off? On the master's birthday, everyone else comes to give gifts, and you? You actually come to ask for money. A woman from the Gu family sneered mockingly. That's right, you people don't mind losing face, but we do. You still have the nerve to come. Hurry up and get out, don't spoil our mood. The Gu family people all wore faces full of disgust. Humph. You've been kicked out of the family and removed from the family register. That illegitimate child is no longer a member of the Gu family. I warn you for the last time, don't come here again, or don't blame me for being merciless. Get her out. Gu Changfeng adjusted his clothes and, without even looking at Wang Huiji, walked out. At the courtyard gate, guests continued to arrive to congratulate. The Yi family has sent a, what's this called? Oh, a Yi Uranus. The butler called out loudly. With the sound, a brand new Yi Uranus stopped in front of the Gu family's door. What? A Yi Uranus? A young aristocrat exclaimed. What's wrong? It's just a Yi, isn't it? The girl beside him sneered. She came from a wealthy family, and there were countless luxury cars at home, so a Yi was nothing special. The young aristocrat swallowed his saliva, excitedly saying, You don't understand, the Yi Uranus is not an ordinary car. The Yi Uranus, when translated, means Uranus, and only one exists in the entire world. I heard it was made specifically for one person. This is definitely a symbol of status. No amount of money could buy it. What? Who is this person? Sending such an expensive gift? The girl was shocked. I just heard the butler mention it. Yi family? Yi family. The two exclaimed in unison. There was only one Yi family in Jinghai, and that was the Yibei family, which was massacred 7 years ago. Not only the two of them, but also the surrounding people started discussing and looking toward the gate. What puzzled everyone was that a large excavator slowly drove over, extended its arm over the fence, and began to dig a large hole in the estate. What shocked everyone even more was that the excavator lifted the Yi car and threw it into the pit. Damn! Everyone was shocked. Who is this reckless person? Don't give me this car. The young aristocrat pounded his chest and regretted deeply. Who would not want the one and only car in the world? It couldn't be measured by money. The Gu family members also felt the abnormality. A middle-aged man with a square face walked to the gate, his cold eyes scanning the surroundings. Who dares to cause trouble? He was Gu Baosong, the second-generation leader of the Gu family. Apart from the family head Gu Changfeng, he had the most authority in the Gu family. Seeing no one respond, Gu Baosong picked up the gift registry. Yi family. Chapter 9, This is your coffin. Looks like the stray dog has arrived. I didn't go looking for him, yet he came to me voluntarily. Gu Baosong's face was gloomy, his own son had his leg severed by Yi Bei. I originally planned to wait until my father's birthday banquet was over to solve this, but now it's much easier. I wonder if you, the Gu family, are satisfied with this gift? Outside the crowd, Yi Bei slowly appeared, and everyone instinctively made a path for him. Is this the son of the Yi family? Someone exclaimed upon seeing him. Yes, it's him. I heard that 7 years ago, that night, he forcibly took the Gu family's eldest daughter, and the Gu family exterminated his entire household? Don't talk about this at the Gu family's doorstep. The crowd was in an uproar, and everyone whispered to each other. You beast, how dare you come back? A younger member of the Gu family pointed at Yi Bei and cursed. No one in the Gu family did not hate Yi Bei. Slap. As soon as the words fell, a loud slap echoed. The younger member was directly slapped several meters away, blood spurting from his mouth, and he fell heavily to the ground, no longer moving. Is this how the number one family of Jinghai, the Gu family, welcomes guests? Yi Bei wiped the blood off his hand. Gu Baosong's eyes twitched, and he forced down the anger in his heart. There were many guests, and if things escalated now, it would be hard to avoid gossip. Since you're here, you're a guest. Please. Gu Baosong moved aside to welcome him, secretly sneering in his heart, as long as you dare step into the Gu family's door, you will never walk out again. Gu Baosong let him through, and no one from the Gu family stopped him. Yi Bei walked forward confidently, each step heavy and firm. 7 years had passed, and today, the Demon King of Slaughter was back, only for revenge. The blood-deep hatred of his parents. Yi family Yi Bei, here to offer my congratulations. As he reached the hall entrance, Gu Baosong deliberately shouted loudly. This was to warn those inside and to let the visiting guests see how the Gu family, as the number one family of Jinghai, embraced all guests. Yi Bei would die tonight. At least, they had to maintain appearances. The once lively hall instantly fell silent. Inside the hall were all direct descendants of the Gu family and important guests. Ordinary visitors would wait directly in the banquet hall. Yi Bei, with his tall 7-foot figure, strode in. Everyone's eyes widened, all looking at the entrance. No one could believe it. Yi Bei, who had once been hunted like a stray dog, had disappeared for 7 years. Today, he came back to the Gu family on his own. Wasn't this seeking death? Yi Bei. You dare to come back on your own. A direct descendant of the Gu family was the first to speak. Yi Bei stood with his hands behind his back, ignoring him, standing proudly, his gaze locking onto Gu Changfeng on the high seat. 7 years had passed, but Yi Bei would never forget that night, when his parents held onto Gu Changfeng with all their might. After Yi Bei managed to escape, he turned back for a moment and saw the scene of Gu Changfeng's palm slamming into his parents. His parents had blood pouring from the corners of their mouths, too weak to scream, but their 4 hands tightly gripped his legs, forcing out their final breath, making a runaway gesture to Yi Bei. For the birthday of the Gu family head, how could the Yi family not come? Yi Bei collected his thoughts, smiled calmly, and acted politely. Only the Gu family knew that behind this smile, there was a deep hatred. But I don't know whether the gift I brought is to the liking of the Gu family head. After Yi Bei finished speaking, a butler bent down and whispered in Gu Changfeng's ear. The people in the hall still didn't know what gift Yi Bei had brought. Yi Bei, if you're giving a car, just give the car. Why are you digging a hole and putting it inside? A younger direct descendant of the Gu family, upon hearing the butler's words, didn't understand what Yi Bei was trying to do. Yi Bei raised his sword-like eyebrows and calmly said, for thousands of years, Chinese culture values burial in peace. If you don't dig a hole, how can you bury it? I don't have time to arrange the coffin, so let this car serve as the coffin for the Gu family head. The hall erupted in an uproar. Yi Bei, you have a big dog's courage. Guards, seize him. A direct descendant waved his hand. The surrounding bodyguards quickly acted, but when they were 5 steps away from Yi Bei, they couldn't move any closer, as if a layer of invisible gas was blocking them. Then, several bodyguards suddenly felt a powerful rebounding force. But one by one, they spat blood and were sent flying backward. The Gu family members were shocked, never expecting that the Yi Bei, who had once fled like a stray dog, was now so powerful. Gu Changfeng stared at Yi Bei with a sinister look. He heard from Changsun that Yi Bei was a martial artist, and at first, he didn't believe it, but now it seemed that what was said was not false. But even if Yi Bei was a martial artist, Gu Changfeng didn't care at all. He himself was a martial artist, and some of the big families in Jinghai also had martial artists. And he had already reached the level of a level 9 martial artist, so ordinary martial artists were no match for him. This was the capital for the Gu family to hold the position of the first family. Since you are seeking death, don't blame this old man for being rude. Gu Changfeng gathered his true energy in his palm, and it suddenly released. With this palm, he used 10% of his strength, clearly wanting to send Yi Bei to his death with a single move. The banquet was about to start, and there was no time to waste. The palm energy was like an arrow leaving the bow, reaching Yi Bei in the blink of an eye. Yi Bei stood still without moving. Around them, some people were already sneering. They knew well the power of their family head, and in their eyes, this palm was something Yi Bei couldn't possibly resist. He was doomed. But just as the palm energy was about to strike Yi Bei, it was easily blocked by someone. Gu, you asked me, Wei, here just to watch this? Wei Sen, with a rough beard, said angrily. Wei Sen, the director of the Jinghai Patrol Division, had the authority to handle major difficult cases in all of Jinghai and manage all the martial artists in the city. When a martial artist strikes, ordinary people are either dead or injured. The patrol division had strict orders that if any martial artist injured an ordinary person, the members of the division had the right to execute them on the spot. Wei. Director Wei, Gu Changfeng said in panic, quickly bowing and cupping his hands. The patrol division was full of martial artists, and its power was not something a family could compare to. Gu, you surely know the orders of the patrol division, Wei Sen said, already angry. He had only been transferred to Jinghai less than half a year ago, and yet Gu Changfeng had already violated the orders, injuring someone. Clearly, he had no respect for the patrol division. I know, but this person insulted a junior of the Gu family years ago, and now he speaks disrespectfully again. I could no longer endure it, so I took action to teach him a lesson, Gu Changfeng said, cold sweat dripping down his face. Offending the patrol division was not something even the first family could protect him from, let alone 10 families. And he is not an ordinary person either, he is a martial artist, Gu Changfeng added. Martial artists often spar to improve their skills, though it is not legal, but it usually doesn't lead to serious consequences, and the patrol division turns a blind eye. Oh? Wei Sen's face showed a hint of surprise. Becoming a martial artist was not an easy task. One needed innate genes, along with constant practice of martial arts techniques. It took decades to achieve something significant. Yet this person before him was already a martial artist at such a young age? Gu, as the head of a family, why did he lie so blatantly? Didn't he fear being laughed at? Chapter 10, Destroying Your Entire Family Without Injustice. Although Wei Sen was the director of the patrol division, he did not recognize Yi Bei's face. His rank was still far from that of the palace master. Gu, do you think Wei, haven't seen the world? Becoming a martial artist is not something anyone can just decide to achieve. When you were his age, not only were you not a martial artist, but you weren't even a martial apprentice, were you? If it weren't for your family's great fortune, managing to obtain a martial arts manual, I imagine you would still be stuck as a martial apprentice, Wei Sen sneered. The excuse was too ridiculous to believe. Gu Changfeng was speechless. At this moment, he also secretly wondered how Yi Bei, who had seemed like an ordinary person at the age of 18 during the adult ceremony, had suddenly become a martial artist after 7 years without seeing him. If Yi Bei had been a martial artist back then, Gu Changfeng would never have dared to wipe out the entire Yi family. A martial artist was a symbol of power and status, a target for every big family to fight for. Some families, lacking martial artists in their bloodlines, would spend a fortune hiring martial artists as protectors to maintain their family's standing. It's my turn now. Yi Bei's voice, cold and like that of a death god, suddenly rang out as he raised one hand into a palm and was about to strike down. Yi Bei's unexpected words shocked Wei Senator. Was this person really a martial artist? But even if he was, there was no way he could be Gu Changfeng's match. His shock quickly turned to anger. To take action in front of him, it was a blatant disrespect to the patrol division. Impudence! Wei Sen shouted loudly, charging forward, extending his left hand to block, and his right hand delivering a punch. This punch was full of strength, intending to punish him on the spot. Gu Changfeng was overjoyed when he saw this scene. Wei Sen was a master who had broken through the martial artist level and reached the martial honor level. If he took action, Yi Bei would surely die on the spot, saving him the trouble of doing it himself and avoiding gossip. Just as the fist was about to hit Yi Bei, an invisible pressure spread out. Wei Sen's face changed drastically, and his whole body was uncontrollably sent flying into the air, crashing heavily into the wall. His blood immediately reversed, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. War god. Wei Sen's eyes were filled with terror. As a martial honor, he knew exactly how powerful a war god level expert was. When a war god took action, no one could survive. Clearly, the other party had spared him. Otherwise, the pressure just now would have already shattered his internal organs, and he would have died. What Wei Sen didn't know was that 3 years ago, Yi Bei had already broken through the war god bottleneck and ascended to the war king level. If not for that, how could the 7-star war god from the Philippines that year have beheaded someone with a single sword, shocking the entire world? When Yi Bei returned, it was supposed to be a day of his coronation as a king, but Yi Bei didn't care about these titles. Upon sealing his return, the first person he killed was Gu Changfeng, using his blood to honor the spirits of his parents in heaven. The younger generations of the Gu family were completely shocked. They didn't know what the war god meant or how powerful it was. They only thought Yi Bei had gone completely mad, daring to strike even those from the patrol department, let alone the director of the patrol department. Yi Bei had offended the patrol department, and now, he was as good as dead. One by one, they were still smug and proud. War god, haha. Gu Changfeng sat slumped in the middle of the hall, laughing foolishly like a madman. Ordinary people wouldn't understand, but as a martial artist, he knew that the war god was the pinnacle of martial artists, like the top of a pyramid. A single war god could easily wipe out tens of thousands of martial artists. If he had made the right choice back then, and allowed Yi Bei to marry his granddaughter over that matter, with a war god-level son-in-law, his Gu family would have surpassed all other families, standing at the peak of all of China. He regretted destroying the Yi family back then, regretted letting Yi Bei go. If Yi Bei hadn't been hunted down and fled to the border, he wouldn't have become the war king. The world is unpredictable. Who could have known? Back then, you killed my parents, and the people from the Gu family were all present, but none of them stepped forward to stop it. You were all accomplices. Today, I will wipe out your entire family with no resentment. Yi Bei swung his hand down fiercely. No. Gu Changfeng's eyes bulged out, his eyeballs protruding. He knew he was going to die today, but he didn't expect Yi Bei would want to wipe out his entire clan. His head and body slowly separated, and finally, with a thud, his head rolled to the ground, still holding the terror it had just before his death. Ah! The people of the Gu family screamed in fear, and some of the more timid ones even wet their pants in terror. Zhang Yuan! Yi Bei shouted coldly. Zhang Yuan here. Lu Zhang Yuan appeared mysteriously like a ghost, cupping his hands and replying. He had been nearby, knowing that the hall master was handling personal grievances. Without the hall master's command, he would not show up. Lu Luan was envoy. Wei Sen was terrified. He knew the 5 war gods. Especially Lu Zhongyuan, the envoy of Central China, who directly supervised the entire 6 provinces and 68 cities of the Central China Patrol Department. In this case, he himself was also one of Lu Ongua's soldiers. The 5 war gods were as high as the peak of China, and the only person who could make them bow their heads was one. Could it be? Wei Sen gasped, his heart pounding. Throw Gu Changfeng's corpse into the river. The people of the Gu family are to be exiled to the northern frontier, becoming beggars for generations. If anyone dares to escape, kill them on the spot. Let the members of the Gu family experience the taste of being homeless. Moreover, the northern frontier is a suffering place, far crueler than killing them. I obey. Lu Zhongyuan waved his hand, and hundreds of black-clad soldiers surged into the courtyard. At this point, the visiting guests noticed something was wrong and quickly left, not daring to stay for even a moment, afraid they would bring disaster upon themselves. Where is Uncle going? Yi Bei casually swept his gaze over the crowd. In the panicked crowd, one person suddenly stopped. After a few seconds, he slowly turned around, and their eyes met. Sun Zhengming's heart was filled with panic and unease. He had seen what had just happened in the hall. His nephew had already become someone unrecognizable, someone who could easily kill even Gu Changfeng. Ah, it really is you, Xiaobei. I thought I had mistaken someone. Where have you been these years? Your uncle has been looking for you everywhere. When did you come back? Why didn't you tell me? Let me treat you to a meal and give you a warm welcome. Sun Zhengming pretended to be casual and spoke first. Yi Bei sneered inwardly and said, how could uncle be here? Were you delivering gifts to the person who killed your sister? A hint of panic flashed in Sun Zhengming's eyes, and he hurriedly said, how could that be? I was just passing by. I've wanted to kill that old thief of the Gu family for a long time, but unfortunately, their power is too great, and your uncle is powerless. Hearing this, Yi Bei's gaze turned cold, and his murderous intent grew stronger. According to LV Zhongyuan's investigation, after his parents were killed, this uncle tightly clung to the Gu family's leg. Relying on the power of the Gu family, he had lived quite well in recent years, contributing millions every year. This time, for the Gu family's head's birthday, he had even spent a large sum to invite a Buddhist relic. Seeing his nephew's eyes filled with murderous intent, Sun Zhengming broke out in a cold sweat and said, "Xiao Bei, you haven't eaten yet, right? Come, let's go home and eat. I'll have your aunt cook some of her best dishes for you. We'll have a drink together. Your aunt has been talking about how much she misses you." To escape, Sun Zhengming could only play the emotional card, hoping his nephew would spare him for the sake of family. In the business world these years, he had thrived, relying on his silver tongue. His skill with words was truly impressive. "Eat?" Yi Bei sneered. "What if uncle puts something in my drink again? Then I might make a mistake once more." Sun Zhengming's heart skipped a beat, and he forced himself to stay calm, squeezing out a smile. "Xiao Bei, what are you saying? I'm your uncle, how could I poison you? You're just joking around." Yi Bei smiled lightly on the outside, but his heart ached like a knife cutting through it. If it were anyone else, Yi Bei would have acted swiftly, without hesitation. But this person was his own uncle. Yet, this very uncle, for the sake of profit, had poisoned him, causing the death of his parents, the death of his dear sister and brother-in-law. Such a close relative, and he was able to do such a thing. Yes, how could a dear uncle possibly harm his own nephew? Yi Bei paused, his gaze turning sharp, and he gritted his teeth, forcing out 3 words. "But you can." Boom! The pressure of a godlike warrior exploded, and Sun Zhengming felt as though a mountain was pressing down on him. His knees buckled, and he knelt to the ground. The floor cracked open, and sharp, white bones were visible. Whoosh! A sudden thunderclap sounded in the night sky, followed by dense clouds and a torrential downpour. "Ah! My legs!" Sun Zhengming let out a scream as if a pig were being slaughtered. "Yi Bei, I'm your uncle. How could you do this to me? You will be punished by heaven." Sun Zhengming, in pain, broke into a cold sweat. His legs were completely ruined. Yi Bei looked up, facing the rain. Punished by heaven? He slowly lowered his head. "Did you think about heaven's punishment when you harmed me 7 years ago? Did you think about it when you harmed my brother-in-law? Did you think about it when you harmed my dear sister?" Yi Bei roared, his eyes bloodshot, a single tear dripping from the corner of his eye. The great revenge was now repaid, but Yi Bei didn't feel the slightest bit of relief. His only thought was that this person before him was the last remaining relative he had in this world. "Lord, let me handle this person." LV Zhongyuan, standing behind him, cupped his hands and asked. He knew that Sun Zhengming was the Lord's uncle, and that the Lord must be suffering inside, unable to act. "No need. Let him kneel here and repent. No one is allowed to treat his injuries. Anyone who dares interfere will be killed without mercy, until his flesh and bones decay and turn to ashes." After saying this, Yi Bei turned and walked away without looking back, leaving Sun Zhengming pleading and crying behind him. Chapter 11, Without surgery, she won't survive for 3 days. At a public hospital in Jinghai City, Gu Moli was filled with anxiety. Her daughter was now unconscious from a high fever. A female doctor finished her examination, her brows furrowed and her face full of anger, saying, "Your daughter has a congenital heart disease, didn't you, as her mother, no? How could you let her suffer such a big blow?" Gu Moli bit her lip without replying, tears immediately sliding down her face. She knew her daughter had a heart condition, how could she not know? Not giving her daughter a healthy body, she had always blamed herself for it. Now her daughter had suffered such a great injury, as a mother, she was filled with regret. If it weren't for the timely rescue, her daughter might have. "Hurry up and complete the hospitalization procedures, your daughter urgently needs surgery," the doctor said coldly. Upon hearing the word surgery, Gu Moli hurriedly responded, "But, my daughter can only undergo surgery after she turns 10. Her daughter was too young to bear the trauma caused by the surgery." This was the conclusion given by countless hospitals, the surgery could only be done after she turned 10. "Well then, wait until your child turns 10 for surgery," the doctor said, turning and leaving. As she reached the door, she turned back coldly and said, "With your daughter's current condition, forget about 10 years, she won't even survive for 3 days. Buzz. Upon hearing that her daughter wouldn't survive for 3 days, Gu Moli felt a wave of dizziness. She hurriedly held onto the wall beside her to keep herself from collapsing. "Doctor, please save my daughter." Gu Moli hurriedly stepped forward, grabbing the doctor's clothes, crying out. For so many years, from being a wealthy young lady to falling to this point, she had never complained or regretted. As soon as she thought of her daughter Xinyu, endless strength would surge within her heart. No matter how hard or tiring it was, everything was happy. Xinyu was her whole world. "Ah, didn't I tell you already?" the doctor said with a face full of disdain, pulling her clothes from Gu Moli's grip. "If you want your daughter to live, the surgery must be done immediately." Okay, surgery, Gu Moli wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. As long as her daughter could be safe, she didn't care about much else. The doctor pulled a form from her pocket, swiftly writing a few words with a flourish, go and pay the fee. 100,000. Gu Moli stared blankly at the number on the form. What's the matter? The female doctor rolled her eyes in disdain, is 100,000 too much? This is just the initial estimated payment, there will certainly be more charges later. Heart surgery is no small operation. Upon hearing there would be additional charges, Gu Moli's tears flowed again. In the past, when she was a young lady of a wealthy family, this amount of money was only the cost of one of her dresses. In these years, as she brought her daughter to different hospitals, her meager savings had long been spent. To pay for her daughter's treatment, she had to borrow high-interest loans from Master Hu. Doctor, I will find a way to get the money, can you please arrange surgery for my daughter first? Gu Moli pleaded. What nonsense! The doctor looked at her with disdain, do you think the hospital is a charity? If you have no money, then hurry up and go home. Every day in the hospital, there were patients who couldn't pay, and their rule was to pay first, then receive treatment. Doctor, please, I will find a way for the money, Gu Moli begged desperately. Alright, no time to waste with you. I still have so many patients to see. If you have the money, then treat, if not, then go home, the doctor said, turning and walking away. Watching the doctor's back as she walked away, Gu Moli collapsed to the floor and cried out loud. In the corridor, passing doctors had cold expressions. This kind of thing happened every day at the hospital, and they had long since gotten used to it. At that moment, Wang Huizhi arrived. Seeing her daughter kneeling on the ground, crying uncontrollably, she hurried over to help her up. Moli, what's going on? Mom! Seeing her mother, Gu Moli cried out, Xinyu urgently needs surgery, but the surgery fee is 100,000, woo. Wang Huizhi's heart tightened sharply. 100,000 is an astronomical number to them. Since the three of them were kicked out of the Gu family, their lives have been quite poor. The Gu family issued an order, forbidding all companies and institutions from offering them any jobs, leaving them to fend for themselves. So, no one dared to take them in. In order to make a living, Gu Moli opened a small flower shop to barely get by. Her mother, Wang Huizhi, worked as a dishwasher in a small restaurant, and her father, Gu Hai, found a job as a security guard. These jobs at the very bottom of society, the Gu family didn't care to ask about. Their meager income barely managed to get them through, until Xinyu was diagnosed with an illness, which made their already tight life even more difficult. All their money was spent, and they were left with a shortage. I went to the Gu family too. That old man is really heartless. Wang Huizhi shook her head helplessly. No matter how much she begged that day, she was still ruthlessly kicked out. After thinking for a long time, Gu Moli looked at her daughter, still unconscious in the hospital bed, wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, and stood up to walk outside. Moli, where are you going? Wang Huizhi looked at her daughter's swaying figure with worry on her face. To sell the flower shop. Gu Moli's gaze was blank. What? Wang Huizhi exclaimed. The flower shop was her daughter's hard work, and also the only source of income. If the shop was sold, how would her daughter and Xinyu survive in the future? Gu Moli knew this too well, but right now, her daughter urgently needed the surgery fee, and selling the shop was really the only way. Under the night sky, the city of Jinghai was bathed in a sea of lights, signaling the arrival of the nightlife. In front of a luxurious club, luxury cars were lined up, and many handsome men and beautiful women came and went. The Golden Goblet Club was one of the top high-end clubs in Jinghai. In a super-large luxurious private room, accompanied by dynamic music, there were about 20 stunningly beautiful girls in revealing outfits, twisting their waists and dancing. In the center of the sofa, a young man with a cigarette in his mouth, wearing a mischievous smile, was playfully touching the girls in the crowd. Oh, Wang Xiao, you're so annoying. Ah! Wang Xiao, you touched my chest. A few of the girls who were touched let out coquettish exclamations. The girls here all knew that if Wang Xiao chose them, the tips would naturally be generous, usually starting at 10,000, which was much more than what they normally earned. So, each of them displayed their proud figures to the fullest. Really? I'm sorry about that. Wang Tianhao said, pulling a girl into his arms, taking out a stack of 100 yuan bills, and stuffing them into the girl's clothes, while casually grabbing a few handfuls. Tonight, there will be more. Ah! You're so annoying. The girl said, but her body increasingly responded to him. Everyone knew that Wang Tianhao was a well-known rich playboy, the second-generation heir of a wealthy family. His father, Wang Yaoxiang, was the famous president of the Hongda Group, and half of the real estate in the entire city was built by him. He ranked in the top 10 in terms of wealth in Jinghai. In the past, the Gu family's head would also tremble when he saw him. Gu Moli couldn't be unaware of this. Wang Tianhao relied on his father's wealth and acted recklessly, taking advantage of countless girls with his money. There were no less than 1,000 girls who were pressed under his control, a complete pervert. But now, she really had no other choice. Wang Tianhao had once mentioned wanting to buy her flower shop. Otherwise, she would never have had any dealings with such a person. But thinking of her daughter waiting in the hospital, desperately needing the money to save her life, she gritted her teeth and walked in. "Miss Gu, you came to see me. What is it?" Wang Tianhao gently placed the girl in his arms down, adjusted his clothes, and forced a gentlemanly smile. I. Gu Moli bit her lip tightly, too embarrassed to speak. "Miss Gu, have you encountered some trouble? As long as it's something I, Wang, can help with, I will certainly assist. Come, sit down and tell me." Wang Tianhao patted the seat beside him. Gu Moli sat down at a slightly farther distance. Wang Tianhao didn't mind and said to his subordinate beside him, "Aren't you going to hurry up and pour Miss Gu a glass of water?" The subordinate understood and turned to leave. "You all can leave too," Wang Tianhao said, taking out a few stacks of red bills and casually throwing them onto the coffee table. "Take it yourself, hurry and leave." "Thank you, young Master Wang." A group of girls, holding the money, cheerfully exclaimed in unison. They loved this kind of rich young master, generous with his spending, and the money earned in one night was 5 times what they would normally make. At this moment, Wang Tianhao's mind was completely on Gu Moli. He had played with many girls, but although Gu Moli had been driven out of the Gu family, she had been a young lady from a prestigious family. This type of young lady, he had never tried before. "Miss Gu, drink some water first." Wang Tianhao took the cup of water from his subordinate and handed it to Gu Moli. Gu Moli didn't take it. She wouldn't easily drink water from a stranger, especially from someone like Wang Tianhao. Seeing this, Wang Tianhao slowly put down the cup in his hand. "It seems that Miss Gu has some misunderstanding about me." Saying this, he shouted at his subordinate, "Go, bring me a new bottle of pure water." The subordinate turned and left. "Look at you, all sweaty. If anything happens, just call me," Wang Tianhao said, pulling out a tissue to try to wipe her sweat. Gu Moli jumped up like a frightened bird. The business card Wang Tianhao had given her was directly thrown in the trash, so there was no way to call him. "Mr. Wang, you said you wanted to buy my flower shop before. Do you still want it?" "Ah, I thought it was a big deal. If you want to sell it, I can buy it at any time." Wang Tianhao spoke generously, then continued, "Miss Gu, what kind of trouble are you facing? Tell me, maybe I can help." "Thank you, just being able to sell my flower shop, I am already very grateful." Gu Moli secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Her daughter's surgery fees finally had a solution. At this moment, a subordinate came over with a bottle of pure water and placed it on the coffee table. "Miss Gu, drink some water. It's brand new and unopened. Now you can be assured." "Oh, actually, I am a good person. It's just that those people outside are deliberately spreading rumors. You know, the more famous you are, the more trouble you attract. Those people are just jealous because I have some money. Yesterday, I just donated 1 million to children in remote areas, so they can build a school," Wang Tianhao said, picking up the bottle of pure water and handing it over. Gu Moli took it with one hand and found that it was indeed unopened. After asking around, she had learned that Wang Tianhao was here. She was really thirsty and twisted open the bottle cap, taking a few sips. Watching Gu Moli drink, Wang Tianhao secretly rejoiced. The water contained quite a bit of sleeping powder. He knew exactly how potent it was. It would be enough for him to have his fun for the entire night. "Now, let's talk about the sale." Wang Tianhao's expression changed, and he lit another cigarette, leaning back on the sofa, crossing his legs. At this moment, Gu Moli was already within his grasp, and now he was just waiting for the drug to take effect. The flower shop has quite a few flowers, and there are 3 years of rent left, plus other things. Its value is about 180,000. I'll sort out the list for you. 200,000. Wang Tianhao directly interrupted Gu Moli's words. No, Mr. Wang, 180,000 is fine." Before she could finish speaking, Wang Tianhao raised his hand to stop her. "Miss Gu, I have plenty of money. The tips I give out in one night are more than this amount. With me, money can solve anything. It's not a problem. I guess Miss Gu must be facing some trouble. Would you like to tell me about it?" "No. There is nothing." Gu Moli lightly pressed her forehead with one hand, feeling a little dizzy and confused. Wang Tianhao slightly raised the corner of his mouth and sneered coldly, knowing that the effects of the drug had slowly started to take effect. "Miss Gu, if you need money, why bother selling the flower shop?" As he finished speaking, he took out his wallet and casually pulled out a bank card. "This card has 1 million, maybe 2 million, I can't remember clearly. You just need to obey, let me enjoy, and this money will be yours." As he spoke, he stretched his hand towards Gu Moli's arm. Gu Moli quickly dodged to the side, avoiding him. Hearing his words, how could she not understand his meaning? The momentary humiliation made her tremble uncontrollably, and tears swelled in her eyes, desperately trying to fall. She turned in anger, preparing to leave. Since Miss Gu refuses to give me face, then I will need to reconsider the acquisition. Wang Tianhao leaned back on the sofa and uttered a deep snort. In the past, girls could be easily bought with money, but Gu Emoli was different. This made him feel a great sense of conquest. Waiting a little longer, when the drug's effect fully kicked in, it would be passive. Compared to embracing actively, it would seem tasteless. These words made Gu Emoli stop. Her daughter was still waiting for the money to save her life. If there were any other way, she would never have sold the flower shop or come to find Wang Tianhao. Shameless. Gu Emoli angrily walked toward the door. A small follower from the distance blocked her way and pushed Gu Emoli onto the sofa. Why bother? You've come this far, you want to leave? It's not that easy. Wang Tianhao licked his lips, eagerly reaching out to undo Gu Emoli's clothes. Get off! Gu Emoli struggled desperately, but her strength was no match for Wang Tianhao's. In the struggle, a button on her collar was ripped off, immediately exposing a patch of white skin. Wang Tianhao swallowed his saliva. Gu Emoli's beauty was unparalleled in Jinghai, even with her identity as a rich young lady, far beyond those internet celebrities. Gu Emoli was at her most desperate, yet she couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of guilt toward Yi Bei. Although she and Yi Bei had been drugged back then and had relations, she despised him, but her body still belonged to him, and they also had a precious daughter. If anyone could have her, it would only be Yi Bei for life. Just as the second button was about to be torn off, a loud bang echoed, and the door suddenly exploded. Before Wang Tianhao could see who it was, a wine bottle quickly flew toward him. Bang! With a crisp sound, glass mixed with blood splattered. Ah! Wang Tianhao screamed in pain, covering his head with both hands, blood continuously flowing from between his fingers. Yi Bei. Gu Emoli was overjoyed. This was the second time she had faced danger, and Yi Bei descended like a god. For some reason, when she saw Yi Bei, she felt an inexplicable sense of security, as if no matter how the sky fell, his broad shoulders would support her. Damn! It's you, this stray dog. Wang Tianhao looked through the gaps in his fingers and finally recognized the visitor. Back then, Yi Bei was hunted by the Gu family. Ordinary people didn't know, but these powerful families were very clear. A worthless man who had been hiding for 7 years dared to return and even hurt him. This enraged him to no end. Come here. With Wang Tianhao's roar, a group of bodyguards rushed in, and the leader was a 2-meter-tall man. This man's name was Sang Koan. He was a yearly paid offering hired by Hongda Group for tens of millions, a martial arts master at the level of a Wuzuan, and Wang Tianhao's personal bodyguard. Sang Koan, kill him. Oh, no. Wang Tianhao quickly changed his mind and said, first, break his limbs, don't let him die. This woman is his, I want him to see with his own eyes how I play with his woman, huh? Sang Koan wasn't interested in women, but the bodyguards were secretly delighted. Such an erotic scene was not easily seen, and the woman was so stunningly beautiful. It was a feast for their eyes. Seeking death. Yi Bei's eyes were as cold as ice, he had already regarded Gu Emoli as his woman. To insult the woman of the Lord of the Zhuan God Temple is to insult the Lord himself. You are the first to remain so calm in front of me. Sang Koan stretched his well-developed muscles, his 2-meter-tall body standing like a tank in front of Yi Bei. In the next second, his hands turned into claws, howling as he charged, aiming for Yi Bei's arms. Yi Bei, run! Gu Emoli shouted anxiously, her face full of worry. In her eyes, Yi Bei was no match for the other party, and with so many of them, staying would surely end in disaster. Run? Ha! No one has ever escaped from Sang Koan's hands. Wang Tianhao sneered coldly, his eyes vicious, wanting to see Yi Bei's limbs being severed with his own eyes. Chapter 13, You Know Too Late. Sang Koan moved extremely fast, covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Looking at the opponent still standing calmly in place, Sang Koan sneered inwardly, thinking that the other side must be scared stupid. Boom! With a muffled sound, the scene before everyone's eyes left them dumbfounded. Sang Koan flew out, spraying blood in midair, like a rain of blood scattering on the ground. Meanwhile, Yi Bei remained standing in place, still holding his previous stance, as if he hadn't made a move at all. The scene fell into complete silence in an instant, everyone dumbfounded, unable to believe what they were seeing. This is impossible. Wang Tianhao stood stunned, unable to care about the blood pouring from his head. Gu Emoli covered her mouth, her eyes flashing as she was about to exclaim in surprise. No one in the room understood Yi Bei better than her. Years ago, when Yi Bei was tragically killed, how he had fled alone in such a miserable state. 7 years later, he returned, but he was now so powerful. The bodyguards looked like they had turned to stone, frozen in shock. How strong Sang Koan was, they knew all too well.
Looking around, only a handful of people in Jinghai could match Sang Kuan.
The most shocking was Sang Kuan himself. No one understood the previous scene better than him.
He hadn't even touched his opponent's body, yet an unstoppable, powerful force enveloped him in an instant. He had fought countless masters, but never before had he felt such a terrifying power, one that felt like death itself. You're the god of war.
Sang Kuan trembled uncontrollably, his fear coming from the depths of his heart.
Becoming the god of war was his life's goal, to attach himself to a high-ranking figure and receive great rewards to exchange for rare medicines that would accelerate his cultivation.
You know, too late. In the next second, Yi Bei threw a punch. Sang Kuan spat out blood, his eyes gradually dimming. Helping the wicked was a crime.
Such a person was not worthy of being a martial artist.
With Sang Kuan dead, Wang Tianhao panicked instantly. If Sang Kuan, a martial god-level fighter, couldn't match Yi Bei, then the rest of the bodyguards were nothing to mention.
Yi. Big brother, I'm wrong. I didn't touch Miss Gu, take her away. Oh, right, Miss Gu, if you need money, take this card, no need to return it.
If it's not enough, I have more.
Saying this, he took out a few more bank cards from his pocket and respectfully placed them in front of Gu Emoli.
As long as he could save his life, what were these money?
Yi Bei, forget it, let's go quickly.
Gu Emoli didn't want to make things bigger, afraid of implicating Yi Bei, and advised him.
Yi Bei's anger had not dissipated. The things this person did today would lead to certain death, but now, with Gu Emoli interceding, the death sentence could be avoided, but the living punishment was unavoidable.
Yi Bei stepped in front of Wang Tianhao and kicked. Ah! My hand!
Wang Tianhao let out a pig-like scream as his right hand drooped by his side like a lump of mud. Yi Bei didn't stop, kicking 3 times in a row, each kick carrying 1,000-pound force, breaking the other 3 limbs, leaving them like a heap of mud.
Ah!
The excruciating pain in his limbs made him let out a hysterical scream. At this moment, he only wished to faint, but unfortunately, Yi Bei would never give him that chance. Such people can only be subjected to the cruelest torture. Seconds later, Wang Tianhao could no longer make a sound, on the verge of death, and just as he was about to lose consciousness, Yi Bei kicked him straight in the vital spot. Wang Tianhao's eyes nearly exploded, and the intense pain in his limbs and vital areas surged through his body again, not giving him time to scream before he fell unconscious. Even if he woke up, he would be a useless cripple. For someone like him, a lecher who messes with women, crippling him is often 10 or 100 times more cruel than killing him.
Yi Bei, you treated Wang Tianhao like this today, Wang Haoxiang won't let you off.
His power is enormous, and with the Gu family still offering a reward for your capture, you should leave, the farther the better.
Never come back to Jinghai.
Gu Moli didn't know that the Gu family had been destroyed, and with Wang Haoxiang's vast power, she wore an expression full of worry. Yi Bei laughed lightly, then gently pulled her. A soft cry was heard, and the beauty fell into his embrace. Gu Moli nestled in Yi Bei's arms, feeling the warmth radiating from him, which made her feel incredibly at ease. At that moment, she actually had the thought of just wanting to be held tightly by Yi Bei like this. Her captivating eyes gradually became hazy, and her snow-white skin slowly flushed. Her consciousness also began to blur. Yi Bei froze for a moment, and then a murderous look appeared in his eyes. This scene was no stranger to Yi Bei.
7 years ago, Gu Moli had the same appearance.
This was clearly the effect of a sedative. I had planned to spare you, but you truly seek death. A cold glint flashed in Yi Bei's eyes, and a piercing force shot straight towards Wang Tianhao's heart. Wang Tianhao, who was already like a rotting pile of mud, had no time to react, and his heart was instantly pierced, stopping its beating. Yi Bei gently picked up Gu Moli, and a car without a license plate stopped at the door below.
Lu Zhongyuan was already waiting inside. Go to the hospital, Yi Bei ordered as he got into the car.
Yes. Lu Zhongyuan started the car and quickly drove towards the hospital. Inside the car, Gu Moli was groggy, her cheeks flushed. Yi Bei's palms worked, slowly forcing the sedative out of Gu Moli's body. By the time they reached the hospital, most of the sedative had been expelled. Only a small remnant remained, no longer a threat to her, and after a night of rest, it would be gone.
At the door of the hospital room, Wang Huiji's tears had not yet dried, still anxiously waiting.
Xinyu was still unconscious, and her daughter had not yet returned, causing her great worry. She had tried all the methods she could think of, borrowed all the money she could, but since being expelled by the Gu family, all her relatives and friends had kept their distance, fearing they would get burned as well. Now, she could only keep praying, hoping her daughter could sell the flower shop smoothly. She needed to gather enough money to save her granddaughter and get through this crisis. In the corridor, shadows flickered, coming closer.
Moli.
Seeing her daughter being carried, Wang Huiji quickly stepped forward to check.
Moli is fine, just rest for a night and she'll be fine. Oh, Guanyin Bodhisattva protect her, Buddha bless her, thank you, you. At this moment, Wang Huiji finally looked up and saw who it was. Yes, Auntie, I'm Yi-bei, Yi-bei smiled. Yi-bei. How dare you come back? You. You despicable scoundrel. What have you done to my daughter? Wang Huizhi instantly burned with anger and began cursing. The miserable situation of their family of three was all caused by the person in front of them. Lu Zhongyuan's face darkened, his hand moving to his waist for the battle knife. Molly was drugged, but don't worry, most of the drug has been expelled, and it won't cause harm, Yi-bei explained. Slap. A loud slap echoed as Wang Huizhi slapped Yi-bei across the face. How dare you? Are you looking for death? Swish. Lu Zhongyuan instantly drew his battle knife and without saying a word, swung it down. Chapter 14, National Dr. Yi-bei. Ah! Wang Huizhi screamed in agony, her face instantly turning pale. Just as the blade was about to strike her, Yi-bei pushed forward with one hand. Swish! The battle knife struck the wall, splitting it in two instantly. Step back! Yi-bei roared, grabbing the battle knife, and swung the back of the blade violently. Lu Zhongyuan retreated several steps, his insides shaking from the impact of the blade. The battle knife is for fighting enemies, not for cutting innocent people, right? Yi-bei's face was full of anger. If it were Shang Hu, Yi-bei wouldn't be this angry. It's not surprising that someone as foolish as him would make such a mistake. But even the usually calm Lu Zhongyuan made such a low-level error. But the palace master is sacred and inviolable. Do you think I, Yi-bei, can't avoid this slap? Yi-bei said with a deep voice. Lu Zhongyuan was stunned. That's right, he had lost his mind for a moment earlier. How could a slap from an ordinary person possibly touch the palace master? Obviously, he wasn't planning to avoid it. I was wrong. Lu Zhongyuan suddenly lowered his head, cupping his hands as he responded. Get out. Yes. Lu Zhongyuan turned around and left. Wang Huizhi looked at the cracks on the wall and sucked in a cold breath. If that knife had been aimed at her, wouldn't she have been split in two instantly? Such terrifying power, could an ordinary person really do this? Yi-bei didn't avoid this slap, not just because she was Gu Moli's mother. From what Yi-bei knew, Wang Huizhi had always treated Xinyu with extreme affection. Since Xinyu fell ill, she not only spent all her savings, but also went to the Gu family to beg more than once. Just because of this, Yi-bei regarded her as family. So it's you, Yi-bei. No wonder you dare to come back. You've joined the mafia, huh? Wang Huizhi suddenly realized. Yi-bei smiled lightly without speaking. He gently placed Gu Moli on the hospital bed, took out 3 silver needles, and walked to his daughter. What are you going to do? Seeing Yi-bei holding the silver needles, Wang Huizhi exclaimed in shock, her heart racing. Yi-bei didn't respond, his right hand gently resting on his daughter's pulse. After a few seconds of simple diagnosis, he already knew his daughter's condition. Doctor! Doctor! Wang Huizhi rushed out the door. With Wang Huizhi's cry, several doctors arrived. Seeing the 3 silver needles in Yi-bei's hand, the leading female doctor angrily shouted, "What are you trying to do?" This female doctor was Xinyu's attending physician. She was the one who had asked Gu Moli to pay 100,000 in hospitalization fees earlier that morning. Treating the illness, Yi-bei answered without looking up. Treating the illness? The female doctor sneered, "Are you joking? Are you a doctor? Do you even know what illness she has? What are you doing with those useless needles?" Exactly. If just inserting needles could cure this illness, then what do we need hospitals for? We could all be unemployed. A nurse agreed, knowing that Xinyu suffered from congenital heart disease. There was no cure for this disease other than surgery. Quick, doctor, stop him. Don't let him harm my granddaughter. Wang Huizhi said anxiously, thinking Yi-bei had come to poison her granddaughter. But didn't she also think? Xinyu was Yi-bei's daughter. Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cub. Sir, if you want to treat the illness, please leave. Don't cause a death in my hospital and make me bear the responsibility, the female doctor said coldly. These people in the ward were really strange. They didn't pay the surgery fee but brought in this barefoot doctor. If those broken needles could cure illness, then my 20 years of medical skills would be like the immortals or Hua Tuo. Shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't rule out the possibility of hitting a woman, Yi-bei said, his anger rising when he heard the word death. If it weren't for the fact that she was a woman, he would have slapped her immediately. You. The female doctor was rendered speechless. Seeing Yi-bei's burly figure, she didn't dare to provoke him. A man holding broken needles and claiming to treat heart disease was clearly a madman. Fine, let him do whatever he wants. If he kills someone, it's no big deal. At least I've already done my duty to warn him. This was no different from murder. Just wait for him to sit in jail. The room instantly fell silent. Yi Bei took a deep breath. The illness was not difficult to treat, but the person lying on the hospital bed was his own daughter, and he couldn't afford any mistakes. Then, Yi Bei waved his right hand, and the 3 silver needles floated in his palm. Each needle was wrapped in true energy. With 2 fingers flicked, the 3 needles pierced Xinyu's body, targeting the heart, the yang, and the Jiwei acupuncture points. True Qi manipulating needles, national medicine level. The female doctor was extremely shocked, her eyes wide open. True Qi manipulating needles, this can only be performed at the national medicine level. National medicine level, that is the highest existence in the medical field. As far as she knew, there are only 3 national medicine practitioners in the whole country. Moreover, they are all incredibly mysterious, and it's as hard as reaching the heavens for even the richest person in the country to meet them. To her surprise, they appeared right before her eyes at this moment. Everyone else looked confused, only the female doctor understood the terror of the national medicine level. She had heard about this from her master. As she mentioned, there are only 3 known national medicines, and to reach the national medicine level, one must first attain the God of War level. National medicine equals God of War, but a God of War does not necessarily reach the national medicine level. Thus, achieving national medicine level is extremely difficult to see. If she knew there were 13 national medicines in the Hall of God Punishment, her jaw would have dropped in shock. In the Hall of God Punishment, the God of War level exceeds 100, and the Eastern Realm's national protector, Gu Baitian, has even reached God of War 9 stars, making him the most likely person to follow Yi Bei and ascend to the War King level. Minutes passed, and Yi Bei took out the silver needles. His daughter was still young and weak, so he couldn't act hastily. After a few days of rest, she would recover. As the silver needles were removed, Xinyu slowly opened her eyes. Dad! The first thing she saw was Yi Bei. Her eyes turned red, and she opened her small, tender arms to tightly hug her father's neck, tears streaming down her face. It's okay, Xinyu, Daddy is here, be good, don't cry. Yi Bei gently patted his daughter's small back, comforting her. Xinyu still clung tightly to her father's neck. Daddy, Xinyu had a long dream, dreaming that Daddy left us, don't leave me and Mommy, boo-hoo. Yi Bei felt a sharp pain in his heart, forcing himself to hold back his tears. At the age of 6, his daughter should be happily enjoying every day, but because of him, she spends every day in longing. Yi Bei wished he could give himself a hard slap, hating himself for not returning sooner, for not being with his daughter right now. Xinyu, don't cry, don't worry, Daddy won't leave again, I'll be with you and Mommy every day. Yi Bei ultimately couldn't hold back, a tear fell from the corner of his eye. In 7 years, he had shed blood and sweat countless times, yet he had never cried a single drop. At this moment, the steel man from the battlefield turned soft. If the other few God of War messengers saw this scene, they would certainly be shocked to the point of biting their tongues. No one would believe that the master of the Hall of God Punishment, who made every country tremble with fear, would also have such a gentle side. The master of the Hall of God Punishment is also human, flesh and blood, with emotions. Chapter 15, with such a mother and daughter, what more could one ask for? At some unknown time, Gu Emoli, who lay on the adjacent sickbed, had awakened. Seeing the father and daughter tightly embracing each other, she covered her mouth and cried silently. She had never dreamed of such a day, wishing her daughter would have her father's company. In these 7 years, no matter how hard or difficult it was, she had shouldered it all alone. Keeping her daughter safe and happy every day was her greatest wish. Even though she accompanied her daughter at all times, there was always a hint of sadness in the little girl's eyes. Her daughter was obedient and sensible, never spoke of it, but she knew how much her daughter longed for her father. Without a father's company, childhood is incomplete. Xinyu must be hungry, Daddy will take you to eat something delicious. What does Xinyu want to eat? Yi Bei asked as he lifted his daughter. Can I eat whatever I want, Daddy? Xinyu asked. Yes, whatever Xinyu wants, Daddy will take you to eat it, Yi Bei nodded. Xinyu lowered her head, nervously twisting the corner of her clothes, then softly asked, Daddy, can I eat KFC? I haven't eaten it for 3 years. A sharp pang suddenly struck Yi Bei's heart. At her age, she should be loving snacks. Most kids would complain about wanting to eat KFC or McDonald's at least once a week. Her daughter was only 6 years old, but she hadn't eaten for 3 whole years. All right. Daddy will take you to eat KFC. From now on, Daddy will take you there every day. Yi Bei choked up. Yay! Mommy, did you hear that? Daddy said he'll take Xinyu to eat KFC every day. Xinyu happily danced, her hands and feet moving in excitement. Such a simple thing, yet in her heart, it was the happiest thing in the world. Gu Emoli wiped the tears from her face and lightly scolded, You'll spoil the child like this. Yi Bei laughed softly and didn't say anything. Even if his daughter wanted the stars, he would certainly climb the heavens and pluck a star to give her. His daughter, Yi Bei's daughter, he would protect her for life and make her the happiest person in the world. The 3 of them gradually walked away under the stunned gazes of the crowd. Doctor, are we just letting them go like this? Doesn't the girl still need surgery? These parents are too irresponsible. If she doesn't have the surgery, she might not survive even 3 days. A nurse asked, watching their backs as they left. If you don't want to die, then shut up. The female doctor immediately scolded. Among the crowd, only she knew how terrifying Yi Bei was. He was a national-level doctor, not just an ordinary person. As long as there was still a breath left in the person, he could save them. He was truly a doctor who could bring the dead back to life. If they angered this national doctor, not only would she, as a mere director, kneel to beg for forgiveness, even the hospital director would have to kneel. Yi Bei had planned to take his daughter to a better place to eat. There were plenty of exotic delicacies in Jinghai City. But his daughter insisted on going to KFC. When it came to food, Yi Bei was never picky, and neither were the soldiers in the palace. They had no right to be picky. The chefs in the Hall of Divine Punishment were all at the Battle King level. The food they made with true energy not only tasted excellent but could also replenish blood and energy. It was incomparable to ordinary restaurants in the outside world. Yi Bei casually ordered some burgers, chicken wings, and fries. As soon as the food was served, Xinyu picked up a burger, took out the beef patty, and handed it to Yi Bei. Daddy, you eat the meat. You gave so much blood to Xinyu, eating meat will give you strength. Xinyu said, then picked up a slice of bread and happily took a bite, revealing a blissful smile. Yi Bei looked at the meat patty in his hand, his heart aching. His daughter was so sensible, which made him feel even more guilty. At this meal, Xinyu didn't eat any meat, all of it was given to Yi Bei. After the meal, Gu Emoli and her daughter led Yi Bei back to their place. This was an old, run-down area, with sewage flowing everywhere, and piles of garbage emitting a foul smell. They twisted and turned, eventually arriving at the door of a semi-basement. Gu Emoli took out the key and opened the door. As soon as they entered, the strong smell of mildew hit them, and cockroaches and other insects crawled everywhere inside. The whole house was only about 20 square meters, with only one window, most of which was underground. Yi Bei frowned, but Gu Emoli and her daughter showed no reaction. They skillfully picked up the tools at the door and started chasing away the insects. What was most terrifying was that on the stove, a 3-inch thick patterned snake was coiled on the wall, glaring at the mother and daughter, its mouth wide open, hissing and flicking its tongue. If an ordinary woman saw this, she would definitely scream in fear and lose her mind. But the two of them showed no fear at all. Clearly this was not their first encounter. Xinyu even bravely waved a broom at the snake. Daddy, come in quickly, tonight Xinyu wants Daddy to hold her while sleeping. After driving away most of the mosquitoes, Xinyu took Yi Bei's hand and walked inside. Lying on the bed, the bedding beneath them gave off a faint dampness, and Yi Bei's heart ached. Xinyu snuggled in Yi Bei's arms, constantly asking her daddy to tell her a story. Yi Bei picked some interesting events from the past few years and told his daughter with deep emotion. Soon, a sweet smile appeared on Xinyu's face, and she fell into a deep sleep. Yi Bei gently kissed her forehead, tucked the blanket around her, and walked out. Outside, Gu Emoli was sobbing quietly. Seeing Yi Bei coming, she hurriedly wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Yi Bei remained silent, gently wrapping his arms around her from behind and said, Emoli, these years have been hard on you and your daughter. Feeling the warmth behind her, Gu Emoli shivered but did not struggle. She had hated Yi Bei for 7 years, but now, she could not summon a single trace of hatred. You shouldn't have come back. You know, the Gu family will never let you go. Gu Emoli's voice was full of concern. Yi Bei did not speak, but his arms tightened even more around her small frame. In this life, with this mother and daughter, what more could he ask for? After a long while, Yi Bei softly spoke, It's fine, the Gu family has been destroyed. What? Gu Emoli struggled and turned her head, staring at Yi Bei in disbelief. The Gu family is destroyed? How is that possible? Having lived in the Gu family for many years, she naturally knew their strength. Without sufficient power, it would be nearly impossible to destroy the Gu family, especially with her grandfather, who was a martial arts expert. How many people had tried to cause trouble for the Gu family in the past, only to be easily dealt with by her grandfather? The destruction of the Gu family, how could that be? Yes, the Gu family is gone. I don't need to leave, and I won't. Yi Bei nodded heavily. Gu Emoli still could not believe it, but when she looked into Yi Bei's eyes, they were full of sincerity. This was a question that did not need much more probing. By tomorrow, she would know. The Gu family held immense power in Jinghai, and if it had been destroyed, it would certainly cause quite a stir. All right, you crippled Wang Tianhao the other day. His father is a famous real estate mogul in Jinghai. He only has this one son, and he will definitely not let you go. Even my grandfather never dared to offend him easily. You should leave quickly, the farther the better. Don't come back. Gu Emoli suddenly remembered what had happened last night. Offending this real estate tycoon was far worse than offending the Gu family. Yi Bei chuckled softly and looked at the world. No one had yet been able to threaten him. Chapter 16, Robbery Worse Than Robbery. Gu Mo Li's eyes held a faint worry, and now the most urgent matter was raising 100,000 yuan for her daughter's surgery. At this moment, she had no idea that the disease that had troubled her daughter for many years had already been cured by Yi Bei. The next morning, after breakfast, Gu Mo Li hurriedly left. She still had to quickly raise the money. She had thought about asking Yi Bei for a loan, but after hesitating again and again, she could not bring herself to speak. Moreover, Yi Bei had been escaping for many years, and surviving had been hard enough. How could he have any extra money? After Gu Mo Li left, Yi Bei also held his daughter's small hand and went out. He had decided last night that the first thing he would do was buy a house and have the mother and daughter move out of this miserable place. On the way, Lu Zhongyuan was driving and seemed to want to say something but kept hesitating. If you have something to say, just say it. Yi Bei didn't even look up, gently stroking his daughter's beautiful hair. Yes, Lu Zhongyuan glanced at the rearview mirror and said, Master, yesterday Shang Hu went to Golden Fish Island and sank 4 warships of the Eastern Yamato Kingdom. He killed 6 God of War level men, and now the people are being held captive. Yi Bei frowned. Shang Hu was guarding the western border, how did he end up in the northern border? Lu Zhongyuan appeared awkward and said, the princess was kidnapped that day. Shang Hu was extremely angry and wanted to lead troops to Jinghai, but we stopped him. This guy, full of rage and nowhere to vent it, flew a fighter jet alone to the northern border and started firing wildly at the enemy's warships. The Eastern Yamato Kingdom initially wanted to retaliate, but when they saw it was a Black Hawk fighter jet, they dared not open fire recklessly and turned around to flee. Shang Hu continued to chase and attacked all the way to the Eastern Yamato Kingdom's military base, still firing relentlessly. The enemy had no choice but to retaliate. Master, you know, the Eastern Yamato Kingdom only has 12 God of War level experts. Half of them were wiped out by Shang Hu. The enemy, in desperation, finally subdued Shang Hu. Yi Bei was relieved. If it was Shang Hu who did this, it was not surprising. Send my orders. Let Luo Feng go and rescue them. After destroying their 4 warships, we will pay 1,000 yuan as compensation. If they don't release them, you lead the army and directly annihilate them. Yi Bei coldly said. In these past years, the eastern land country has been lingering around the coastline of Goldfish Island. Although they didn't cross the line, they were like an annoying fly. Yi Bei thought about using force to conquer them, but after all, there was no reasonable justification. If word got out, it would look like the Jinshan Temple had initiated the trouble, picking a fight, bullying the weak. Yi Bei had no good feelings toward the eastern land country. If they let people go, that would be fine. If they didn't, then it would be perfect to wipe them out. Even if it escalated to the international stage, there would still be a reason to say, we blew up your warship, killed your war god, we pay the money, but you still won't release the people, then you can't blame us. LV Zhongyuan stared with wide eyes. If he weren't driving at that moment, he would have prostrated on the ground. 4 warships, 6 war gods. 1,000 yuan. If this were called a robbery, it would be insulting to the word itself. In front of the grand sales office, the security guard stopped the vehicle. What is this about? LV Zhongyuan pressed the car window, raised an eyebrow. What else can we do here? Of course, we're here to buy a house. The security guard scanned the car interior coldly and said, there are no parking spaces inside, park outside. Bullshit. LV Zhongyuan immediately cursed, there are so many empty spaces inside, and you tell me there's no parking? In front of the huge sales office, there were only a few cars, and many parking spaces were still available. I said there's no space, then there's no space. If you want to park, park outside, or leave. The security guard glanced at LV Zhongyuan. Damn. LV Zhongyuan shifted the car into gear and was about to drive in. Zhongyuan. Yi Bei stopped him, just park outside. After saying that, he took Xinyu's hand, opened the car door, and got out. LV Zhongyuan angrily parked the car by the roadside. At that moment, a black Mercedes S600 drove up. The security guard immediately smiled and bent over to approach. Boss, here to look at houses? Please come in, let me find you a good parking space, this way, please. Okay, left turn, good, back up, stop, okay, boss. A middle-aged man with a big belly got out of the Mercedes, holding a heavily made-up, beautiful girl. He threw a 100 yuan bill at the security guard and walked off. The security guard immediately bent down to pick it up. Thank you, boss, don't worry, I'll take good care of your car. As he spoke, he spat on the car window and wiped it with his sleeve. At this scene, LV Zhongyuan couldn't hold back anymore. He stepped forward, grabbed the security guard by the collar, and raised his massive fist, about to strike. Alright, Zhongyuan, this isn't a border battlefield, don't just start fighting. Yi Bei chuckled lightly. LV Zhongyuan's temper was usually calm, but now he had become just like Shang Hu. Wanshan, who was already a troublemaker, if another one came, it would surely be a headache. Zhou angrily loosened his grip, glaring at the security guard. That one glare made the security guard's legs go weak, and he fell to the ground. Pa! After Yi Bei and the others walked far away, the security guard spat on the ground and muttered, "What are they showing off in a broken business car, without even a license plate? Most likely stolen cars, coming here to buy a house. I think they are here to buy a toilet." The group had already entered the lobby, and naturally, they did not hear it. Otherwise, Zhou would have beaten the security guard up today. It must be said, the place was indeed impressive. The grand exhibition hall was decorated magnificently, and the saleswomen were dressed in black suits and short skirts, youthful and beautiful. "Do you all want to look at houses?" A saleswoman saw Yi Bei's group and approached to ask. Yi Bei stared at the sand table and nodded in approval. At this moment, an older saleswoman said to her colleague beside her, "Newcomers are always like this, no sense of awareness. Do these people look like they're here to buy a house?" "Exactly, they obviously look like they are just here to enjoy the air conditioning. Our smallest house here costs over 10 million, how could these people afford it?" The female colleague next to her sneered in agreement. The saleswoman beside Yi Bei was named Shouting. She had only started working here yesterday and was tirelessly giving Yi Bei a tour. "Sir, our Empire Scenic Residence is a high-end community, with complete facilities nearby. Primary schools, middle schools, high schools, and hospitals are all just a few minutes walk away. A short left turn outside the community gate leads directly to the subway entrance, it's very convenient for travel." Yi Bei nodded, expressing his satisfaction, and said, "Is there detailed information available?" "Ah, there is. Please wait a moment." Shouting walked to the front desk, took several brochures from the table, and also grabbed a few bottles of drinks and candies. "I say, Shouting, you're really lacking in insight. Do you think this kind of person is here to buy a house? Aren't you tired?" The older saleswoman rolled her eyes and said. "Exactly, Shouting, just by looking at them, it's clear they're just here to enjoy the air conditioning. We've seen many like them. You still bring them materials and drinks, if you're not tired, I feel tired for you." "Hey," said the saleswoman, pointing her mouth toward a big-bellied man not far away, "did you see the person Wang Qin is attending to? That kind of person is more likely to actually buy a house. And when they came, they drove in a Mercedes. You're new here, learn more in the future." Shouting smiled slightly and said, "Sisterly, Sister Chen, I'm new here, just treating it as a review of the training lessons. I'll go first, so the customers don't wait too long." "Humph, really clueless." After Chen finished speaking, she continued to look in the mirror, fixing her makeup, completely uninterested in serving such customers. Don't mind her, if she doesn't feel tired, let her keep fussing. At this rate, she won't sell a single house in a month, and then she can wait to be fired. Chapter 17, Watching You Eat. Daddy, this house is small, let's buy this one." Xinyu shouted, pointing at a detached villa in the center of the sand table. She knew her dad was here to buy a house today, and after looking at the whole sand table, it was all high-rise buildings, this house was the smallest, so it must be the cheapest. Over the years, Xinyu understood how hard her mom worked to earn money, so she was sensible and never wasted a penny. No matter how much she wanted something or craved food, she never asked for it. Yi Bei smiled gently, rubbed his daughter's head, and said, "Xinyu likes this house?" Xinyu hesitated for a moment, then carefully looked at the sand table again and nodded heavily. She was sure this house was the smallest here, she didn't want Dad to spend too much money. "Then let's go with this one." Yi Bei raised his chin and pointed at the small house in the center of the sand table. "Ah." Shouting was stunned, while Heir smiled, "Sir, this villa is the only one in the entire community, and also the king of the buildings in the whole area. It has 2 floors above ground and 1 underground, with a complementary yard, totaling 880 square meters, priced at 250,000 per square meter. Are you sure you want to buy this house?" Shouting didn't look down on Yi Bei, rather, she couldn't believe he would buy it and never thought she'd sell this king of the building. This price was quite hefty, not something ordinary people could easily afford. "This one is fine, my daughter likes it." Yi Bei looked down at his daughter, his eyes filled with love. What his daughter liked was what he liked. "Yes, sir." Shouting was completely stunned. She didn't expect him to so easily want to buy the king of the building, not even negotiating on the price. "Honey, this house is great." At that moment, a beautiful woman, exuding a strong scent of perfume, walked over, pointing at the villa and sweetly shouting. Beside her was the big-bellied man from earlier. "Yes, it's nice." The big-bellied man nodded as he looked at the sand table. "Oh boss, you really have an eye for this. This is our king of the building, the only independent villa in the entire community. Originally, our boss planned to keep it for himself. It's luxuriously decorated with all the necessary appliances and furniture. If he weren't moving overseas, he wouldn't be willing to sell it. This saleswoman, Wang Qin, was now overly excited, speaking rapidly. If this king of the building's villa were sold, the commission alone is over 100,000.
Wang Jia, the penthouse has already been sold.
Qin shouting explained.
What? Wang Qin's eyes immediately widened, and due to the force, the foundation on the corners of her eyes began to fall off in chunks.
When was it sold? How come I didn't know? Wang Qin couldn't believe it.
If the penthouse was sold, the entire sales office would have been in an uproar.
How could anyone not know?
It was just sold. This gentleman said he wanted to buy it. Qin shouting politely pointed to the man in front, Yi Bei.
Him.
Wang Qin sized Yi Bei up and down. I say, Qin shouting, is this person crazy, or are you also going crazy?
Can't you see, is he the type who can afford to buy the penthouse?
She had been working at this sales office for more than a year. Not to say she had seen countless people, but at least she could immediately tell if someone had money or not. Yi Bei, dressed entirely in streetwear, was even daring to think he could buy the penthouse. It was just ridiculous.
Wang Jia, you can't say that. Qin shouting was a bit angry.
It was fine if she was criticized, but calling the customer crazy in front of him was a bit too much.
Alright, you go cool off somewhere.
Wang Qin was too lazy to deal with Qin shouting and turned to smile flatteringly. Sir, the penthouse is still available.
My colleague is new, she doesn't understand anything. Do you think you can make a decision today?
Whether I decide or not depends on the price, and... The man in the Mercedes, turning his back to his wife, licked his lips as he spoke to Wang Qin.
Those who worked here selling homes were certainly all quite attractive.
Although Wang Qin wasn't the prettiest, she exuded a seductive charm, enhanced by her thick makeup, making her quite alluring. Selling houses to the point of bed was an open secret in their circle. Selling just one house casually could earn more in commission than a regular salary. To sell more houses, every saleswoman used all kinds of tricks. Only when the money was in hand could they feel it was truly profitable. Of course, some, like Qin Xiaoting, remained pure and unsullied. She received only a fixed salary each month, with no advantages compared to the others. Wang Qin understood the situation, but since the wife was present, she didn't want to be too explicit. Sir, if you decide to buy, everything else can be negotiated.
As for the price, the penthouse costs 220 million. I'll check with my manager to see if I can get you a discount. The man in the Mercedes frowned after hearing the price.
It was way beyond his budget. Wang Qin glanced at him and knew what was going on. She continued, Sir, how about I go check and see if I can get a better price for you?
Before the man in the Mercedes could respond, Yi Bei moved his lips slightly. Didn't you hear, or are you deaf? Didn't you hear what Miss Qin said? I've already bought the house. His words stunned everyone around them. It was only then that the man in the Mercedes took notice of Yi Bei. He sneered, not that old, yet talking big. If you're going to brag, you could at least prepare a script first. You didn't even think before speaking. If you really bought this house, I'll eat this model. The man in the Mercedes scoffed. 220 million? That was no joke.
If stacks of cash were placed here, it would weigh at least 2.5 tons. Yi Bei ignored him and took out a bank card, handing it to Qin Xiaoting. Swipe it, no pin required. Qin Xiaoting nervously took the card with trembling hands, and cautiously asked, Sir, may I try to apply for a price reduction for you? Maybe I can get it cheaper. Yi Bei waved his hand dismissively. Money couldn't buy the love of his daughter. As long as his daughter liked it, Yi Bei wouldn't care how much money it cost. This amount of money didn't matter to him at all. Qin Xiaoting still couldn't believe she was selling the penthouse. She kept looking back while walking toward the finance office. Inside the lobby, whether it was the man in the Mercedes, his wife, or the receptionists Chen Jia and Li Jia, everyone's eyes were tightly focused on the finance office. They were all waiting to see how Qin Xiaoting would walk out with a face full of disappointment. Soon, Qin Xiaoting staggered out of the finance room. The two at the front desk saw her first, and their hearts soared with joy. Sure enough, she didn't disappoint them. This newcomer really was naive enough to believe that the other party was buying the building king. Look at her now, all foolish and unable to walk steadily. Qin Xiaoting wobbled her way in front of Yi Bei, and at that moment, everyone saw she was holding a set of keys and an invoice in her hand. Mr. Yi, here are your keys and invoice. Qin Xiaoting was still in a daze. She actually sold the building king. The commission alone was a whopping 160,000. Thank you. Yi Bei reached out to take them, then turned to his daughter and said, Xinyu, you must be hungry. Daddy will take you to eat. Xinyu nodded with joy. Her dad bought a little house, and she and her mom wouldn't have to sleep in that damp basement and deal with those disgusting bugs anymore. Alright, Zhang Yuan, you stay here and watch him eat the sand table. After Yi Bei finished speaking, he held his daughter's small hand and walked out of the sales office.
Chapter 18, Please start your performance. The sales office instantly fell into silence. The two at the front desk had their mouths agape in shock, their eyes wide as if their eyeballs would fall out. That person actually bought the building king, the commission was a full 160,000. The two were filled with regret and felt as if their hearts were bleeding. On the side of LV Zhang, he stretched out his hand and pointed directly at the sand table. Come on, show me. B brother, I was wrong, I really couldn't tell who was who. The Benz man changed his attitude, desperately nodding and bowing. Anyone who could easily pull out over 200 million was either the president of a group company or a young master of a big family. He was just a nouveau riche who couldn't afford to offend either. LV Zhang smiled wickedly, pointing at the sand table. Do you like this set or this set? Oh right, I forgot you like the building king. As he spoke, LV Zhang grabbed the building king model directly from the sand table. B brother, don't joke around, this isn't something to play with. The Benz man looked at the huge model in front of him, sweating in fear. If it were some ordinary foam model, he could grit his teeth and just accept it. But these models were all made of solid wood and extremely hard. LV Zhang snorted coldly. Who has time to joke around with you? After finishing his words, he suddenly applied force, and the model was forcibly stuffed into the Benz man's mouth. The Benz man's mouth tore open, and blood. Gently stroking her daughter's beautiful hair, she said, Was Xinyu good today? Xinyu nodded heavily, picking up a bite of food and offering it to her mother's mouth. Mom, try it quickly. Gumoli's small mouth slightly opened, the food entered, and she instantly felt a wave of relaxation. The fatigue of the entire day vanished in an instant. Not bad. Gumoli showed a sweet smile. She was originally exhausted with no appetite, but now she had an open appetite and took a few more bites, chewing slowly. Xinyu smiled with satisfaction. How is it? Delicious, right? From now on, Xinyu will eat the food Dad makes every day. The food Dad makes is the best food in the world. Okay, Dad will make delicious food for Xinyu every day. Yi Bei looked at his daughter, full of love. Dad will make delicious food for Xinyu in the small house in the future, that way there won't be little bugs in the food. Xinyu looked at Yi Bei, showing an innocent and pure smile. Before Yi Bei could respond, Gumoli, confused, asked, Xinyu, what small house are you talking about? Xinyu hurriedly chewed the food in her mouth, swallowing, and said, the small house that Dad just bought. Today Dad took me to see the house. Dad bought a small house, it's not damp, there are no little bugs, it's beautiful. What? Gumoli's face instantly darkened, she stood up with a jerk, her face looking extremely ugly. Xinyu was startled, thinking she had said something wrong, and quickly explained, Mom, don't be angry, that small house is the one Xinyu wants to buy, don't blame Dad, blame Xinyu, it's all Xinyu's fault. As she spoke, tears dripped down her little face. Gumoli tried to suppress the anger in her heart, but her face clearly showed anger as she looked at Yi Bei and scolded, who told you to buy a house? Gumoli knew very well that the house prices in Jinghai were extremely high, with even the cheapest house costing over 1 million. She had run around for 10,000 yuan today, begging and lowering herself to many people. Right now, the most important thing was her daughter's surgery. 2 days had already passed out of the 3, and if she couldn't borrow the money tomorrow, she would even sell a kidney to gather the 10,000 yuan for her daughter's surgery. At such a critical moment for her daughter's life or death, you spent so much money to buy a completely meaningless house. The more Gumoli thought about it, the angrier she became. She slammed down her bowl and chopsticks, then walked out of the house. Yi Bei was completely confused. Xinyu also could no longer eat another bite. Her big eyes were full of tears. She thought that it must have been because she wanted to buy that small house that made Mom angry. Dad, can you return that small house tomorrow? Xinyu choked up repeatedly, thinking that if they returned the small house, Mom would definitely not be angry anymore. Xinyu, eat well, Dad will go ask Mom, maybe Mom is not angry because of the small house? Yi Bei comforted. Xinyu obediently nodded, choking up, while continuing to shovel food into her mouth, but the food didn't taste as good as it had before. Walking outside, she saw Gumoli standing at the door, looking up at the night sky with red eyes, lost in thought. You shouldn't have gotten angry in front of Xinyu. Yi Bei walked up to Gumoli, his tone mixed with a trace of anger. To Yi Bei, Xinyu was the most obedient child in the world, and today, his daughter had not done anything wrong at all. The doctor said Xinyu only has 3 days left, and 2 days have already passed. I spent the whole day running around, borrowing money all day, but... Gumoli choked up, feeling useless. If we can't get the money for the surgery tomorrow, Xinyu. Gumoli couldn't hold back anymore. She squatted down, covering her face and crying in pain. Gumoli had never thought of borrowing money from Yi Bei, but now, she didn't want to hide it anymore. After all, Yi Bei was Xinyu's father, and he had the right to know how serious the situation was. Only then did Yi Bei suddenly realize. The day when I saved my daughter with acupuncture, Gu Moli was still unconscious and unaware that her daughter had already been cured. Yi Bei felt a pang of guilt in his heart, bent down, and lifted Gu Emoli, pulling her into his arms. Because of his negligence, these past few days, how much pressure must Emoli have been bearing in her heart? Don't worry, Emoli, Xinyu's illness has been cured. Yi Bei whispered softly in Gu Emoli's ear. Chapter 19, Su Wanshan in trouble. Gu Emoli suddenly pushed Yi Bei away, her tearful eyes filled with anger. Yi Bei, I never expected you to save Xinyu, but I never imagined that, at this point, you would make up such a lie. No one knew her daughter's illness better than her. Over the years, she had lost count of how many hospitals she had visited, and the diagnoses were all the same: surgery after the age of 10, and nothing else could be done. Xinyu was already 6 years old. In these 6 years, you had never been with her for even a day. There was no emotion, but after all, she is your daughter, Yi Bei. There was only 1 day left. If you didn't save her, that would be one thing, but now you can say such ridiculous lies to deceive me. The more Gu Emoli thought about it, the angrier she became. Her small body trembled uncontrollably. Yi Bei smiled indifferently and said, tomorrow, take Xinyu for an examination, and you will know. He had intended to explain, but even if he did, she probably wouldn't believe him. It was better for her to verify it herself. Gu Emoli froze in place. The determined expression on his face almost made her believe it. She wanted to say something, but Yi Bei had already turned and walked into the room. Has Xinyu eaten well? Shall I give you a bath, sweetheart? No, I don't want it. Xinyu is 6 years old now. Daddy, don't be shy. Really? Xinyu is already 6 years old. You're all grown up now, huh? Watching the two of them, Gu Emoli felt a sudden daze. The happy scene in the room was exactly what she had always wanted. She didn't have the ability to give her daughter a life of wealth, but she only hoped that her daughter would grow up healthy, happy every day under the care of her parents. That would be enough for her. Then a bitter smile appeared on her face, and she shook her head. What was she thinking at a time like this? Tomorrow, no matter what, she had to scrape together 100,000 yuan for her daughter's surgery. As for Yi Bei's claim that the daughter had already been cured, she didn't believe it at all. The next morning, before dawn. On the roof, Yi Bei sat cross-legged, as he did every day for many years, practicing his cultivation. If someone had seen this scene, they wouldn't have believed it. At that moment, Yi Bei's entire body emitted a faint glow. As the sun just began to rise, strands of golden, hair-thin rays were slowly absorbed into his body through every pore. With the rising sun, everything revived. This was the perfect time for cultivation, where the effort pays off twice as much. After a cup of tea, the golden light gradually faded, and eventually disappeared. Yi Bei exhaled a breath of foul air, stretched his muscles and bones, and prepared to make breakfast for his daughter. But the house was empty. Yi Bei had been absorbed in his cultivation, while the mother and daughter had already gone to the hospital. What is it? Yi Bei's lips moved slightly. LV Zhongyuan appeared behind Yi Bei like a ghost, cupping his hands, and said, Master, Xinyu has been brought back. Yi Bei nodded, as if he had expected this. LV Zhongyuan continued, the Easting didn't say anything, directly accepting 1,000 yuan compensation. When they left, Xinyu was cursing and injured one of their battle gods and more than 20 martial artists. Got it. Yi Bei was well aware of Shangu's temper. Tell the Easting to retreat 200 more miles from their coastline, and let Luo Feng's destroyer patrol the border of Xinyu Island every day. If they are seen again, attack them directly without reporting to me. Yi Bei had originally wanted to use this incident with Shangu to wipe out Easting. Since they were willing to tolerate it, he would continue to push until they couldn't bear it anymore, then destroy them once they retaliated. Yes. LV Zhongyuan cupped his hands in salute. Is there anything else? Yi Bei asked when he noticed that LV Zhongyuan seemed to want to say something but hesitated. Palace Master, Xinyu was brought back from the east, but he refused to return to the western territory. He cried and shouted that he had to come to Jinghai to see the little princess. Lu Zhongyuan smiled bitterly. That guy was simply a rascal, lying on the ground, kicking and rolling. That scene, where was the dignity of a guardian of the nation? Yi Bei thought for a moment and said, let him come. These few people, though his subordinates, were also his brothers who had followed him through life and death for years. Now that he had a daughter, such a great joy, letting them share a bit of that happiness wouldn't hurt. If he didn't allow him to come, who knew what trouble he might cause instead? As soon as he finished speaking, Shanghu leaped in like a tiger. Princess, princess, where is my little princess? Yi Bei was speechless. This guy was already here, yet he was still reporting to him? My daughter went out. You will see her later. Hearing that the little princess was not here, Shanghu instantly looked disappointed. At this moment, Yi Bei's phone rang. The caller ID was an unknown number, and Yi Bei frowned slightly. There were very few people in the world who knew his private number. As soon as the call connected, Su Jianqi's sobbing voice came through. Is it Yi Bei? My grandfather, whoa. Yi Bei's heart instantly sank, feeling that something was terribly wrong. He quickly asked, don't cry. What happened? Su Jianqi tried to suppress her sobs and choked out, my grandfather seems to have been poisoned. He's in Jinghai Hospital. The doctors have already issued a critical condition notice. After speaking, more painful crying came through the phone. Yi Bei's eyes instantly turned as cold as ice. Although Su Wanshan was not his blood relative, he was closer than family. Not to mention the time he saved his life back then, just the grace of burying his parents was something he could never repay in this lifetime. If anyone dared to harm Grandpa Su, he would annihilate their entire clan. Inside the ICU of Jinghai Hospital, Su Wanshan lay on the hospital bed, covered in tubes, his breathing weak, already on the verge of death. A silver-haired old man in his 60s examined him and shook his head helplessly. Grandpa Zhang, please, you must save my grandpa. Beside the hospital bed, Su Jianqi's tear-filled eyes were filled with pleading. Early this morning, when Su Jianqi woke up, she noticed that her grandfather, who usually woke up early, had kept his door shut. When she opened it, she found him lying on the floor, foaming at the mouth, already hovering between life and death. As she cried out desperately, Su Wanshan weakly pointed at his phone and uttered the words Yi Bei. Zhang Qinglan sighed heavily and said, Jianqi, I've been friends with your grandfather for many years. How could I not want to save him? But this one Xiaoku poison has no cure in the entire world. Just a single sip is fatal, let alone the whole bottle your grandfather drank. Even an immortal god couldn't save him. Zhang Qinglan sighed in regret. He had practiced medicine for decades and deeply understood the terrifying power of Wan Xiaoku. No matter the reason, once you drank Wan Xiaoku, it was a death sentence. From now on, that old man Su would no longer be there to play chess with him. But what he didn't understand was, why would old man Su, who had been living well, suddenly commit suicide? Su Jianqi broke down in tears. She was not an ignorant rich girl, she had heard before that Wan Xiaoku was incurable. And she had also heard from her grandfather that Grandpa Zhang was a famous miracle doctor in Jinghai, dedicating his whole life to studying medicine. If even he couldn't save him, then in all of Jinghai, no one could save her grandfather. Suddenly, the ward door was violently pushed open. Before the two could see who entered, Yi Bei had already rushed to the bedside in a flash, placing his right hand on Su Wanshan's wrist. You, who are you? Zhang Qinglan was shocked. Chapter 20, The 9 Nether Mysterious Needles. Yi Bei ignored him. After a brief pulse diagnosis, he pulled out 9 silver needles. Zhang Qinglan shouted coldly, if you want him to die faster, go ahead and use them. He had studied Chinese medicine for decades. If acupuncture were used at this moment, it would definitely accelerate the circulation of the poisoned blood. Originally, Su Wanshan could last a few more hours, but under acupuncture, he would die instantly. Hearing this, Su Jianqi's eyes filled with anger, and she scolded, Yi Bei. My grandfather once saved your life. You don't need to thank me, but you can't harm him like this. Su Jianqi instantly regretted, if she had known this would happen, she should not have called him. Shut up! Yi Bei shouted coldly. After diagnosing just now, the poison had already spread throughout the body, and all the organs had started to fail. If only they had a little more time, they could have saved him. But now, it was only possible to wake him up, but not to save his life. Su Lao was already old, and with such a fatal blow, he only had at most 7 days left to live. Yi Bei was filled with grief and anger. If Su Jianqi had informed him earlier, Su Lao could have been cured. Su Jianqi had no idea that her actions had led to her grandfather's death. At that time, she was frantic, only wanting to save her grandfather, so she rushed him to the hospital. After a round of rescue, an hour had passed before she made the call. Then, 9 silver needles rose into the air without wind, hovering above his palm. With a flick of 2 fingers, 5 needles quickly pierced into 5 acupoints, and the tail of the needles subtly revealed traces of true energy. Put! Su Wanshan spat out a large mouthful of black blood, gasping for breath. Next, Yi Bei didn't stop, pushing his palm forward, and the remaining 4 needles quickly pierced into the other 4 spots. As the 9 silver needles entered his body, black-brown liquid began to seep slowly from all of Su Wanshan's pores. This is the 9 Hell Xin needle. Zhang Qinglan was shocked and pale. When Yi Bei inserted the first 5 needles earlier, he vaguely felt it was familiar. Now, he suddenly realized this was the long-lost 9 Hell Xin needle. The 9 Hell Xin needle was created by the ancient holy physician Huang Fui. He had heard about it from his master a long time ago. The 9 needles corresponded to the 8 trigrams of heaven and earth. Each needle had different effects. If all 9 needles were used at the same time, it was said that they could even heal human bones and flesh. The 9 needle mantra was known, but the acupoints were incredibly difficult to decipher, corresponding to the innate 8 trigrams. His master had spent a lifetime trying to understand them, but to no avail. Unexpectedly, the young man before him not only knew how to use them but did so with great skill. Ugh! Accompanied by an extremely weak sound, Su Wanshan slowly opened his eyes. Grandfather! Seeing her grandfather wake up, Su Jianqi cried tears of joy. Zhang Qinglan was stunned. After drinking a whole bottle of Wan Ku Chao, he could still be saved. This was like snatching someone back from the hands of the king of hell. Su Lao. A trace of true energy appeared on Yi Bei's palm as he gently supported Su Wanshan. As the true energy entered his body, Su Wanshan felt much better. Leaning against the bed, he saw Yi Bei and managed a faint smile. Yi Bei's eyes reddened, his face full of guilt. He asked, Su Lao, is there any unfulfilled wish you still have? The meaning was clear, and Su Wanshan smiled in response, saying, there is one wish that has troubled me for many years. At that moment, at the Su family manor, many people lowered their heads and said nothing, each with their own calculations in their hearts. In the center of the hall, Su Wanshan sat in a wheelchair, resting with his eyes closed. A few days ago, he had been struck by a blow from LV Zhongyuan and was unable to walk. Elder brother, I heard that uncle drank poison and committed suicide? The woman speaking was Su Min, Su Wanshan's cousin. Is that true? Cough cough. Su Wanshan clutched his chest and continued, Jianqi discovered it in the morning and personally sent uncle to the hospital. I heard he was already unconscious when they sent him there. Sigh, I don't know why uncle was so upset, wanting to drink Wan Ku Chao. Wan Ku Chao. Everyone gasped. Everyone knew that if someone drank Wan Ku Chao, it was certain death, with no chance of survival. Soon, in groups of 3 or 5, people whispered among themselves. Su Wanshan closed his eyes again, resting. The sound of a car came from the entrance of the manor. Everyone turned to look, and saw Yi Bei pushing Su Wanshan slowly walking toward them. The crowd hurriedly went out to greet them. Uncle? Are you all right? Su Wanshan pushed his wheelchair forward urgently. Walking at the front, he was the first to ask. Yes, Grandpa, are you all right? The younger generation of the Su family eagerly asked. Su Wanshan's face was gloomy as he scanned the crowd, finally locking eyes with Su Wanshan. Su Wanshan, my old man isn't dead yet, are you surprised? Su Wanshan's cold and icy gaze fixed on him. Ah. Su Wanshan lowered his head, his eyes flickering, uncle's safe return, Wanshan was both happy and surprised. Ha! Su Wanshan let out a cold laugh, happy? You wish my old man would die soon, that way no one would know that my old man was poisoned by you. The words caused a huge stir. Everyone was stunned, looking at Su Wanshan in shock. It was well known that Su Wanshan had been poisoned by Wan Xiaoku, and the implication of Su Wanshan's words was clear, you, Su Wanshan, are the one who poisoned him. Su Wanshan kept his head lowered, cold sweat streaming down his face as he gritted his teeth and said, Uncle, what do you mean by that? If Su Wanshan weren't immobile at the moment, he would have killed this dressed-up beast with his own hands. Zhang Xiong. Su Wanshan's voice was low. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Zhong Xiong was a revered warrior hired by the Su family. Su Wanshan rarely called upon him except for matters of life and death. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and a massive figure over 2 meters tall slowly appeared. Some of the younger generation gasped, having heard of the Su family's martial artist but seeing him for the first time today. Su Lao. Zhong Xiong's deep voice came booming like thunder, causing everyone to cover their ears. Kill him. Su Wanshan struggled to raise his right hand, pointing at Su Wanshan in front. Zhong Xiong stretched his muscles, and his explosive, bulging muscles cracked and popped. He didn't need to ask for reasons, as a guardian of the Su family, he was paid to eliminate trouble. Uncle, why do you want to kill me? I am your nephew, what have I done wrong? Su Wanshan trembled all over. Even if he were not in a wheelchair, there would be no chance of survival in front of Zhong Xiong. At this moment, he could only argue desperately, perhaps, there might be a slim chance of survival. Why kill you? Fine. Since you asked, I'll answer, so people won't say that old Su Lao has gone mad and is slaughtering his own. Su Wanshan said, his eyes blurry, faintly reddening, as if remembering an old painful memory. His voice trembled. 7 years ago, that car accident took the lives of my son and daughter-in-law. At first, I thought it was just a regular accident, but then, you are the murderer. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. Chapter 21, You are not fit to be a martial artist. 7 years ago, the car accident was well known in the Su family. Su Wanshan's son, Su Mingqi, and his daughter-in-law collided with a heavy truck while returning from work, and all 3, including the driver, died on the spot. At that time, they had planned to return home with their daughter, but fortunately, Su Jianqi was studying at that time. If not, all 3 would have died in the car accident. Uncle, Ningqi and Chu Qing's accident was just that, an accident. No one wanted it. How can you accuse me of being the murderer? Su Wanshan swore, the traffic police had already confirmed that the truck driver wasn't drunk or on drugs, it was just a simple accident. Humph. That's right, yesterday you said the same thing. On the surface, it did seem like a normal accident. I too once thought that. But if you want to keep a secret, you must not do it yourself. You gave your uncle 5 million, asking him to find a truck driver to fake the accident. This is just someone else's side of the story. I didn't believe it was you, but when I came to ask you, you tried to kill me to cover it up. Cough, cough. Su Wanshan said all this in one breath, followed by a violent cough, with blood spilling from his mouth. Upon hearing this, everyone finally understood that Su Wanshan had a clear motive to murder Su Mingqi. It was obvious, if he killed him, there would be no one left in the Su family to compete with him for the position of the family head. Everyone, don't listen to his nonsense. This old man drank poison himself, he must be hallucinating. Everything he's saying is just his imagination. Su Wanshan spoke firmly, he would never admit to this, even if he died. Zhong Xiong, do it. Su Wanshan gasped for breath, he had to see the murderer of his son and daughter-in-law die before his eyes. No, don't come near. Watching Zhong Xiong step closer, Su Wanshan kept retreating. Su Min, save me, speak for me. I didn't kill Mingqi and Chucheng. Zishuan, Saran, help me. Xin Tong. Su Hao. Su Wanshan pushed his wheelchair back and forth, pleading with the Su family members, but no one stepped forward. Whether the matter was true or false no longer mattered. The old master had already given his order, and no one could save him. Seeing no hope, Su Wanshan's face was full of unwillingness. Su Mingqi and Xu Qing's car accident was indeed his doing, and he had personally forced a whole bottle of paraquat down Su Wanshan's throat. It was a sure death, and outsiders all thought it was suicide. It was a flawless plan. He did all of this just to wait for the old man to die, so he could take control of the Su family. It was about to succeed, but unexpectedly, things took such a drastic turn. Zhong Xiong, don't kill me. I've always paid your offerings on time every year. Oh right, I'll increase your payment. Double it. No, triple. 5 times. That old man has already drunk the paraquat. Even a god couldn't save him, he's dead for sure. Once he's gone, I'll be the head of the Su family. By then, we split everything, I'll take 3, you take 7. Su Wanshan's mind spun rapidly. Even if he had to give up the entire Su family, as long as he could live, he was willing to do anything. Zhong Xiong's footsteps hesitated. Su Wanshan was overjoyed. Seeing hope, he quickly continued, Zhong Xiong, once I become the head of the Su family, most of the money I earn will be yours. Also, I know your son is almost 30 and still hasn't found a wife. I promise you, I will marry Su Jianqi to your son. Zhong Xiong completely stopped moving. As a protector, money was important, but his son's marriage was an even bigger concern for him. Though he was a warrior, his son was a good-for-nothing, wasting time with street thugs. Just like him, he was over 2 meters tall, built like an ox. Let alone finding a wife, girls ran away in fear at the sight of him. Sorry, Master Su. Zhong Xiong stood beside Su Wanshan, showing his stance. Zhong Xiong. You. Su Wanshan never expected Zhong Xiong to betray him. He immediately said, Zhong Xiong, don't be foolish. Even if I die, my position will go to Su Jianqi. It will never go to him. Ha ha ha. Su Wanshan burst into wild laughter. To Su Jianqi? That little girl? She hasn't even graduated from college yet. Can she really support the entire Su family? Look at the Su family, besides me, who else has the ability? With Zhong Xiong on his side, Su Wanshan's confidence soared. Old thing, you never expected this day to come, did you? So what if I arranged your son's car accident? What can you do to me? Was he really worthy of being the Su family's heir? I have worked tirelessly in the Su family for so many years, and everyone has seen my achievements. Yet you, this old bastard, still wanted to give the position to Su Mingqi. Tell me, did he deserve to die or not? He deserved it. Su Wanshan finally let out all the resentment in his heart. But he forgot, Su Mingqi was Su Wanshan's own son. It was only natural for the son to inherit from the father. Yet he, an outsider, was jealous enough to kill and steal his place. You. But. Su Wanshan had already confirmed that Su Wanshan was his son's murderer, but hearing him admit it out loud still ignited his uncontrollable fury, making him cough up blood. Yi Bei quickly sent a palm of true energy into him, only to find that Master Su was already at his last breath. It was you. You killed my parents. I will kill you. Su Jianqi cried out, wanting to rush forward. At that time, she was only 15 years old, and the death of her parents made her feel like the sky had collapsed. For all these years, she always thought her parents' death was just a normal car accident, never expecting that they had been killed by someone, and the killer was someone who had been by her side every day. No. Su Wanshan used all his strength to grab his granddaughter, Jianqi, don't go. Zhong Xiong had betrayed them, and it would be useless for Su Jianqi to go now. Xiao Bei. Su Wanshan's voice was weak, he kept panting heavily. I have only one wish, that is, to take care of Jianqi. If you can. He laughed bitterly. Su Wanshan smiled bitterly, he knew that Yi Bei now had a daughter, which obviously meant he could no longer marry Jianqi. Take care of Jianqi. Su Wanshan choked up, his face filled with regret. Yi Bei nodded firmly and said, Don't worry, old Su, I will treat Jianqi like my own sister. And Yi Bei looked into the distance, his killing intent radiating, this person, I will also take care of him, Zhang Yuan. Behind Yi Bei, Lu Zhongyuan took a step forward, and Shang Hu suddenly lunged out, raising his huge fist and charging. Wow! This kind of snob doesn't even deserve to be a martial artist. Zhong Xiong didn't even lift his eyelids. Within Jinghai, there were only a few who could beat him, and that was the only reason the Gu family had once feared the Su family. Su Wanshan sneered inwardly, once this old fool is taken care of, it would be Yi Bei's turn. Chapter 22, I Want an Airplane. There was no grand punch, but a fist howled through the air. Zhong Xiong finally felt something unusual, a deadly pressure he had never encountered before. Just as he was about to defend, the fist had already landed. Boom! A dull sound, like a watermelon exploding. Zhong Xiong's head instantly shattered into pieces, his massive body crashing to the ground. A sudden silence followed. Then came the sound of screams and vomiting, non-stop. Yi Bei hurriedly held Su Jianqi in his arms, not letting her see such a bloody scene. Shang Hu! Yi Bei said with controlled anger. You tiger, can't you stop blowing people's heads off every time, making everything so dirty? Lu Zhongyuan also had a displeased look on his face. This guy always liked using this move, filling the air with a stinging smell of blood. Sorry, it's a habit. How about I try a different move next time? How about the black tiger heart pull? As he said this, he demonstrated it on Su Wanshu's chest. Su Wanshu was so frightened that he fell off his wheelchair, crawling on the ground, begging, Big brother, don't kill me, I'll give you money, I'll give you money. Su Wanshu should have kept quiet, but as soon as he mentioned money, Shang Hu's veins popped out in anger, and with a kick to Su Wanshu's chest, he shouted, Do you think I'm a servant? Lu Zhongyuan chuckled, it was not bad for the Western Kingdom's ambassador to be a servant to someone else, though he didn't know if the other side could control this tiger. Su Wanshu was kicked several dozen meters away, only stopping after hitting the wall with a heavy crash. Put! A large mouthful of blood sprayed out, his eyes closed, and his neck tilted, no longer breathing. Ha! He's dead already? Shang Hu was a bit surprised, he knew how much force he had used, and that kick shouldn't have killed him. But what he didn't know was that Su Wanshu had already been kicked by Lu Zhongyuan a few days ago. What a pity, I haven't even perfected my black tiger heart pull yet, Shang Hu sighed again, demonstrating the move with regret. It was unknown when, but Su Wanshan had peacefully closed his eyes, though a smile hung on the corner of his mouth. The revenge for killing his son had been avenged, and now, he could reunite with his son with pride. After burying Su Lao, Yi Bei supported the sobbing Su Jianqi, who had fainted several times. At this moment, all the people from the Su family were behind them. Yi Bei turned around and scanned the crowd, shouting loudly, You all continue to manage the Su family's business as usual, and when Jianqi graduates from college, she will take over. Anyone who harbors any ill intentions, Su Wanshu's fate will be yours. The people of the Su family nodded furiously. Since Zhong Xiong's brain had been smashed by a punch from this man's subordinate, it was clear how terrifying this person must be. This is not something they can afford to offend. After sending Su Jianqi back to the Su family and settling her, the three of them from Night North finally returned home. Before they got close, the sound of a girl's laughter came from inside the house. Ah! My little princess, your Uncle Shang Hu is here. Shang Hu quickly ran into the house with a few strides. Who are you? Ah! Inside, the mother and daughter quickly screamed in surprise. Not just the two of them, it seemed there was another person's voice as well. Night North gave a slight bitter smile, thinking to himself, when will this Shang Hu settle down a bit? When he saw Night North enter, Xinyu started crying with tears in her eyes, shouting, Daddy, there's a rogue, there's a rogue. Ha? A rogue? Where? Don't be afraid, little princess, Uncle Shang Hu is here. At this point, Shang Hu was holding Xinyu, looking around constantly. You. It's you. Woo woo. Xinyu kept hitting Shang Hu's body with her little hands, tears streaming down her face. Shang Hu was stunned. Seeing his daughter, it diluted the slight pain in Night North's heart. With a gentle laugh, he said to Xinyu, Don't be afraid, Xinyu, this is your uncle Shang Hu, he's daddy's good friend. When Xinyu heard her dad say this, she stopped crying, but when she saw Shang Hu, she still wasn't sure, Daddy, is it true? This uncle who looks so scary, his face full of beard hurts Xinyu. At this point, Shang Hu finally noticed that his full beard had made Xinyu's face turn slightly red. Oh no, I'm so sorry, it's all Uncle Shang Hu's fault. Shang Hu quickly put Xinu down, looking extremely guilty. Night North picked up Xinu, kissed her forehead gently, and said softly, "How could Daddy lie to Xinu? This is your uncle Zhang Yuan from Zhang Yuan, they're all Daddy's good friends. Besides them, there are also 3 other uncles who are Daddy's good friends, we'll let you meet them another day." LV Zhang Yuan, no longer his usual self, fidgeted, unsure how to respond, and could only awkwardly smile. Wow, Daddy is so amazing, he has so many friends. Xinu clapped her little hands, but her face soon became full of disappointment as she whispered, "But Xinu doesn't have any friends." Night North's heart ached. At the age of 6, Xinu should have been going to school, but because of her health, she couldn't walk into school joyfully like normal children with a school bag. It's okay, Xinu. Tomorrow, Daddy will take you to school, and once you're in school, you'll have lots and lots of good friends. Night North comforted her. Really? Yay! I can finally go to school. Xinu suddenly shouted happily. Being able to go to school like other kids was something she had always wished for. Whenever she asked her mom about it, her mom always answered, "Soon, soon." "Little princess, can I be your friend?" Shang Hu rubbed his hands and fidgeted. This scene made LV Zhang Yuan's stomach churn, holding back the urge to gag. You? Xinu blinked her big, cute eyes. Yes, I'm your daddy's good friend, so I'm naturally your good friend too, your best friend. As your friend, tell me what you want, Uncle Shang Hu can give it to you. Shang Hu patted his chest. Before coming here, he had wanted to prepare a gift for Xinu, but after thinking it over, he couldn't decide what to give. Over the years, many people had presented him with gifts, but he had never given anyone anything. You're lying. I want an airplane, can you give me one? Stop bragging. Xinu said, then made a face at Shang Hu. In Xinu's mind, an airplane was the thing she had wanted most all these years. When she was little, she asked her mom where Dad was, and her mom would answer, "He's in a place far, far away, a place that cars and trains can't reach, only an airplane can fly there after a long, long time." At that time, Xinu didn't understand where her mom meant, she only knew that only an airplane could reach where her dad was. She dreamed of having an airplane, because with an airplane, she could go find her dad. Want an airplane? No problem. Shang Hu said, pulling out the satellite phone and walking out the door. Hurry up and bring my Black Hawk here, full power, full speed. Outside, Shang Hu's roar echoed. At this moment, Guemoli walked up to Yi Bei's side, tugged at his sleeve, and whispered, "Yi Bei, my parents are also here." Chapter 23, I'm thirsty. Yi Bei was stunned. Inside the house, Guemoli's parents walked out with gloomy faces. Guemoli's father did not say a word and immediately slapped Yi Bei across the face. This scene was perfectly seen by Shang Hu, who had just returned. Damn! Shang Hu instantly went into a rage, swinging his huge fist toward them. Dare to touch the Lord, I'll kill your whole family. Zhang Yuan, slap him. Yi Bei's cold voice rang out. LV Zhang Yuan immediately stepped in front of Shang Hu and slapped him hard across the mouth. You damn fool LV, why did you hit me? Shang Hu was stunned by the sudden action. LV Zhang Yuan whispered a few words into his ear, and Shang Hu immediately froze. It turned out that these were the Lord's in-laws. Oh, I was too hasty. LV Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly inside. This was just a slap, compared to the punishment I received that day, this was much lighter. What did you just say? Yi Bei's low voice clearly carried anger. Guemoli's parents were here, and as the Lord, he didn't cause any trouble, yet you are here cursing. I'm thirsty. Shang Hu shouted. Yi Bei casually picked up a whole barrel of purified water nearby. If you're thirsty, drink water, drink it all. Yes. Shang Hu took it with both hands, tilted his head back, and glug glug glug, drank it down in one go. Looking at Shang Hu's appearance, LV Zhang Yuan suppressed a laugh and thought, only this tiger could think of using this word to cover up. Soon, Shang Hu finished the entire barrel, turning it upside down. Burp. Before he could finish his burp, Shang Hu quickly covered his mouth, almost spitting it out. Still thirsty? Yi Bei asked. Shang Hu shook his head desperately, his stomach was at least storing a week's worth of water. Get out. Shang Hu, with LV Zhang Yuan's help, took one slow step after another, stumbling out. Wow. Outside, there was a sound like water being sprayed. What? Young Master Yi, haven't seen you for years, and now you're surrounded by friends, joined the underworld? Gu Hai mocked coldly. Their family's miserable fate was all thanks to the person in front of them, and they hated Yi Bei to the core. That's right, that day at the hospital, his friend was holding a machete, trying to cut me. Wang Huizhi quickly added. Uncle Gu, Aunt Wang, you misunderstood. Yi Bei was about to explain when Gu Hai raised his hand to stop him. I don't care if you're from the underworld or wherever, stay away from my daughter. It was fine that you disappeared for 7 years, keep it that way in the future. Yi Bei was speechless. At this moment, Gu Emoli walked up to Yi Bei and said, Dad, Mom, Yi Bei is not what you think. He has helped me several times, and it was him who cured Xinyu's illness. I say, daughter, how can you be so confused? Gu Hai had a look of regret. Have you forgotten how Yi Bei bullied you back then? He even used such a despicable method as drugging you. What is it that he can't do? Dad, drugging was someone framing him. Gu Emoli hurriedly explained. I say, Emoli, did this little brat use some kind of on you again? Why are you speaking for him, twisting your arm outwards? Wang Huizhi couldn't stand it anymore and pointed at her daughter's nose, scolding her. Gu Emoli was helpless against both of them, and especially since they were her own parents. Her eyes reddened with grievance, and tears began to fall. Grandpa, Grandma, I won't let you bully Mom and Dad. Xinyu's words immediately shocked everyone. The child was still here. Xinyu, be good, how could Grandpa and Grandma bully Mommy? We are just talking about other people's matters. Oh, right, Xinyu, haven't you always wanted to play on that street carousel? Come on, Grandma will take you to play. Wang Huizhi said, holding Xinyu's hand and walking out the door. Xinyu really wanted to go play. Still a bit uneasy, she shouted at her grandpa inside, Grandpa, you must not bully Dad and Mom. Gu Hai forced a smile at Xinyu, don't worry, I won't. Only then did Xinyu skip and jump to follow her grandmother towards the street. Once Xinyu walked a little farther away, Gu Hai's expression suddenly darkened. I'll say it again, keep your distance from my daughter. Uncle Gu, although I'm not married to Emoli, I'm still Xinyu's biological father. Yi Bei tried to persuade him. You know you're not married to Emoli, so why did you drug her? Gu Hai raised his hand again to stop him. I won't deny you are Xinyu's biological father, but why did you disappear? Are you really that afraid to take responsibility? 7 years just like that. If you had faced this back then, I could barely accept you, but now, I firmly disagree. Yi Bei fell silent. He hated himself too, regretting not discovering he had a daughter, Xinyu, sooner. If he had known, no matter the danger from the Gu family, he would have returned. Now that we've reached this point, I don't think you have anything more to say. Emoli, you're a mother now, you handle this yourself. We'll take Xinyu back for today, you sort out your own matters first. Gu Hai said, letting out a sigh. He placed his hands behind him and walked out. The two fell into a brief silence. Gu Emoli spoke softly, Yi Bei, don't take my parents' words to heart. They have suffered a lot these years, their meager salaries every month were spent entirely on Xinyu's treatments. Yi Bei nodded, he understood this part. Because of this, he respected Gu Emoli's parents. If he had found out they treated the mother and daughter poorly, he wouldn't have behaved like this. I understand, don't worry, I won't take it to heart. Oh right, you went for an examination today, right? Xinyu is okay now, right? Yi Bei didn't want to dwell on this issue too much. Gu Emoli nodded vigorously, instantly beaming with joy. She couldn't help but take Yi Bei's hand. Xinyu is better. We went for the checkup today, and the doctor said everything is normal, just a bit underweight. We just need to pay attention to her nutrition going forward. That's great. Yi Bei smiled slightly. Yi Bei, how did you cure Xinyu's illness? I've seen so many doctors, and they all said she needed surgery? Gu Emoli never understood this point. Yi Bei wasn't a doctor, how could he possibly heal their daughter? Yi Bei thought for a moment and asked, Emoli, have you heard of Chinese medicine? Chinese medicine? Gu Emoli gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. How could she not know about Chinese medicine? It's an existence at the pinnacle of the medical field. It's not just ordinary people, even the richest person would find it incredibly hard to meet one. Everyone probably knows this. Yi Bei, are you a Chinese medicine doctor? Having seen Yi Bei in action, she knew he was a martial artist, but she never dared to think that Yi Bei could be a Chinese medicine doctor. No one could understand her daughter's illness better than she, the mother. To heal her in such a short time, only a Chinese medicine doctor could do that. Yi Bei did not hide it and nodded gently. Gu Emoli covered her red lips with both hands, and the immense shock made her take 2 steps back, nearly falling over. However, what the world knows is that a Chinese medicine doctor possesses astonishing medical skills. What they don't know is that to become a Chinese medicine doctor, one must first be a war god. Yet the man before her was not just a war god. At that moment, a loud rumbling sound came from the sky, instantly attracting many onlookers. The Xinyu on the street clearly heard this and shouted loudly, Grandma, Grandpa, look. It's an airplane. It's an airplane. Gu Hai and Wang Huizhi were also startled. Could it really be the plane called by that tiger just now? The Black Hawk fighter jet slowly approached, and Gu Hai smiled. After all, he came from a big family, and the aircraft in front of him was clearly a fighter jet, not something ordinary people could casually command. Due to the lack of a landing environment, the Black Hawk fighter jet could only hover not far from the ground, its massive propeller spinning at high speed, stirring up a fierce wind on the ground. The cabin door opened, and a person jumped down, causing a burst of gasps from the surrounding crowd. This person ran while continuously spraying water. Little princess, your plane has arrived. Chapter 24, I am the sugar daddy. In the east city of Jinghai, there was a small manor that seemed ancient yet exuded luxury in every corner. In the large tea room, Wang Yaoxian clenched his fists tightly, trembling slightly from the force, veins bulging, his face as cold as ice. His only son had been killed, and despite his usual ability to hide his emotions, he could no longer conceal the anger boiling in his heart. Having fought in the Jinghai business world for so many years, he had firmly established his foundation. Money was nothing more than a number to him. He had planned to hand over the company to his son by the end of the year and retire to enjoy a peaceful life. But now, with his son dead, what was the use of having all that wealth? Sir, according to the people who came back, the young master was killed by Yi Bei, the butler said quietly, his head lowered. Yi Bei. Wang Yaoxian's teeth ground together, crack, crack, his eyes nearly popping out. He had heard of Yi Bei before. When the Yi family was destroyed by the Gu family, a bounty had been issued, and the matter caused a stir in Jinghai. This stray dog, who was being hunted everywhere, actually dared to provoke Wang Yaoxian. If I don't tear you into pieces, my heart will never find peace. Sir, how about we let Gu He and Gong Nanyan go capture Yi Bei? The butler tentatively asked. Wang Yaoxian lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said, contact He Ming and have him take action. The butler was startled. Having been by Wang Yaoxian's side for over 30 years, he was one of Wang Yaoxian's closest confidants. He knew who He Ming was. He Ming was the leader of an underground organization in Jinghai, a man who only recognized money, not people. Many years ago, Wang Yaoxian had tried to invite him to become a patron of the Wang family. Although He Ming had reached the level of a mid-tier martial artist, his price was too high, and his arrogance was unbearable, so the plan had been abandoned. Sir, isn't asking He Ming to take action a bit of an overreaction? Just to kill a Yi Bei, Gu He and Gong Nanyan should be enough. Gu He and Gong Nanyan were two other martial artist-level patrons of the Wang family, with Sang Kuan responsible for protecting Wang Tianhao, while the other two ensured Wang Yaoxian's safety. With three martial artist-level patrons, it was clear that the Wang family's power was extraordinary, which was why even the head of the Gu family had never dared to offend them. Wang Yaoxian slammed the table suddenly and roared, when did it become your turn to criticize? Do you want me to give up my seat for you? I told you to do it, so do it. Get out. This person had been on the run for 7 years, and after returning, he even killed Sang Kuan. Who knew what this stray dog had been through? To be safe, I'll have He Ming take action. Yi Bei will have no way out. Yes, I will arrange it right away, the butler quickly bowed and answered, his hands trembling. This was the first time in so many years that the master had ever been angry at him. Tell He Ming that the price is up to him, but he must capture Yi Bei alive. I want him alive. The person who killed my son, I must personally peel his skin off, one piece at a time, to ease the hatred in my heart. In the vast night sky, the Black Hawk fighter jet was flying at an extremely slow speed. Oh. Xinyu is flying. Oh. Xinyu shouted excitedly, her face full of joy. Shang Hu tightly held Xinyu, and slapped a soldier on the head, you better fly steadily. You scared my little princess. Yes. The soldier was nearly in tears. Their daily training was always of a high difficulty, and this Black Hawk fighter jet was specially made. The engine is powerful. Speed, flexibility, and military power are all far ahead globally. The only drawback is stability. Uncle Shanghu, Mom used to say that Dad is in a very far, far place, a place only an airplane can reach. Now I have an airplane, can I go there and see? Xinyu asked. She really wanted to know where the faraway place Mom talked about was. No problem. Shanghu quickly looked around, then said, but, Uncle Shanghu has a condition. As long as Xinyu agrees, I'll take you there. What condition? Xinyu asked. You have to call me Godfather. Shanghu's rugged face squinted with a smile, suddenly looking mischievous and quite comical. What's Godfather? Xinyu asked, her big eyes filled with question marks. It means your dad's best friend is your godfather. Uncle Shanghu is your dad's best friend, so you have to call me Godfather. Shanghu explained, shaking his head and nodding seriously. Oh. Xinyu seemed thoughtful, half understanding. Got it? What should Xinyu call me? Shanghu rubbed his hands together, eagerly waiting. Godfather. Xinyu said. Hey. Shang Hu immediately burst into tears, his nose running like a river. The fighter jet suddenly tilted, and the soldiers were so shocked their jaws almost hit the ground. The bloodthirsty Demon King, feared for his ability to kill with a single shot, was now acting like a child, crying with tears and snot. If this got out, no one would believe it. Let's go, Xinyu, Godfather will take you. Shang Hu wiped away his tears and snot, then told the soldiers, I want to inspect the southeast, southwest, northwest borders with my little princess. Full speed ahead. After speaking, he released a chi shield and wrapped Xinyu inside. The Black Hawk jet flew at full speed, nearing Mach 12. With such immense pressure, Xinyu couldn't have endured it, but with the chi shield, it felt just like a regular plane. If the others heard the little princess call him Godfather, they would envy him to death. Just thinking about it, Shang Hu couldn't wait. On the ground, Gu Hai and Wang Huizhi were still staring in disbelief at the direction the Black Hawk had disappeared. The two were deeply unsettled. Yabe, where did your friend take Xinyu? Why hasn't she returned after so long? Gu Moli asked, worried. Her daughter had never been on a plane. Yabe chuckled lightly and replied, it's fine, don't worry. With Shang Hu there, her safety was definitely not a problem. LV Zhongyuan took out a satellite phone, spoke for a moment, then quietly approached Yabe and whispered, Master, Shang Hu said he's going to take the little princess to tour the southeast, southwest, and northwest borders. Yabe smiled helplessly. This Shang Hu is even better at spoiling the daughter than I am. Even with the Black Hawk jet, it would take a whole day to circle these 4 borders. He had planned to take his daughter to sign up for school tomorrow. Forget it, we'll do it one day later. The daughter just recovered from a serious illness and deserves some relaxation. Looking at Gu Moli, who was still busy swatting mice and insects, Yabe's body suddenly shook. From him, an invisible wave rapidly spread. Immediately, countless mice and insects scurried away in a frenzy, escaping in all directions, startling Gu Moli with a loud scream. Tomorrow we move. Let Moli and Xinyu stay here for one more day. This is worse than killing me. The next morning, LV Zhongyuan was unusually late. Master, forgive me. My car broke down on the road. Please punish me, LV Zhongyuan said, holding the military rod with both hands covered in grease. As the general of the hall, he knew what time meant. But... Looking at the oil-covered LV Zhongyuan, Gu Moli couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth. Yabe was also speechless. Asking a military general to fix a car, it was indeed unfair to him. Yabe waved the military rod aside and said, this isn't in the hall. No need for punishment. Take the day off today. We took a taxi. In the taxi, the driver chatted away to himself, Sir, Miss, are you going to see a house at the Imperial Mansion? Oh, that's a famous rich area. The houses are not only big, but the prices are ridiculously high. I advise you, you should not go there. The taxi driver couldn't stop shaking his head when he saw that the two of them didn't even own a private car but were going to look at houses there. Gu Moli was puzzled. Yabe, didn't Xinyu say it's a small house? She hadn't paid attention to any properties in recent years, and had never heard of the Imperial Mansion. She thought Yabe had just bought a small apartment. But the driver said it was a famous rich area with big, expensive houses, which made her a bit confused. Yabe smiled lightly and didn't answer. The house was indeed not big, and compared to where he lived at the border, it was hardly worth mentioning. At the entrance of the community, they got out of the car, and the grand scene immediately left Gu Moli speechless in surprise. Under the majestic large gate, 2 stone lions over 5 meters tall on either side looked particularly grand and spectacular. 4 security guards in uniform stood straight, and the round arched windows and the corner stonework highlighted the elegance and luxury everywhere. Yabe, is the small house Xinyu mentioned here? Gu Moli couldn't believe it. Clearly, as the taxi driver said, this was a high-end neighborhood, and the houses inside could be expensive. Yabe nodded, gently pushing Gu Moli's waist. Let's go in and have a look, it's my first time here too. Yabe had only looked at the general layout on the sand table. He didn't know what the actual community looked like. If the conditions were bad, they would change. They walked slowly through the community, and Gu Moli was shocked. This place was no less than the Gu family mansion back in the day. The Gu family was known as the most powerful family in Jinghai, and this was just a community, yet it had the same capabilities to rival that. A white Range Rover drove past them and then braked, slowly reversing back. The window rolled down, revealing a beautiful girl wearing light makeup. Moli? The girl inside the car pulled down her sunglasses. Gu Moli looked towards the sound, thinking. Hey, it's really you. The girl said excitedly. I'm Xinyu, Xia Chengyu. Xia Chengyu. Oh, it's Xinyu, sorry, I didn't recognize you at first. Gu Moli responded with a smile. Xia Chengyu opened the car door and got out, affectionately grabbing Gu Moli's hand, laughing, I didn't recognize you at first either. How long has it been since we last saw each other, huh? Over 7 years. Gu Emily lowered her head to brush her hair and nodded.
They had kept in touch right after graduation, but ever since Gu Emily was kicked out of the Gu family, Xinyu never contacted her again.
Who's this? Xinyu looked at the person beside Gu Emily.
Oh, this is Yibei, well, just call him Yibei.
Gu Emily didn't know how to introduce him.
She couldn't say husband since they weren't married yet, and she certainly couldn't say he was the father of her child. A few years ago at a gathering, she heard classmates say that Gu Moli had been kicked out by the Gu family, which made her incredibly happy, so much so that she drank a bottle of white wine alone that night.
Come on, get in the car, I'll drive you, Xinyu said with pride as she opened the door to her Land Rover. Oh, no need, we can walk there, Gu Moli quickly declined.
Come on, this neighborhood is so big, how long will it take to walk? Get in the car, Xinyu insisted, pushing and pulling Gu Moli into the car. Yibei, feeling helpless, took a seat next to Gu Moli, knowing she couldn't find her way home without him. The Land Rover drove slowly, with upbeat music playing inside.
Moli, listen to how great the sound system is in this car.
The sudden question startled Gu Moli, and she didn't know how to respond.
Xinyu continued, hey, when we bought the car, my husband said this sound system is top-notch, that it's a British treasure, worth over 100,000 just for the sound system. To me, it sounds just okay. I mean, I'm just a girl, why does he have to spend millions to buy me such a big car? He says it's for safety, but it's not convenient at all, I have to buy 2 parking spaces just to park it.
Gu Moli forced a smile, clearly recognizing that the other person was showing off.
I mean, Moli, where is your house exactly? Xinyu asked after driving around the entire neighborhood. This is my first time here too, Gu Moli said, looking at Yibei.
Yibei, like Gu Moli, was also visiting for the first time.
The model on the map looked quite different from the actual neighborhood.
Xinyu sneered inwardly, how could someone who was kicked out of their home afford a house in this upscale neighborhood?
Let's see how long you two can keep pretending.
Here we are, Yibei said, pointing out the window.
Xinyu looked over and almost burst out laughing. Who in the neighborhood didn't know that this villa was the king of the buildings? Gu Moli actually claimed it was her house, didn't she fear being embarrassed? Gu Moli was shocked too, this was no small house, it was a big villa.
Moreover, she had just driven around the neighborhood, she knew this was the only villa here.
Yibei, are you sure it's here? Gu Moli whispered.
Yibei chuckled lightly, with such a unique property, how could he be wrong? Thank you, Xinyu, come to my place to hang out another day, Gu Moli said casually as she opened the door and got out of the car.
Why wait for another day? Let's do it today. Xinyu said, parking the car and getting out to lock the door.
Xinyu walked up to Gu Moli and hooked her arm, smiling, come on, Moli, let me show you around.
This. Gu Moli showed a hesitant expression.
She knew that Yibei's house couldn't possibly be this villa, and revealing that would be even more embarrassing.
Come on, we're at your doorstep, why don't you invite your old classmate in for a cup of tea? Xinyu cooed.
With the conversation reaching this point, Gu Moli could no longer refuse, only glancing at Yibei for help, but he still appeared so calm.
This fool, at this moment, still so calm, was he trying to make me look bad on purpose? But the next second left her completely stunned.
Yibei pulled out a key and slowly opened the door.
Xinyu was also surprised, this guy actually had a key. Could it be that this house really belonged to him?
No way, it must be a wealthy friend's house he is looking after occasionally, or maybe they were actually called to clean as part-time workers.
Yes, it must be that.
As soon as they stepped inside, her thoughts were confirmed even more. Every piece of furniture and appliance was covered with thick dust cloths, and a layer of dust coated everything, clearly indicating that no one had lived there for a long time.
Sorry Xinyu, this is the house that you bought, it's my first time here, and I didn't know it was so messy. Gu Moli gave a slightly apologetic smile.
Xinyu coldly laughed in her heart, still pretending in front of me, fine, since that's the case, I will completely tear off your hypocritical mask. It's okay Moli, you'll be living here in the future, we'll be neighbors, and we should keep in touch often.
Oh right.
Xinyu cleared her throat and continued, in a few days, there will be a class reunion, you must come.
Class reunion? I won't go.
Upon hearing it was a class reunion, Gu Moli felt a deep resistance. Ever since she was kicked out by the Gu family, none of her former classmates or friends had contacted her first. Not only that, but in order to pay for Xinyu's medical treatment, she had contacted many classmates to ask for loans, but not one of them lent her money.
Oh come on, how can you not go? Whenever there's a reunion, everyone says they really miss you. This time, you absolutely can't miss it again. Xinyu said seriously. Gu Moli lowered her head in silence, miss it?
All these years you guys never notified me about a reunion.
It's settled then, I will inform you later, you guys hurry up and clean, bye. Xinyu showed a sarcastic expression and left without looking back. A pair of cleaners, yet they shamelessly say it's bought, they really know how to act. After Xinyu left, Gu Moli turned to stare at Yib and asked, "Is this the so-called small house you guys are talking about?" Yib nodded, "Yes." Gu Moli bit her lip and angrily scolded, "This is still small? Then what size is big? When did you Yib also learn to show off this bad habit?" Yib was stunned. The master of the extermination temple, in terms of power, commands 5 great war gods and hundreds of gods of war, with millions of elite soldiers. In terms of wealth, he was rich enough to rival a country. When has he ever acted like a show-off? Does he need to show off? If he really did, who could outdo him? The two of them spent the whole afternoon cleaning one floor. Yib said he would invite someone to come clean, but Gu Moli insisted on doing it herself, saying that cleaning her own house was happiness. When dinner time came, after a whole afternoon of labor, Gu Moli felt extremely hungry. The kitchen was empty, so she had to go out to eat. At that moment, the road in the community felt especially long. For the first time in many years, Gu Moli felt the desire to buy a car. With her daughter's illness healed, the financial situation was naturally not as tight. Moreover, her daughter would be starting school in a few days, making it convenient for daily pickups. She could take a loan to buy it, and when the flower shop was running normally, paying the interest every month shouldn't be a problem. Yib said she could choose any car in the market, but Gu Moli insisted she didn't want that, saying if she bought, it should be a small car like a Fit or Golf, convenient to drive. After they had dinner, Yib suggested booking a hotel to stay for a few days until they cleaned the place up. Gu Moli criticized him, saying it was a waste of money and that he didn't know how to live frugally. The frugal life of these past few years had formed a habit of thrift for her. Yib no longer insisted, and the two returned to the semi-basement. Just as they reached the door, Gu Moli thought she had walked to the wrong house, checking repeatedly that it was indeed this one. Inside and outside the house were piled high with all sorts of items, with not a single space to step in. Xinyu squatted nearby, crying continuously. "What's wrong, Xinyu?" Gu Moli hurried over, stroking her daughter's head and asked. "Mom, boo-hoo." Xinyu rushed into Gu Moli's arms upon seeing her mother, crying. Gu Moli gently stroked her daughter's back and softly asked, "What's wrong, Xinyu? Tell mommy." "These boxes were given to me by Uncle Lu Dai, these were from Uncle Nangong Yen, and these are from Uncle Luofeng." Xinyu pointed at the boxes, choking on her words. "Mom always taught me not to ask for things casually." Xinyu said no countless times, but they simply did not listen, sob. Xinyu spoke, and then started to cry sadly again. Gu Moli listened with confusion. Who were Gu Bai Tian? Nangong Yen? Luofeng? Who are they? Yibei walked to the box and casually opened one, and the things inside made him both cry and laugh. Inside the box were small packages arranged neatly. Yibei picked one up, and inside were various clothes and skirts, with writing on them. The clothes the little princess wore when she was 7, the clothes she wore at 8, the clothes she wore at 9, all the way to 18. When he opened another, it was filled with all kinds of stationery, pencils and erasers all counted in thousands. Some boxes were filled with countless puppet toys and stuffed dolls, while others contained various mini handguns. Yibei took a look and found they were all real guns, filled with bullets, with notes inside, stating they were left for the little princess for self-defense. There were also antique calligraphy and paintings, and even more exaggerated, there were swords, spears, axes, and halberds. Each item was certainly not ordinary. "Little princess, there really isn't enough space in the house." Shenghu squeezed out of the room with great difficulty. Lord, lady." Shenghu quickly composed himself and clasped his hands in greeting. Yibei frowned. "This is not the border, nor is it the palace, don't call me lord anymore." "Yes, older brother, sister-in-law." Shenghu clasped his hands, quickly changing his words. When he called her sister-in-law, Gu Moli's pretty face flushed red, and she had to lower her head pretending not to hear. Chapter 27, Willpower Old Boer. Yibei felt speechless. These few people spoiled their daughter even more than he did, they were simply crazily doting on her. If they wanted to pamper, they should raise their own. Spoiling his daughter this much would truly spoil her rotten. Yibei walked to Xinyu's side and gently asked, "Xinyu, how do you plan to deal with these gifts?" Xinyu wiped her tears, looked up at her father's face, and said seriously, "I plan to return all these gifts to each uncle. Xinyu has labeled them all." As she spoke, she pointed at the boxes, each one with a crooked label indicating which uncle gave it. Yibei lovingly stroked his daughter's beautiful hair and said, "Well, Xinyu is right, we can't just take other people's things, but these uncles are good friends of your dad, they sent you so many gifts because they like you, if you return them, they would be sad." Then what to do? As Xinyu spoke, her red eyes started to glisten again. Yibei thought for a moment and said, "How about this, you can keep one gift from each uncle, and return the rest to them, that way they won't be sad." Xinyu nodded repeatedly. "Daddy's idea is good." After speaking, Xinyu began to bounce around, carefully selecting from the many boxes. Soon, Xinyu chose her gifts. Yi Bei glanced at them, saw no problem, and nodded in approval. Then, brother, what about all the leftover things? Shang Hu looked at the densely packed boxes, scratching his head repeatedly. All these toys, stationery, and clothes will be donated to the primary school in the mountain areas. The rest, return them all. Tell them that if anyone sends Xinyu unwanted gifts again, they'll have to wait for military punishment. The more Yi Bei thought about it, the angrier he became. Sending his daughter calligraphy and paintings could be tolerated, but weapons and ammunition was simply too much. Understood. Shang Hu had a long face. He had just managed to move it all here, and now he had to move it back unopened. And one more thing, call Tenjong Group and ask them to make a sturdier little cart for Molly. Yi Bei suddenly remembered that Gu Molly wanted to buy a car. Yes, older brother, you can trust me to handle it. Shang Hu replied, clasping his fists. Yi Bei raised an eyebrow. When he heard this from Shang Hu's mouth, it felt so unreliable. Forget it, I'll contact them myself later. Yi Bei still couldn't feel at ease. Oh, big brother, how could this small matter require you to handle it personally? Leave it to me, Shang Hu said, constantly patting his chest. Indeed, this small matter didn't need him to personally contact them. At this moment, the half-basement was no longer a place to rest, so they could only go to the hotel, which was exactly what Yi Bei wanted. On the 126th floor of the Jinghai skyscraper, the entire floor was made of floor-to-ceiling windows. The bustling night view of Jinghai was all visible, and the inside was fully equipped, the most luxurious presidential suite in Jinghai. Wow! Xinyu covered her little mouth with both hands, so surprised she didn't know how to express it. Dad, this place is so beautiful. Dad, look, there's a super big swimming pool. Dad, what's this? Xinyu excitedly ran around the room, looking left and right. From childhood to now, she had never seen such a luxurious house. From the half-basement directly to the most luxurious presidential suite, the contrast was unimaginable. Gu Molly, after all, was a young lady from a big family. She didn't find this luxury strange, but she kept complaining that Yi Bei was wasting money again. Yi Bei smiled and remained silent. His most important task now was to ensure that the two in front of him would live in happiness and joy every day from now on. On Shang Hu's side, he was sweating profusely, moving one box after another back onto the Black Hawk fighter jet. After moving the last box, he sat down exhausted, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Soon, the call was picked up, and a woman's voice spoke fluent Yiji language. Damn it, I don't understand, get someone who speaks Chinese. Shang Hu was irritated by the conversation. Sir, I'm Mr. Borv's personal secretary, how may I assist you? The woman said in broken Chinese. Being multilingual was a basic skill for a personal secretary to a CEO. Hurry up and get that old Borv to pick up the phone. Shang Hu didn't have time to waste talking to her. CEOs were so pretentious, always making their secretaries answer the phone. It was such a hassle. Sir, Mr. Borv is currently in a very important meeting. If you have any matters, I can relay them to him, the secretary said politely. Those who had the CEO's personal number were naturally powerful and influential, so she didn't dare offend him easily. What important meeting at this late hour? There's no need for so many. Oh right, Shang Hu suddenly remembered, it was night in China, but daytime in Yiji. Go tell old Borv that Shang Hu is looking for him, hurry up. Shang Hu yelled into the phone. But I'll give you 1 minute. If Borv doesn't pick up, I'm coming over to kill him. Shang Hu had completely lost his patience. Oh, okay, I'll go now, the secretary mumbled, wondering who this person on the other end was. He sounded so fierce, threatening to come over and kill someone. The secretary pushed open the door to the conference room, walked over to Borv, and whispered in his ear, Sir, someone is looking for you. Borv, who was speaking at a crucial moment, turned pale when he heard the secretary, and immediately shouted, Jessica, you've been with me for a while. Don't you know I don't take calls during meetings? But sir. What but? You don't need to come to work tomorrow, get out. Borv angrily pointed toward the door. Jessica's eyes turned red with grievance as she lowered her head and said, Yes, sir, but I still need to tell you, a Mr. Shang Hu, who speaks Chinese, said he wants to speak with you. Anyone who wants to talk to me has to wait until after the meeting. Get out, wait, did you just say who wants to talk to me? Borv widened his eyes, a little unwilling to believe his ears. A Mr. Shang Hu, Jessica repeated. Crash. Borv slid off his chair, quick. Give me the phone, the meeting is over, the meeting is over. Borv hurriedly got up, grabbed the phone, and spoke in broken Chinese, Shang. Master Shang Hu. Old Boer, you're really starting to look more like a CEO, huh? Looks like I'll need to book an appointment a few days in advance to get you on the phone in the future. The voice of Shang Hu came through the phone, full of cold mockery. Master Shang Hu, I didn't know it was your call. Had I known, I would have picked it up immediately, Boer said, wiping the sweat dripping from his temples. Boer had deeply experienced Xingyu's violent temper. Chapter 28, Sentenced to Death. 4 years ago, Boer went to the Philippines for an inspection. Their ship was surrounded by a group of pirates in Philippine waters, and their distress signal was useless. Contacting the Philippine Ministry of Defense, the other side claimed they couldn't locate their position. Furious, Boer cursed them out. It was clear that either they were in cahoots with the pirates, or they just didn't care at all. The pirates had already boarded the ship. If they lost some property, it wouldn't matter much, but the real issue was that these ruthless pirates wouldn't leave anyone alive. Then, a thunderous sound came from the sky. Several fighter jets rapidly approached, and warships appeared, breaking through the waves. When Boer and the others saw this, they seemed to come back to life, raising their hands, waving, and shouting. Because on the fighter jets, they saw the flag of China. A person in black armor, like a god descending from the heavens, landed. Without saying a word, they threw a few punches, and each pirate's head instantly exploded. The scene was. The remaining pirates fled in panic, just as the Philippine Ministry of Defense's planes and warships arrived. From the sky, the Philippine Ministry of Defense's jets shouted, "This is Philippine territory, retreat immediately or be killed without mercy." What shocked Boer even more was that the person in black armor gave the order to fire. 3 Philippine fighter jets and 4 warships were instantly sunk. He still clearly remembered what the person had said. "Damn it, I don't care if it's your territory or not. I'm here to save the people of China, and even the King of Hell can't stop me. You dare to threaten me?" Boer had been saved, and he understood the reason. Among the people with him, there was one Chinese citizen. Hey, old Boer. Did you hear me?" Xingyu's voice roared from the phone. Ah. Boer suddenly woke up, snapping back from his memories. "Damn, old Boer, have you been lacking energy lately? I've been talking for so long, did you hear me?" Master Xinyu, you said. I just spaced out for a moment." Boer hurriedly explained. On the phone, Xinyu repeated what he had said. Boer quickly grabbed a pen and paper. It needs to be solid, with strong horsepower, bulletproof, able to run on mountains and swim in water. The model needs to be small. Xinyu didn't understand anything about car construction, but he said everything he thought was best. After writing down Xingyu's requirements, Boer was a bit confused and asked, "Master Xinyu, these aren't a problem, but if the model is small, a bigger engine won't fit, and it won't be very comfortable for you to drive. I suggest we go for a bigger model." Boer gave his professional opinion, saying that to have strong horsepower, they must use an engine with more than 16 cylinders, which would definitely not fit in a smaller model. "Who said I'm using it?" "It's for our Lord's wife," Xinyu replied. "What?" Boer exclaimed. He never imagined it was for the Lord's wife. He knew how terrifying Xinyu was, and he understood just how powerful the organization behind him was, a force that made the entire world tremble. "Understood, Master Xinyu, I'll make the arrangements right away." Boer hung up the phone and quickly shouted, Meeting. Get all the engineers in the company here." In the presidential suite bathroom, the sounds of Emily and Xinyu laughing echoed. Yibai sat on the sofa in the living room, looking toward the bathroom, his eyes full of sweetness. Suddenly, his eyes darkened, and his gaze swept toward a spot. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, a person dressed in black, their face hidden, floated in midair. Then, the person in black lightly pointed their index finger, and the exceptionally strong tempered glass instantly cracked. Bang! With a crisp sound, it collapsed with a loud crash. "Yib, what was that sound?" The loud sound was clearly heard by Gu Moli, who asked. "Oh, nothing, I broke a vase." Yib casually replied. "Really, you're so careless. How could something here be cheap? Who knows how much we'll have to pay for it?" In the bathroom, Gu Moli mumbled unhappily. "That's right, Dad, be careful, don't break anything again." Xinyu shouted loudly. Hearing the voices of the mother and daughter, Yib's gaze grew even colder. This person actually found this place. If I happened to not be here, Moli and Xinyu would be in danger. The person in black stepped into the room, stepping on the shattered glass, making a creak sound. "Don't worry, one of Black Ming's principles is never to kill innocent people." Black Ming seemed to have seen through Yib's thoughts and spoke first. Yib snorted coldly and said, "Oh? So, what you're saying is, I deserve to die." Black Ming slowly took a few steps forward, stopping 10 steps away from Yib. He sneered a few times and said, 7 years ago, you forced yourself on a young lady from the Gu family. A few days ago, you also killed the young master of Honda Group. These 2 things are enough to kill you." As he spoke, Black Ming drew a pitch-black battle knife from his waist, which resembled the god-slaying knife. "I hate women more than anything. I, Black Ming, hereby pronounce your death sentence. Execution is immediate." With that, the battle knife was raised above his head, aiming at Yib, and slashed down. Clang! With a harsh metallic sound, accompanied by sparks flying, LV Zhongyuan, holding the battle knife, suddenly appeared next to Yib. The two knives clashed, and Black Ming's battle knife instantly broke. LV Zhongyuan's battle knife was no ordinary knife. Each of the 5 generals' battle knives was made of meteorite iron from outer space, crafted by the master blacksmith Moxia, infused with true energy, and named after the palace as the god-slaying knife. Yib's battle knife took Moxia's 6 years of effort to forge. The black blade of the knife faintly glowed with a red light. It could slice through iron silently, and once drawn, its sharpness was unmatched. On the blade was engraved the character Bei from Yib's name. It was called the King of the North Blade. How bold! Attempting to assassinate the palace lord, your crime deserves to be executed. LV Zhongyuan said, swinging the battle knife fiercely towards Black Ming's head. Slay! God-slaying knife! Black Ming trembled in fear and exclaimed in shock. The god-slaying knife suddenly stopped. LV Zhongyuan coldly shouted, "Who are you?" There were only 6 god-slaying knives in the god-slaying palace, including the palace lord. Only those from beyond the domain had seen this knife, and all of them had become corpses beneath the blade. How could this person recognize the god-slaying knife with a single glance? Thud. Black Ming suddenly dropped to his knees. "My lord, I am Black Ming. How did you recognize this as the god-slaying knife?" LV Zhongyuan took a step forward, the blade pointed, his eyes showing murderous intent. "My lord, a few years ago, I served as a temple servant in Nailing. When the head of the family and his family were out traveling, his 2 daughters were targeted by a group from beyond the domain. I fought to protect them, but the enemy was too numerous. The head of the family was killed, and the 2 young ladies suffered a terrible fate. At the most critical moment, Lord Nangongyan saved us." Black Ming said, his eyes reddening, clearly having a deep connection with the previous head of the family. Chapter 29, Dad, please be careful. LV Zhongyuan thought for a moment. Nailing was indeed under Lord Nangongyan's jurisdiction, so the knife he saw must have been Nangongyan's god-slaying knife. Yib took 2 steps forward, staring at Black Ming, his gaze sharp as a sword. "The Gu family young lady you mentioned is in this room right now. She is the one I must protect for my entire life. Wang Tianhao tried to insult her, and he deserves to die." Yib needed to make it clear that he was not a bloodthirsty maniac, nor a pervert. "You are confused, not distinguishing between right and wrong. Holding on to righteousness is truly a reason to kill." Yi Bei shouted fiercely. He Ming's tears flowed continuously, full of regret. He picked up the broken war sword and placed it against his neck. Without a word, he suddenly exerted force. Swish! Bang! The broken war sword flew up into the air and embedded itself in the wall. He Ming froze for a moment, then quickly knelt down and said, "I am foolish, I can only end my life to apologize." His life was saved by the Godslayer temple. The one he wished to kill was his benefactor. To repay kindness with hatred, how disgraceful. What face does he have to live in this world anymore? "You can leave," Yi Bei turned around. This person still has some sense of righteousness. More importantly, Emily and his daughter still needed to stay here for a few more days, and he did not want He Ming to die here. "Master. This life of He Ming was given by Lord Nangong. I have no way to repay him, so for the rest of my life, I am willing to follow you, willing to march through fire and water without hesitation." He Ming knelt on the ground, speaking earnestly. "Dad, what's that sound outside? Who are you talking to?" Xinu's voice came, followed by the sound of the bathroom door opening. "Hurry up and go. Get out of here." Yi Bei lowered his voice, shouting angrily. Without a hint of hesitation, the two jumped and leaped out of the broken floor-to-ceiling window. Xinu, dressed in a large nightgown, was wiping her wet hair with a towel as she walked over. "Ah, why is it so messy here?" Xinu looked at the chaos on the floor, surprised as she asked. Xinu, are you done washing?" Yi Bei gave an awkward smile and said, "Daddy accidentally broke the glass just now." Xinu immediately frowned and said unhappily, "Dad, how can you be so careless? You just said you broke a vase, and now you've broken the glass. How much do we have to pay for this? How come you're always so careless?" Yes, Xinu is right, Daddy will be more careful next time." At the alley at the first floor of the skyscraper. He Ming knelt on one knee. "Master, please let me follow you. I have dreamed of being like you, punishing evil and promoting good, and becoming someone useful to China." Lu Zhongyuan raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. With the strength of an intermediate martial honor, this was considered a high level within Jinghai. Not relying on family or any organization, to reach this level with personal effort alone shows talent in martial arts. With some guidance, it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through the bottleneck and step into the senior martial honor level. "Alright, I understand. If I ever have a need for you, I'll naturally contact you," Lu Zhongyuan said, turning to leave. He Ming was overjoyed. The implication of those words meant that he could possibly serve the Godslayer temple. Master, that person just now. Heiming hesitated, he really wanted to know Yi Bei's identity. Who could be so important that the Godslayer temple would protect them? Lu Zhongyuan suddenly turned around, his eyes cold. Don't ask about things you shouldn't. After saying that, he leaped and disappeared into the night. Heiming was shocked and covered in cold sweat. He had just felt a strong killing intent from the other party. Anyone whom the Godslayer temple valued so much, could it be? Could it be? Thinking of this, Heiming instantly collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. In the morning, Gu Emoli woke up early and carefully dressed her daughter, as Xinyu was preparing to go sign up for school. Originally, Gu Emoli planned to take Xinyu, but her daughter insisted that her father should take her. Since Yi Bei returned, Xinyu had been unusually clingy to him, wanting to be with her father every moment. Gu Emoli was so angry that she went alone to tidy up the new house, constantly complaining that Xinyu was an ungrateful little thing. After carrying her for 10 months and raising her for 6 years, it didn't compare to Yi Bei being back for just a few days. Xinyu stuck out her tongue at her mother, not answering. Jinghai's first primary school, only 3 stations away from the new house Yi Bei bought. It was said to be the best public primary school in all of Jinghai. With Yi Bei's strength, he could send his daughter to any prestigious school. But Yi Bei still hoped his daughter would attend a regular public school. Like ordinary little children receiving an education, this is the best way. It was summer vacation, and the school was empty, but a long line was forming at the door of the admissions office, filled with parents signing up their children. There was no other choice. The number of households in the school district far exceeded the number of spots available, so it had to be first come, first served until the spots were filled. To get their children enrolled, many parents brought their bedding and camped out overnight to wait in line. Yi Bei held Xingyu's hand as they stood in the crowd. It was nearly noon when it was finally Yi Bei's turn. A teacher in charge of admissions shouted to the crowd, "This is the last spot available, we are already full. Please go home." The crowd instantly stirred, filled with various complaints and groans. "Oh no, I've waited in line for so long. Why don't you open a few more classes?" "Exactly, even if you don't open more classes, can't you just add a few more students to each class? If you don't take us, where will our kids go to school?" The admissions teacher stood up and responded, "Everyone, please don't be upset. There are simply too many students in our school district, and our school's teaching resources are limited. If we add more students to each class or open more classes, we can't guarantee the normal learning effectiveness for the children, so please understand. In addition, our school will coordinate with a few nearby schools. You can go find Teacher Chow to fill out the forms. She will organize everything to ensure that our children can start school on time, so parents can rest assured." As soon as she finished speaking, a middle-aged female teacher shouted, "Everyone, please follow me to the next classroom to register. Don't worry, all the children will have a place to study." With the teacher's words, everyone rushed towards the next classroom in a frenzy. Yi Bei nodded. He was very satisfied with the teacher's demeanor and speech at the school, making him feel more at ease about letting Xinyu study there. Teaching and raising people, many parents put teaching first. They believe grades are more important than anything else. It seems like as long as grades are good, everything else will be fine. However, Yi Bei thought differently. It should be about raising people and then teaching. First raise the person, then teach knowledge. The quality of grades comes second, character and morality must be placed first. "This parent, please fill out the registration form." The admissions teacher handed Yi Bei a form. Yi Bei took a look and started filling it out seriously. At that moment, a woman came in leading a chubby boy, accompanied by a little Chihuahua dog. "I'm here to sign up," the woman said as she plopped down onto a nearby chair, crossing her legs. The admissions teacher hurriedly explained, "Ma'am, we are already full at this school. Please go to the next room to find Teacher Chow. She will assist you in coordinating your child's placement at another school." "What? Full? What a lousy school you have." The woman rolled her eyes dramatically and pulled out her phone from her bag. "Hello, the school is full. I told you I wanted Bao to go to a prestigious school, but you wouldn't let him, saying it would affect your career. What's more important, the child or your career? What should we do now?" In the large office, Gao Baoguang listened to his wife's complaints with a forced smile. "Honey, don't worry. I will call Director Lin at the Education Bureau right now. Don't worry, I will definitely get Bao into first primary school." Gao Baoguang hung up the phone and dialed the number of Director Lin at the Education Bureau. Gao Baoguang was the head of the Jinghai Public Security Bureau. Over the years, his gray income was more than enough to send his child to a prestigious school or hire private tutors. However, he feared gossip and did not dare to be so bold, worried about losing his position. As long as he held this position, his gray income would naturally flow in, with both the legal and illegal paths giving him tributes every year. Soon, the admissions office phone rang. "Hello, admissions office," the admissions teacher answered the phone. "Oh, Director Lin. Yes, the last spot is being filled by the parent. This isn't right, and it doesn't comply with the rules. Yes, you are the leader. All right. The enrollment teacher hung up the phone, clearly holding back her anger. Sorry, this parent, I have to give the last spot to this parent. The enrollment teacher said with a face full of apology and helplessness. Night Bay had already figured it out. Clearly, this was because someone had used their influence. Although Xinyu was young, she vaguely understood and looked at Night Bay with disappointment on her small face, asking, Daddy, does this mean I can't go to school here anymore? Night Bay patted his daughter's head, smiling as he replied, Don't worry, Xinyu, you will definitely go to school here. The last spot is yours. Poof. The woman, upon hearing Night Bay, showed a face full of disdain, and sarcastically said to the enrollment teacher, I said, Teacher, you just said it was full, now, can my son sign up? The enrollment teacher sighed heavily and handed the registration form to the woman. It would have been fine if you had done it this way earlier, humph. The woman snatched it and rolled her eyes at the teacher. This parent, I will personally take you next door, don't worry, I will find a suitable school for your child. The enrollment teacher said with a face full of apology, standing up to speak to Night Bay. The higher-ups have power over the lower levels. He was just a bottom-level enrollment teacher in the school, while the other party was the head of the education bureau, personally giving orders. He had no way to refuse. Moreover, this parent had bypassed the principal and gone directly to the bureau chief, showing their considerable influence. No need. Night Bay replied with a blank expression. The enrollment teacher didn't understand what Night Bay meant. I said, the last spot is for my daughter. Night Bay stated firmly. The enrollment teacher shook his head in regret. The last spot was indeed Night Bay's, but Director Lin had made it clear on the phone that it had to be given to this woman. There was nothing he could do. The woman, who was filling out the registration form, put down her pen and sneered coldly, saying, I say, parent, are you deaf or stupid? The teacher just said the last spot is for my precious son, you go over and wait in line next door. Bang! Night Bay slammed his palm heavily on the table, and the table instantly shattered, papers and documents flying everywhere. Ah! The woman screamed in shock. Then, placing her hands on her hips, she adopted a shrewish attitude and shouted, What, you still want to hit me? Come on, hit me. Let me tell you, my husband is the director of the Jinghai Public Security Bureau. If you dare to hit me, I'll make sure you regret it. With such strength, you must be working on a construction site. Hurry up and go back to your site, don't waste time arguing with me here. The woman ranted, spitting as she spoke. At this moment, her chihuahua, thinking its owner was arguing, bared its teeth and growled a few times, then suddenly lunged and bit down on Xinyu's calf. Ow! Xinyu cried out in pain, looking down to see several bite marks on her calf, already bleeding. At this sight, Night Bay could no longer tolerate it. He had always adhered to the principle of not hitting ordinary women, but his daughter was hurt, and it pushed him to the brink of madness. The aura of a war god was suddenly released, and the woman felt as though she had been hit by a truck, flying backward and crashing heavily into the wall behind her. Ouch, you dare hit me? Just wait. The woman said, then took out her phone again. She had no idea that the other party was still showing restraint. Had it not been for that, she would have been dead on the spot. Help! I'm being beaten to death. Wha? The woman wailed and cried, acting like a complete shrew. What? Who dares to hit my wife? Just wait, I'm coming now. Galbogwa shouted as he hung up the phone. Emergency deployment. Target, First Primary School. Although Galbogwa was the head of the Public Security Bureau, he was entirely under his wife's thumb. Upon hearing that his wife was hit, he was instantly filled with rage. In the Academic Affairs office, the enrollment teacher quietly said, You should leave quickly. The person she called is the director of the Public Security Bureau. You hit his wife, he won't let you off easily. Yi Bei sneered, calling for help? Heh, I can do that too. Saying that, he took out a satellite phone. Zhou Yuan, have the director of the Jinghai Patrol Department come here now. Yi Bei didn't want to handle this minor public security matter personally, it would seem like bullying. It was better to let the local patrol department handle it. He hung up the phone and bent over to observe. There were faint bite marks on Xinyu's ankle, with faint blood oozing out. He gently pressed the wound, his true chi flowing through his fingers. To prevent rabies infection, who knew if this dog was a mad dog? Soon, the sound of sirens came from outside, with a total of 7 police cars and an armored special police car. Galbogwa, wearing a uniform, was the first to jump out of the car and rush into the Academic Affairs office. Damn it, who's tired of living, dares to hit my Galbogwa's wife? Galbogwa roared in fury. In Jinghai, bullying his wife was like slapping the face of him, the director of the Public Security Bureau. Yi Bei glanced at him, seeing a man who was barely 1.7 meters tall, weighing at least 200 pounds, his uniform's buttons tightly stretched, with fat rolling over the seams of his shirt. Such a person, not to mention being the director of the Public Security Bureau, wasn't even qualified to be a regular staff member. Setting aside his appearance, with all that fat, how could he catch any criminals? Are you the one who hit my wife? Gao Bagua noticed Yi Bei. Yi Bei remained silent. It's him, it's him. Quickly, catch him. Ouch. Wife. Gao Bagua rushed to his wife's side, asking, how are you, my wife? Ouch, it hurts, my head hurts, my back hurts, my legs hurt, everything hurts. Quickly catch him and send him to prison, sentence him to life imprisonment. Gao Bagua's wife kept yelling. You guys, quickly catch him. Gao Bagua ordered. Yes. Several uniformed subordinates responded and rushed to obey. At this moment, 10 Paramount Raiders roared to a stop. The people from the Public Security Bureau quickly moved aside. The frontmost Paramount Raider hadn't even stopped when Wei Sin opened the door and jumped out, quickly rushing inside. The other vehicles unloaded dozens of black-clad, muscular men, each holding a battle knife at their waist, surrounding the place. Although the weapons they carried were only cold weapons, battle knives, and the Public Security Bureau officers carried firearms, they knew where these people were from. The patrol department was full of martial artists. Martial artists were not ordinary people like them, and regular firearms could hardly harm them. In their hands, cold weapons would unleash the greatest power. Wei. Director Wei. Gao Bagua was shocked. How did this minor matter involve the director of the patrol department? Although they were both law enforcement agencies within Jinghai, the patrol department dealt with major and tricky cases and managed the martial artists in the city. Their power far surpassed that of the Public Security Bureau. Gao Bagua. You have some nerve. Wei Sin shouted angrily. He had dropped everything to rush over after receiving a call from Lu Angua. The only thing that could make Lu Angua this anxious was one possibility. Your Majesty. Wei Sin walked up to Yi Bei and bowed, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Yi Bei raised his hand to stop him. Wei Sin immediately understood, standing to the side waiting for instructions. Director Wei, Jinghai is under your jurisdiction. You can handle it yourself, Yi Bei said calmly. I dare not, Your Majesty. Please, give instructions. In front of Yi Bei, Wei Sin would not dare handle things on his own. Jinghai was his jurisdiction, but the entire country belonged to the person standing before him. Gao Bagua was completely stunned. This person actually made Director Wei bow so low. Who exactly is this person? It's over, it's really over. Gao Bagua collapsed onto the ground. Why are you sitting down? Hurry, quickly catch him. Gao Bagua's wife shouted anxiously, urging him on. Shut up. Gao Bagua angrily stood up. He walked to his wife's side and raised his hand to slap her hard across the face. It's all your fault, you spendthrift woman. Look at this, don't say I'll arrest people, if I can avoid being arrested myself, that's already a blessing. You fat high one, you dare to hit me. The sky is turned upside down, I will fight you to the death. In the cramped office of the Education Department, the two were in a tangle, rolling around constantly. The people from the Public Security Bureau were completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is the director fighting with his wife? Are we still going to arrest people or not? Yi Bei fell silent for a moment, then shouted, Director Wei. Wei Sin hurriedly cupped his hands, I dare not, just call me Xiao Wei or Wei Sr. It made him extremely anxious to be called director by the Lord. Yi Bei didn't care about that, it was just a title after all. Wei Sin, you investigate this person's source of income, see if there are any gray incomes. If so, punish him severely according to the law. And his wife, charge her as an accomplice to the crime. Yes. Wei Sin replied, cupping his hands. Gao Bagua and his wife instantly stopped fighting, their eyes filled with fear. Gao Bagua knew very well that his gray income over the years was enough to keep him in jail for a lifetime. Every penny of income was recorded by his wife one by one. If she was charged as an accomplice. It's all because of you. It's all your fault. Gao Bagua slapped his wife's face repeatedly. And Gao Bagua's wife no longer resisted, the current outcome was all caused by her own actions. If only she hadn't fought for that last spot, nothing would have happened. But it was all too late. Go check the director of the Education Department again, Yi Bei said. Such a person who abuses power must take bribes, that is inevitable. Teacher, have we registered? Yi Bei handed over the completed registration form. The enrollment teacher trembled as he took it. Why yes, you have registered. Half a lifetime of experience was not as exciting as today. That's good. Yi Bei gently held his daughter's hand, preparing to go home. When they reached the door, he suddenly turned back and said, "All right, Wei Sin, make sure to stew that chihuahua for me, remember to put in plenty of spices." After saying this, he took Xinyu's hand and walked out of the school. Gao Baghua's wife was stunned for a moment, then completely broke down and cried, "Wu, who is this person? Wu, even my little treasure isn't spared." Wei Sin gave a cold snort. "If you want to know, I can tell you, but when you know, it will also be the moment you lose your life." These words left Gao Bagua and his wife utterly shocked, unable to say a word. On the way home, Xinu was particularly happy. She could finally go to school like other kids. This was what she had always dreamed of. When father and daughter returned to the presidential suite, Guemo Li had already come back. As soon as Xinu saw her mother, she ran over joyfully, jumping into her mother's arms and recounting what had happened in school nonstop. Xinu spoke in a muddle, and Guemo Li listened even more confused. In any case, the final understanding was that her daughter had registered. However, Guemo Li's face showed no sign of happiness at this moment. "What's wrong?" Yi Bei asked. Guemo Li looked worried, sighed. "Today, I went to clean the house, and that classmate of mine, Xinyu, came to look for me, saying there's a class reunion tomorrow night." Yi Bei chuckled lightly. "What's wrong with a class reunion? Just go." Guemo Li shook her head, looking even more troubled. Under Yi Bei's questioning, Guemo Li slowly said, "The class reunion dinner is booked at the Qingtang Mountain Villa in the western suburbs." "Ha? Does it seem far?" "It's fine, I will have Zhong Yuan drive you there," Yi Bei said nonchalantly. Guemo Li didn't respond and sighed heavily. After a brief moment, she said, "Qingtang Mountain Villa used to be the Gu family's estate. After our family was expelled from the Gu family, we couldn't find work for a long time. Later, it was the manager of the villa, Gu Nian, who out of old sentiments let my dad work as a security guard there, and my mom washed the dishes there. There are so many restaurants in Jinghai, yet Xinyu chose that one. It's obviously intentional, so I'm not going," Guemo Li said angrily. After listening, Yi Bei seemed to be deep in thought. "It's okay, go to your class reunion and have fun. They're all old classmates, maybe it's not as you think," Yi Bei comforted. Guemo Li's face softened a little after hearing Yi Bei's words, but she still looked a little worried. Yi Bei comforted her a few more times, saying that he could accompany her tomorrow night. Hearing this, Guemo Li smiled slightly. For some reason, whenever she stayed by Yi Bei's side, her heart felt unusually calm and steady. Chapter 32, This Broken Car. Wang's Manor. Wang Yaoxiang hung up the phone, still shaken. He Ming actually took the initiative to abandon the task, and clearly warned him that the other person was someone he could not afford to offend. A man whose family was wiped out by the Gu family and who had been on the run for 7 years, what kind of big shot could he become? He Ming must have been bought by him. A man who only recognizes money and not people, he would definitely do something like this. Yi Bei. Wang Yaoxiang's eyes burned with fury. "I swear I won't rest until I avenge my son's death." The tea table was suddenly flipped over, and the tea set scattered all over the floor. "El Lord!" The butler stood stunned in place. After all these years, the Lord had gone through countless storms, but he had always remained calm, his emotions hidden. It seemed that the death of the eldest young master was too great a blow to the Lord. The butler couldn't help but feel helpless about the eldest young master. Relying on his family's wealth, he had been arrogant and overbearing since he was young. The butler had advised him many times, but he never listened. He thought that as long as he had money, he could get any woman, and nothing was impossible to achieve. So, people shouldn't be too arrogant. As the old saying goes, when a man is arrogant, the heavens take him down; when a dog is arrogant, man takes it down. In a tall building not far from the skyscraper. On the 59th floor. Su Wanshan sat in a large office chair, gazing thoughtfully out of the window. He had just received a call from Wang Yaoxiang, who asked him to handle someone and promised 50% of the Wang family's entire business as payment. Wang Yaoxiang's fortune ranked 7th in Jinghai, with a total asset of 78 billion. 50% of the shares would be nearly 40 billion. And this was not cash, but shares. The marketing revenue generated every year far exceeded 40 billion. Is Wang Yaoxiang crazy, or is he scheming to trap me? And who is this person worth such a high price from Wang Yaoxiang? Su Wanshan was deep in thought when suddenly, He Ming appeared outside, throwing a punch that shattered the glass and stepped in. The bodyguards outside heard the noise and rushed in. Upon seeing He Ming, they wisely backed out. Su Wanshan frowned slightly. "I told you to come through the front door next time. Every time you come to see me like this, I've replaced the glass more than 10 times. He Ming pulled off his black robe and sat down on the boss's desk. In the vast office, Su Wanshan in a white shirt and He Ming in black robes became a sharp contrast. One was the richest man in Jinghai, the other the leader of Jinghai's underground forces. One white, one black, they represented the two most powerful forces in Jinghai. Meanwhile, above the skyscraper, a Black Hawk fighter jet was slowly descending with a container hanging underneath, drawing a crowd to watch.
In the bustling downtown, such a luxurious way of transporting things had never been seen before. What's in the box? Why use a helicopter? I don't know. It must be something extremely valuable. My God. This isn't a normal helicopter. It's a fighter jet. A person in the crowd screamed. He saw that not only did the helicopter have large gun barrels, but underneath, it was even carrying 2 massive missiles. What is in this box, transported by a fighter jet? This only piques everyone's curiosity more. The strong wind blew as the container slowly landed. Shanghu untied the ropes, waved his large hand, and the Black Hawk fighter jet quickly took off, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Then, with just a few quick moves, the container was opened and a white car came into view. TCH. The crowd around them began to jeer. Everyone thought it would be something valuable, eagerly waiting, but inside the box was just an ordinary Tianzhong Golf. What is this? I thought it would be something good. A broken Golf, and it's making such a big deal out of it. Exactly, wasting my emotions and time. One by one, faces filled with disdain, they quickly scattered. Shang, who was stunned for a moment, then suddenly exploded with rage, pulling out his phone, ready to call Boerfu. Although he had no interest in cars, he still knew this ordinary Golf. That damned old Boer, I asked him to make me a car, and he dares to trick me with this crappy car. Damn it, I'm going to go over there and teach him a lesson. Yi Bei reached out to stop Shanghu, walked to the car, pressed it with his hand twice, and nodded. The material of this car is much stronger than that of ordinary cars. With Yi Bei's abilities, what kind of car couldn't he get? This car is just fine, ordinary, not too eye-catching, as long as it's sturdy. Shanghu had no idea that although this car looked ordinary, it was carefully crafted by Boerfu, who brought together all the engineers in his company. The entire car body is at the highest strength, explosion-proof level, impervious to armor-piercing bullets, with a 12-cylinder twin-turbocharged engine, airlift suspension, and the interior is made with the highest quality cowhide. In short, whatever Rolls-Royce uses, this car uses. It can be said that this is the most luxurious Golf in the world. If it weren't for the small model, Boerfu would have wanted to stuff a 16-cylinder engine into it. Moreover, this car is amphibious, only lacking wings to fly in the sky. As for the car's appearance, there's really nothing to be done about it. Shanghu only gave Boerfu 1 day, not enough time to redesign the assembly line, so he had to use the existing production line to finish it in a day. Do you like it? Yi Bei asked softly. Gu Mo Li nodded happily. For the past 7 years, she had taken the bus and subway every day. If she was late, she would rather walk for miles than take a taxi. Now, she finally had her own private car. From now on, no more spending money without permission, Gu Mo Li said reproachfully, though her heart was incredibly sweet. For 7 years, she finally understood what it felt like to be pampered. Let's go, take me for a drive. Yi Bei opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. He needed to experience the safety of the vehicle and, more importantly, see how Gu Mo Li's driving skills were, since she would often be driving their daughter in the future. Gu Mo Li got in the car, sat in the driver's seat, and started the vehicle. Boom. As soon as the car started, a deep sound quickly came from it. Ah, Yi Bei, why is this car so noisy? Gu Mo Li jumped in shock. She had no idea that under the small engine hood, there was a 12-cylinder engine, which was incredibly powerful. Yi Bei immediately knew, this was definitely Shanghu's doing. The car weaved through the city, and it had to be said that Gu Mo Li's driving skills were quite good. In addition to the thick car body and bulletproof glass, the interior of the car was almost silent from the outside noise. This made Yi Bei feel even more at ease. Suddenly, at a traffic light ahead, a cement mixer ran a red light, swerving left and right, causing chaos wherever it went. Ah! Seeing the mixer about to crash, Gu Mo Li screamed, her face turning pale in an instant. Yi Bei grabbed the steering wheel with one hand. With a sudden, sharp pull to the right, the mixer truck scraped against the car's body, emitting a piercing screech as it zoomed past. Gu Mo Li gasped heavily, beads of sweat already dripping from her forehead, clearly still shaken from the shock. The mixer truck, leaving behind a long trail of skid marks, came to a stop not far away. The bald driver staggered out of the truck, clearly still drunk. Burping from the alcohol, the bald man swayed as he walked to the side of Gu Mo Li's car. Ha! The bald man looked puzzled, circling around Gu Mo Li's car, inspecting it repeatedly. Just now, he clearly scraped it, but how could there be no marks at all? How could he know that what appeared to be an ordinary car was actually a specially designed, explosion-proof vehicle? The bald man scratched his head, muttering to himself, this is really strange. He then leaned over the car, peering inside, and immediately wore a look of surprise. Oh, it's such a beautiful young lady. Ah, it's all my fault, come on, get out and let me see if you're hurt anywhere.
The bald man tugged at the car's door handle, but it didn't open. He began banging on the window desperately. Gu Emoli, terrified, was at a loss for how to handle the situation, while Yi Bei's gaze turned cold. He opened the car door and stepped out. The drunk man had been so focused on looking at Gu Emoli that he hadn't noticed there was someone else in the car. Seeing a man step out of the car now, his anger surged. At 28, still single, and now this fine catch was taken by someone else. Drunk driving, truly courting death. Yi Bei glared coldly at the man. Society had strict rules against drunk driving, and the god-slaying temple was even stricter. Yi Bei personally issued orders that no one was allowed to drink while on duty, or they would be killed without mercy. It wasn't just the regular soldiers who were bound by this rule, even the great warriors like Gu Baitian and Shang who never dared to drink before a mission. This was an ironclad law. Drunk driving? The bald man scoffed. You say I'm drunk? Well, I say you're the one who's drunk. Hey! Did you all hear that this guy's drunk? The bald man shouted to the crowd around. The surrounding crowd quickly lowered their heads, pretending they hadn't heard. In these times, it was better to avoid trouble. The bald man snorted, clearly pleased with himself. His name was Gu Fei, a big shot in the West City under the control of Zhang Tianlong, who happened to be his brother-in-law. Everyone in the underworld knew that anyone who wanted to do business in West City, whether it was large-scale real estate development or small food stalls, had to first pass through Zhang Tianlong's approval. If you didn't pay your respects, and you dared to start a business on your own, you'd be asking for death. However, Zhang Tianlong was dissatisfied with his black market reputation and felt it wouldn't get him anywhere, so he had been cleaning up his act in recent years. He established the Tianlong Group, with numerous KTVs, bars, concrete mixing stations, and even gambling halls under his name. Don't underestimate these so-called ordinary gambling halls, each one was linked to illegal gambling. Every night, the circulating gambling money could reach millions. He earned hundreds of thousands just from his cut. Even with high cut rates, the gamblers were willing because they knew, as long as it was a gambling hall run by Zhang Tianlong, it was safe and no one dared to investigate. Recently, the West City slum area was undergoing large-scale redevelopment, and Zhang Tianlong not only handled the demolition work but also supplied concrete. The developers knew that the concrete supplied by Zhang Tianlong was clearly overpriced, but they had no choice but to accept it because no one else could deliver concrete there. Kid, I suggest you know your place. Since I'm in a good mood now, hurry up and get lost. Gu Fei said, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his full-arm tattoos, continuing to lean against the car window, shouting repeatedly. A beautiful woman like that in the car with this kid? What a waste. At that moment, 2 traffic police officers walked over. Sir, please show your driver's license. Gu Fei raised his head with a wobble, a brow raised, and pointed at the mixer truck behind him. The words Tianlong Commercial Concrete were written on the truck's tank. The meaning was clear, this was a vehicle from Zhang Tianlong's Tianlong Group. Sir, I suspect you have been drinking, the officer said. Please show your driver's license and cooperate with us for an alcohol test. The traffic police officer clearly smelled the strong odor of alcohol from the other party and took out the breathalyzer. Recently, the trucks under the Tianlong Commercial Concrete Company have been constantly running red lights, and they have already issued multiple penalties, severely affecting traffic safety. Yesterday, the headquarters issued a directive to strictly inspect the illegal activities of these construction vehicles. I say, officer, don't you see this is a Tianlong Commercial Concrete truck? Zhang Tianlong is my brother-in-law, and he is very familiar with your squad leader. Gu Fei said dismissively, his face full of arrogance. Last night, he did drink alcohol, and a few buddies brought a few young girls to drink until the early hours. Besides, things like driving the wrong way, speeding, and running red lights, these small traffic violations, his brother-in-law can easily handle. I don't care who your brother-in-law is. I warn you again, please show your driver's license. One of the traffic police officers shouted coldly. Seeing that the other party was serious, Gu Fei immediately sobered up a little. He wasn't afraid of being punished, and even if he went in, his brother-in-law would easily get him out. But once he went in, his sister would definitely find out. Gu Fei was not afraid of anyone, except for his sister. Because their mother was killed by a vehicle driven by someone under the influence of alcohol, his sister had always hated drunk driving. No, he couldn't let his sister know about this no matter what. Thinking of this, Gu Fei pretended to say, alright, I'll go to the car and get the driver's license for you. He turned around and took a few steps, only to see a person on an electric bike nearby. Suddenly, a punch knocked the person to the ground, and the person jumped on the electric bike and ran away. At this moment, he realized that as long as he ran away, he could deal with it later after sobering up. As long as it wasn't classified as drunk driving, nothing else mattered. Stop. The 2 traffic police officers never expected the other party to suddenly run away, so they hurriedly chased after him. But their legs were no match for the speed of the electric bike. Just as they were about to catch up, the 2 officers felt a cold wind pass by. Gu Fei was secretly pleased, but suddenly, his upper body lost control. He and the car both fell to the ground, his two arms full of tattoos flying through the air, and blood splattering on the ground nearby. Ah! The intense pain made Gu Fei scream miserably. Looking at his arms not far away, with the familiar tattoos, he realized those were his own arms. He looked again at where his arms should have been, and they were already empty. My arms. Ah! The severe pain mixed with fear swept through his body in an instant. Such a cruel scene caused the surrounding crowd to feel a chill in their hearts. The two traffic police officers quickly arrived, and seeing this scene, they were also shocked beyond belief. Looking back, they saw nothing unusual on the street, except that the golf car was already nowhere to be seen. Chapter 34, SKN Mall. On the way back, Bei was driving the car, and Gu Emoli was trembling slightly, not sure whether it was because she hadn't recovered from the shock of the concrete truck earlier, or if it was because of the cruel scene of the arms flying through the air covered in blood. The car drove silently, but Gu Emoli vaguely felt that the bald man's arms must be related to Bei. But when she looked in the rearview mirror, she saw that Bei had been standing still the whole time, not moving at all. The car drove steadily and stopped in front of a mall. Gu Emoli looked at it and suddenly felt a little dazed. SKN Mall, where everything sold is from top global luxury brands, with annual sales reaching 200 billion. It's the most luxurious mall in Shanghai, and when she was still the eldest daughter of the Gu family, she often came here to shop. Girls, who doesn't love beautiful clothes and beautiful bags? Bei, what are you doing here? Gu Emoli looked at him with a confused expression, full of loss. Since she was kicked out of the Gu family, she hadn't come here once in over 7 years, not even passing by. The cost here was far beyond what she could afford now. Tonight you have a classmate gathering, go pick out some clothes. Bei chuckled lightly. The clothes Gu Emoli was wearing now, from head to toe, didn't cost more than 200 yuan, and it was clear at a glance that everything was bought from street vendors. Gu Emoli looked surprised, not because of what Bei said about buying clothes here, but because she originally planned to go to the wholesale market to buy clothes later. For all these years, no man had ever been so considerate towards her, and for a moment, she forgot that this was no longer a place she could afford. Go ahead, I still have some things to take care of, so I won't accompany you. Bei said. Bei was never good at things like buying clothes. During the years in the palace, his clothes, whether summer or winter, were all custom-made, and he never had to buy them himself. Gu Emoli looked troubled. How could she afford to shop here right now? The price of even a single piece of clothing here far exceeded her annual income. Just as she hesitated about what to say, Bei took out a black card from his chest and handed it to her, saying, "Go ahead, buy whatever you want, and buy a few things for the daughter as well." Gu Emoli stared at the card in front of her, on which was an embossed dragon head logo. It looked like a bank card, but she had never seen one like it. Gu Emoli gave a faint smile. Even when she was a young lady of the Gu family, her pocket money each month couldn't afford her to buy whatever she wanted. Bei clearly didn't know that the cost of living here was so shocking. She was about to say something when Bei had already driven away. Gu Emoli stood at the entrance of the shopping mall, glanced at the time, and seeing it was still early, she walked in. She had no intention of buying anything here. Since she was already here, she might as well take a look at the latest trendy clothes. When she went to the wholesale market later, she could buy something similar. Without realizing it, she came to the entrance of a store she had liked a lot back then. After hesitating for a moment, she walked in. "Miss, what would you like to buy? We have the latest styles just in, all are global first releases." A saleswoman, dressed in a black suit, said politely. It had to be said, this mall was indeed luxurious. Even the black suit the saleswoman was wearing looked expensive. I'm just browsing." Gu Emoli lowered her head and replied softly. At that moment, a slightly older saleswoman at the front desk looked up, frowned, and waved her hand at the earlier saleswoman. She immediately recognized Gu Emoli. The other had been a regular customer at their store, at least visiting every month to buy a piece of clothing, making her a big client. During holidays, they would even deliver mooncakes and rice dumplings to her as a token of appreciation. "Sister Chao Ying, what's the matter?" "I have a customer here," the saleswoman said, puzzled, walking over. "This is Gu Emoli," Chao Ying said with a mocking tone. The saleswoman was stunned, then quickly covered her mouth, whispering, "Sister Chao, is this the Gu Emoli you told me about, the one kicked out of the Gu family?" Chao Ying nodded. As the after-sales service person, Gu Emoli hadn't come to their store for a long time. This made her puzzled, but after many inquiries, she found out that this young lady of the Gu family had long been kicked out. Chao Ying adjusted her outfit and walked over. "Miss Gu, long time no see." Chao Ying walked proudly up to Gu Emoli. Gu Emoli froze for a moment, looked at her, and smiled, replying, "It's you, Miss Chao. I didn't see you when I came in, I thought you changed stores." Chao Ying sneered and said, "Miss Gu is joking." People like us, ordinary folks. How can one just quit without a reason? It's not like you, with your big family behind you. Oh dear, look at me, my mind. If I remember correctly, several years ago, you were kicked out of the Gu family, right? For a young lady like her, when she comes to the store, she naturally bows and flatters, treating the customer like a god of wealth. But now, Gu Emoli, a person who has been cast out of her family, what qualification does she have to come here and buy things? No wonder she disappeared for years without showing up. Gu Emoli was stunned. She did not expect the other person to suddenly say such things. Seeing the other person's expression, Xiao Ying became even more pleased with herself. Miss Gu, you know, the clothes in our store are all precious items. If you're not going to buy anything, it's better not to touch them. If you dirty or damage them, I'm afraid you won't be able to afford them. Oh, by the way, it's better not to look either. If you look and can't afford them, how sad will you feel? You. Gu Emoli gritted her teeth in anger. No matter what, she had been a regular customer here in the past. In recent years, she could no longer afford the clothes here, but there was no need to be so realistic and speak so harshly. What about me? Miss Gu, I'm only speaking the truth. Look at what you're wearing, all cheap stuff. TSK. You should go there to shop. That's the place that truly suits you, Xiao Ying said, arrogantly turning and walking toward the front desk, no longer paying any attention. Gu Emoli trembled with anger and turned to walk toward the door. Reality is indeed cruel. When you have the ability to spend, others speak sweet words. But when you fall from grace, they will pour salt on your most painful wounds. This reminded her of the classmates and friends who used to surround her. When she was still the young lady of the Gu family, these people always stayed close to her. But from the moment she was kicked out of her family, it seemed like they all vanished. Just as she reached the door, she suddenly thought of the bank card that Jibei had given her. After a moment's hesitation, she walked back in. What is it? Miss Gu, didn't I make myself clear enough? It doesn't matter how much you like the clothes in our store, if you can't afford them, it's best to leave quickly, so you don't make yourself feel worse, Xiao Ying sneered as she saw Gu Emoli coming back. Gu Emoli took a deep breath, pointed to one of the dresses in the store, and said, "This one, wrap it up for me." Then she took out the bank card and handed it over. Such a simple gesture, yet it took all her courage. If the bank card Yibei gave her had money, she could regain a bit of her dignity. If not, she would face even more ridicule. Xiao Ying took the card, flipped it over a few times, and sneered, "Miss Gu, have you gone crazy from poverty? I've been in sales for so many years, what kind of cards haven't I seen? This card, where did you pull it out from? A snack promotion card?" In her view, since Gu Emoli had been kicked out of her family, she must have been so mentally affected that she came to buy things with some strange card. Fine, if you're not afraid of embarrassment, then I'll make sure you're thoroughly humiliated today. Xiao Ying took the card and swiped it on the POS machine. To her surprise, the POS machine didn't show the normal display but instead displayed the words "insufficient permissions." This confused Xiao Ying. Even if it wasn't a bank card, it should have shown as invalid. But what does insufficient permissions mean? Not willing to give up, Xiao Ying hurriedly took the card and rushed to the service desk nearby, which was the largest service center in the mall. Since you, Gu Emoli, are determined to embarrass yourself, I will help you do it. Just a few steps in, she bumped into someone. Looking up, it was the mall's manager, Feng Huabin. "Ah, sorry, Manager Feng," Xiao Ying quickly bent down to apologize. Although Feng Huabin wasn't her boss, he was in charge of the entire mall. Power is far greater than that of one's own boss, and if one offends him, even one's boss will suffer the consequences. "Xiao, you are usually steady, how come today you are so careless?" Feng Huabin's face was filled with anger. Xiao Ying had worked in the business world for many years, and Feng Huabin knew this. "Ah, I'm sorry, my POS machine is having some issues, I wanted to take the card to the front desk to swipe it, sorry Manager Feng," Xiao Ying apologized constantly, explaining, fearing that the other would blame her. "The front desk is so close to your store, why are you in such a rush?" Feng Huabin said, casually glancing at the card in Xiao Ying's hand. Just that one glance almost caused him to lose everything. "Xiao Ying, where did you get this card?" Feng Huabin, not knowing whether it was from shock or disbelief, stared with wide eyes at the card, his voice trembling. "Huh?" Xiao Ying was stunned by the other's actions, timidly replying, It's from a customer in my store." "Quick! Take me there!" Feng Huabin demanded, grabbing Xiao Ying and walking toward the store. Xiao Ying was dragged along by Feng Huabin, feeling her entire arm go numb. She didn't understand what had gotten into Manager Feng today. "Hello, miss, may I ask, is this card yours?" Feng Huabin's hands trembled as his eyes were filled with intense desire. Others might not recognize this bank card, but as the manager of this SKN mall, he certainly knew it. It was the Black Gold Dragon card, created exclusively for an individual by the Morgan Henton in Rue City. This card had no overdraft limit, no repayment date, and just for this reason alone, it held supreme authority. More importantly, owning this card meant being a super VIP of the Morgan Henton Group, with all consumption at its subsidiaries completely free. When it was introduced, Feng Huabin didn't think much of it. Those who came to the training were the most famous mall elites in the country, all of whom thought the professor was confused, thinking there could never be such an honor in a bank card. Such great power, what kind of terrifying figure must own this card? But at this very moment, the Black Gold Dragon card was real, right in his hands. What's wrong? Isn't there enough money in the card? Gu Emily asked with concern, fearing that if there wasn't enough money, there would be even more humiliation to follow. No. The money in your card, it's too much. Feng Huabin was so frightened that cold sweat poured down. There wasn't a shortage of money in the card. In fact, there was no money in the card at all. No overdraft limit, no repayment date. Does the card even need money? Miss, I am the manager of this mall. My name is Feng Huabin, you can call me Xiao Feng.
If you need anything, just tell me, Feng Huabin said, bowing 90 degrees in salute.
Xiao Yingying and another female salesperson were completely stunned. When had Manager Feng ever treated a customer like this? Even the young masters and young ladies from wealthy families, Feng Huabin had never treated them this way. Manager Feng, what's going on today? She's just an ordinary customer of my store, right? Oh no, not even an ordinary customer. She was abandoned by her family and is so poor she can't even buy a single piece of clothing. Why are you being so polite to someone like her? Xiao Yingying was confused, really unable to understand. What did you say? Feng Huabin shot a glance at Xiao Yingying, his face full of rage. I said she's just something nobody wants. Don't even talk about my store's clothes, she can't even afford anything in this entire mall, Xiao Yingying, still thinking that Feng Huabin was angry because he had found out the other person's true identity, arrogantly explained. Slap. The crisp sound echoed as Xiao Yingying covered her face, shocked. Feng. Manager Feng?
Xiao Yingying was instantly stunned. She had worked in this mall for nearly 10 years. In these 10 years, Feng Huabin had only criticized the staff during meetings. There has never been a time when he criticized someone in front of a customer, let alone do what he is doing now, physically hitting someone. Feng Huabin was extremely angry. He didn't care at all whether this bank card belonged to the young lady in front of him or what her identity was. Whoever uses this card to make a purchase holds supreme power. Such an important bank card could never be casually given away, which means that whoever holds this card, even if they are not the actual owner, must at least be their close relative. These are people Feng Huabin could never afford to offend.
Xiao Yingying, you are fired.
Feng Huabin said coldly. Having offended such an important person, if the blame falls, not only her store, but the entire mall could be easily shut down. Not only are you fired, but your boss has employed poorly, and all the brands you represent are being removed.
The store will be closed. What? Manager Feng. Xiao Yingying staggered, almost fainting.
She never imagined the punishment would be so severe. Her boss's store would be closed, losing at least hundreds of millions. Being fired from SKN meant she would never be able to step back into this industry again.
No mall would ever hire her. What kind of person is Gu Moling, really? Chapter 36, I offered double the price.
Walking out of the mall, Gu Moling was still in a daze.
Everything that happened in the store felt like a dream. Even if she were stupid, she knew this must be because of the bank card Night North gave her. What kind of bank card is this? How much money is in it? What could make them take such actions? Forget it, better head to the wholesale market. It's more reliable shopping there.
At the same time, in a luxurious office in Qingteng Mountain Villa, Night North was sitting on the sofa in the center, and a middle-aged man in his 40s sat beside him, looking shocked.
Sir, are you joking? You want to buy our Qingteng Mountain Villa? The middle-aged man, named Su Wanshan, was the general manager of Qingteng Mountain Villa. Night North's intention stunned him.
Qingteng Mountain Villa was originally owned by the Gu family, and after their downfall, it was acquired by the Chu group under Chu Yuanqing's leadership. With nearly 1,000 acres and tens of thousands of square meters, it offers fishing, horse racing, hunting, and more. The villa's interior is also uniquely decorated, with each room modeled after representative buildings from all over the country. If we calculate everything, the estimated market value of Qingteng Mountain Villa is at least 4 billion, and the annual net profit is over 300 million. Not to mention whether this person could afford to buy it, but just the high annual profit makes Qingteng Mountain Villa a money-making machine.
How could it be for sale? Night North took a sip of tea and slowly said, how much? Just name your price. Zheng Chuanqing felt a chill from the calm demeanor, wanting to get angry but not daring to. He feared that this person might have some real background. After hesitating, he said, I can't decide that. I need to ask my boss. He then took out his phone.
Mr. Chu, someone is here, and they're asking to buy our villa, Zhou Chuanqing said softly. On the other end of the phone, Chu Yuanqing's face darkened.
By Qingtung Mountain Villa? Who in the entire Jinhai doesn't know that Qingtung Mountain Villa belongs to the Chu Group? How dare someone shamelessly say they want to buy it? Was the Chu Group in such a bad state that they had to sell off their assets? This was clearly a direct challenge. Zhou Chuanqing, do I still need you to report something like this? What kind of manager are you? Why bother with such people? Just throw them out. Chu Yuanqing shouted angrily. Yes, I understand, Zhou Chuanqing said. Just as he was about to hang up, Chu Yuanqing's voice came from the phone again. Who is this person? What's their name? Chu Yuanqing really wanted to know who dared to be so bold and openly provoke him. Zhou Chuanqing thought for a moment and replied, Mr. Chu, the person just mentioned his name. Night North? What? Chu Yuanqing suddenly stood up, his hand holding the phone shaking involuntarily. The terrifying person that Heiming spoke of that day was named Ji Bei. Of course, Heiming did not know who the master of the God-slaying hall was, but the person Wang Yaoxian wanted him to kill was called Yi Bei. The one who forcefully took Gu family's only daughter 7 years ago was also named Yi Bei, and the person Lu Zhongyuan protected that day was Yi Bei. With just a thought, he could guess that the master of the God-slaying hall, which made the whole world tremble, must be Yi Bei. As the richest man in Jinghai, who would dare to provoke him like this, except for... Thinking of this, Chu Yuanqing hurriedly said, Zhou Chuanqing, treat this person well for me. I will be there soon, and take out that treasured pu'er tea I have kept for many years for him to taste. After speaking, he threw down the phone and smashed a brand new piece of glass, rushing down from the 59th floor. Being the richest man in Jinghai, he was a martial artist, and like Heiming, he was also a mid-level martial honor. In the villa, Zhou Chuanqing was still dazed, holding the phone, feeling a bit confused. What happened to this Mr. Chu? The other party came looking for trouble, and Mr. Chu still wanted to treat him with treasured tea? Is there anyone in Jinghai that Mr. Chu is afraid of? Though he thought so, Zhou Chuanqing did not dare to easily offend the person in front of him and, according to Mr. Chu's orders, brewed a cup of aged pu'er for Yi Bei. Yi Bei took a sip, somewhat surprised. He had drunk the finest teas. Among the countless precious teas offered every year, there were many exceptional ones. Though this pu'er was not as good as what he drank in the hall, it was indeed rare to find something of this grade in Jinghai. Soon, a loud roar filled the villa as a private helicopter slowly descended. The others had no special reactions, knowing this was Mr. Chu's private plane, which had occasionally come before, but Zhou Chuanqing looked astonished. It only took a 15-minute drive from Mr. Chu's office to the villa. How could he fly here directly? Who exactly is in this house, to make Mr. Chu so anxious? Before the helicopter had even stabilized, the cabin door had already opened, and Chu Yuanqing jumped down directly. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he ran swiftly towards the office. After just a few steps, seeing Zhou Chuanqing standing in the distance to welcome him, he hurriedly shouted, Who told you to come out? I ordered you to treat him inside well. What the hell are you doing out here? Zhou Chuanqing, surprised, felt aggrieved. No matter how powerful the person in the house was, he was still not his boss. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, he saw his boss not stopping at all, rushing straight to the office door. Chu Yuanqing stood at the door, carefully adjusting his clothes, then knocked and entered. Lord Yi, Lord Yi. After entering the room, Chu Yuanqing clasped his hands and suddenly knelt down. Yi Bei raised an eyebrow, a hint of coldness appearing in his eyes. After 7 years in the borderlands, his mind had long since become cunning like a demon. How did you know my identity? Yi Bei's lips moved slightly, causing the temperature in the room to drop rapidly. His identity was top secret. If some external forces found out he was present in Jinghai, it would undoubtedly cause unnecessary trouble. Chu Yuanqing had already sensed a chill, and as a martial artist, he naturally knew that the other party had murderous intent. And as a mid-level martial honor, he could not see through the other party's cultivation level, only feeling the overwhelming bloodthirsty aura, which further confirmed his thoughts. Lord Yi, Lord Yi. Chu Yuanqing broke out in a cold sweat. I am Chu Yuanqing. I have known Heiming for many years. I heard it from him. Chu Yuanqing dared not conceal anything. After all, the person in front of him made the whole world tremble with fear. If he tried to hide something, he might not even know how he would die. Heiming. Yi Bei pondered for a moment, remembering the black-clad martial honor from 2 days ago. Go back and tell Heiming, if either of you leaks even a hint of my information. Lord Yi, rest assured, Heiming and I will never reveal even a trace of your information, not even if we die. Chu Yuanqing hurriedly replied. Yi Bei nodded, casually throwing a bank card on the table, and said, I want to buy this villa. You can set any price, just go and swipe it. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuanqing quickly said, Lord Yi, to have you interested in this villa is a great fortune for a small person. I am willing to give it to you for free. Did you not hear me clearly? I said buy. Yi Bei's voice was low and firm. You estimate the price of the villa, and I will pay double to buy it. Chapter 37, let's see the wine in the cup. Su Wanshan was almost crying. He didn't want to take the money, yet he dared not refuse it, trembling as he picked up the bank card from the table. Yes, I understand. Su Wanshan held the bank card as if it were a hot potato. However, he felt immense joy in his heart. If he could have even a slight connection with this lord in front of him, he would be much more than just the richest man in Jinghai in the future. Oh right, there is one more thing. Please give your instructions, my lord. As far as I know, there is a security guard in your villa named Gu Hai, and a dishwasher named Wang Huiji. Yi Bei said. Su Wanshan tried hard to recall but still had no impression. As the president of the Chu group, he rarely paid attention to these lowest-ranking workers. My lord, forgive me, I truly do not know. Su Wanshan replied truthfully. Yi Bei did not blame him. If it weren't for this Qingting villa taking in Gu Moli's parents, they might not have had jobs even until now. Although I have bought this villa, it is still officially owned by the Chu family. I do not care what positions you place those two in, just ensure they become familiar with the villa's operations quickly. Once the time is right, let Gu Hai become the largest shareholder of the villa. Yi Bei thought for a moment and said. Gu Hai and Wang Huiji hated him deeply, but after all, they were Gu Moli's parents. Most importantly, Yi Bei was grateful that they treated his daughter well. The Qingting villa originally belonged to the Gu family, now returning it to Gu Hai could be seen as a slight compensation for the harm he had caused them over the past 7 years. The sun slowly set, and the sky darkened. Inside a large yurt in the villa, dozens of young men and women laughed and talked. A young man in a shirt and tie stood up. He looked like a successful young professional. He raised his glass, looked around, and said loudly, "Dear classmates, I am so happy to see you all again. Let me have a drink first." After saying this, he tipped his head back and drained his glass. His name was Zhang Yuan, and like everyone present, he was a classmate of Gu Moli during university. The only difference was that he had transferred abroad before graduating and had just returned in the last few months. Hey Zhang Yuan, I heard that you got a job as a vice president at Mingshi Company after coming back. Xinyu, wearing a low-cut dress, exposed much of her snowy white skin. Zhang Yuan was the object of her unrequited love during university, but he seemed to have no interest in her and constantly pursued Gu Moli instead. This was also one of the reasons why Xinyu hated Gu Moli. Cough, cough. Vice president or whatever, I'm just trying to make a living. Zhang Yuan waved his hand, glancing at Gu Moli not far away. During university, he liked Gu Moli a lot, but her wealthy background made him feel very inferior. Now he was just a vice president, but he was still young. In a few years, becoming the company's president would be only a matter of time. With such a status, he would finally have a chance to pursue Gu Moli. Zhang Yuan, you are impressive. Mingshi Company is under the Chu group, a male classmate said with a face full of envy. Having a capable classmate would make things much easier when he needed help in the future. Come, I toast to you. Cheers, Zhang Yuan, I also toast to you. Zhang Zone, if you do well, don't forget your classmates. In an instant, Zhang Yuan became the center of attention. The goal surrounded by the stars. Gu Moli sat aside, feeling somewhat out of place. She hadn't attended the class reunion, thinking that after so many years without seeing her classmates, they would chat and reminisce about college life. But now, she thought about how she had desperately tried to borrow money before, but could not get a single penny. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she recalled a saying. The poor are ignored in bustling cities, while the rich have distant relatives in the mountains. Don't believe it? Just look at the wine in the cup. Every cup first honors the wealthy. A few drinks down, Zhang Yuan's eyes grew a little blurry. He stood up and walked over to Gu Moli, saying, Emoli, it's been a long time. Come, let me toast you. Ha! Gu Moli was a bit flustered and clinked her water cup with his. Emoli, it's been over 7 years since we last met, right? After such a long time, how can you drink just water? Zhang Yuan said, pouring her a glass of white liquor and, without waiting, handed it to her. Gu Moli's face showed hesitation. She hadn't had alcohol in years. Back in college, she had only occasionally had a sip of fruit wine. Ah, Zhang Yuan, Emoli can't drink alcohol. Xinyu said sarcastically. Why? Zhang Yuan didn't understand. Xinyu sneered, Emoli still has to go home and take care of her child. If you make her drink too much, what about her child? Zhang Yuan, with a mouthful of alcohol, shouted, we haven't seen each other for so many years, no matter the reason, we should drink at least 1 cup. What's with the child? What? She has a child? Zhang Yuan froze in place, his glass suddenly dropping from his hand. The woman he had pined for many years, actually had a child? At the table of over 10 people, only Zhang Yuan and a few others showed surprise. Because most of the classmates, Gu Li had asked for money from them.
A rich girl asking for money, and not even a large amount, made them feel very strange.
A bit of inquiry revealed everything.
Yeah, Zhang Yuan, Emily really makes people envious. Most of us in the class aren't even married, let alone have children. She got pregnant before finishing college, so the kid should be about 6 years old.
I heard she doesn't even know who the father is.
TSK, tisk.
Xinyu sneered. Emily, this can't be true, right? Zhang Yuan couldn't believe it. Unmarried and pregnant, and she doesn't even know who the child's father is? The goddess in his heart, actually, so shameless? Zhang Yuan, this is absolutely true. Many classmates in our class know about it. The Gu family was furious and kicked Gu Li out of the house. A classmate spoke. Huh? Is that true? Another classmate didn't know about this. Is there any doubt? You can ask them. Gu Li was kicked out of the house, struggling to make a living with her child. A few years ago, she even called me to borrow money. That's right.
She also borrowed money from me.
She borrowed money from me too.
The classmates around her were whispering. Gu Li bit her lip, and a trickle of blood began to form. Zhang Yuan stood there dazed, as if he could hear the sound of his heart breaking.
Classmates, I have some things to attend to. I'll be leaving first. Gu Li, holding back the tears that were about to fall, stood up, preparing to leave. Emily, don't go.
Xinyu hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed her, then pretended to say to the other classmates, all right, let's not bring this up anymore. We are all classmates after all, let's talk about something else. After saying that, she dragged Gu Li back to her seat. She had other special plans today.
If Gu Li left, the fun would be ruined.
Chapter 38, a single word creates a storm of waves. After Gu Li sat back down, the others indeed stopped discussing the matter. A few rounds of drinks later, everyone, except for Gu Li, showed signs of drunkenness. Xinyu picked up her cup and walked over to Zhang Yuan, deliberately pressing her snow-white, proud chest against him. She coyly said, "Our general manager Zhang. You'll have to help me more in the future." Zhang Yuan shakily lifted his glass, gently clinking it with the other person's, and downed it in one gulp.
His tongue felt slightly numb, and he asked, "Xinyu, what are you talking about? If you need help, just say it." Zhang Yuan clearly hadn't gotten over the matter with Gu Li. He just wanted to drink and get drunk today.
"Mr. Zhang, you're now the vice president of Mingshi Company.
My husband is currently collaborating with a construction company under Mingshi. We'll be counting on you to help us more in the future,"
Xinyu said, twisting her upper body continuously. The soft, pleasant feeling made Zhang Yuan feel a wave of comfort, almost unable to hold back a hum. Though Xinyu wasn't as stunning as Gu Li, she had once been ranked among the top 10 beauties in Jinghai. Coupled with her exquisite appearance and outfit, she was an absolute beauty.
Zhang Yuan's mind began to wander.
Gu Li already had a child, and he had lost his chance. Since there was no chance left, aside from marriage, the only thing left was to play. Right now, Xinyu seemed quite appealing.
This isn't a small matter.
If you ever need help, just come to me directly, Zhang Yuan said, glancing around.
He gently grabbed Xinyu's curvy bottom. Xinyu made no move to avoid him. They were both adults, and the meaning was clear. My husband is on a business trip.
I'll be home alone tonight, Xinyu whispered, turning back to her seat with a seductive look. Zhang Yuan licked his lips and gave her a "I understand" look. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Xinyu took out her phone and whispered a few words into the microphone. Soon, a waiter entered with some dishes. The surrounding people had no reaction. At this moment, Xinyu called out sarcastically, "Waiter, come pour me a cup of water."
"Oh, yes, Mississippi."
The waiter hurriedly picked up the teapot and walked over. As the tea was being poured halfway, Xinyu deliberately touched the cup, causing it to tip over and spill hot tea all over her.
"Ah!"
Xinyu cried out in pain, stood up, and slapped the waiter hard across the face. The waiter, holding her burning face, took a few steps back, clearly panicked.
This scene naturally caught the attention of the classmates.
"I say, this waiter is really careless.
How could she be so clumsy? Right, such hot water. Xinyu, are you hurt? Hurry and check, hope it doesn't leave a scar." Several female classmates spoke in unison, crowding around Xinyu to check. Bang!
Zhang Yuan slammed the table and shouted, "Get the manager here. A waiter like this is useless, can't even pour water properly.
Fire her immediately."
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it," the waiter quickly apologized upon hearing the manager would be called. Being fined was one thing, but being fired was another. At this moment, Gu Li unconsciously looked up, and upon seeing the scene before her, she was instantly stunned.
"Mom! Gu Moli slowly stood up, unable to believe what she was seeing. Moli?
Wang Huizhi, covering her face, was completely shocked. She never imagined her daughter would be here.
The once lively private room fell silent in an instant. Xinyu sneered inwardly.
Wang Huizhi coming here was something she had arranged with a familiar person from the resort.
Moli, is this your mother? Xinyu feigned surprise, then added, oh, I didn't expect your mother to be here. By the way, auntie, you're not at the Gu family living as a wealthy lady, but here working as a waitress?
Gu Moli stared at Xinyu, already knowing without thinking that this must be her doing, arranging for her mother to appear here.
Xinyu met Gu Moli's gaze without flinching, arrogantly staring back.
She had arranged this class reunion precisely to humiliate Gu Moli and relieve the resentment in her heart.
Such a perfect opportunity, how could she let it slip away?
Around the classmates, whispers and quiet discussions were happening. Everyone knew that during university, Gu Moli came from a prestigious family, but now her mother was actually working as a waitress in this restaurant.
How ironic.
This indirectly confirmed that the Gu family had indeed expelled the Gu Moli family.
Gu Moli's nails dug deeply into her flesh.
She could endure the humiliation herself, but this Xinyu had made her mother come here. This was not just humiliating her, it was humiliating her mother. The awkward atmosphere enveloped the entire private room.
Sorry about this, student.
Please enjoy your meal, everyone. When you pay the bill, I can give you a 5% discount, Wang Huizhi said, holding back tears as she walked out the door. Over the years, she had endured countless grievances in this mountain villa, but today, being humiliated in front of her daughter made her feel that even her daughter couldn't hold her head up anymore. Auntie, take care. Forget the 5% discount, I have the platinum card here, so I can give you an 80% discount, Xinyu said, smiling with her lips curled. After Wang Huizhi left, Zhang Yuan stood up, awkwardly smiled, and said, well, everyone has eaten enough, let's call it a day. At this point, the gathering was surely over.
One by one, the classmates got up and agreed. This class reunion was truly eventful.
From once a wealthy family to this downfall, this topic would be talked about for quite some time. As they just walked out of the private room, a security guard outside immediately stood straight and saluted.
At that moment, Gu Moli couldn't hold it any longer and burst into tears. While everyone was confused, Xinyu sneered and said, hee, this is the father of Miss Gu. Everyone was shocked.
Her parents had been humiliated today, and it made Gu Moli's heart ache terribly. It was also because, back then, she stubbornly gave birth to her daughter, causing her parents to suffer as well. Not far away, Yi Bei heard the sound of Gu Moli crying. When he looked over, he saw Gu Hai standing straight, wearing a security uniform, saluting the crowd. You have such guts!
Yi Bei shouted angrily.
Beside him, Su Wanshan felt a wave of pressure and suddenly knelt down. If he weren't a mid-level martial venerable, the pressure just now would have already killed him. Yi, sir, Su Wanshan said, confused.
Everything was fine just now, why did he suddenly get angry?
I told you to arrange for Gu Hai to be placed in another position, why is he still a security guard? Yi Bei pointed to the distance and shouted. Su Wanshan was sweating heavily and hurriedly explained, Yi sir, after you told me, I did as you asked. I was going to make Gu Hai the lobby manager tomorrow, and Wang Huizhi the deputy manager. Anyway, it's just tonight.
I don't mind. You don't mind?
Yi Bei thought it was too late to get angry.
The commotion over there also caught their attention. A student tried to look over in the distance, and immediately froze, pointing and trembling with his finger. That person seems to be the richest man in Jinghai, Su Wanshan.
One sentence stirred 1,000 waves. Zhang Yuan, drunk, squinted his eyes and laughed. I say, you really know how to talk nonsense. Mr. Chu is the president of our group company, the richest man in Jinghai.
Would he kneel to others? What a joke. Chapter 39, A Life Sentence. The crowd also thought what Zhang Yuan said made sense.
He was a part of Chu's company, so he naturally knew Su Wanshan better than anyone else. The group slowly walked this way. As they got closer, Gu Moli saw Yi Bei first. She could no longer hold it in, ran a few steps, and threw herself into his arms, crying uncontrollably. After all these years, no matter how much hardship she had endured, she had never felt as much pain as tonight. Yi Bei said nothing, only gently stroked Gu Moli in his arms, deeply understanding the pain in her heart. The humiliation of her parents was 1,000 times more painful than being humiliated herself. Yi Bei had often thought, if time could rewind, that night, he would rather die at the hands of the Gu family. Let parents live well. But time will not go back, even if it did, the result would certainly not be what Yi Bei imagined, that he would die and his parents would live. The pain of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired one is something that people who have not experienced it would never understand. That night, if Yi Bei had been killed by the Gu family, his parents would surely not survive.
The result would certainly be that the whole family of 3 would die at the hands of the Gu family. If it weren't for the obsession of avenging his parents supporting him, how could Yi Bei have lived alone for these 7 years? And now, Gu Emoli and her daughter Xinyu are the closest people to Yi Bei. If anyone harms them, he will make them pay 100-fold. A group of classmates watched Gu Emoli throw herself into a man's embrace. After a brief surprise, they all showed mocking expressions. Xinyu was the first to speak, saying, "Oh, look, this Miss Gu is really something. Her daughter hasn't even found her real father yet, and she's already found a stepfather, TSK. Her voice was loud, not caring about anyone around. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Gu Emoli held onto Yi Bei even tighter, as if this way, she couldn't hear the mocking voices. Yi Bei's eyes narrowed slightly, and a murderous intent appeared on his calm face. "Master Yi, let me handle this little matter." Su Wanshan slowly stood up and suddenly turned around. Slap. With a heavy slap, Xinyu was directly slapped away, half of her face instantly swollen to the size of a fist. "You?" Xinyu struggled to get up, and when she saw who it was, she was stunned on the spot. That slap happened in a flash, and everyone hadn't had time to react. By the time they did, all they saw was Su Wanshan with an extremely gloomy face. That meant the person kneeling next to that man was indeed the richest man in Jinghai, Su Wanshan. To make the richest man in Jinghai bow down, the man holding Gu Emoli must have a terrifying identity. "Madam, it is all my fault for letting you suffer this great humiliation on my territory. How to deal with these people? Wanshan will listen to you completely." Su Wanshan bowed respectfully to Gu Emoli. At this moment, Gu Emoli was utterly shocked. She hadn't noticed Su Wanshan just now, let alone expected him to be so courteous to her. In a daze, she looked up at Yi Bei. Yi Bei felt the pleading look in her eyes and coldly said, "Wanshan, kill them all, leave not one behind." At the moment when Su Wanshan was about to strike, Gu Emoli broke free from Yi Bei's embrace. Although a group of people had just humiliated her fiercely, and she hated them deeply, the crime was not severe enough to deserve death, especially since they were her classmates. Su Yuanqing's hand, infused with true energy, stopped mid-air. He turned to look at Gu Emoli, his gaze finally landing on Yi Bei, waiting for instructions. "Yi Bei, please don't kill them, okay?" Gu Emoli's eyes were swollen, and the tears at the corners of her eyes hadn't dried yet. Yi Bei, with pain in his heart, reached out to gently wipe the tears from the corner of Gu Emoli's eyes. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. Su Yuanqing returned his hands to their original position, and the true energy he had gathered slowly dissipated. Yi Bei stepped forward, looking at the group in front of him with the gaze of an emperor, saying, "If not for Moli's pleading, you would all be dead today." The group let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if they had escaped the gates of hell. They knelt on the ground and desperately kowtowed to Gu Emoli. "Thank you, Miss Gu, thank you, Miss Gu." Gu Emoli turned her head to the side. The scene of her former classmates causing such a scene made her feel that after this gathering, these dozens of people would never meet again for the rest of their lives, and her heart was filled with mixed emotions. The next sentence brought the group from the joy of rebirth back into fear in an instant. "You, as Moli's classmates, dared to humiliate her like this. Truly, you are despicable beyond measure. You may escape death, but you will never escape the punishment of life." After saying this, Yi Bei's right arm was wrapped in layers of solidified true energy, and he swung it out fiercely. The dozens of people felt their insides churn, each spitting out a mouthful of blood. They felt as if their bodies had aged 20 years in an instant. However, after checking, they found that their bodies were unharmed. Yi Bei tightly held Gu Emoli in his arms and turned to leave. "Remember this, Gu Emoli is my Yi Bei's wife, and her child is naturally my Yi Bei's child. If any of you continue to gossip or spread rumors, I will personally take your lives." The two slowly disappeared from the crowd's sight. Only when they were completely out of sight did everyone feel as if they had been granted a pardon. Su Yuanqing looked at the others with a cold snort in his heart. Although Yi Bei's earlier move appeared harmless, in reality, it had destroyed the vital energy in these people's bodies. Once a person loses their vital energy, diseases will naturally follow. At best, they would live 20 or 30 fewer years, and at worst, they would only live 6 or 7 more years. Moreover, with their current ages, having children would now be impossible. Xinyu was still feeling smug about her survival. If her husband knew that she could no longer have children, would he still keep her? The next morning, Gu Emoli appeared to be in a good mood. After the family of 3 finished breakfast in the presidential suite, Gu Emoli said she wanted to visit the flower shop, as it had been closed for several days. Yi Bei had planned to stop her. With his abilities, there was no need for Gu Emoli to run a flower shop. But he knew what the flower shop meant to Gu Emoli. It represented all her efforts and hopes from these past years. After Gu Emoli left, Yi Bei changed Xinyu into a brand new outfit, preparing to send his daughter to school. "Daddy, do you not like mommy?" On the way, Xinyu looked up at Yi Bei, blinking her big eyes. Yi Bei was stunned. "Xinyu, why would you say that?" Yi Bei gently stroked his daughter's head and asked. Xinyu thought for a moment and replied, then why does daddy always sleep on the sofa alone at night, instead of sleeping with mommy and me? Yi Bei chuckled. So that was the reason. Xinyu, if daddy sleeps with mommy and you, it would be too crowded, and you wouldn't rest well. If you don't rest well, how would you be able to go to school the next day? Yi Bei smiled as he looked at his daughter. Daddy is lying. Mommy and I have a big bed, and there's enough room for all three of us. Daddy just doesn't like mommy, Xinyu said, her big eyes slowly filling with tears, which then fell down her cheeks. Yi Bei bent down and gently wiped away his daughter's tears. In these 7 years, the only things that accompanied him were blood and tens of thousands of corpses. He only knew how to kill, not how to love. What is love? A look of confusion appeared in Yi Bei's eyes. At this moment, he just wanted to be with Gu Emoli and their daughter, to make them happy, to protect them, not letting them suffer a single bit of harm. Is this love? Maybe, this is love. Xinyu, daddy loves mommy very much, and loves you too. You two are daddy's everything. Yi Bei tightly held his daughter in his arms. Xinyu loves mommy and daddy very, very much. We are the happiest family. Xinyu happily shouted. Watching his daughter skip happily into school, Yi Bei waved down a taxi and headed to the Di Jinghan mansion. He wanted to quickly tidy up the villa so that mother and daughter could move in. This way, it would be more convenient for Xinyu to go to school. At this moment, in the flower shop, Wang Huizhi, wearing a capable suit, was talking endlessly with a proud expression on her face. Emoli, your dad and I have both become the main hall managers of the mountain villa. Do you know how much the salary is now? Together, your dad and I almost make 20,000 a month. Ah, we've endured all these years, finally we've made it. No, I have to call them and let them see. Our family can finally hold our heads high now. Wang Huizhi, full of excitement, took out her phone. Mom, I don't think you need to make that call. Gu Emoli knew exactly who her mother was referring to. No, this call must be made. And I want to arrange something at the villa. All these years, not only did they not help us, they looked down on our family at every turn. They don't even think about how we helped them when we were still in the Gu family. They are nothing but ingrates. Wang Huizhi got angrier as she spoke. Gu Emoli didn't say anything more. She knew her mother's temper. However, she had a faint feeling that her parents' sudden promotion to the main hall managers at the villa must have something to do with Yi Bei. Since Yi Bei came back, everything he had done seemed strange to her, especially last night, when the richest man in Jinghai, Su Wanshan, was taking orders from him. What had Yi Bei experienced in these 7 years? By the way, Emoli, you and Xinyu should stop living in that shabby basement. Your dad and I are now the main hall managers at Qingtang Mountain Villa. If word gets out, we'll be embarrassed. The villa still has some vacant dormitories. You should move into one of those. Wang Huizhi, usually weak, now spoke with confidence and boldness. She seemed to have forgotten that she had been humiliated just the night before. Mom, don't worry about the house. Yi Bei has already bought one. Gu Emoli spoke softly. What? Wang Huizhi exclaimed in shock, why are you still associating with that homeless dog? Have you forgotten who ruined our family? You. Wang Huizhi was so angry that her chest kept rising and falling, feeling dizzy, and struggled to sit down on the nearby bench. It's really making me angry, huff, huff. Looking at her mother, Gu Emoli felt helpless. The reason she hadn't brought up the issue of the house was because she knew, once she did, it would lead to this kind of situation. Her parents' hatred for Yi Bei had been built over 7 years, and it wasn't something that could be resolved in a day. That homeless dog Yi Bei, the Gu family is gone, and he dares to come back. He really is a useless man. Someone like him, I absolutely will not agree for you to be with. The news of the Gu family's downfall was tightly sealed by the Jinghai Sensi group. Everyone only guessed that the Gu family must have offended some powerful family, which led to their destruction. Wasn't Yi Bei's family destroyed because they offended the Gu family? Mom, it's not like that. Enough, don't explain for that useless man. Wang Huizhi interrupted her daughter and then asked, you said Yi Bei bought a house. Where did he buy it? Come on, take me to see. Wang Huizhi didn't listen to any objections. Pulling her daughter towards the door, she wanted to see what this pathetic dog could do to buy a house in Jinghai. Inside the villa, Yi Bei sat on a large sofa. He had just invited 20 professional cleaners to tidy up. This kind of professional task should be left to the experts, otherwise, in 3 days the place would still be dirty. Outside the villa, Wang Huizhi stared in shock at the imposing villa. Emoli, you mean Yi Bei bought a house here? Wang Huizhi exclaimed in disbelief. From the moment she entered the community, she could tell that it was obviously a wealthy area, and the houses here wouldn't be cheap. This large villa in front of her was worth at least over 100 million. Where did Yi Bei get so much money? Seeing her daughter nod in agreement beside her, Wang Huizhi became even more furious. Emily, are you really stupid or just pretending? You believe him just because he said he bought it? Have you seen the property certificate?
Gu Emily shook her head. She indeed had never seen the property certificate, but she had never doubted Yi Bei's claim about buying this house.
Chapter 41, You're just a fraud.
At that moment, Yi Bei walked out and was stunned to see the mother and daughter standing outside. However, he still politely called out, "Aunt Wang."
No, don't call me that, I can't handle it.
Wang Huizhi snorted coldly, then continued, "How could a young master like you afford such a grand villa?"
We can't reach that level. Yi Bei frowned, and Gu Emoli also looked helpless.
Wang Huizhi stepped forward a few steps and entered. The luxury inside the house left Wang Huizhi in a daze. Even when they lived in the Gu family before, their house wasn't this luxurious. This further confirmed her belief that Yi Bei had no ability to buy this house. "Young Master Yi, I heard Emily say that this house is yours. Where is the property certificate? Show it to me." Wang Huizhi rolled her eyes and reached out her hand. "Aunt Wang, the house was just bought, and the property certificate is still being processed. It should come through soon," Yi Bei explained. With Yi Bei's ability, let alone the property certificate, he could get any document done in a day. But such a small matter didn't need special arrangements. Buying the house, the property certificate being a day earlier or later was irrelevant.
Keep pretending.
Wang Huizhi sneered.
Even if this house really is yours, whose name will be on the property certificate? Yours or Emily's? Yi Bei was taken aback. He had never considered this question.
Seeing Yi Bei's expression, Wang Huizhi was even more disgusted. "I always thought you were just a despicable little man using dirty tricks, but unexpectedly, you're a complete fraud."
"Ha, Yi Bei, I really underestimated you." Mom Gu Emoli couldn't listen any longer. "Shut up."
Wang Huizhi snapped coldly, "How did I give birth to such a useless thing?
Have you forgotten how he humiliated you back then? Have you forgotten how we were kicked out of the Gu family? Have you forgotten how we've lived these 7 years?" With a barrage of questions, Gu Emoli was left speechless.
"Indeed, all of this started because of Yi Bei. And Wang, it's true that I have caused trouble for your family.
I've returned now to make amends." "Make amends?" Wang Huizhi interrupted sharply, "How can you make amends? By deceiving Emoli into believing you bought this house?"
The more Wang Huizhi thought about it, the angrier she became, feeling disgusted by the person in front of her.
"Mom, I believe this house was bought by Yi Bei," Gu Emoli said, her tone laced with anger, feeling her mother had gone too far. "Why do you keep defending this fraud? What does believing help? Facts are what matter. Without a property certificate, I could also claim that I bought this house." Her daughter being so easily fooled made her even angrier. Yi Bei remained silent, took out his phone, and pressed a number. After all this talk, wasn't it just a property certificate? He could get it sorted out in no time.
"Zhou Yuan, give the housing authority a call, tell them to send me the property certificate right now."
TCH.
Wang Huizhi heard Yi Bei say this on the phone, and her face filled with disdain.
"Who do you think you're fooling? Do you think the housing authority is your family business?
Fine, I'll wait right here and see how long you can keep up this act." Wang Huizhi sat down on the sofa with a thud and crossed her legs. Gu Moli looked helpless, walking over to Yi Bei's side and whispering, "Sorry, Yi Bei, my mom is being a bit too much today."
Yi Bei chuckled lightly.
After 7 years on the frontier, surrounded by blood and blades every day, he had almost forgotten the atmosphere of real life. It felt somewhat nice to experience it again.
As for Wang Huizhi, Yi Bei couldn't reveal his true identity at all. Yi Bei's identity was top secret.
If news of him in Jinghai were to spread to the frontier, it would not intimidate the surrounding enemy countries.
If it triggered a war, those who spread the information would face severe punishment under the court's laws.
Even Yi Bei, the court's master, could not protect them. The court's laws were iron rules. Soon, a screech of brakes was heard outside, followed by a man in his 50s running toward the villa.
"Excuse me, may I ask, which one is Miss Gu Moli?"
The middle-aged man stepped into the door, panting heavily. He was Pan Yangshou, the director of the Jinghai Housing Authority. Just moments ago, he received a personal call from Director Wei at the inspection department, making him not dare to delay for a second. The property certificate, which would usually take 7 working days to process, was personally overseen by him and immediately delivered.
"Ah, that's me," Gu Moli responded.
The middle-aged man stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and handed over a red booklet, saying, "Hello, Miss Gu, here is your property certificate."
"What?"
Wang Huizhi jumped up from the sofa and snatched it, looking it over in all directions.
It was indeed a property certificate.
When she opened it, the owner's section clearly displayed the name Gu Moli. This. Wang Huizhi was shocked. Then, as if realizing something, she turned her face toward Yi Bei with fury and shouted, "Good job, Yi Bei.
If it weren't for my experience, I might have been fooled again." Tell me, where did you get this fake certificate from? Before Yi Bei could respond, Pan Yangshuo's face turned slightly angry. Madam, please mind your words. This certificate was personally processed by me. If it's a fake, I'll be held legally accountable. He couldn't guarantee other certificates, but this one was handled by him personally. To call it a fake was an insult to him. Ha, so you, who make fake certificates, know you'll be legally responsible? Wang Huizhi sneered, convinced that the certificate she held was a fake. Pan Yangshuo was so furious that his face turned red and his neck bulged. Normally, he would have exploded in anger, but this was a matter arranged by Director Wei, and he wasn't sure what kind of relationship Yi Bei had with Director Wei, so he dared not lose his temper. Madam, if you don't believe it, you can check online. Also, I'm not someone who makes fake certificates. My information is on the official website of the Jinghai Housing Authority, he said, then turned to Gu Moli and nodded slightly. The certificate has been delivered. Miss Gu, I'll take my leave. Looking at the suddenly departing figure, Wang Huizhi froze for a moment. What? What is going on? A person who makes fake certificates is now so arrogant? He even has his information on the official website. Moli, check online, I want to see what kind of information a fake certificate maker has. Gu Moli took out her phone. Soon, Pan Yangshuo's profile appeared on the phone. What? He's the director of the Jinghai Housing Authority? Wang Huizhi exclaimed, staring at the phone screen. How could she have imagined that a director would personally bring the certificate? Mom, do we still need to check whether this property certificate is real? Gu Moli teased deliberately. She had always believed that Yi Bei was the one who bought the house. Wang Huizhi was speechless. The director of the housing authority personally brought the certificate. What more do we need to check? Is there anything more real than this? Wang Huizhi's face turned red and white, her sweat embarrassed her. At this moment, she didn't dare to look at Yi Bei directly, feeling like she had completely lost face. She never expected that Yi Bei would have the ability to buy such a big villa here, and the property deed only had her daughter's name on it. The two of them were not married, and with only her daughter's name on the deed, it naturally meant that this house belonged solely to her daughter. This neighborhood, this luxurious villa, must be worth at least 100 million, right? 100 million. Even when she was with the Gu family, the three of them together couldn't reach that amount. Well, humph. So what if you bought this villa? Do you think I will forgive you? Let me tell you, it's not that easy. Wang Huizhi shouted, gritting her teeth. In fact, she knew in her heart that she no longer hated Yi Bei that much. A person willing to spend hundreds of millions to buy a house for her daughter, even in Jinghai, would be something even the second generation of the rich couldn't do, right? And Wang, I know that these past years, I have brought too much harm to your family, especially to Emoli and Xinyu. I came back this time to make up for the mistakes I made in the past. So don't worry, I will make Emoli and Xinyu the happiest people in the world. Yi Bei said seriously. Gu Emoli's eyes were already moist. In the few days Yi Bei had returned, she had deeply felt how much he cared about her and her daughter. Looking at Yi Bei's sincere expression, Wang Huizhi's heart also shook. Her daughter had suffered so much humiliation and pain over the years, as a mother, she couldn't be clearer. Now, with Yi Bei around to take care of her, it seemed like the perfect fit. After all, he was Xinyu's biological father. At least, Xinyu would no longer be called a child without a father by other children. Well, I've arranged a dinner at the villa tonight. You two should come over as well. Wang Huizhi said, rubbing her red eyes, turning around and heading toward the door. Why is there sand in the room? Looking at her mother's choked-back figure, Gu Emoli couldn't help but cover her face and sob. These were tears of joy. She knew her mother had accepted Yi Bei. At 7 p.m., in a large luxurious private room at Qingtang Villa, 3 large tables were almost full, all with people from the Wang family. If it weren't for hearing that Wang Huizhi had become the deputy manager of the main hall at Qingtang Villa, the Wang family wouldn't have come for dinner today. In these 7 years, the Wang family had avoided Wang Huizhi, afraid she might ask them for money. Everyone, eat and drink well. If you want anything, feel free to order. Tonight, it's on me. Wang Huizhi stood up, scanning everyone with an indescribable pride on her face. Tonight was the happiest day for her in 7 years. She could finally hold her head up. Humph, a hotel lobby manager, what's so great about that? So full of herself. A stylishly dressed girl said with disdain. Her name was Wang Roland, the daughter of Wang Huizhi's older brother, and she worked as an executive at a mall. If you think about it carefully, she was able to get into this company because her second aunt, Wang Huizhi, had helped her. But ever since Wang Huizhi was kicked out by the Gu family, all the Wang family members avoided her. Not only did they refuse to help, but they also added insult to injury, watching her suffer. Otherwise, Wang Huizhi and Gu Emoli's family wouldn't have spent these 7 years so miserably. Roland, don't worry, I'll make sure they stop being so arrogant. Dong Eli, can't stand it when people act smug in front of me. A young man with a buzz cut said angrily. He was Wang Roland's husband, a contractor who had made a lot of money from construction in recent years, a typical nouveau riche. At this moment, Gu Emoli and Yi Bei walked into the room with Xinyu. Everyone inside glanced at them, all with looks of disgust. Gu Emoli ignored everyone. He pulled Yi Bei and Xinyu to sit in the empty seats, his face cold, not saying a word. He knew who the people here were today, so he really didn't want to come, but his mother asked today, and Yi Bei had just earned his mother's approval, so not coming would be inappropriate. She also had a hint of stubbornness in her heart. Her daughter's illness had been cured, her parents' work had improved, and from now on, she would never have to watch anyone's face again or beg anyone. The three of them had just sat down when Wang Roland sarcastically asked, "Oh, Emoli, who is this person?" Gu Emoli ignored her. She had no good feelings towards this cousin. When Wang Roland graduated from college and couldn't find a job, it was she who begged her mother to help her cousin get a job in a company. Later, she borrowed money from this cousin to pay for her daughter's medical treatment. The cousin not only refused to lend her the money but also mocked her and kicked her out. At that moment, Gu Emoli finally understood what it meant when they say, when poor, no one asks in a busy market, when rich, distant relatives come from the mountains. After that, Gu Emoli completely cut ties with the Wang family. No matter how difficult or poor she was, she would never beg anyone from the Wang family. I say, Roland, since you can bring him over, he must be Emoli's man. Well, when it comes to picking up men, she is much better at it than us. I have to admit defeat. A girl slightly older than the rest shook her head, with a face full of sarcasm. The people in the room whispered, their faces filled with ridicule. Gu Emoli clenched her fists tightly and bit her lips. She could understand being mocked by others, but these were her relatives with whom she shared blood. Yi Bei gently patted Gu Emoli's hand. At this moment, he truly realized how many rumors and pressures Emoli must have endured over the years. I don't like that title. Yi Bei turned his head, his sharp eyes fixed on the girl. TCH. You don't like it? So what? I'm just speaking the truth. The girl arrogantly lifted her chin. Hearing this, Yi Bei's expression grew colder. Yi Bei Gu Emoli softly called out, reaching out to grab Yi Bei's hand. She felt his anger and knew that once he made a move, the other person might not survive. After all, the other person was her relative. What? Yi Bei? The girl clearly heard what Gu Emoli just called out. Shocked, she also felt a sense of fear. This was the man who had forced himself on Gu Emoli back then. Was that terrifying look just now because he wanted to force himself on her because he was interested in her beauty? Everyone in the room, upon hearing the name Yi Bei, started whispering. They looked at Gu Emoli with mockery. No one expected that Gu Emoli would end up tangled with the person who once forced himself on her. How shameless. Wang Huiji's face darkened. She didn't set up this dinner to continue enduring insults. Over the years, she had already heard much worse, more hurtful gossip. Emoli, when are you planning to move into the villa that Yi Bei bought for you in Dijing Hanfu? Wang Huiji intentionally asked loudly, as if afraid no one would hear. A few million for a villa was enough to give her face. For so many years in the Wang family, she had never spoken with so much confidence. I haven't thought about it yet. Gu Emoli lowered her head and answered softly. Wang Huiji glared at her daughter, thinking to herself, this stupid girl, something so face-saving, why is she saying it so quietly? Gu Emoli certainly understood her mother's intention. The villa was bought by Yi Bei, but she didn't want to use it to prove anything. As long as Yi Bei stayed by her side and their daughter grew up healthy, that was enough. Everything else, nothing mattered. TCH, what's so special about a villa? How much could it be worth? My second brother has earned enough money in the past few years to buy at least 3 or 5 of those. Wang Roland curled her lips. A face full of disdain. But although she said this, her heart felt sour, as the house she lived in now was only a little over 100 square meters. It's just a villa, right? Rui Lin, go take a look later, no need to consider anything under 1,000 square meters, I can't afford to lose face. Dong Early, I said arrogantly, then continued, when I buy my villa, we'll meet there once a week, we'll have a barbecue, and I'll cover all the costs. Hearing this, the Wang family praised Dong Early. Wan Huiji was so angry her lungs almost exploded. She had originally planned to show off in front of the Wang family today, but now she was being trampled under someone else's feet. The adult's words were not something Xinyu could understand or care about, so she fixed her gaze on a plate of braised chicken legs in front of her and kept swallowing her saliva. Xinyu, do you want to eat? Yi Bei noticed his daughter's hungry expression and asked with a slight smile. Xinyu nodded heavily. Yi Bei picked up the chopsticks, and just as he was about to reach the edge of the plate, the table suddenly turned, and the chicken legs were placed in front of a young woman. The woman quickly grabbed 3 chicken legs and put them into her child's bowl, then gave one to each of the other children nearby. The plate of chicken legs was immediately emptied. Xinyu looked at the empty plate, her face full of disappointment. The woman didn't even look up, telling her son, "Eat, hurry and eat." "Mom, there's so much, I can't finish it." The woman's son looked at the 3 big chicken legs in his bowl, a miserable expression on his face. "What do you mean you can't finish? Didn't you see that little brat wanting to eat? If you don't eat, she'll eat it." Upon hearing his mother's words, the son quickly grabbed a chicken leg with each hand, chewing it greedily, then looked up at Xinyu, shaking his head and sticking out his tongue, making a face. The other children were also eating the chicken legs, intentionally looking especially satisfied, making exaggerated expressions of enjoyment, all while looking at Xinyu with a smug look. Tears welled up in Xinyu's eyes, but she held them back, her face full of stubbornness. Clearly, this wasn't the first time they had bullied Xinyu. "What did you just call my daughter?" Yi Bei's gaze turned cold as he stared at the woman. The woman seemed taken aback by the question, momentarily stunned, then sneered, "What's it to you how I call her? I called her a little bastard, what about it? She doesn't even know who her real father is, isn't that right?" Swish! Bang! A teacup was thrown with precision, smashing directly into her mouth. Several of her front teeth instantly fell out, and she swallowed them with the blood that followed. The woman covered her mouth, unable to speak, blood flowing continuously from her fingers, and the pain made her eyes fill with tears. This happened in the blink of an eye, and everyone in the room hadn't even had time to react. "After all these years, you're the first woman to make me act with my hands." Yi Bei's cold voice echoed in the private room. He knew that everyone here were Guomoli's relatives, and if not for the other party crossing his bottom line, he wouldn't even have bothered to lay a finger on a woman. "You're being outrageous." A bald, middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table, shouting angrily, "Yi Bei, you've got some nerve." He was Wang Wolin's father, Wang Hongrong, and also Wang Huiji's older brother. Apart from the elderly grandparents from the Wang family who hadn't arrived, he was the highest-ranking person in the room. Yi Bei glanced at Wang Hongrong, completely ignoring him, and took out his phone to dial a number. "I'm at the villa, my daughter wants to eat chicken legs." After hanging up, Yi Bei gently patted his daughter's head and said softly, "Xinyu, wait a bit, the chicken legs will be here soon." Wang Hongrong was completely ignored by Yi Bei, his anger causing his eye to twitch. He roared, "Yi Bei, how dare you hurt someone?" Yi Bei raised an eyebrow and said, "Hurt someone? If I hear another word disrespecting Moli and Xinyu, I'll destroy him." "You?" Wang Hongrong was so angry his face turned red, but when he looked into Yi Bei's chilling gaze, he didn't dare say anything else. A strong person could do anything. "Yi Bei, you're too arrogant." Wang Rolin saw how arrogantly Yi Bei treated her father and couldn't keep her temper anymore. Angrily pointing, Yi Bei suddenly stood up. As a senior executive in the company, with a husband who was a big boss in engineering, their family always held a high position in the Wang family, so how could others flaunt their power in front of them? Dong Early pulled Wang Wolin and indicated for her to sit down. Just as he was about to say something, the door to the private room was violently pushed open, and a group of small thugs barged in, shouting. Everyone was instantly stunned, and several children were scared, diving into their parents' arms. Dong Early sneered inwardly, his people had arrived. "We're using this private room, if you don't want to die, you all better get the hell out," shouted a black-clad thug with ear studs, glaring at everyone. Wang Huiji hurriedly stepped forward and explained, "Little brother, I'm the deputy manager here. This private room is already in use, and I can arrange another one for you." As she spoke, she took out her walkie-talkie, but before she could say anything, she was suddenly shoved aside. "I want this private room." Wang Huiji understood, they were here to cause trouble. "Little brother, you should know that this villa belongs to General Chu. Causing a ruckus here, I'm afraid you've picked the wrong place." Wang Huiji snapped coldly. Within Jinghai, it seemed no one dared to make trouble on Chu Yuancheng's territory. "Stop using General Chu to scare me, I'm from the Black Dragon Hall," the earstud guy replied arrogantly. Everyone gasped in shock. The Black Dragon Hall was a well-known underground force in Jinghai. Their ruler, Heimeng, was someone whose name was on par with Chu Yuancheng. And he was just an outer disciple of the Black Dragon Hall, responsible for helping handle some trivial matters. Wang Huiji felt a chill, knowing she could not afford to offend the Black Dragon Hall. Dear relatives, let me arrange another private room for everyone." Wang Huiji's face was full of embarrassment. Yes, let's change to another room." Wang Hongrong quickly stood up, he didn't want to be involved with the Black Dragon Hall. The Wang family also hurriedly stood up, all knowing that those from the Black Dragon Hall were ruthless individuals. Offending them would mean no peace in the future. Dong Early saw it was about time and slowly stood up, bowing to the earstud guy. Brother Gung Pang. Chapter 44, Shocking Words That Will Not Rest Until They Surprise. Just a moment ago, he had called Gung Pang to come to the Qingting Villa to support him. As an external member of the Black Dragon Hall, Gung Peng often leveraged his connection to engage in shady activities, like collecting protection fees.
Dong Early worked on the outside and had often given Gung Peng benefits to get his favor. Gung Peng, pretending to be surprised, said, "Oh, Early, what are you doing here?"
Dong Early, full of pride, replied, "Brother Gung Peng, I'm dining with relatives today.
Could you please have your brothers go to another room? It's on me." "Ha, no problem. Since it's Early's relatives, I won't make a fuss."
"Brothers, let's go to another room." Gung Peng waved his hand, and a group of them walked outside. Dong Early quickly followed and, standing beside Gung Peng, flatteringly said, "Thank you, Brother Peng, for giving me this face."
Gung Peng's expression darkened and said, "Dong Early, I don't just give face to anyone. You handle this today."
Dong Early quickly replied, Yes, I understand. Brother, you and the others eat first.
After satisfying your hunger and thirst, I've already arranged a diamond place.
I heard there's a new batch of foreign girls, all top-notch S-class. Brothers, enjoy yourselves, I'll cover all the expenses. No one knew what Dong Early was discussing with Gung Peng. Wang Hongrong watched his son-in-law talking cordially with the other and felt proud, calmly sitting back down.
Wang Ruolin, too, looked arrogant, thinking, "My husband is amazing, he even knows people from the Black Dragon Hall. If it weren't for my husband's intervention."
Your family is about to make a fool of themselves today. Acting all proud as a deputy manager in the hall, haha, let's see if you're still proud now. The rest of the people also calmly returned to their seats. Everyone, eat, no worries, we're all family here. Dong Early returned to his seat, quickly picked up a piece of food, but before it even reached his mouth, a cold voice shouted,
"Stop!" The Wang family was stunned.
As Gung Peng took a step out the door, he stopped, turned around, and looked around. His eyes stopped at Jibei, who was the only one in the room staring at him with a dark look.
"What did you just say?" Gung Peng tilted his neck, seemingly not believing it. Dong Early was overjoyed in his heart. This kid was basically asking for death.
Brother Peng, this kid is so arrogant, just now he was talking big, calling you all trash, saying he's going to destroy you. Dong Early exaggerated, provoking Gung Peng. Yi Bei, you'd better be ready to die.
Damn it. I think you're asking for death. Gung Peng rolled up his sleeves and walked over. In Jinghai, how dare someone look down on their Black Dragon Hall? Slap. Yi Bei didn't even lift his head, slapping backwards with his hand. Gung Peng instantly flew up in midair, spitting blood as he flew backward. The room instantly went deathly silent. The Wang family was all dumbfounded, never expecting Yi Bei to dare to hit even someone from Black Dragon Hall. Brother Peng.
A group of lackeys rushed forward to check on him. They had been following Gung Peng but weren't even official members of Black Dragon Hall.
Get out of the way. Gung Peng violently pushed away a few lackeys.
In all these years, no one had ever dared to touch him, yet today, in front of his lackeys, he was struck.
Damn it, I'm from Black Dragon Hall, how dare you hit me? Kill him.
Gung Peng covered his swollen face, crying out in pain. Yes, kill him for hitting Brother Peng.
Dong Early chimed in. Fuck you. Gung Peng kicked Dong Early. If it weren't for this kid today, he wouldn't have been beaten. Everyone in this room, no matter who they are, hit them. Damn it. Gung Peng was furious and ashamed, this anger had to be released.
Ah, Brother Peng, this kid isn't even from our Wang family. If you want to hit him, but not us. Dong Early was lying on the ground, knowing that Gung Peng was a ruthless character with a record. The Wang family's faces turned pale with fear, and Wang Wolin quickly shouted, Yi Bei. Kneel down and apologize to Brother Peng. If you want to die, don't drag us into it.
Yes. Everyone agreed, all staring angrily at Yi Bei.
If it weren't for his showing off, they wouldn't be dragged into this. Yi Bei ignored them, saying, 3 minutes, tell Heiming to come over and see me.
Holy shit. Everyone was once again shocked. This Yi Bei really wouldn't stop until he shocked everyone. He's gone mad.
Dong Early grabbed his hair, his eyes full of fear. A few children immediately started crying. In Jinghai, Heiming was synonymous with scaring children.
When kids cried and made a fuss, saying Heiming would come to take them away, they instantly became quiet. It worked every time. Gu Emoli. Is your wild man crazy?
Wang Ruolin had completely lost her mind.
This Yi Bei was really mad, calling for Heiming to come. If he really came, no one in this room would survive. Yi Bei.
Gu Emoli looked at Yi Bei, her face full of worry. Heiming's terrifying reputation in Jinghai was known by every household.
The chicken legs are here.
At that moment, a voice similar to a waiter suddenly rang out. Then, 2 figures, one white and one black, walked into the room. They didn't stop at all, each putting a plate of chicken legs in front of Yi Bei. Lord Yi, let the little princess try. These are the braised chicken legs I made. Let the little princess try. These are the fried chicken legs I made.
As the words fell, the room was as if time had stopped. Everyone was wide-eyed, as though frozen in place.
Xinyu, eat, it's all for you.
Yi Bei looked at his daughter with a loving face.
Xinyu was a little unsure, surprised.
Looking up at his father's confirming gaze, she happily reached out and grabbed a chicken leg, taking a big bite.
Delicious, Xinyu exclaimed.
Su Wanshan glanced proudly at He Ming. This braised chicken leg was made by him personally.
Little princess, try this fried chicken leg, see if it's tasty.
He Ming forced out a smile, but the smile was so creepy that anyone who saw it would find it unsettling.
Without hesitation, Xinyu reached out and grabbed one, taking a big bite. This one's even better.
Ha ha. He Ming immediately laughed, making a face at Su Wanshan. After so many years of betting, he had finally won one. At this moment, Gu Moli gently tapped her daughter, signaling her to stop eating.
Xinyu didn't understand and asked, "What's wrong, Mom?"
Gu Moli looked anxious, whispering, "Xinyu, stop eating, he is He Ming." Adults always scare children by saying He Ming is coming, but the kids have never seen him, they have no idea what He Ming actually looks like, and even think He Ming is some kind of monster.
Chapter 45, The Only One in the World.
Xinyu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly looked fearless, saying, "Even if he is He Ming, I'm not scared.
With Dad here, I'm not afraid of anyone."
Dad's good friends, Uncle Shanghu, Uncle Zhong Yuan, they are also amazing, and Uncle Gu Bai Tian, Uncle Luofeng, Uncle Nan Gongyan, they are all experts at fighting bad guys. Ever since Shanghu took Xinyu around the border areas, the most frequent thing Xinyu heard was that her dad was the most powerful person. So she became unusually brave. As long as she was with her dad, she feared nothing.
You've met Lord Nan Gongyan? He Ming asked, his hands trembling with excitement. Xinyu nodded and said, "Yes, Uncle Nan Gongyan is amazing.
He has so many soldiers, and so many planes, and he has a super powerful knife that can easily cut through stones.
Uncle Nan Gongyan said that when I grow up, he will give me that knife. The slaying god knife, my little princess, that's the slaying god knife."
He Ming said, his eyes welling up with tears. Ever since he saw the slaying god knife, every knife he owned was modeled after it. Naturally, their power was worlds apart. The slaying god knife was the weapon he most admired. "All right, Xinyu, eat quickly," Yi Bei said, noticing that these chicken legs were full of true energy. Clearly, these two had put in a lot of effort. Yi Bei's face darkened. "He Ming, your Black Dragon Society is really impressive.
When can I join?"
Buzz. He Ming felt a loud bang in his mind, his body swayed and nearly fainted, his legs went soft, and he kneeled to the ground. "Master, if He Ming has done anything wrong, please punish me," He Ming pleaded.
The Lord of the Slaying God Temple joining the Black Dragon Hall?
Even if he had 10,000 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. Not to mention anything else, with millions of soldiers in the hall, each one could spit and drown him alive.
Your Black Dragon Hall really knows how to show off, huh?
If you had come a step later, this room would have been flooded with blood by now, Yi Bei said coldly. He Ming kneeled on the ground, cold sweat pouring down his body. The implied meaning was clear to him. He turned his head and noticed a group of people at the door, one of them in black, clearly an outer disciple of the Black Dragon Hall.
"You're looking for death."
He Ming stepped forward and grabbed Gungpeng by the throat.
"Be black, Black Ming Lord."
Gungpeng was so scared he nearly wet himself. He never dreamed He Ming would appear here. What shocked him even more was that He Ming was so afraid of the person in front of him. In the Jinghai region, He Ming was a king, never afraid of anyone. "I, He Ming, hate these small people who bully others. You, as an outer disciple of the Black Dragon Hall. To smear the family like this, you deserve to die," Black Ming said as he drew the black knife from his waist, ready to strike down.
"Black Ming!"
Yi Bei shouted coldly.
"Go clean up the mess and get out of here, don't disturb me while I'm eating." Emoli and Xin were present, how could they let them see such a bloody scene?
Yes, it was Black Ming's mistake, I'll leave now, Black Ming said as he dragged Gungpeng out. After Black Ming left, Zhu Yuanshang, feeling uncomfortable, awkwardly smiled and said, "Well, Lord Yi, if you need anything, just call me.
I'll be waiting outside."
After Zhu Yuanshang left, the Wang family still maintained the same posture and expression, unchanged from beginning to end.
Xinu ate with relish, and Gu Emoli also had a big appetite, drinking 2 bowls of crab porridge in a row.
After so many years, she had never been as happy as she was today. Wang Huizhi was also shocked. She never expected that today, in front of the Wang family, she would feel so proud. She couldn't help but feel thrilled inside.
Dinner ended quickly while the Wang family seemed to chew on wax, unmoved the entire time.
Walking to the parking lot of the villa, Gu Emoli had just opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat, while Yi Bei was holding their daughter in the back seat.
A white Mercedes-Benz G-Class next to them flashed its lights twice. Wang Ruolin, holding the car key, glanced at the little white car Gu Emoli was driving, and a hint of sarcasm appeared in her eyes. I say, Emoli, your man knows people like Black Ming and Su Wanshan, such big figures, how can he still let you drive this crappy car? Women should keep their eyes open. If you're deceived once, it's forgivable, but if you're deceived a second time, then you're just asking for trouble. Her words were full of sarcasm. Clearly, she thought Yi Bei was just playing with Gu Emoli. The noisy words never reached the car. Gu Emoli started the car, and a low rumbling sound immediately echoed. Oh, a broken car is still a broken car, listen to that sound. I bet it will fall apart before we even get home. Wang Ruolin's lips curled into a sneer, her sarcasm growing more pointed. It seemed that only by doing this could she vent the frustration in her heart. Tonight's banquet had completely ruined her face. Gu Emoli's beauty had always made her deeply jealous, especially her background, which was much better than hers. The luxury goods she pursued required her to scrimp and save for a long time to afford, while Gu Emoli obtained them with ease. When she learned that Gu Emoli had been kicked out of the Gu family, she had drunk herself into a stupor and celebrated for several nights. The more miserable Gu Emoli's life became, the more relieved she felt. Among the Wang family, no one spoke, but their faces were filled with ridicule. Watching Wang Huiji's smug expression, they couldn't help but feel angry. They didn't know how Yi Bei knew Black Ming and Chu Yuanshang, but even if Yi Bei was a billionaire with immense power, what did that have to do with Wang Huiji? Now, with the wild man Gu Emoli found, the same man who had forced himself on her 7 years ago, she thought she could turn her life around? They probably wouldn't even last a few days before being ruthlessly abandoned again. At that time, let's see how proud the family will still be. At this moment, only one person among the Wang family showed a trace of shock in his eyes. His name was Wang Changrun, a sales manager at Tianzhong Group. This sound. Wang Changrun murmured, clearly deep in thought. As a sales manager, he was extremely familiar with vehicles. The deep sound definitely wasn't caused by an old vehicle, nor was it the result of a modification. It was the unmistakable sound of a 12-cylinder engine. A 12-cylinder Golf? Suddenly, he thought of something, but then shook his head, feeling it was impossible. As the Golf turned its head, he saw a logo on the rear. A golden W12. To ordinary people, this wouldn't mean anything, but as a sales manager at Tianzhong Group, Wang Changrun knew exactly what it was. This car. Wang Changrun's eyes widened in terror. The people around him sensed Wang Changrun's strange behavior. Wang Ruolin frowned and angrily said, "Have you never seen a car? A sales manager, and you're so shocked by such a broken car?" Wang Changrun completely ignored her, his eyes only on the Golf in front of him. He said to himself, W12, that means this car does have a 12-cylinder engine. Looking globally, there might be a 12-cylinder Golf, but those are all V12 engine structures, and the engine has to be placed in the back. Only a W12 engine structure can barely fit into such a small car. There is only this one in the world. Chapter 46, A Chance Encounter by the Road. Wang Changrun continued, moreover, the headquarters personally issued a document to every company in Tianzhong Group, requiring all employees in the group to learn it and remember it. The content of the document is that this car has lifetime free maintenance. What's the big deal? Such an exaggeration, how much can maintenance cost? Wang Ruolin looked at Wang Changrun's horrified expression and felt angry. What W12 and what 12-cylinder engine, she simply didn't understand. Even if it's better, it's still a broken Golf. How can it compare to her noble Benz G-Class? Wang Changrun heard this and glanced at Wang Ruolin with eyes that seemed to look at a fool, then said, anyone who owns this car enjoys the highest specifications of treatment from Tianzhong Group. No matter which vehicle they purchase from Tianzhong Group, it will be given for free without any charge. What? Everyone was shocked. I say, Wang Changrun, are you crazy? How is this possible? Dong Early, I clearly didn't believe it. There are countless luxury cars under Tianzhong Group. Buying a car for free? This kind of good thing is pure nonsense. You don't know anything. Wang Changrun's usual weakness vanished as he shouted, this is an official red-headed document issued by the headquarters, signed by the global president of Bolfu. The president of Huaxia region personally held a video conference with us, saying that seeing this car is like seeing the Bolfu president himself. The other party has 100% executive power of shares in Tianzhong Group. Wang Changrun's excited eyes were bloodshot, and he spoke with fervor. What does this mean? It means that at this moment, Gu Moli is the highest leader of Tianzhong Group globally. Even if the regional president of Huaxia is dismissed, it's just a matter of a simple sentence. The Wang family members stood there in amazement. What on earth is Yi Bei? With such great power, they wouldn't even dare to dream about it. On the way back, Gu Moli drove steadily. Yi Bei, what have you been through in these years? Gu Moli hesitated for a long time but finally asked. Since Yi Bei came back, he has shocked her too much, and her great curiosity pushed her to figure it out. In the back seat, Xinyu also opened her big eyes, looking at her father beside her. Yi Bei lowered his head, looking at Xinyu with a loving gaze. Xinyu wants to know too? Yi Bei asked gently. Xinyu replied with a soft and nodded vigorously. Yi Bei smiled lightly and said, Xinyu, Dad created a place called the Hall of God-Slaying, where the people are heroes. They always protect the safety of Huaxia, allowing Xinyu to grow up safely. I know. Xinyu heard Uncle Gu Beishan and others say that Dad is a great hero, the most powerful big hero in the world. Xinyu danced with joy, her bright eyes full of pride. Yi Bei gently nodded and then looked at Gu Moli. Moli, I am no longer the Yi Bei of 7 years ago. Now I am capable of providing a happy life for you and Xinyu. You and Xinyu have suffered too much in these 7 years. From now on, let me take good care of you. When Gu Moli heard this, her eyes turned moist. Just as she was about to say something, she saw from the rearview mirror that Yi Bei's brows were tightly knit and his eyes were fixed on the outside. Moli, stop! Yi Bei shouted urgently. Gu Moli slammed on the brakes. Before the car came to a complete stop, the door was already open. Yi Bei jumped out of the car. You all go back first. Yi Bei did not look back and quickened his pace forward. Gu Moli stared in the direction Yi Bei was walking, which led to a bar, and at the entrance, a group of thugs surrounded a girl. Hey, beauty, why drink alone? Just say it, and we brothers will keep you company. One thug said with a lewd look. That's right, we guys are not bad people, come on, let's go in for a few drinks, I'll treat you. Another thug interrupted, reaching out to hug the girl. Get away. Su Jian she swayed her body and slapped away the outstretched arm. Oh, still a little firecracker, huh? I like that. The thug laughed instead of getting angry, his eyes more lascivious. These thugs were the ones managing the bar, and they had noticed Su Jian drinking alone from the very start, and they decided to make a move once she left the bar still by herself. Do you know who I am? Have you heard of the Su family? Su Jian she was clearly a bit drunk, her body swaying as if walking on cotton. The Su family? The thug was taken aback, then chuckled, so what about the Su family? I heard the old man from the Su family has passed away. Who do you expect to back you up now? You. Su Jian she exclaimed, tears streaming down her face, raising her delicate fingers, but before she could slap him, her arm was already grabbed by him. Today was her birthday. In the past, her grandfather would celebrate it for her, but this year, there was no one to celebrate her. Ever since old Master Su passed away, Su Jian she had been in tears every day, especially on her birthday today, making her miss her grandfather even more, which led her to the bar wanting to drink herself into oblivion. Oh, the little firecracker is crying. It seems that old Su is your relative. So you are the young lady of the Su family, TSK, young lady, I've never had the chance to play with one, today I must savor this. The thug licked his lips, his eyes more heated, rubbing his hands and stepping closer. What do you want? Su Jian she took steps back until she was pressed against the wall. What do we want? Of course, we want you. Come on, the thug said, suddenly lunging forward with both hands. No. Su Jian she covered her eyes and curled up. But after about 10 seconds, without a sound, she slowly lifted her head, and the sight before her struck her like a thunderbolt. The thug's arms were still in the same position, but his hands had disappeared. The thug stood frozen, staring at his arms, clearly still not reacting. The others looked at their arms with the same fear, like dreaming, not believing what was. In the embrace of Yi Bei, Su Jian she cried uncontrollably. Yi Bei also felt a trace of guilt in his heart. If anything were to happen to Su Jian he would be guilty to old Master Su's dying words. Damn it, who the hell are you? My boss is Zhang Tianlong, you dare to touch me? Prepare to die. The thug's eyes nearly popped out as he yelled, then kicked his subordinate beside him. Quick, find my hand, go to the hospital. Damn it. Hurry. Yi Bei had originally intended to teach the man a lesson, but when he heard it was someone from Zhang Tianlong, his eyes instantly turned cold. Chapter 47, Get up and deal with him. The truck driver that day had said his brother-in-law was Zhang Tianlong. It seemed that this Zhang Tianlong was truly a powerful figure, and all his subordinates were troublemakers. I'll give you 3 minutes, bring Zhang Tianlong in front of me. Yi Bei said, stepping on the hand that had fallen to the ground. Who the hell are you? Zhang Tianlong is someone you can just meet whenever you want. The thug yelled at Yi Bei. Yi Bei's face darkened, and he crushed one of the thug's fingers with a single step. Ah! My finger! The thug with the severed hand screamed, as if he could truly feel the pain. 2 minutes left. Yi Bei said, then moved his foot to another finger. No! Don't step on it. I'll go in and call Zhang Tianlong right now. The thug's eyes were filled with fear. If all his fingers were crushed, what use would the hand have even if it was reattached? Several of them rushed into the bar, and in less than 2 minutes, a crowd of people flooded in. At the front of the group was a middle-aged bald man with a terrifying face, especially a scar that ran from his forehead to his chin, like a long centipede, making people dread to look at him. Zhang Tianlong, it's him. This guy broke my arms as soon as he came up. The thug with the severed arms lifted his bloodied limbs, almost crying. Zhang Tianlong's cold and fierce gaze locked onto Yi Bei. Kid, I think you're tired of living, daring to touch someone from my Zhang Tianlong's side. Zhang Tianlong's voice was hoarse and eerie. It was unclear whether it was due to vocal damage or just his natural tone, but it sent a shiver down one's spine. In the crowd, a bald man with both arms heavily bandaged immediately looked terrified and shouted, "Brother-in-law! It's him! This kid broke my arms." He was the concrete truck driver, Gu Fei, from that day. Among the dozens of people, only he and Zhang Tianlong were bald. Was that baldness contagious? Damn it! It's you! You broke Gu Fei's arms and cut off my subordinate's hands. Do you enjoy this kind of thing? Zhang Tianlong's face twisted into a snarl. In West City, no one dared to bully his people. Cut off his limbs. With Zhang Tianlong's command, dozens of his subordinates raised their machetes and rushed forward. Ah, Yi Bei, run! Su Jianxi instinctively shouted, feeling incredibly guilty. If she hadn't come to the bar today, none of this would have happened, and Yi Bei wouldn't have been dragged into this. Yo, this little girl looks pretty good. Leave her to me. After I'm done tonight, I'll have her work in the bar tomorrow to make money. Zhang Tianlong noticed Su Jianxi in Yi Bei's arms and sneered. Run? Where can you run? No one who Zhang Tianlong wants to kill has ever escaped. Close your eyes and don't look. Yi Bei whispered, holding Su Jianxi, and then his shirt began to rise by itself in the windless room. Dozens of thugs felt a cold wind brush past them, and their bodies froze in place, as though frozen in strange positions. Then, one by one, they felt a sharp pain in their lower bodies. Before they could look down, their bodies uncontrollably began to split and tilt. Outside the bar, the sounds of wailing spread throughout the area. Passers-by watching from a distance couldn't see the situation clearly, but the wailing that echoed through the night sky deeply shocked them. They quickened their steps, fearing they might be caught up in it. Martial artist. Gu Fei, trembling and pale as paper, finally understood why his arms had broken so suddenly that day. Beside him, Zhang Tianlong was instantly terrified. As the ruler of West City, he was also a martial artist, and he could clearly sense the terrifying power of the other person. At that moment, he could not possibly knock down dozens of people. Moreover, the method was so cruel and decisive, it was obviously a result of countless killings. Just now, it seemed the opponent didn't even move, which meant they were using. You are the war god. Zhang Tianlong was horrified. No one but the war god could achieve this level. The war god level, in the world of martial artists, was like a mythical existence, unseen in Jinghai for a century. How could the war god appear in Jinghai? Yi Bei ignored him, feeling a movement in his arms, and softly commanded, "Close your eyes, don't look." Su Jianxi just wanted to open her eyes but obediently closed them again, feeling an extraordinary warmth in his embrace, making her heart race uncontrollably. Growing up, she had never been so close to a man like this. My lord, I have eyes but cannot recognize Mount Tai. Zhang Tianlong suddenly knelt down. At the war god level, killing him would be as easy as squashing an ant. Sis, brother-in-law? What are you doing? Get up and fight him. Gu Fei's eyes widened, not understanding why his brother-in-law suddenly knelt in surrender. He knew Yi Bei was a martial artist, but his brother-in-law was also a martial artist. In the past, he had dealt with martial artists who came to cause trouble, beating them until their meridians were broken and their strength lost. What had changed? He only understood that there was a world of difference between martial artists and ordinary people but didn't know there was also an insurmountable gap among martial artists. To become a martial artist was already lucky. To become a martial sovereign required not only exceptional genes but also ample rare materials to assist. And for a martial sovereign to break through to the war god, it was even harder than climbing to the sky. Without exceptional talent and guidance from a renowned master, one would never step into the ranks of the war god in this lifetime. This created countless martial sovereigns whose journey ended there. Thus, talent was the top priority. If Yi Bei did not possess extraordinary talent, how could he become a war god in just 3 years and ascend to the war king 7 years later? A person's talent is incredibly important in a martial artist's training. Zhang Tianlong was almost in tears. Get up and fight? He, a mere small martial artist, against a war god? Get the hell out. Zhang Tianlong lifted his leg and kicked Gu Fei away. Ouch. What the hell, brother-in-law? You hit me? When we go back, I'll tell my sister. Wait until you come back to kneel on the washboard. Ouch. Gu Fei curled up on the ground, clutching his belly and rolling around. Clearly, that kick was quite heavy. Jiang Tianlong laughed bitterly in his heart. As long as he could survive today, forget kneeling on a washboard, kneeling on a durian or on a cactus would also be just fine. Yi Bei held Su Jianxi, his eyes sharp as a sword. In this life, there aren't many I need to protect, and she's one of them. Before Yi Bei could finish, he was sharply interrupted from behind. Let Mr. Jiang go. A little brother brandished a handgun, the dark opening aiming at Yi Bei and the two of them. He was Jiang Tianlong's personal bodyguard, really a killer disguised as a bodyguard, who had soaked his hands in much blood while helping Jiang Tianlong dominate the West City over the years. Jiang Tianlong was ecstatic and shouted, "Nice job! Shoot them! Kill them!" Just after speaking, he suddenly remembered something and cried out, "Aim at that girl, shoot that girl." Such ordinary firearms couldn't hurt martial artists at all, especially someone of that war god level. "War god, if you let me go, I won't hurt the girl in your arms, how about it?" Jiang Tianlong calculated in his heart, thinking this was his only hope for survival. As long as he could escape alive tonight, he could go abroad to hide. He had plenty of money and could live freely abroad. Even if it was a war god, he couldn't have the ability to search the entire globe. You are the war god, this gun poses no threat to you, but that girl in your arms is just an ordinary person. No matter how great your ability is, you can't protect her, right? Chapter 48, The one who receives the order must exterminate 3 clans. Jiang Tianlong had already seen the hope of survival. Yi Bei's lips moved slightly. Who told you I am just a war god? A chill ran through his body. What? Aren't you the god of war, or are you? Jiang Tianlong instantly felt a shiver down his spine. As a martial artist, he knew that beyond the god of war, there was the war king. Impossible. Don't scare me. I, Jiang Tianlong, am not someone who gets frightened. Jiang Tianlong didn't believe it at all. As far as he knew, within China, for hundreds of years, no one had ever reached the level of war king. The war king, that was above all martial artists, an invincible existence. Though only one word apart from the god of war, they were worlds apart. Once you broke through the god of war's limit, it was a qualitative difference. The god of war was weak as an ant before the war king. Yi Bei did not argue, he did not even turn back as he spoke to the 2 men behind him. Do you know the consequence of touching her? The bodyguards trembled at his words, a deep fear immediately spreading through them. For so many years, he had killed countless people, but never had he felt the sensation of death like he did today. Don't listen to him. If he dares to move, you two shoot. In 0.1 second, even the god of war won't be able to save her. Jiang Tianlong shouted urgently when he saw the men hesitate. This was his last hope to survive. The bodyguards, although filled with fear, had no way to retreat. They had to brace themselves, and with the pistol in hand, they gained a little courage. Let my boss go, or I'll shoot. The bodyguard summoned all his courage. He had killed countless people with his own hands. I don't like being threatened. Yi Bei's voice was as cold as ice. Your boss will die tonight. Not even Jesus can save him. Jiang Tianlong, upon hearing this, suddenly collapsed to the ground. Before the god of war, there was no hope of survival. Damn it, shoot that girl. Since I can't live, I might as well take her down with me. Jiang Tianlong roared. Even if he died today, he would drag someone down with him. Even if he went to hell, at least that girl would be with him. He would haunt her even as a ghost. Bang! Bang! Without hesitation, the bodyguard pulled the trigger in an instant. 2 gunshots rang out, yet Yi Bei still held onto Su Jianxi, maintaining the same posture as before, seemingly unmoved. Everyone held their breath, countless eyes fixed on Yi Bei and Su Jianxi. Clang, clang. The sound of metal hitting the ground. Yi Bei opened his hand, revealing 2 bullets slowly rolling on the ground. Jiang Tianlong was shocked to the core, and dozens of his subordinates stood frozen in disbelief. Grabbing a bullet with bare hands? Was this a movie? How was this even possible? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would ever believe it. Everyone was frozen in place, and Yi Bei suddenly waved his hand. A card shot out. The bodyguards had no time to react. More than half of the card had already pierced into his body, a sharp pain struck his chest, but it wasn't fatal. Yi Bei turned around and slowly walked away with Su Jianxi in his arms. Jiang Tianlong stared at their retreating figures, feeling as though he had been pardoned. He let out a long breath, but suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. No! Jiang Tianlong screamed to the sky, his eyes nearly popping out. His pupils slowly faded, his body swayed, and he collapsed to the ground. His organs had been completely shattered. The ruler of the West City, Jiang Tianlong, died on the spot. For so many years, he had terrorized the area, causing countless deaths. Yi Bei hailed a taxi and quickly disappeared into the night. The bodyguard held his chest, gasping for breath. His boss was dead, and the people around him were mutilated, with limbs scattered. Compared to them, he was lucky to be alive. He was about to leave when, from the darkness, a figure holding a battle knife blocked his path. Who are you? The bodyguard gasped. His experience tonight had already left him terrified, unable to handle any more shocks. You are not worthy to know. Lu Zhongyuan's hand reached out, and a card shot out, landing in his hand. The black card was unusually hard and sharp. On the front was the symbol of the God Slayer knife, and on the back was the word Bei. With a scream, intense pain caused his vision to go black, nearly causing him to faint. Please, don't kill me. The person earlier already spared me. The bodyguard trembled all over. Lu Zhongyuan flicked the blood off the card, sneering coldly, "Humph, not killing you is to let you know before you die, those who receive the decree to kill gods must wipe out 3 families. What? The bodyguard shuddered at the words, his whole being melting, collapsing to the ground. He never thought that the cost mentioned earlier would be so painful. In the next moment, the god-killing blade was unsheathed. Before his death, the bodyguard's eyes widened in terror, filled with immense fear. In a taxi, Su Jianqi nestled in Yibei's arms, having drunk quite a bit that night, and was now sound asleep. Yibei pondered briefly, and the car drove towards the Dijing Hanfu. Just now, Gu Moli didn't wait for him, clearly misunderstanding. If they didn't go back together now, it would really be hard to explain. Upon returning to the villa, as soon as Yibei opened the door, he saw Gu Moli sitting on the sofa, clearly waiting for him. Seeing Yibei tightly holding the girl in his arms, Gu Moli's face instantly turned pale. She never expected that Yibei would so openly take a girl home. Struggling to hold back her tears, just as she was about to say something, she saw Yibei, without any hesitation, carrying the girl into the guest room. The scene before her made her unable to control herself any longer, tears flowed down like a broken string. Since the moment Yibei returned, from hate to forgiveness, she didn't know when she had become unable to live without him. Yet right now, her heart felt a chill. In the guest room, Yibei placed Su Jianqi on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and walked out. Seeing Yibei come out, Gu Moli hurriedly stopped crying and wiped her tears. Yibei chuckled lightly. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Gu Moli coldly replied, who's jealous? This house belongs to you, young Master Yi. You can bring whoever you want home. I have no right to question it. Xiaoyu and I will move out tomorrow, don't let us disturb your love life. Yibei was speechless, explaining, her name is Su Jianqi, she is the granddaughter of Su Wanshan from the Su family. If it weren't for old Su saving me back then, I would have long turned into bones. Old Su has passed away. I promised him to treat his granddaughter as my own sister and ensure she has a worry-free life. Hearing this, Gu Moli's jealousy slightly lessened. You don't have to explain to me. Gu Moli lowered her head, whispering. Yibei gently held Gu Moli's soft arms, his gaze sincere. Moli, all I want now is to stay by you and Xiaoyu's side, to take care of you, and make you the happiest people in the world. My heart is only for you and Xiaoyu. Yibei was not one for sweet talk, his words were heartfelt. Gu Moli could truly feel Yibei's sincerity, a blush blossomed on her beautiful face, playfully saying, so cheesy. Yibei smiled lightly, applying slight pressure, a soft cry escaped, and she was pulled into his embrace. Chapter 49, This is Monopolization. In the morning, as the last trace of golden energy was slowly absorbed, Yibei jumped from a tall building. On the way, he bought breakfast, and when he returned to the villa entrance, he heard laughter coming from inside. Aunt Jianqi, do you have any interesting stories? Xiaoyu wants to hear more. Xiaoyu, didn't I say before? Just call me sister, I'm not that old. Sister Jianqi. That's right. Sister Jianqi will tell you another fun story, this one is a personal experience. On the sofa, Su Jianqi sat cross-legged in a short skirt, her long, rounded legs fully visible. Xiaoyu sat beside her, listening earnestly. Gu Moli peeled an apple, handed it over, saying, Sister Jianqi, eat an apple, I saw you drank quite a bit last night. Last night, Yibei said to treat Jianqi as his sister, so naturally, she would see her as a sister too. Thank you, Sister Moli. Su Jianqi extended her hand to take it, took a small bite, and smiled sweetly. From now on, you mustn't drink so much alone, it's too dangerous. Gu Moli paused and continued, I heard Yibei say yesterday. You don't have any relatives to take care of you in the Su family, so if you're willing, you can live here from now on. This is something Gu Moli had decided last night, she could feel how much Yibei cared for his sister. After all, there are many empty rooms in the villa, and she and Xinyu can't possibly use them all. Having one more person wouldn't make it feel too lonely. Besides, since the morning, Xinyu had been sticking close to Su Jianqi, obviously very fond of her. Jianqi sister, you can live here from now on. That way, you can tell me fun stories every day. Xinyu said excitedly. This. Su Jianqi looked troubled. She was an outsider, living with a sweet family of 3 didn't seem right. Listen to your Emoli sister, just stay here. Yi Bei walked in carrying breakfast. It's safe and convenient for Su Jianqi to live here, and it would naturally not be a problem. If it hadn't been for her passing by last night, the consequences could have been unimaginable. Yi Bei, Emoli's sister, thank you for your kindness, but I'm fine living in the Su family. Su Jianqi politely refused, feeling that living here was really not appropriate. Jianqi's sister. Xinyu's eyes began to well up with tears upon hearing this. After spending the whole morning together, she really liked this older sister. For all these years, she hadn't had a friend to talk to. Finally, someone was willing to stay with her and tell her fun stories. Alright, Xinu. Su Jianqi gently stroked Xinyu's head and continued, I promise you, whenever I have time, I'll come and keep you company and tell you stories, okay? Xinu pouted, reluctant but with no choice, she nodded. Yi Bei and Guemo Li no longer insisted. Since the other person was unwilling, they couldn't force it. After breakfast, Guemo Li took the car to send Xinu to school. At the dining table, Su Jianqi lowered her head in silence, her face filled with worry. What's wrong? Yi Bei asked softly. Su Jianqi thought for a moment, gazed out of the window, and said, ever since Grandpa passed away, the Su family's business has plummeted. The family members have been trying to save it, but there's been no progress. At this rate, by the time I graduate, the Su family will probably go bankrupt. I'm really useless. The Su family's business was built by Grandpa after years of hard work, but now, I can't help at all. As she spoke, Su Jianqi's eyes started to fill with tears. Since the old man of the Su family passed away, the family business was immediately eyed by others. Products from similar companies in the market continuously lowered their prices, causing the Su family's products to plummet and sales dropped sharply. If this continues, within 3 months, the Su family will definitely go bankrupt. Yi Bei smiled faintly. It's okay, Jianqi. I'll take care of it. The business world is like a battlefield, but in the end, strategy and tactics still have common elements. The Su family's business primarily deals in building materials, with more than 20 companies under its name, producing various types of construction materials. From large-scale carbon fiber production lines with thousands of tons of capacity to small bathroom ceramics, the Su family covers almost everything related to building materials. Yi Bei had heard his grandfather talk about Su Wanshan's rise to success. Su Wanshan was a classic example of rags to riches. Forced to drop out of school at the age of 14, he sold tobacco, fruit, pushed carts, and repaired bicycles on the streets, struggling to survive with just 2 meals a day. He endured unimaginable hardships under the disdain of others. At 16, he was recruited as a laborer in a small cement factory, working 16-hour days for 8 years. When he was 24, the cement factory owner ran off with a huge gambling debt, leaving Su Wanshan to lead a few workers to work tirelessly, saving the almost bankrupt factory. He then continuously expanded and eventually made a name for himself in the prosperous Jinghai city. In an elegantly decorated office, Chen Nanshang sat in a large boss chair. A middle-aged man beside him was reporting the data in his hand. Mr. Chen, the Su family is now struggling to survive. It is estimated that within 3 months, the Su family will go bankrupt. Xinyu said with a flattering expression. He was the sales director of Lingyun Group. Chen Nanqing's face showed displeasure as he said in a deep voice, 3 months? Too long. We need to lower the price of all our products by another 10 points. Xinyu looked surprised. Lowering all products by another 10 points? In recent times, the prices of all products in the group had already been reduced by nearly 30 points. If they lowered it by another 10, it would be at cost price. After deducting personnel wages and fluctuations in raw material prices, they might be selling at a loss. Mr. Chen, if we do that, we will not only fail to make a profit, but will also lose money. Xinyu said, quickly tapping on the calculator and continued, we will lose as much as 800 million every month. As a businessman, who would sell things at a loss, let alone lose more than 800 million? Chen Nanqing snorted coldly, what do you know? Su Wanshan has been riding on my head for so many years. Now that he's dead, it's the perfect time to wipe out the Su family. Our product prices are now far below those of the Su group. Once the Su group can't hold on and goes bankrupt, we can immediately raise our prices by 100%. There will be no competitors in Jinghai. No matter how expensive our products are, customers will have no choice but to buy them. For now, we're only losing a few billion. But at that time, we will dominate. Our revenue will at least triple. Understand? Xinyu suddenly understood and gave a thumbs up, saying, brilliant, Mr. Chen, this move is truly brilliant. As the sales director, Xinyu understood very well. This was market manipulation, creating a monopoly. Once a monopoly is formed, it will bring not just high profits, but astronomical profits. At the entrance of Jinghai University, a taxi stopped outside the gate. Su Jianqi had just gotten out of the car when a Mercedes S-Class stopped next to it. The rear window rolled down, and a young man looked at her with disdain. What? Miss Su has fallen so low that she now takes a taxi to school? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of students around them all looked at her with contempt. The students at Jinghai University were either genius scholars or the young masters and young ladies of major families, all with arrogant capital. For daily travel to and from school, they all had personal drivers, with every car being worth over $1 million. Some students even drove expensive sports cars themselves. It was common to see in Jinghai University. What does it matter to you? Did I spend your money by taking a taxi? Su Jianqi retorted directly. She felt no goodwill towards the person in the car. His father was none other than Chen Nanshang, the bitter rival of her grandfather in the business world. Though she was still in school and not involved in the family business, it seemed that the Su group was facing bankruptcy, which was undoubtedly connected to this Chen Jingsui's father. She was majoring in economic management at Jinghai University, and she was not just some useless young lady. Yabe, you go ahead, I'll head to class, Su Jianqi called out to the car. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Jingsui noticed that there was also a young man sitting in the taxi. This made him extremely jealous. Su Jianqi was the top beauty in Jinghai University, with countless admirers. Chen Jingsui was no exception. Over the years, he had known that his father and the Su group had always been competitors, so he never openly pursued Su Jianqi. But recently, at home, he had accidentally overheard his father's phone call, mentioning that the Su group was now at its weakest, and that his father would likely acquire it in the next few months. If the Su group were acquired by his father, wouldn't Su Jianqi be within his grasp? Tisk, TSK, Su Jianqi, early in the morning, a man sends you to school? What? Has the Su family fallen so low that they need you to earn money? Chen Jingrui asked sarcastically. You. Su Jianqi, enraged, couldn't help but curse. How could she not hear the underlying meaning in his words? Chen Jingrui sneered coldly. Oh, you're angry. Looks like I hit the mark. Su Jianqi clenched her silver teeth in anger. She could never win against him in this kind of sarcastic exchange. The car door opened, and Yi Bei stepped out. His handsome face and the aura emanating from him somehow attracted the attention of the students around. Who is this? He's so handsome. I don't know. He came with Su Jianqi. Could he be Su Jianqi's boyfriend? Maybe. He's so handsome, no wonder our school's big flower is charmed by him. If my boyfriend were even half as handsome as him, I'd be satisfied. A group of female college students whispered to each other. Chen Jingrui's face grew darker and darker. Yi Bei's lips moved slightly. Jianqi, you go inside to class. Why did you get out of the car? Su Jianqi saw Yi Bei standing next to her, looking worried. Last night, although she had been drunk and fuzzy, she could still vaguely remember some scenes. Last night, he was a true gangster, and Yi Bei could walk away from it all. If he got angry, Chen Jingrui would be in trouble. You go back in the car. I need to go to class, Su Jianqi said, walking into the campus without turning her head. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, Chen Jingrui might say something excessive, anger Yi Bei, and that would be troublesome. Watching Su Jianqi's back, Yi Bei turned around, ready to get back in the car. For an ordinary student, he wouldn't get angry. You better stay away from Su Jianqi. As Yi Bei was about to get in the car, he heard these words. Yi Bei ignored it and closed the door of the car. Aren't you just after her money? Let me tell you the truth, her family's Su group is about to go bankrupt. My father will buy it directly, and then, she won't just be no longer the Su family's young lady, but will also owe a pile of debts. If you stay with her, just wait to be unlucky. Chen Jingrui said proudly. When that day comes, I won't even need to pursue her. Su Jianqi will kneel down and beg me. The top flower of Jinghai University, the object of many men's secret love, the goddess in everyone's heart, to me, Chen Jingrui, is nothing but a well-behaved maid. I can do whatever I want with her. Go back and tell your father, I will play with him properly. The voice floated from the car as the taxi started and drove away. Chen Jingrui froze for a moment, then spat in the direction the taxi was leaving, pretending to be something big with me. My father is in the top 3 of the Jinghai rich list. What right do you have to play with him? In the Jinghai Economic Development Zone, a 33-story office building stood out from the surrounding smaller buildings, looking especially majestic. This building was the headquarters of the Su group. On the top floor, in a large conference room, everyone looked anxious. Mr. Su, Lingyun Group has reduced the prices of all its products by 10% today. Yes, now their prices are on par with the cost price. Lingyun Group is clearly trying to crush our Su group. With their prices now, our Su group has no advantage in the market. Many suppliers have cancelled their contracts with us and are buying from Lingyun Group. What should we do? The people around the conference table were all high-level leaders of the Su group. Right now, it was the life or death moment for the Su group. In the center, Su Wanshan closed his eyes and thought deeply, rubbing his temples forcefully. Since Su Wanshan's death, as the legitimate heir of the Su family, he naturally took over as the CEO of the Su group. He had originally hoped to lead the Su group to its peak, but never expected that under his leadership, the Su group would be on the brink of bankruptcy. He knows the tricks of Lingyun Group, which are clearly aimed at destroying the Su group and monopolizing the market of Jinghai. These ignorant dealers only see cheap products right now, but they do not realize that once the Su group goes bankrupt, Lingyun will surely raise the prices sharply, and at that time, there will be no one in Jinghai able to compete with Lingyun. Whatever price they set will be the price. In the end, the one who benefits is Lingyun, and those who are harmed are the dealers and countless consumers. President Su, please think of a way. Yes, President Su, if this continues, we will all be unemployed. The people at the conference table are all veterans of the Su group, who have followed Su Wanshan to build this market step by step. The Su group is their lifelong effort. If it goes bankrupt, that is what they least want to see. Su Wanshan gives a helpless smile. No one wants to save it more than him, but how can he save it? Sell at a price lower than Lingyun? That would mean selling at a loss, which would undoubtedly speed up the bankruptcy of the Su group even more. Chapter 51, There is a Third Way. The death of Su Wanshan, coupled with the departure of the old Su after a long time, led previous long-term clients to leave as well, and many banks are no longer willing to guarantee loans. In addition, the recent exit of countless dealers has left the Su group with daily losses. Now there is simply not enough financial power to engage in a price war with the opponent. Each day without bankruptcy means one more day of losses. Even if all assets are exhausted, it is merely delaying the arrival of bankruptcy. Thinking of this, Su Wanshan stands up, his eyes slightly reddened, and says, I announce that the Su group is bankrupt from today. The sooner it goes bankrupt, the less loss there will be, and it can also leave some severance pay for the employees in the company. As soon as he finishes speaking, the conference room is filled with sobs. The Su group, the lifelong effort of countless people, will no longer exist from this day. Su Wanshan quietly takes out his phone, edits a message, and presses the send button. As the future successor of the Su group, Su Jianxi must be informed of the group's bankruptcy. In the classroom, Su Jianxi looks at the message on her phone and tears stream down her face as she rushes out of the classroom amid the astonished gazes of her classmates. On campus, Su Jianxi desperately runs towards the outside, tears scattering in the wind. Scenes keep flashing in her mind. She clearly remembers that when she was little, her parents left early and returned late, and many nights, her mother was still working late while her father, drunk from socializing, threw up continuously on the toilet. They sacrificed so much for the Su group. Her grandfather went from being a cement worker, enduring countless hardships to reach today. She does not care how much money the Su group can make. She cares even less about whether she is the young lady of the Su family. She does not wish for the Su group to be glorious, she just hopes it can operate normally. Only then can she be worthy of her deceased parents and grandfather. The conference room door is suddenly pushed open, and the extremely oppressive atmosphere inside instantly envelopes her. Looking at the sobbing people inside, her uncle is in the center, looking helpless. She thinks of how difficult the company is right now and also thinks about the upcoming bankruptcy, but she never expected it to happen so quickly. Jianxi, I'm sorry, Su Wanshan struggles to suppress his tears. Is there really no room for recovery? Even if there is a glimmer of hope, we have to fight for it. How could you announce bankruptcy so easily? Can you face grandfather? Su Jianxi shouts through her tears. Su Wanshan's face turns pale as he shakes his head helplessly. He has thought of all possible ways and sees no hope for resurrection. Su Jianxi collapses on the ground. The bankruptcy of the Su group means that her parents' and grandfather's lifelong efforts have gone to waste. Bankruptcy will definitely happen, just not the Su group. A sudden voice sounds in the conference room. Su Jianxi lifts her head and sees the warm face of Yi Bei. Everyone furrowed their brows. Most of the senior members of the Su family had never seen Yi Bei. Su Wanshan saw the visitor clearly and trembled all over. Others hadn't seen it, but he had seen Yi Bei's terrifying side. Sir, you're here, please sit here. Su Wanshan quickly stood up, cupping his hands to greet him. Yi Bei did not refuse and calmly sat at the high position. Mr. Su, who is this young man? How can he sit in this position? A middle-aged man showed displeasure on his face. His name was Xia Yun. Although he was not a member of the Su family, he held a high position in the company and was also one of the shareholders. That position wasn't one anyone could just sit in. Although the Su family was facing bankruptcy, until the official bankruptcy, that position always represented the highest leader of the Su group. Su Wanshan also looked awkward. How should he introduce this gentleman? Suddenly, he remembered something old Master Su had said that day at the Su family estate and said, "Everyone, this is Jianxi's fiancé, the one personally appointed by old Master Su back then." Upon hearing this, the crowd was surprised, but they no longer said anything. Everyone knew that, sooner or later, the Su group was going to be handed over to Su Jianxi. Since this was Jianxi's fiancé, he could reluctantly be considered qualified to sit in that position. Su Jianqi's small face instantly flushed red, and she pouted, "Uncle, what nonsense are you talking about? Yi Bei already had a wife and children. How did he become her fiancé here? If this got out, how would she face Emily and Xinyu in the future?" Did I say something wrong? This is what old Master Su said himself. Su Wanshan looked confused. He clearly remembered that day when old Master Su had personally said at the Su family mansion that Su Jianqi was promised to Yi Bei. "Alright, let's talk business." Yi Bei waved his hand and spoke in a deep voice, stopping the conversation. Now was not the time for discussing such trivial matters. "You can briefly explain the current situation of the Su group." Yi Bei pointed to the empty seat beside him, signaling Su Wanshan to sit down. Su Wanshan was extremely nervous, only daring to sit with half of his butt on the seat, and he briefly reported the latest detailed data of the Su group, along with his own inferences. Su Jianqi listened, stunned, and angrily said, "Lingyun Group is clearly trying to monopolize." Su Wanshan did not deny it. He smiled bitterly, "Jianqi, our financial strength is not enough to compete. If they want to monopolize, we only have two options: 1, we get acquired; 2, we apply for bankruptcy." Su Jianqi bit her lip, silent and about to retort. She herself studied economics and management. In today's capitalist society, it's the cruel competition of big fish eating small fish, and small fish eating shrimp. The one with more power and capital is the final winner. There's a third way. Yi Bei's lips moved slightly. Upon hearing this, everyone was startled. Since the other party is waging a price war, we can lower our product prices to always be 1 point lower than theirs. Yi Bei expressed his idea. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding people gasped. Su Wanshan also looked embarrassed. This simplest idea, how could he not know? But now, the company's financial resources were simply insufficient to support such an approach. The only consequence of doing this would be even more dire failure. This method is not feasible, Su Wanshan sighed, with a look of disappointment. It seemed that the other party was just a martial artist, suitable for the battlefield but not for the business world. "Just do as I say." Yi Bei's tone was firm. Bang! The shareholder, Shi Hong, could no longer hold back, slamming the table and angrily rebuking, "Where did this young kid come from?" pointing fingers here. "How could old Master Su let you be Jianqi's fiancé? Do you know the consequences of doing this? Even if we spend all the funds in the company, we can't stop the bankruptcy outcome. We might as well save some funds to distribute to the employees who have been working hard for the company day and night. I thought it was some brilliant plan, but it turns out this is it. Anyone could have thought of this, but don't you see the company's current situation? Is it capable of resisting?" Another high-ranking official coldly echoed. "Exactly, it's better to keep some funds and share them among everyone. At least people will remember the good of the company when they leave." Now, the group company still has some funds, and by rank, each of these high-ranking officials could share at least $1 million. "Indeed, you are right. I agree. I also agree." The crowd raised their hands to vote. No one agreed with Yi Bei's actions. Even if the company doesn't go bankrupt today, leaving it in the hands of such people will eventually lead to bankruptcy. Alas, old Su had an illustrious life, but before he died, he made a grave mistake, allowing such a talentless and incapable person to be Su Jianqi's fiancé. Everyone wore a look of regret. Chapter 52, Taking a Bold Step. Su Wanshan, as the president of the Su family, felt powerless. Significant matters were decided by high-ranking votes, and now that there was a unanimous rejection, even if he wanted to implement something, he had no right to do so. This was a rule set by old Su back in the day. "Just execute my decision, I will handle the money issues, you don't need to worry," Yi Bei said, standing up and walking toward the door. "Humph. Truly shameless." Xia Yan shouted coldly, watching Yi Bei's back, and then added, "Young people really don't know their place, this is not a small matter." Not just Xia Yun, but everyone present understood. If the price were lowered to below Lingyun, it would mean selling at a loss. With tens of thousands of products under the group, selling one would mean a loss. Moreover, if Lingyun Group was determined to take down the Su family, they needed to prepare for a long-term battle. In this case, the initial estimate was at least close to 20 billion in huge funds to support it. 20 billion. This is not a small figure. Su Wanshan naturally understood, but since that person said to execute his decision, he also dared not disobey. "Jianqi, what do you think?" At this moment, Su Wanshan did not dare to make a rash decision. Such decisions should be left to Su Jianqi, as she was designated by old Su as the heir of the Su family. At this crucial moment for the company's survival, it should be her who decides. Su Jianqi pondered for a moment, her face revealing a determined expression, and said, "I decide to lower the price to below Lingyun by 1 point." She was not only trusting Yi Bei, but no matter what, she did not want to watch the Su family group head towards bankruptcy. She decided to take a bold step. Even without Yi Bei's support, she would still make the same decision. The hard work of her parents and grandfather could not end in her generation. Ignorant. Utterly foolish. Shi Hong shouted angrily. He had navigated the business world for decades, having seen all kinds of storms. Taking a price-cutting approach now was undoubtedly akin to moths flying into a flame. Exactly, a kid who hasn't even graduated dares to point fingers at us. Xia Yun looked arrogantly at Su Jianqi with a sneer of disdain. The crowd began to murmur, with most people disagreeing with Su Jianqi's decision. The voices of denial were unending. Su Jianqi looked around and said loudly, "Everyone here has been with the Su family group all the way to today. There are youth and effort among us. Can you truly bear to watch the Su family head towards destruction?" After her words fell, no one in the conference room responded. Xia Yun and Hong closed their eyes, pondering, not knowing what they were thinking. After waiting a moment, still silent, Su Jianqi's face turned pale and she turned to ask, "Uncle, how much funding does the group have left?" Su Wanshan did not think at all and immediately replied, "Less than 20 billion. Recently, the daily revenue has been plummeting, and he has always been aware of how much funding is left." "Okay, lower the price, even if it means going bankrupt, we must fight Ling Yun." Su Jianqi shouted firmly. As soon as her words fell, Xia Yun scoffed. Most of the shareholders had raised their hands to vote against it. Even if you were the heir personally recognized by old Su, it would not make a difference. Su Wanshan showed a difficult expression and quietly said, "Jianqi, unless the vast majority of shareholders agree, otherwise you personally do not have the right to make a decision." "Why? Aren't you the largest shareholder in the group right now?" Su Jianqi was extremely confused. The company that Grandpa built with his own hands, could the share distribution be lower than other shareholders? How could it not be the largest shareholder? This is impossible. Su Wanshan explained, "It's true that you are the largest shareholder, but the Su Group has 76% of the shares owned by old Su." "Isn't that enough?" Su Jianqi let out a sigh of relief. The company law clearly states that if one holds more than 60% of the shares, they already have significant decision-making power. But Su Wanshan hesitated to continue. "But what? Didn't Grandpa say anything about needing a vote from the number of shareholders when he created the company?" She studied economics and management and was well aware of the regulations in company law and charters. Unless the legal person specifically added a clause about voting by the number of shareholders in the company charter, otherwise, holding more than 60% of shares gives decision-making rights. That's not the case. It was just that when old Su retreated to the second line, he verbally mentioned that for some major decisions, shareholders need to raise their hands to vote. Su Wanshan replied. Not only Su Wanshan knew this, but the senior management of the group also knew that old Su had said this. This was announced in person by Su Wanshan during his last group meeting. The purpose was to prevent his family from acting arbitrarily and making wrong choices in some decisions that could affect the group's interests after he retreated. Then it's fine, uncle, go arrange it. As soon as Su Jianqi finished speaking, the meeting room suddenly became noisy. Shi Hang's face darkened, and he coldly shouted, "This is really outrageous. Old Su personally said we need a vote from these shareholders. How can you decide alone?" Shi Hang's words instantly received unanimous agreement from everyone. The company had already reached an irretrievable point. Isn't it good to distribute 20 billion to everyone? Why choose such a futile approach? In the end, the company couldn't be saved, and the money disappeared just like that. Sure, Grandpa only mentioned it verbally, which does not have legal effect. Now at this critical moment, I believe that if Grandpa were alive, he would still choose to do this. Su Jianqi said politely. She knew that Shi Hang had witnessed the growth of the Su group alongside Grandpa and was a standard elder in the Su group. Humph, if old Su were here, I believe no one would say anything. But you, a little girl, what do you understand? You're simply overestimating yourself. Doing this will only accelerate the pace of Su's bankruptcy, making its demise even more tragic. Shi Hang's face turned red with anger. He never expected that the younger generation of the Su family could be so foolish and ignorant. Su Jianqi smiled lightly, but this smile looked a little desolate. She naturally knew the consequences of such a choice, but if she didn't fight for it, she would feel guilty towards her parents and Grandpa. Even if in the end, the Su group would be completely empty, she would not regret it. At least she fought for it. Everyone, if you are willing to stay and share the fate of the company, I, Su Jianqi, will remember your kindness. If the company survives this crisis, those who stay will have their salaries doubled. Of course, for those who wish to leave, I, Su Jianqi, will not hold you back. Each of you will receive a sum according to your position. After Su Jianqi finished speaking, she looked around at everyone, waiting for the result. The meeting room was buzzing with whispers, each person's expression different. Xia Yun had been sitting silently with his eyes closed. At this moment, he opened his eyes and shouted, "I'm withdrawing." Chapter 53, 100 billion is also in vain. As the third largest shareholder of the Su Group, Xia Yun naturally understood the difficulties the company was facing. Bankruptcy was inevitable, it was just a matter of time. At this moment, only a fool would choose to stay and wait to die. It was much more practical to take a sum of money and leave quickly. I quit too. Shiheng followed closely, his thoughts the same as Xieyun's, staying would be useless. I quit. I quit. With Xieyun and Shiheng leading the way, countless people in the meeting room chose to quit. Those who could attend the meeting here were all top-level executives in the company, elites who had been in the business world for many years. Surely, they could see the stakes. Uncle, arrange for the finance department, give everyone who leaves, whether they are high-level executives or regular employees, a settlement fee. Su Jianqi spoke softly without turning around. Su Wanshan's mouth slightly opened, wanting to say something but stopping. Finally, he sighed, pulled out his phone, and called the finance department. As a member of the Su family, he naturally wanted the Su group to survive this calamity. He had tried hard. All the banks knew that the Su group was facing bankruptcy at any time, and no bank dared to lend to them. But without the support of large sums of money, even the greatest immortal could not save them. What Su Jianqi was doing was like an ant trying to shake a tree. In the end, not only would their meager reserves be squandered, but they might also be saddled with huge debts. At that time, the court would seize all the company's fixed assets and real estate to auction them off to pay the debt. By then, not only would the company be gone, but it was highly likely that even the Su family's estate would not be saved, and the Su family would have nowhere to live. That would be true, utter bankruptcy. Such serious consequences, does Su Jianqi really know about them? Can she bear them? Thinking this, a ruthless expression appeared on Su Wanshan's face. Even with the help of that powerful figure, what's the use? 200 billion, how could he possibly come up with that? As more and more people left, the originally noisy meeting room gradually became quiet. You can go to the finance department to get your money now. Su Jianqi looked at the few people left and weakly collapsed into her seat. She never expected that the company's elders would choose to back down at this moment. This was something they had built step by step. I'm not leaving. A middle-aged man at the conference table angrily stood up. I worked hard for 20 years to build Su's company to this point, and you're telling me it's going bankrupt just like that? It's just Lingyun. Damn it. Lower the price and beat it. Right. I'm not leaving either. Beat it. Even if we can't destroy it, at least let's knock out 2 of its damn teeth. I'm not leaving. The few remaining people all had determined expressions. Thank you all. If the company survives this, each of you will have your salary tripled, and the year-end bonus will also double. Su Jianqi couldn't help but cover her face and sob. At least there were still people willing to stay with her, and she hadn't fallen into the situation of fighting alone. The others who had quit looked at them with disdain. At this point, only a fool would stay. Isn't it more attractive to take the settlement fee and leave? Why stay here struggling? In the end, not only would they be exhausted, but they wouldn't get a single penny. They really must have water in their brains. Miss Su at that moment, the finance director, Sun Lijie, ran over holding a laptop, looking anxious. He said, Miss Su, just now, Mr. Su went to the finance department and transferred 10 billion from the group's accounts to a private account. I think it's a bit strange, and I felt it was necessary to report it to you. Saying this, he placed the laptop on the table and opened the page. Su Jianqi looked at the page, and her heart sank, completely despairing. On the transfer page, the account holder's name was unmistakably her uncle's illegitimate child. This illegitimate child was unknown to the public, but the entire Su family knew. A few years ago, a heavily made-up woman barged into the Su family holding a child, claiming that the child was Mr. Su Wanshan's. At first, the Su family didn't believe it, but Su Wanshan didn't show up at all and even hid outside for several days before daring to come back. This, in itself, was a silent acknowledgement. Later, her uncle openly admitted to it and promised the woman 2 million to completely sever ties with her. He was beaten by Grandpa's family law 30 times before it finally stopped. Unexpectedly, her cousin not only did not sever ties with the other party, but at this critical moment, he withdrew 10 billion from the company and deposited it into the other party's account. Su Jianqi hurriedly took out her phone and dialed the number. But the other party's phone was already turned off. Director Sun, how much can we save after removing the severance pay for the senior management and employees? Su Jianqi's eyes were blank as she leaned weakly against the chair. Since Su Wanshan chose to take this step, it was clear that the 10 billion could not be recovered. For the old Su family, 10 billion was insignificant, but now it was crucial. Lingyun Group didn't know how much the Su family still had left. More than this 10 billion would allow them to hold out against the other party a bit longer, naturally increasing their chances. Miss Su, initial estimates suggest that after those expenses, there is still less than 300 million left in the company. Sun Lijie replied softly. Less than 300 million, less than 300 million. Su Jianqi raised her head and smiled bitterly. You all should leave, Director Sun, give these people 3 times their settlement pay. After Su Jianqi finished speaking, she leaned over the conference table. 300 million couldn't last for a few days, and there was no room for struggle. Sigh. One person suddenly slammed his fist on the table. The remaining more than 10 people all looked sorrowful. The Su family they built with their own hands, the glorious Su family of Jinghai for decades, is now completely bankrupt. Mom, Dad, Grandpa, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Su Jianqi could no longer hold back and cried out loud. Sun Lijie sighed lightly and turned to leave. Ding dong. Just a few steps out, the laptop issued a text message sound. Sun Lijie stopped, opened it, and instantly became ecstatic. Miss Su. Miss Su. Look. Sun Lijie hurriedly placed the laptop on the table. Su Jianqi raised her head, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and was shocked to cover her mouth when she saw the page on the laptop. On the company's account, there was suddenly an extra 100 billion, transferred from a foreign company. Yi Bei. Su Jianqi called out lightly, and the first person she thought of was him. At this moment, besides him, who else would dare to wade into this muddy water? Miss Su, 100 billion. This is enough for our company to come back to life. Sun Lijie was full of excitement. The 10 or so people who were originally about to leave stopped and sat back down. They would have fought desperately for 10 billion, let alone now that there was 100 billion. The others were also astonished. At this time, someone was actually willing to put out such a huge amount to support the Su family. Who could this be? However, those who chose to leave did not regret their decision. They knew that having this 100 billion was just delaying the bankruptcy of the Su family for a while. To compete with a powerful group like Lingyun, without 200 billion, there would be no chance of winning. 100 billion was also in vain. Chapter 54, Simply a Parasite. Su Jianqi was ecstatic. With the injection of this 100 billion, the company's chances increased tremendously. With careful budgeting and a well-thought-out plan, victory was not without hope. Su. Miss Su. Sun Lijie trembled as he pointed at the computer, his eyes wide open. This is 100 billion US dollars. Sun Lijie shouted in shock, only then did he notice that there was a small dollar sign next to the 100 billion figure. What? Su Jianqi let out a delicate cry, suddenly standing up, looking at the computer. It's really US dollars. Su Jianqi cried tears of joy. 100 billion US dollars was 650 billion RMB. The conference room fell into an instant silence. Everyone was extremely shocked. Over 600 billion. Who would be so extravagant? Even if old Master Su were alive, it would be difficult to raise so much money in such a short time. Those who had chosen to leave all had a look of regret on their faces. With over 600 billion in funds, all problems would be easily resolved. If they had chosen to stay just now, their salaries and year-end bonuses would have tripled. The remaining 10 or so people wore proud expressions. Their loyalty, at this moment, brought them enormous rewards. All the shareholders and top executives stood at the door, hesitant. They regretted choosing to leave and wanted to stay. Even if their salary and year-end bonuses didn't increase, they were willing to stay. After all, they had long been familiar with working at the Su family company. One by one, they looked at Xia Yun and Shi Hong, the second and third largest shareholders, to see what their next move would be. Xia Yun and Shi Hong exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they both saw the word regret. If they had chosen to stay, the 3 times the salary wouldn't matter, but the 3 times the year-end bonus would definitely be a considerable sum. Since the company now has money, I should stay, Xia Yun said, shamelessly walking to the conference table and sitting down again without changing his expression. Shi Hong was stunned. He hadn't expected Xia Yun to be so thick-skinned. Just a moment ago, he was insistent on leaving, and now, as if nothing had happened, he sat back down. After thinking for a moment, Shi Hong gritted his teeth and walked over to sit down. As the saying goes, a thick-skinned person can eat meat, so why bother with dignity at this point? When the others saw that these two had returned, they all moved and returned to the conference room from the door. The conference room, once only sparsely filled, was now crowded again. Su Jianqi didn't say anything and just coldly looked at these people. In the large conference room, one by one, they sat quietly, with no sound. What's going on? Didn't you all choose to leave just now? Su Jianqi looked around at the group with an icy tone. Everyone lowered their heads, and no one responded. Miss Su, now that the company has more than 60 billion in funding, I should be helping the company with plans and solutions. Xia Yun crossed his arms over his chest, leaning back in his chair, with an attitude of someone relying on age and experience. Upon hearing this, the others nodded, showing their approval. Ahem, Miss Su, I think next we should directly lower the price by 3 points. Since we have more than 60 billion, we can do it all at once, giving the other party a hard blow and making them back off. You can leave this to me, I guarantee they'll come to us to negotiate within a month. Shi Hong directly voiced his idea. He couldn't be as thick-skinned as Xia Yun. If he was to return, he naturally had to show some sincerity. Uncle Shi, thank you for your suggestion, but you don't need to worry about that, Su Jianqi smiled indifferently. What do you mean?
Sure Hang asked, his heart skipped a beat, sensing an ominous premonition.
Didn't you choose to leave just now?
Since you left, there's no need for you to concern yourself with the company's affairs anymore, Su Jianqi continued to smile and said.
I
didn't leave. Sure Hang's old face turned red. Miss Su, I, together with Uncle Sure, founded the Su family company with your grandfather.
What? Are you planning to dismiss us old-timers? Xia Yun took the lead in applying pressure.
Su Jianqi's words clearly indicated she wasn't planning to keep Sure Hang, and naturally, she couldn't keep him either. Uncle Xia, I know you and Uncle Sure founded the Su family company with my grandfather, but because of that, even though everyone else chose to leave, you two shouldn't have made that choice, right? Xia Yun and Sure Hong were speechless. Su Jianqi continued, the company was facing bankruptcy, and you left without hesitation.
Now that the company has money, you want to come back, hee hee.
Uncle Xia, Uncle Sure, please leave. Su Jianqi didn't continue, as they were both old-timers with her grandfather, so she decided to leave them some face.
This is outrageous.
Sure Hang suddenly slammed the table and shouted, a little girl, I've been this polite to you because of your grandfather.
How dare you shamelessly try to dismiss us? Don't even think about it.
Even if your grandfather were here today, he wouldn't dare to easily fire me and Xia Yun.
Xia Yun didn't speak, calmly leaning back in his chair. A blonde girl, a single person, is enough to deal with you. Su Jianqi nodded and said, that's right, we can't expel you, because you are shareholders of the company.
Saying this, she turned to Sun Lijie and said, Director Sun, according to their shareholding percentage in the company will proceed with the acquisition.
Yes, I will handle it immediately.
Sun Lijie responded promptly. The fact that these company elders had left without a care for the company's safety made even him, the financial director, look down on them.
Seeing Sun Lijie leave, Xie and the others were completely panicked.
If the company acquires their shares, it would be like expelling them.
Su Jianqi, you dare. Xia Yun stood up angrily. At this moment, he no longer cared about anything. Su's company now had 60 billion in capital, obviously able to survive this calamity.
As long as the company didn't collapse, he, as a shareholder, could still receive a generous annual dividend.
Xiaobo, why wouldn't I dare?
I am the largest shareholder and have the right to acquire your shares.
Su Jianqi looked at him without backing down.
No matter whether you are elders or whatever, those who chose to leave when the company was facing life and death will not be kept.
Since that's the case, I will not say anything more.
Miss Su, the company now has more than 60 billion in funds, so let's proceed with the acquisition of my and Old Sure's shares according to this ratio.
Xia Yun had his calculation figured out.
He held 7% of the company's shares, and with the current funds, he could receive more than 4 billion. Old Sure held 5% of the shares, and could also get more than 3 billion.
If the shares were to be acquired, then let them bring the money.
Old Xia, even at this point, you can still make such a demand, it's simply outrageous. A senior who had stayed behind couldn't bear to watch any longer and shouted angrily. To leave and then shamelessly come back, now having the audacity to speak about splitting the 60 billion, it's shameless to the extreme.
Such a person is simply a parasite in the company. It's best for them to leave sooner.
What the hell is your status? How dare you talk to me like this? Xia Yun cursed directly.
It truly is the rule that when the tree falls, everyone pushes.
If it were normally, these small fries in the company wouldn't dare to speak to him like this.
You.
The senior was left speechless by the rebuttal. He was momentarily overwhelmed by anger, but indeed, his status could not be compared to the other parties. Old Xia, you just said that you were being polite to me because of my grandfather, and similarly, I am also showing you respect because of my grandfather. Your shares have been acquired, and you no longer hold any position in the company. As for the ones who stayed behind, I will allocate 2% of the group's shares to each of them, making them shareholders in the company, while you are nothing. Su Jianqi said coldly.
Ha ha ha.
Xia Yun laughed wildly, good.
Su Jianqi, I really underestimated you.
Alright, you're the largest shareholder, you can divide however you want. I don't care, I'm too lazy to ask. Just give me the money for my shares, and I'll leave.
With more than 4 billion in hand, why would I stay in your broken company?
I will go travel, buy a mountain villa, and enjoy my life. Right, and my 5% share, by proportion, I am entitled to more than 3 billion.
Sure Hong followed up. Su Jianqi took a deep breath, holding back the anger in her heart.
She truly didn't expect that these so-called elders who followed her grandfather would be so shameless. But then again, her own uncle, as a member of the Su family, had also fled with money, let alone these outsiders. Truly, people die for wealth, just as birds die for food. You two old ones, don't harbor any hopes for that 60 billion. It's not just the two of you, but also you all. Su Jianqi glanced at those who had left earlier, including some small shareholders. You two, stop dreaming.
This money is something you should never hope for. Ha! Is that so? Xia Yun sneered coldly and said, Miss Su is still too young. Once the money enters the company's account, it becomes public funds. As a shareholder, I naturally have the right to take a share. Xia Yun had originally come from a financial background, so he was very familiar with these accounts. The others also chimed in, all hoping to get a piece of the pie. 600 billion, no matter how it's split, is far more than the settlement fee just now. I told you, don't even think about it, Su Jianqi said in a deep voice. This fee is for procurement, and I will sell at a price 1 point below cost. I'll handle the contract signing with the other party later. You all are shareholders and elites in the company. How to calculate this, you can figure it out yourselves. As soon as her words fell, the meeting room erupted in an uproar. Everyone understood in their hearts that this was obviously Su Jianqi's deliberate excuse. But it was also reasonable and legal. The other party transferred the money to Su's, and Su Jianqi could completely say that it was for procurement, and Su's would supply the goods, which was normal. And selling below cost, this was a losing deal. As for the ultimate goal, it was obvious, it was still to compete with Ling Yun. And these shareholders, the 600 billion, they should not expect to get a single penny, because it was all a loss in sales. How could there be any profit? Everyone needs to think carefully. I might decide to supply at 10 points below cost. By then, the company will have lost more than enough to pay your settlement fees, Su Jianqi smiled gently. As soon as she said this, Shi Hong stood up with a whoosh, pointing at Su Jianqi, and shouted, Su Jianqi, don't go too far. Shi Hong knew very well that Su Jianqi clearly wanted to fight to the death with Ling Yun. This way, with the 600 billion, he wouldn't get a single penny. Too much? Su Jianqi raised her slender eyebrows. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. I'll arrange to ship at 10 points below cost right now. After saying that, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Director Sun, please go to the warehouse and adjust all the products to 10 points below cost. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Before Su Jianqi could hang up the phone, Shi Hong angrily turned around and walked toward the door without looking back. Leaving now, based on his shares and position, he could still get more than 30 million as a settlement fee, which was better than nothing. Xia Yun watched as Shi Hong left, his angry eyes fixed on Su Jianqi. The huge sum of money that should have been his instantly vanished, and he couldn't accept it. Su Jianqi, if you do this, I will make you regret it, Xia Yun snorted coldly, slowly getting up and leaving. A dramatic scene unfolded once again. Everyone watched the two big bosses leave and quickly lowered their heads, fleeing the scene without even daring to glance at Su Jianqi. The meeting room was left with just a few dozen people. Su Jianqi let out a long breath. These two old men were really difficult to deal with. Miss Su, are you really going to sell at 10 points below cost? If you do that, it might not be good for us, a senior named Zhang Ziyang voiced his concerns. The others also nodded, feeling that this approach was really not advisable. Don't worry, that phone call just now was fake, Su Jianqi smiled softly. She wasn't foolish enough to act impulsively like that. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If the price was really reduced by 10 points, even 600 billion wouldn't last a month. By then, before Ling Yun Group could take action, Su's would collapse on its own, leading to bankruptcy. Let's reduce by 1 point first, so that Ling Yun can see Su's attitude. Let's see how Ling Yun will handle it, and then we can formulate a response, Su Jianqi said to everyone. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. The remaining people had witnessed Su Jianqi's style today. They had previously worried that she was just an ungraduated college student, but now, they all admired her immensely. At this young age, with no experience in the business world, she had the courage, determination, and strategy. Sure enough, she is old Su's granddaughter, truly impressive. On the first floor of the Su Corporation, Xia Yun and Shi Hong walked out side by side. Damn it! I really can't swallow this anger. Xia Yun kicked over the trash can at the entrance. The security guard thought someone was causing trouble and rushed out from the security room. What? Even you want to bully me? Xia Yun stared at the approaching security guard, his face dark. I'm sorry, Mr. Xia, I didn't see it was you. The security guard stammered, terrified. If he had seen it was Xia Yun, how would he have dared to step out and confront him? Damn it! Get lost! Xia Yun kicked the security guard in the stomach. The kick was clearly not light. The security guard instantly clutched his stomach, crouching on the ground, breaking out in a cold sweat from the pain. He couldn't understand. Though Mr. Xia was usually arrogant, he had never stooped to dealing with a mere security guard like this. Humph. Su Corporation. What a Su Corporation. Since you threw me out, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xia Yun gritted his teeth as he looked up at the towering building behind him. Back when the Su Corporation's headquarters was being built, he had been involved. It was even him who finalized the design. And now, being kicked out like this, there was no way he could swallow this humiliation. Chapter 56, The Wang Family's Patron. What are you planning to do? Shi Hang frowned upon hearing Xie Yun's words. It was obvious the man wouldn't let this go easily. What am I planning? Humph. Since Su Jianqi is heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xie Yun sneered and turned to Shi Hang. Old Shi, let's go to Lingyun. With our abilities, if she refuses to recognize talent, what's there to hesitate about? Shi Hong remained silent. He hadn't expected Xie Yun to make such a choice. If Xie Yun really went to Lingyun Corporation, Su Corporation would be in grave danger. After all, Xie Yun held a high position and knew too many of Su Corporation's business secrets. Just the 65 billion yuan in funding alone, if Lingyun got wind of it, it would be a fatal blow to Su Corporation. Old Xie, I advise you to think twice. After all, we fought for Su Corporation together with old Su. What you're doing is really inappropriate. Shi Hong shook his head. Xie Yun snorted coldly. Who in the company doesn't know? Without the two of us, Su Corporation wouldn't be where it is today. It's Su Jianqi who is ungrateful, not me who is treacherous. Just give me a straight answer, are you coming with me or not? Shi Hong closed his eyes in contemplation. After a moment, he shook his head. Old Xie, what you do is none of my business. I'll pretend I never heard this conversation today. He also resented Su Jianqi for throwing him out, but that was only against her personally. Betraying Su Corporation, that was a line he could not cross. Shi Hong sighed. I'm old now. Since I've been kicked out, I might as well take it as retirement, go home, spend time with my wife, hold my grandson, and enjoy my twilight years. Old Xie, I advise you to let it go too. Shi Hong patted Xie Yun on the shoulder, then walked away, his steps slow and steady. Xie Yun watched Shi Hang's departing figure, cursing in his heart, what a cowardly, spineless fool. How could he just swallow this insult? Xie Yun cast one last glance at Su Corporation's building, then turned, got into his car, and drove toward Lingyun Corporation. The taxi stopped at the entrance of Dijin Hanfu. Just as Yi Bei got out of the car, his phone rang. Yi Bei, thank you. The moment he picked up, Su Jianqi's voice came through the phone. She had just finished handling company matters, and the first thing she thought of was thanking Yi Bei. From the moment she first met him, she knew that Yi Bei was no ordinary man. Someone with such immense capability, yet willing to help the Su family selflessly. Besides Yi Bei, there was no one else. No need to thank me. This is what I should do. Yi Bei did not deny it, nor was there a need to. If old Su hadn't saved his life back then, he wouldn't be where he was today. Though old Su was gone, as long as Yi Bei was alive, he would protect the Su family for 3 generations. That was his promise. I was wondering if I could invite you to dinner? No other meaning, I mainly just want to ask, what should I do next? Su Jianqi's voice grew quieter. This was her first time in her life, inviting a boy. What to do next, you decide yourself. Yi Bei said indifferently. Su Jianqi was soon going to take over the Su family business, and Yi Bei naturally knew that the business world was like a battlefield. He wanted her to train and try to stand on her own as soon as possible. You helped me so much, I have to thank you, I want to invite you. Jianqi, Emily is calling, I'll hang up first. Yi Bei said, switching the call. Su Jianqi didn't finish speaking before hearing the busy tone of beep beep. Humph. This damn Yi Bei. Su Jianqi stomped her feet angrily. Her first invitation was ruthlessly rejected. If the boys at Jinghai University knew, they would want to eat Yi Bei alive. Being invited by the school beauty was something they all dreamed of. Emily, what happened? Yi Bei answered the phone. Yi Bei. On the phone, Gu Emily's heart-wrenching cries could be heard. Yi Bei stopped, quickly asking, Emily, don't cry, what happened? Yi Bei, Xinyu. Xinyu has been kidnapped. At school dismissal time, Gu Emily went to pick up Xinyu but waited and waited without seeing her come out. Only when she received a call did she find out that her daughter had been kidnapped. What? Bang! The aura of a war god rampaged invisibly, and all the surrounding trees broke in an instant. The huge artificial mountain split into pieces, gradually turning into powder. At the school gate, Gu Emily knelt on the ground, her cries heart-wrenching. The surrounding crowd, not knowing what was going on, thought she was a madwoman and stayed far away. A business car without a license plate sped towards the scene. Before it stopped, the door opened, and Yi Bei jumped out. Seeing Yi Bei, Gu Emily struggled to stand up and rushed into his arms. At the same time, an off-road vehicle drove into the Wang family estate. Xinyu was pulled out of the car by a burly middle-aged man. Looking at the unfamiliar place, Xinyu shouted loudly, "Who are you? Why did you bring me here?" The burly man ignored her, pushing Xinyu forward. Behind them, a thin man with a hooked nose followed without expression. To kidnap such a small child, Mr. Wang actually sent us, this is too much of a fuss, the burly man frowned. For him, kidnapping such a small child was a disgrace, and if it spread, it would be embarrassing. The hook-nosed man glanced at the little girl next to the burly man, his face also dark. These two men were Gu He and Gong Nanyan, two of the Wang family's protectors. After being warned by He Ming, Wang Yaoxian was still unwilling to give up. His only son was killed by Yi Bei, and how could he swallow this anger? Even if the other party was someone he couldn't provoke, he would still seek revenge for his dead son. Taking money to do bad deeds, there's nothing to say about it, Gong Nanyan said coldly. As a protector of the Wang family, he naturally had to obey the orders. Yes, that's true, but to act against such a small child. Gu He said angrily. As a martial master, it was common for him to kill for Wang Yaoxian, but this kind of lowly act of kidnapping and threatening children disgusted him. In the living room, Wang Yaoxian sat in the middle. When he saw Xinyu brought in by the two, the butler picked up a photo from the table and compared it, then nodded. Master, it's confirmed, she is Yi Bei's daughter. Kidnapping Yi Bei's daughter was his idea. Since He Ming had already warned that Yi Bei was a person that the master could not offend, the idea was to kidnap his daughter. At that time, even if Yi Bei had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still kneel before the master and beg for mercy. You two did well, now tie this girl up and wait for Yi Bei to arrive, Wang Yaoxian sneered. He couldn't wait to see Yi Bei kneeling at his feet begging for mercy. Not only that, but he also wanted to slowly bleed Yi Bei to avenge the death of his son. What do you want? Don't come any closer. Xinyu looked at the two approaching men, stepping back step by step. Chapter 57, in the whole world, there is only one person. While in the car, Gu and Gong Nanyan never took any measures to restrain Xinyu. A little girl, if she could escape from the hands of these two, that would be nothing short of a miracle. If you treat me like this, my dad won't let you go. My dad is super powerful, he will beat you all down. Xinyu said bravely. In her heart, her father was her superhero. Gu and Gong Nanyan exchanged a smile. In Jinghai, if the two of them joined forces, even He Ming had to be wary. Don't come closer. Xinyu shouted. Suddenly, she remembered something her father had given her, saying that if she was ever in danger, she should take it out. Thinking of this, she quickly rummaged through her backpack. The two men did not stop her. In their eyes, even if she pulled out a gun, it would pose no threat at all. Very quickly, Xinyu pulled out a black card from her backpack. It looked somewhat similar to the execution order. On the back, there was still a Bei character. But on the front, instead of the execution blade, there was a golden dragon head symbol. The dragon head was slightly raised. Without hesitation, Xinyu reached out and pressed it, just as her father had told her. As soon as Xinyu pressed it, the dragon head emitted a faint golden glow. Once the execution protection order was activated, all martial experts above the rank of Wuzuan in the execution hall received the signal. The nearest Jinghai Patrol Division was the first to take action. This scene finally caught the attention of the two men. Gong Nanyan reached out and grabbed the black card from midair. The black card landed in his hand, feeling cool to the touch. The dragon head in the center glowed even brighter. Gong Nanyan stared at the card in his hand, lost in thought. What's wrong? Gu sensed something unusual about Gong Nanyan. This symbol. Gong Nanyan hesitated, feeling like he had seen it somewhere before. Gu took the card and examined it carefully. Isn't this just an ordinary card? Probably some freebie from a snack pack. These kinds of cards were everywhere. They were just little collectibles kids liked to gather. Gong Nanyan didn't respond, trying hard to recall. What are you two dawdling for? Hurry up and tie up the kid. He Ming said this Yi Bei is very powerful, don't be careless. Wang Yaoxian urged impatiently. He had fought his way through the business world for years. If he weren't so shrewd, he wouldn't have become a real estate tycoon in Jinghai. No matter what he did, he had to ensure absolute certainty. Yi Bei. Gong Nanyan murmured, looking at the Bei character on the card, then at the dragon head on the front. Suddenly, his cold, sinister eyes widened in shock. Could it be him? Gong Nanyan gasped in horror, his eyes filled with fear. Who is it? What's wrong with you? Why are you acting so jumpy? Gu looked at him with annoyance. Was Gong Nanyan out of his mind today? He was usually cold and silent, barely saying a word in a day. What was wrong with him now? Let the girl go immediately. Gong Nanyan suddenly roared, his voice trembling slightly. Gong Nanyan, what the hell is wrong with you? Gu couldn't take it anymore. This little girl was personally ordered to be captured by Master Wang, and Wang himself was right there. How could he suggest letting her go? If you don't want to die, release her now. Gong Nanyan growled coldly. Without waiting for a response, he grabbed Xinyu and headed for the door. Gu stood there, stunned. The scene before him left him dumbfounded. Stop him. The butler panicked. He had no idea what was wrong with Gong Nanyan. How could he dare to disobey the master's orders and release the girl on his own? Gu leaped forward, blocking the door and cutting off their escape route. Get out of my way. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. The moment he finished speaking, Gong Nanyan threw a punch. Gu dodged quickly, but with a loud boom, the wall behind him exploded into pieces. Looking at the chaos behind him, Gu was taken aback. This punch had been delivered with no reservation at all. It was clear that Gong Nanyan had used all his strength. You've gone mad. Gu's expression changed dramatically. If that punch had landed on him, he would surely be severely injured. Wang Yaoxian also wore a look of astonishment. Gong Nanyan was acting out of character today, not only defying his orders but also attacking Gu. Capture this traitor! Wang Yaoxian roared angrily. At that moment, he had no time to ponder why Gong Nanyan, who had followed him for decades, would betray him. The immediate priority was to capture Night North's daughter. That was his chip for victory. Gu heard this and stepped back in front of the two men again. Gong Nanyan's face was filled with urgency. Gu was just as strong as himself, a mid-level martial sovereign. If this dragged on, it would all be too late. Gu, do you trust me or him? If you trust me today, you still have a glimmer of hope. If you trust him, you will definitely die. Gu shrugged indifferently and said, I trust money. Whoever gives me money, I trust whoever. As a devotee, his purpose was naturally for money. Recently, he had spent a fortune procuring numerous miraculous pills from outside the realm, preparing to speed up his cultivation. All of this required a lot of money to maintain. Foolish. This little girl's background is anything but ordinary. We have made a grave mistake today. If you stubbornly persist, even if you have more money, you won't spend it tomorrow. Gong Nanyan said earnestly, hoping the other would listen. If he continued to block him, death was their only waiting fate. At this moment, he truly had no time to explain. Even if he did, Gu might not understand. When he first saw it, he felt the dragon head symbol on the black card was somewhat familiar, and the character North on the back sent chills down his spine. A few years ago, when he hit a bottleneck in cultivation, he sought advice from his master at the borders. While chatting, his master had mentioned someone with deep admiration. This person stepped into the war god realm in 3 years and broke through to become a war king in 7 years. He still remembered clearly the expression on his master's face when mentioning this person. It was genuine reverence. In the entire world, only one person could be associated with this dragon head symbol and the character North. That was the Lord of the God-slaying Hall, a legendary figure known as the North King, who made the whole world tremble. Reaching War King in 7 years was an extraordinary feat, worthy of being called divine. He had never seen this card, only heard his master say that if he ever saw a card with a golden dragon head symbol featuring the character North on the back, he must never harm the bearer. A few years ago, his master's senior brother, or in other words, his master's uncle, was directly annihilated along with 3 families for harming someone carrying such a card. Gong Nanyan, as mid-level martial sovereigns, who in Jinghai could threaten us? Don't force me to take action and ruin our friendship. Gu said, crossing his fists in front of him, completely unconvinced of the other's words. Gong Nanyan was almost spitting blood from frustration at Gu. Even if he gave up and fled right now, it would do no good. He knew that anyone who harmed the card bearer would be exterminated along with their entire family. Even if he escaped, his family wouldn't be spared. Bang! With a muffled sound, a shocking scene suddenly unfolded. Gong Nanyan suddenly knelt on both knees. Revenge for my son. Gu Wenyan did not move, his heart was shaken with shock and hesitation. Having been with Gong Nanyan for decades, he knew that the other person was always cruel and cunning, never willing to compromise. At this moment, the fact that the other person was kneeling and begging him meant that this girl's identity was definitely not simple. Gu never knew that Gong Nanyan was not just asking for himself, but for the lives of 3 families. Gu! Why aren't you making a move? Wang Yaoxiang saw that the other party remained motionless and began to break into a cold sweat, feeling anxious. If, as Heiming had said, this Yibei was someone he could not afford to provoke, without the threat of her daughter, their plan would have failed. Shut up! Gong Nanyan coldly shouted, and his curved knife was suddenly thrown out. If it weren't for this Wang Yaoxiang, how would the situation have turned out this way today? The curved knife spun rapidly in the air, growing larger in Wang Yaoxiang's terrified eyes. Swish! The curved knife brushed past, deeply embedding itself in the wall. Wang Yaoxiang remained motionless, still maintaining the same expression and posture as before. After a few seconds, his body gradually tilted, and it was already split into 2 halves, dead beyond revival. Oh my god! The butler, drenched in blood, was so terrified that he collapsed to the ground. Gong Nanyan! You! Gu took 2 steps back, his eyes full of horror. Killing the master was a great taboo. Once this happens, no one will dare to hire them again in the future. Moreover, the one who killed the master would ruin the reputation of all the offerings, severely affecting their interests. They would be hated by all martial artists and hunted down, which was a disgrace among all offerings. Gong Nanyan, of course, knew all this, and now that he was already a dead man, he only hoped not to drag the 3 families down with him. Besides, Wang Yaoxian was bound to die today, and if he acted, perhaps he could gain the forgiveness of that powerful person. A series of explosions sounded outside the manor. Gong Nanyan showed a bitter smile, not lifting his head, and said, "Gu, we have been brothers for years, I won't harm you, kneel and beg for mercy, perhaps your fate will be better." Gu was completely shocked. The wind outside the courtyard blew, and countless figures in black quickly gathered. After checking the satellite positioning, they were about to rush in when, in a flash, 2 figures, one in front and one behind, dashed inside like lightning. Yi Bei was just about to call his daughter's name when he saw a strange scene inside the house. Xinu's small face was full of confusion, and there were 2 people kneeling in front of her. "Dad!" Seeing Yi Bei, Xinu hurriedly ran to her father's side and leaped into his arms. Gong Nanyan knelt on the ground as if struck by lightning, trembling non-stop. He had guessed that this little girl's identity was not simple, but he never expected her to be the daughter of King Bei. He had kidnapped the daughter of the Lord of the Extermination Temple. Ha ha! Gong Nanyan, in despair, had already seen his end. "Are you hurt?" Yi Bei asked anxiously, his eyes scanning over his daughter's body. Xinu shook her head in her father's arms and said excitedly, "Dad, the card you gave me is amazing." After they saw it, they all knelt down obediently. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei's cold gaze swept over the 2 kneeling figures. This was Jinghai, not the frontier, and these 2 clearly recognized the extermination god's order. Wei Sen, leading members of the patrol division, rushed into the house. Seeing the little princess safe in the temple master's arms, they instantly felt relieved. The extermination god's order has 2 versions, one for life and one for death. Besides the temple master, each of the 5 great envoys also possesses this order. And just now, he received information about the temple master's extermination god's order, and the location was in Jinghai. Obviously, the person holding this order must be someone very close to the temple master. LV Zhang took out a satellite phone to report that he was safe. If it hadn't been for this, the others would have likely bloodied Jinghai in a single day. Especially that Hu Bai, after receiving the information, was the first to jump into the Black Eagle fighter jet and prepare to depart. Gu looked at the crowd rushing in and instantly understood why Gong Nanyan had been so determined to release this girl earlier. These people were from the patrol division. How could martial artists like them afford to offend them? "Who are you?" Yi Bei let out a cold shout. This was Wang Yaoxian's estate, and the reason they had taken Xinyu was clear to Yi Bei. It had to be Wang Yaoxian's orders, seeking revenge for his son. What surprised Yi Bei was that these 2 actually recognized the god-slaying order. "Palace Master, these 2 are Gu and Gong Nanyan, enshrined warriors of the Wang family." Wei Sen stepped forward and reported with a bow. Having spent years in Jinghai, his duty was to oversee every martial artist, so he naturally knew. "Lord Northern King, I was ignorant and did not know she was the little princess. I can only atone with my life." Gong Nanyan banged his head against the ground fiercely. That one title, Northern King, made Yi Bei understand that this man must have spent time on the frontier. Only warriors from the borderlands would address him this way. "Since you recognize this as the god-slaying order, you should know what fate awaits you." Yi Bei's voice was icy. Gong Nanyan trembled all over. He knew the fate that awaited him, yet he still pleaded bitterly, "It was Wang Yaoxian who ordered me to kidnap the princess. If I had known she was the little princess, I wouldn't have dared even with 100 lives. I have already killed him myself. I will pay with my life, but please, Lord Northern King, show mercy." His life was worthless, but the fate of his 3 clans hung on a single decision. Yi Bei scanned the room. In the vast hall, aside from these 2 men, there was also a steward lying on the ground, trembling violently. Wang Yaoxian was nowhere to be seen. From the thick stench of blood near the table, Yi Bei could already guess. Before he could speak, Wei Sen had already stepped forward to check. He returned and bowed, "Palace Master, Wang Yaoxian has been cut in half." "Confirmed dead." Yi Bei nodded. Fortunately, it was under the table. Xinyu definitely hadn't seen such a bloody scene. Otherwise, she would have nightmares tonight. Yi Bei picked up Xinyu and walked toward the door. "Lord Northern King, please have mercy." Seeing Yi Bei leave, Gong Nanyan banged his head against the ground repeatedly, his eyes bloodshot. "Gong Nanyan, how can you be so spineless? Are you really that afraid to die? What a coward!" Gu stood up furiously. "Kill me or chop me up, do as you please, but I will never beg you." As a warrior, one must have pride. Begging so desperately for survival, death would be a relief compared to that. Gu. Gong Nanyan gritted his teeth. Do you think I'm afraid to die? Do you know the consequence of the god-slaying order? It means the extermination of 3 clans. Buzz. The last 3 words made Gu's head spin. Only now did he fully grasp why Gong Nanyan was so terrified. Thud. Gu fell to his knees. Please, my lord, have mercy. Yi Bei stopped but did not turn around. He said coldly, if today, it had been an ordinary family's child, would you have spared her? As martial artists, you even targeted a child. Yi Bei's aura became suffocating. It wasn't just because Xinyu was his daughter, protecting the weak and innocent was the basic bottom line for any warrior. After speaking, Yi Bei held Xinyu close and walked out. No further orders were needed. The god-slaying order meant the extermination of 3 clans. Chapter 59, Enough to protect you all. Inside the car, Yi Bei called Gu Moli to assure her they were safe and told her to head home first. Palace Master, should we dispatch some war god-level guards to protect the madam and the princess? Lu Zhongyuan asked while driving. No need. Just have the Jinghai Patrol Division assign some men to protect them in secret. The top priority of the palace's warriors was safeguarding the border. In Jinghai, the patrol division was more than enough to guarantee Emoli and Xinyu's safety. After all, the patrol division belonged to the God-slaying hall, and within Huaxia, no one dared challenge them. As soon as the car stopped at the gate, Gu Moli was already waiting outside. Seeing her daughter step out, she ran over crying and hugged her tightly. Xinyu, are you hurt anywhere? Gu Moli caressed her daughter's little face, her expression full of worry as she checked her over. Xinyu smiled and said, Mom, don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. It's all thanks to Daddy's card. She waved the god-slaying token in her hand. Seeing the card in her daughter's hand, Gu Moli froze for a moment. A few days ago, Yi Bei also gave her an identical card, but she casually tossed it into a drawer. Madam, I have arranged for people from the patrol office to secretly protect you and the princess. This accident was due to my negligence. Please rest assured, such incidents will never happen again. Lu Zhongyuan bowed and said. As the chief of the Central Huazhong National Security, responsible for the safety of Huazhong's 6 provinces and 68 cities, if the Lord's family were harmed, it would be his dereliction of duty. Before he could apologize, the other 4 would have swallowed him alive. Additionally, please carry the Divine Execution Command with you. If any incident occurs, activating this command will ensure I arrive immediately, Lu Zhongyuan added. Although the patrol office's personnel were enough to protect the madam and the little princess, holding the Divine Execution Command was like having a talisman for protection, further ensuring their safety. Divine Execution Command? Gu Moli took it from her daughter and observed it back and forth. When she saw the card that day, she thought Yi Bei was just joking with her. The card looked like a child's toy. Yes, Mom, this card is amazing. As soon as Xinyu took it out, those 2 people kneeled down immediately. Xinyu's face was still full of excitement when she thought about what just happened. Gu Moli's shocked expression showed some doubt. She touched the lifelike dragon head and pressed it casually. Yi Bei told her that pressing the dragon head would protect her. Could it really be that magical? As soon as the dragon head was pressed, just like Xinyu, a faint golden light appeared. On Lu Zhongyuan's wrist, a watch-like device suddenly emitted a sharp buzzing sound, with the word Bei and specific coordinates appearing on it. In less than a minute, dozens of black-clad elite soldiers from the patrol office appeared around the villa. Each drew a battle knife from their waist, their expression serious, full of killing intent. In Gu Moli's stunned expression, Lu Zhongyuan pressed the device on his wrist and said, "This is a test, the danger is cleared." This is a test, the danger is cleared. If not explained in time, after 2 alarms for the Divine Execution Command within 1 day, those people would have gone mad and charged over. The dozens of black-clad elites were all from the patrol office, each of them receiving Lu Zhongyuan's words from their wrist devices. The battle knives were sheathed, they clasped their fists and bowed, then swiftly disappeared from the surroundings. Gu Moli was completely stunned. Xinyu, with a smug look, said, "Now, Mom, do you believe it?" What she just experienced was even more exciting than this. Yi Bei, what exactly is going on? Gu Moli subconsciously knew that Yi Bei's identity had changed since his return, but she hadn't expected it to be so sharp. Those black-clad men were from the patrol office, yet they obeyed Yi Bei so completely. Yi Bei smiled lightly, gently stroking his daughter's hair, and said, "Moli, my real identity is still something I can't tell you. This is for your and Xinyu's protection. You and Xinyu only need to know that I am now strong enough to protect you both, ensuring that no harm will come to you. Every day from now on will be filled with happiness." Under the sky full of sweetness, at the same time, under another sky in Jinghai, dark clouds loomed. "Mr. Chen, we received news that Su Corporation has lowered all their products to below cost price by 1 point. Xinyu said in a low voice, not daring to look up. As the sales manager, it was clear what the other party was preparing to do, to compete head-to-head with Lingyun. When two tigers fight, one will be hurt. Although the Su Corporation no longer had Su Wanshan in charge, it had been rooted in Jinghai for many years. If they were truly ruthless and fought hard, Lingyun would have to think twice. They couldn't end up hurting themselves more than their opponent. Chen Nancheng exhaled smoke and fell into deep thought. As far as he knew, since Su Wanshan's death, the sales of Su Corporation had greatly declined. Even if there is some family wealth, it will not be much. Moreover, no bank in Jinghai dares to lend to the Su Group. Where does the Su Group get the confidence to lower its prices and fight to the death? Knock knock. A brief knock on the door, and a female secretary walked in, saying, "Mr. Chen, someone wants to see you." Chen Nancheng furrowed his brows, stubbed out his cigarette, and coldly said, "I don't see anyone." At this moment, he had no mood to see anyone. Understood. The female secretary bowed slightly, turned, and walked out. Just as she reached the door, she bumped into someone and quickly said, "This gentleman, Mr. Chen, said he will not see guests." The visitor ignored her and strode inside. Mr. Chen really does keep people at a distance. Hearing this, Chen Nancheng glanced up. "Xia Yun? What are you doing here?" Xia Yun was a major shareholder of the Su Group. At this moment, he was in a confrontation with the Su Group. Why was he here? Could he be here to gather information? Xia Yun ignored him and sat down on the sofa, crossing his legs. The female secretary hesitated but was waved off by Chen Nancheng, signaling her to leave. "Well, Mr. Chen, should I leave as well?" Xinyu knew Xia Yun's identity. Now that the other party had appeared uninvited, there must be something he needed to discuss with Mr. Chen. As it was a matter between high-level executives, it would be better for him not to listen. "No need," Chen Nancheng said faintly, turning to look at Xia Yun. "Speak, what's your purpose here today?" The two were in an adversarial relationship, and they had never had any direct interaction over the years. "I want to join Lingyun Group." Xia Yun got straight to the point. When talking to someone like Chen Nancheng, there was no need for any roundabout way. Chen Nancheng froze for a moment upon hearing this, then suddenly laughed wildly. This was the funniest thing he had heard in years. The major shareholder of the Su Group wants to join Lingyun? Especially at this critical moment, the motive of this spy was too obvious. "I say, Mr. Xia, you must be joking. At this time, you want to come to Lingyun? Is it because Su Wanshan sent you?" Chen Nancheng's face gradually turned dark. Xia Yun smiled, stood up, took a cigar from Chen Nancheng's desk, cut the tip off with a cigar cutter, and placed it in his mouth. Hiss. Who? He lit it and took a deep breath before sitting back down. "Mr. Chen's cigars are indeed very good, imported from Cuba, right?" Xia Yun exhaled smoke and casually said this. Chen Nancheng did not respond, just stared at him with a gloomy expression. He wanted to see what Xia Yun was really after. Taking a few more puffs, Xia Yun nonchalantly said, "Su Wanshan has already run away. There's no way he could have sent me to Lingyun." Hearing this, Chen Nancheng's face twitched. Su Wanshan was the current president of the Su Group. He had run away? Who was leading the Su Group now? Was this a deliberately misleading statement? With a quick glance, Xia Yun could tell what Chen Nancheng was thinking and continued, "Now, the Su Group is led by Su Wanshan's granddaughter, Su Jianxi." Chen Nancheng closed his eyes and thought for a moment. Su Wanshan indeed had a granddaughter, who was still in university, as far as he had heard. "I came here today to join Lingyun, to bring down Su Jianxi, and to bring down the Su Group," Xia Yun said, narrowing his eyes with a dark expression. Having lived most of his life, today he was actually kicked out by a young girl. If this got out, he would lose all face. "Why should I trust you?" "You know that this is a special time," Chen Nancheng directly voiced his concerns. When speaking with these seasoned individuals, one had to go straight to the point. Xia Yun exhaled smoke and, with an unchanged expression, said, "I, an old man, was just dismissed by Miss Su." Seeing the shocked expression on Chen Nancheng's face, Xia Yun continued, "This is no secret. You can send someone to check it out. Along with me, others who were dismissed include Shi Hang and several small shareholders." Chen Nancheng and Xinyu were completely shocked. At this moment, the Su family had dismissed so many shareholders, so it was crucial to acquire their shares. This was already a significant sum. Moreover, the other party lowered the price to counter this. How much capital does the Su family actually have? If the other party really has a massive amount of funds, then the monopoly strategy will be impossible to execute. "Mr. Chen, would you like to know exactly how much capital the Su family still has?" This sentence, spoken lightly by Xia Yun, felt like a giant stone falling into water, stirring up turbulent waves in the hearts of Chen and Shen. Knowing how much capital the Su family still had would be like knowing the other player's hand in a game of cards. You could attack when necessary, retreat when needed, it would be hard not to win. Why should I trust you? Chen Nanchang said calmly. He had to be cautious. If the numbers the other party gave were false, the consequences would be disastrous. Xia Yun said indifferently, I've spent half my life in the business world, yet in the end, I'm left with the reputation of being fired. Ha! With a bitter smile, Xia Yun's eyes grew more intense as he said, I've already been kicked out by the Su family. I want nothing more than for the Su family to go bankrupt right now. That brat Su Jianqi, that young girl with no experience, kicked me out. If she's cruel, then don't blame me for being heartless. Chen Nanchang looked at the vicious look in Xia Yun's eyes, deep in thought. Mr. Chen, I think it's better to be cautious, Shen Jun whispered into Chen Nanchang's ear. These old-timers had spent most of their lives struggling in the business world, and none of them were easy to deal with. Chen Nanchang knew this well. He stood up, poured a cup of tea, handed it to Xia Yun, and sat down on the sofa beside him with a faint smile. Old Xia, I fully understand how you feel. Since you want to join us in Lingyun, you must show some sincerity, right? Xia Yun let out a cold laugh. Mr. Chen, since we're already at this point, let's not beat around the bush. I'll tell you the current funds of the Su group and help you take down the Su family. All you need to do after that is let me take over the Su family. At that time, the Su family will naturally belong to Lingyun group, and how much of the Su family shares you assign to Lingyun is up to you. Xia Yun's words were firm and clear, and this was indeed his true goal. As long as he controlled the Su family, it didn't matter if it was under the name Su or Ling. He just wanted to trample the Su family under his feet, to crush Su Jianqi, to make them kneel and beg, to watch with her own eyes as the Su family, built by her grandfather Su Wanshan's hard work, was controlled by him. Chen Nanchang didn't reply immediately. He lit a cigar and took a deep puff. According to what Xia Yun said, there was indeed a motive to help him, and the reward he asked for was only after the success. Once he knew the Su family's funds, this monopoly would be a sure thing. No problem, old Xia. I look forward to our happy cooperation. Chen Nanchang extended his hand. Xia Yun glanced at it, but didn't extend his hand. Mr. Chen, we're just talking empty words here. It's better to sign an agreement to make it official. Ha ha ha. Chen Nanchang laughed out loud and said, Old Xia, you've thought this through. Xinjun, go draft an agreement now. On the surface, Chen Nanchang was calm, but inwardly, he cursed Xia Yun for being such a slippery old fox. He had personally agreed, how could he go back on his word? But signing an agreement was fine, it would prevent this old fox from going back on his word. It also placed a limit on him. The agreement was quickly drafted. Chen Nanchang signed his name first and handed it to Xia Yun. Xia Yun took it and carefully read through it, afraid of missing any detail. Chen Nanchang didn't rush him, since the agreement was drafted normally and the constraints were for both parties. After a moment, Xia Yun confirmed that there was nothing in the agreement that would disadvantage him. He picked up the pen and signed his name on the last page. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. They shook hands and smiled at each other. Old Xia, can you now tell us how much capital the Su family currently has? Chen Nanchang picked up another cigar, cut it himself, and handed it over to the other person. 650 billion. Xia Yun reached out, took it, and directly said. At this moment, both of them were in the same boat, life and death were tied together. How much? Xinjun was the first to exclaim. Although he wasn't in finance, as a sales manager, he knew the rough numbers from the company's annual turnover. Since Su Wanshan died, Su's sales had plummeted, so how could there be such a huge sum of money? Xia Yun wasn't surprised by the other person's action. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it himself. $100 billion, this is what was transferred to Su's company account just now during a meeting I attended at Su's. Xia Yun took a sip of tea and said slowly. Chen Nanchang furrowed his brows and cautiously asked, why is old Xia so certain? Chen Nanchang expressed serious doubt about the number Xia Yun mentioned. Xia Yun's face darkened upon hearing this. He slammed the teacup onto the table and shouted, since Mr. Chen doesn't believe me, there's nothing more to say. Tear up this agreement and pretend I never came. Saying that, he picked up the agreement and was about to tear it up. No, no. Chen Nanchang quickly reached out to stop him, smiling and saying, Old Xia misunderstood, what I meant was, since Su Wanshan is dead, who else would be willing to offer such a large sum of money to help Su? Upon hearing this, Xia Yun's expression softened, but he still replied coldly, as for who is helping, I don't know. But this 650 billion has truly been deposited into Su Group's account. I saw it with my own eyes. Now that you know the truth about Su's situation, Mr. Chen only needs to plan how to take Su down. Chen Nanchang nodded. He no longer doubted the numbers Xia Yun had mentioned. However, he never expected the other party to have so much funding. If they wanted to continue with the monopoly path, they would have to prepare for a long battle of price wars. At the very least, they would need 650 billion to compete. Xinyu, inform all shareholders of the group. A meeting will be held in 1 hour. Chen Nanqing's expression became serious. 650 billion was no small sum, even for Lingyun Group. And this would determine the life or death of the company. The arrow was already on the bowstring, and they had to make a detailed plan. In the villa, Yi Bei was busy in the kitchen. Xinyu had already given an order: as long as Dad is home, he must cook. The reason was simple: Dad's cooking was far better than Mom's. As soon as the meal was served, Xinyu couldn't wait to pick up a bite, chewing with a blissful look on her face. Slow down, don't choke. Gu Emily looked at her daughter's puffed-up cheeks and couldn't help but scold her gently. It's delicious, Mom, you should try it too. Xinyu kept waving her little hand, looking completely delighted. Just as Gu Emily picked up her chopsticks, the doorbell rang. Gu Emily opened the door and froze, softly calling, Dad, Mom. Xinyu immediately shouted happily, Grandpa, Grandma, come in quick, try the food Dad made, it's so delicious. Gu Emily's face turned awkward. She was still a bit worried that her parents might not be happy with Yi Bei. Gu Hai and Wang Huizhi entered. Yi Bei stood up to greet them, saying, Uncle Gu, Aunt Wang, I didn't know you were coming, otherwise, I would have cooked a few more dishes. Gu Emily quickly followed, saying, Yes, Dad, Mom, we didn't know you were coming. Please sit first. I'll go fry a few more dishes. She was really worried her parents might criticize Yi Bei at any moment. You don't need to be busy. Your mom and I already ate at the villa. Gu Hai reached out to stop his daughter. But the next scene left Gu Emily completely stunned. Gu Hai and Wang Huizhi, for the first time, smiled and nodded at Yi Bei. The smile made Gu Emily feel uneasy inside. What happened to Mom and Dad today? What does this smile mean? Emily, Yi Bei, you guys eat, you eat. Your dad and I have already eaten. Wang Huizhi pulled her daughter back to the seat. Night Bei also sat down. Xinyu, hurry up and eat. Let me see if your little face has gotten a bit chubbier. Wang Huizhi rubbed Xinyu's small face. Dad. Mom. What are you? Gu Emily was completely confused. Her parents were acting way too strange today. Well, Emily, it's like this. Gu Hai stammered, wanting to say something but hesitating. Hey, let me say it. Wang Huizhi pushed her husband aside and walked to her daughter, saying, Your dad will be in charge of all the affairs at the villa next month. All the affairs? Gu Emily didn't understand. You silly girl, all the affairs mean everything in the villa. Your dad is going to be the general manager of the villa, holding 60% of the shares. Wang Huizhi said with excitement on her face. Before Gu Emily could react, Xinyu happily shouted, Grandpa, will Xinyu still need to pay to eat there in the future? Gu Hai rarely smiled, gently pinching Xinyu's face and said, Do I even need to say? Xinyu can eat whatever she wants at the villa, however much she wants, and not spend a single penny. Yay! Xinyu danced with joy. Then Xinyu wants to go there to eat chicken legs, and I want to eat the chicken legs made by those two uncles, one black and one white. Gu Hai was bewildered. Wang Huizhi instantly felt embarrassed. How could she not know who the black and white uncles were in Xinyu's words? They were the two peak figures dominating the business scene in Jinghai. Mom, Dad, what's going on? Isn't Qingtang Villa owned by the richest man in Jinghai, Su Wanshan? How could he suddenly give you 60% of the shares? Doesn't that make you the biggest shareholders of the villa? The remaining 40% is also irrelevant to you? Gu Emily was shocked. This sounded too mystical. Asterisk cough cough asterisk. The remaining 40% are my shares. Wang Huizhi cleared her throat, wearing a proud expression. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Emily was completely stunned. Father holding 60% and mother holding 40%, this villa clearly belonged to her parents. How could Su Wanshan suddenly be so generous, handing over 100% of the villa's shares to her parents? Suddenly, she thought of something and looked at Night Bei. Night Bei remained silent, continuing to eat his meal. Gu Hai and Wang Huizhi also found it hard to believe when they first heard this news, feeling exceptionally shocked. This news was personally told to them by Su Wanshan, and he was particularly respectful at that time. In the end, even after their persistent questioning, he did not reveal the specific reason. Though Wang Huizhi was a bit older, she wasn't confused. She first thought of Night Bei. That day in the private room, the way Su Wanshan and He Ming showed utmost respect in front of Night Bei, especially He Ming, even kneeling publicly before Night Bei. Apart from Night Bei, how could such good fortune suddenly fall upon her parents? Su Wanshan was unwilling to speak, her daughter was clueless, and Night Bei said nothing, but Gu Hai and Wang Huizhi had already guessed the answer in their hearts. Emily, I see your car is a bit small. Hand it over to your mom and me, and we'll buy you a better one. Night Bay can take it for a spin too. Gu Hai looked at the little white car at the door, saying. This was something he and his wife had discussed before coming. Now they could be considered wealthy, having such positions was clearly thanks to the soon-to-be son-in-law. If they directly bought something for Night Bay, the two of them would really feel a bit embarrassed, given how cold their attitudes towards each other had been before. Getting their daughter a bigger car that Night Bay could also drive was indirectly giving him something. Dad, Mom, what's going on with you two today? Gu Emoli trembled as she put down her chopsticks. This happiness was just too sudden. It's nothing, your mom and I have become the managers of the villa, of course, we are happy. From now on, we will never have to go through these years of poverty again. Wang Huizhi spoke, her eyes turning red as she wiped away the tears sparkling in her eyes. Look at you, crying over such a happy thing. Well, let's just say it like this, tomorrow, you and your parents will go buy a car together. Gu Hai said, pushing his old companion beside him, and walking towards the door. When they reached the door, Wang Huizhi stopped, turned back to look at Yi Bei, with tears still in the corners of her eyes, and said. Thank you, Yi Bei. Chapter 62, Our Family of Three. After the parents left, Gu Moli was still recovering from the shock. Yi Bei, was the mountain villa your arrangement? Gu Moli thought for a moment and asked. Who else would take care of her parents like that except Yi Bei? Su Wanshan, the richest man in Jinghai, a businessman, would just hand over a profitable mountain villa like it was nothing, that was simply a fantasy. Yi Bei did not raise his head, continuing to eat, casually replying, this mountain villa originally belongs to the Gu family. Now that it's given to your parents, it can only be said that it's returning what belongs to them. At his words, Gu Moli's eyes instantly became moist. Yi Bei. Gu Moli cried out, plunging into Yi Bei's embrace. Cough cough. Moli, Xinyu is still here, control your emotions. Yi Bei spread his hands, glancing at Xinyu beside him, with a helpless expression. Gu Moli was unmoved, sobbing freely in Yi Bei's arms. Over the years, she had put aside all the hardships the family endured, and the grievances and nasty words heard were simply too many. Yi Bei felt embarrassed, while Xinyu acted like a little adult, seriously saying, that's more like it, this is how a couple should be. Hearing this, Gu Moli broke into a smile, pointing to her daughter's forehead, and scolded, at such a young age, what do you understand? Xinyu huffed, raising her small face and said, I'm already 6 this year, not small anymore. Right, my daughter is already 6, she's a big girl now. Yi Bei wrapped his big hand around her and pulled her into his arms. The big and small ones huddled closely together. Yi Bei gently kissed Gu Moli's forehead, then kissed his daughter's forehead again, tenderly saying, in the future, I will make you all happy every day. Gu Moli lifted her delicate face, looking at Yi Bei, teasing, it's not just us, but our family of 3 must be happy every day. Correct, Dad, Mom, and me, it's the 3 of us. Xinyu nestled in Yi Bei's arms, whispering. Exactly, our family of 3. Yi Bei said, slightly tightening his hold on the mother and daughter. The next morning, at dawn. Yi Bei absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, quietly walking into Gu Moli's room. A closer look would reveal that his palm was faintly floating with golden energy. Inside the room, Gu Moli and Xinyu were still fast asleep. Yi Bei gently pulled the quilt, and instantly a graceful figure came into view. At that moment, Gu Moli wore a thin nightgown, emanating a faint fragrance, her skin like, her long legs slightly curled, the most alluring posture. Gu Moli's eyelashes fluttered, waking from her slumber. Sensing the familiar scent, Gu Moli, though her eyes were still closed, knew it was Yi Bei. At this moment, she tried hard to control her rapid breathing, feeling angry in her heart, this stinky Yi Bei, their daughter is still beside them. If he wanted something, he should wait until their daughter isn't around. Just as she was thinking, she felt a warmth on her chest and couldn't help but let out a delicate cry, her stunning face gradually turning crimson. About a minute later, the warm hand moved away from her chest. Then she heard a soft sound of the door closing. Gu Moli opened her blurry eyes, gasping for air, only to feel her heart pounding heavily, realizing then that her whole body was already covered in fragrant sweat. Seeing the tightly closed door, Gu Moli let out a soft complaint, this Yi Bei, just left like that? Just then, as Yi Bei walked out of the room, Gu Hai and Wang Huizhi walked in, seeing Yi Bei coming out of their daughter's room. With an awkward smile, he wore an expression of understanding. Come, Yi Bei, come, quickly eat breakfast to replenish your energy. Wang Huizhi smiled and put the breakfast on the table. Yi Bei looked at Wang Huizhi's strange smile, especially the phrase, replenish your energy. Clearly, these 2 old folks were mistaken. Uncle Gu, Aunt Wang, you misunderstood, I am Oli. It's okay, you don't need to explain, we all understand, come eat, Wang Huizhi interrupted, pulling Yi Bei to sit at the dining table. Yi Bei smiled bitterly, it seemed there was no way to explain clearly. Just as he sat down, Gu Emoli walked out of the room and saw the same meaningful smiles on her parents' faces. Mom? Dad? What's going on? Since seeing her parents last night, she had felt something strange about them, this sudden change made her a bit uneasy. Nothing, hurry wash up, and wake up Xinyu too, we will go buy a car after breakfast, Wang Huizhi urged with a smile. At the dining table, a few people were eating breakfast, and under the table, Wang Huizhi kicked her partner gently, giving him a meaningful look. Gu Haixin understood, swallowed his bun, cleared his throat, and said, Emily, your mom and I thought about it last night, you two are already living together, Xinyu is also this big now, I think you should officially get married. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Emily choked and couldn't help but cough vigorously. It wasn't surprising if someone else said this, but these words came from her father, and her parents had discussed it. Clearly, her parents had fully accepted Yi Bei now. Oh. Xinyu clapped her little hands, cheering, Daddy and Mommy are getting married, Mommy is going to be a bride. Gu Emily's cheeks flushed red as she lowered her head, playfully scolding, little girl, you don't know anything. Xinyu pouted, of course, Xinyu knows. On the wedding day, Mommy is the bride, and Daddy is the groom, Xinyu is the child of the groom and bride. Ha ha ha. Gu Hai laughed heartily, ruffled his granddaughter's hair, saying, Xinyu is really smart. This goes without saying, my granddaughter is the smartest in the world. Wang Huizhi said, putting a soup bun on Xinyu's plate, with a face full of love. For the past 7 years, Xinyu had been the joy of the old couple. No matter how bitter or tired they felt, no matter how much they suffered, just thinking of this granddaughter filled them with energy. Xinyu was their motivation to keep going. Yi Bei, what do you think? Gu Hai looked towards Yi Bei, who had not said a word about the marriage. Actually, the thought of marriage had crossed Yi Bei's mind as soon as he returned, but back then, Emily was not entirely accepting of him, and the old couple's attitude had been quite cold. Marriage was not just about two people, the blessing of elders was also very important. If Emily's parents firmly disagreed, they could still get married, but happiness would be elusive because many problems would arise. If the in-laws were unhappy with their son-in-law, there would surely be a daily barrage of sharp remarks and cold sarcasm after the marriage. By then, Gu Emily would be in a tough spot, caught between her beloved husband and her biological parents. How could she choose? Chapter 63 Meeting you here. You two old folks can decide. Yi Bei smiled lightly. Now that Gu Emily had eased her grudges and reconciled with him, plus the agreement of the elders, everything was naturally falling into place. Yi Bei. Gu Emily pouted playfully, her pretty face growing even rosier. Ah, good, good. Gu Hai was very pleased, then said, your mother and I looked at dates last night. The 16th of next month, the 22nd of the lunar calendar is a good day. If you have no objections, let's set it for that day. I have no objections, Yi Bei stated first. Upon hearing this, Gu Hai and Wang Huizhi both looked towards their daughter. Gu Emily's face flushed as she looked down, lightly agreeing, suddenly feeling her face was burning. Then it's settled, let's go out and buy a car. Gu Hai waved his hand, his eyes sparkling. For so many years, he had never been as happy as he was today. On the road, Gu Emo left the car, and Yi Bei sat in the passenger seat. Gu Hai and Wang Huizhi were sitting in the back seat, holding Xinyu. The 5 people sat in the small car, inevitably making it feel a little cramped. Gu Hai furrowed his brows and said, this car is a bit small, and it's so noisy. The noise from the 12-cylinder engine was not something a regular car could compare to. Sitting in the back, this short journey already made his head ache. This only strengthened his desire to buy a car, and to buy a good one, which could also serve as his daughter's dowry. Following Gu Hai's request, they went straight to the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership. When Gu Hai was in the Gu family, his car was a Mercedes-Benz S. Originally, he had planned to buy his daughter a Mercedes-Benz E-Class, but now, he changed his mind and decided to take a loan to buy the S-Class. As soon as they entered the dealership, a beautiful saleswoman approached and greeted them. Are you here to look at cars? Gu Hai nodded, looked around, and directly walked towards the display car of the Mercedes-Benz S. The beautiful saleswoman followed them and introduced, Sir, the car on display is the latest S450 Premium Edition, priced at $1.18 million, and currently, there is no discount. Indeed, the new model of Mercedes-Benz S-Class generally did not have any discounts and sometimes even had price increases. Gu Hai furrowed his brows slightly. The price was a bit higher than expected. Although he was now the general manager of the villa, he had only just taken office, and even though it was a loan, he still had to pay the down payment now. Is there anything cheaper? Gu Hai said awkwardly. The beautiful saleswoman replied, Yes, sir, we also have the S350, priced at $852,800, which is the cheapest in the S series, but there is still no discount. The beautiful saleswoman's expression remained unchanged, but in her heart, she sneered. Another poor person pretending to be rich. If they wanted to buy a Mercedes-Benz S, they should at least go for the 450 model or above. Though the exterior looked exactly the same, the interior was a world apart. Apart from the engine size, the leather seats, features, and even the sound system were on completely different levels. One could say that the S350 was specially prepared for those who wanted to show off with a Mercedes-Benz S but couldn't afford it. Many customers who bought the 350 model had their badges removed and replaced with 450 or even 600 badges to appear more impressive. She had seen many such people. Dad. Gu Emily tugged at her father's sleeve and whispered, "There's no need to buy such an expensive car." She knew that her parents hadn't saved any money over the years, and even though their salaries had increased, over $1 million was still an astronomical sum for them.
Yeah, if you don't have money, you should look elsewhere. Coming here to look at Mercedes-Benz, huh?
A sarcastic voice came from behind. Everyone turned around to find Wang Roland, wearing a sexy dress that was clearly expensive. She had driven her Mercedes-Benz G-Class in for a service and, while waiting in the VIP lounge, noticed them in the showroom.
Miss Wang.
The beautiful saleswoman greeted her with a slight bow. Anyone who could afford to buy a Mercedes-Benz G-Class for over $2 million and come in for regular maintenance was naturally a VIP customer at the dealership. And the sarcastic comment she had just made was exactly what the saleswoman had been thinking. Wang Roland walked past the beautiful saleswoman without a second glance, clearly not regarding her as anyone important.
Second aunt, uncle, what a surprise to run into you here. Wang Roland smiled with mocking sarcasm, and her meaning was obvious. What? Can't your uncle and I come here to look at cars?
Wang Huizhi replied coldly, not expecting to run into her here. She had no good feelings toward this niece, as she had helped her arrange a job in a company after graduation, relying on many connections. Later, when their family had fallen into hard times, they went to ask this niece for help. She, however, acted arrogantly, too lazy to even acknowledge them, rolling her eyes and closing the door in their faces with a few harsh words.
Hee, second aunt, of course, you can come to see the car. You can go anywhere you like to look, just look and don't buy it. Looking at the car doesn't cost money, right? Wang Roland's teasing expression was completely unconcealed. Who says we're not buying? Old Gu, we'll buy this one. Wang Huizhi immediately responded, having suffered for so many years, and now they were being mocked like this?
Gu Hai naturally understood the resentment in his wife's heart, but the price of this car was truly beyond their purchasing ability.
How much is the down payment if we take a loan for this car? Gu Hai asked, looking at the salesperson.
The salesperson, hearing this, took out a calculator and started tapping away, calculating.
Uncle, if you don't have money, don't force it. You don't earn face like this. Wang Roland's tone became even more mocking when she heard them say they were going to take a loan.
Gu Hai's face darkened, but he did not argue, waiting for the salesperson to announce the price. If the down payment was enough, they could go ahead, but if not, it was indeed not possible to save face. Sir, the down payment is 30%, which is 350,000, and you also must buy our decoration package and new car insurance.
Altogether, the down payment will be around 420,000.
The beautiful salesperson said, looking at the numbers on the calculator. Hearing this, Gu Hai's face showed embarrassment, and Wang Huizhi also fell silent. The two of them only had a little more than 300,000 in their cards today, and they really couldn't afford this car.
Well, eBay, Emily, how about we buy the 350?
Gu Hai had just calculated, and they could still afford the loan for the 350. Before eBay and Emily could respond, the beautiful salesperson spoke up, "That's fine, sir.
After you buy it, you can just change the car's rear badge. Ordinary people won't be able to tell." "Yes, uncle, just stick something on it, even a 1,000 yuan sticker will do." Wang Huizhi's face turned pale. She never thought that even today, trying to buy a Benz S would still be mocked. Wang Roland, with an air of arrogance, thought to herself that her own white Benz G-Class was worth over 2 million, enough to buy 3 of these S350s. Just as she was feeling proud, a shocking remark suddenly echoed. "S600, let's have 2 of them." Chapter 64, Come to Me for Clients.
eBay pinched a bank card with 2 fingers and handed it to the beautiful salesperson. The beautiful salesperson was stunned for a moment, unsure whether to take the bank card or not.
Wang Roland was also shocked by what eBay said.
Her lips, painted with thick lipstick, unconsciously opened.
eBay, we agreed today that I would buy the car for you. How can you pay for it?" Gu Hai stepped forward to stop eBay. Gu Hai didn't doubt for a second that eBay would buy the car.
Someone who could make the richest man in Jinghai obediently give up Qingtung Mountain Villa surely couldn't be lacking in money.
Yes, eBay, you can't pay for this," Wang Huizhi followed, saying.
Owning the villa was all thanks to eBay, and they were already immensely grateful.
Are you all putting on a comedy show? Don't say, you're really good at acting. Wang Roland kept clapping her hands. Oh, right.
Wang Roland suddenly thought of something and continued, "That day I heard Wang Changren say that if you buy a car at Tianzhong, you wouldn't have to spend a single penny.
Why didn't you go to Tianzhong?" Gu Hai and Wang Huizhi were confused, and even Gu Emoli looked completely bewildered. Seeing their expressions, Wang Roland sneered.
She didn't believe what Wang Changren had said that day, and now it seemed that he was just spouting nonsense. Thinking of this, she took out her phone, dialed Wang Changren's number, since Tianzhong's 4S store dealerships were just next door. I want to see how Wang Changren explains himself when he gets here. Not long after Wang Roland hung up the phone, there was a loud screech of brakes from outside. Looking out from the showroom, she saw two people jump out of the car and circle around a white small car. Soon, the two ran toward the showroom. Here. Wang Roland saw who it was and he lazily waved his hand. Wang Changren hurriedly ran over, saw Gu Moli's family, bowed, and said, "Second aunt, uncle, Moli sister." He was Wang Huiji's nephew, 1 year younger than Gu Moli. Gu Hai and Wang Huiji were a bit surprised. Although their nephew hadn't been as close to them as Wang Roland in recent years, he had been relatively distant. Why was he acting so obedient and thoughtful now? TCH. Wang Roland rolled her eyes and said in a strange voice, "Wang Changren, you said that Gu Moli wouldn't need to spend any money when buying a car from your Tianzhong group. Now the opportunity is here. She's here to buy a car today. Why don't you hurry up and give her one?" Wang Changren's face lit up with excitement as he asked, "Moli sister, are you buying a car?" His exaggerated actions startled Gu Moli, and over the years, she hadn't had much interaction with this cousin. Well, sort of," Gu Moli replied softly. "Yay! That's great." Wang Changren jumped up with excitement, took a deep breath, and said, "Moli sister, this is our Tianzhong group's chairman of the Jinghai Tianzhong 4S store, Mr. Zhu Song." "Hello, Miss Gu." Zhu Song took a step forward, extending his hand with a respectful expression on his face. He had heard from sales at the store, Wang Changren, about this matter a while ago, and at first, he didn't believe such an important person would appear in Jinghai. But when he saw the golf car outside, he completely believed it. He knew that this young and beautiful lady standing before him was someone at the same level as global CEO Borfu's authority. He, on the other hand, was nowhere near her level. Hello, Mr. Zhu, Gu Moli said, her mind a little dazed, not understanding why the chairman of Tianzhong was here. No, please don't call me that. Just call me Zhu Song or Xiao Zhu, Zhu Song said in fear, not daring to be called Mr. Zhu by her. Everyone was stunned again. Especially Wang Roland. How could the chairman of Tianzhong 4S store be so humble to flatter Gu Moli like this? She instantly doubted Zhu Song's identity. But after thinking about it, she felt it didn't make sense. Why would Wang Changren make up such a lie? What could he possibly gain from it? Wang Roland didn't know Zhu Song, but the beautiful saleswoman next to her, being in the industry, quickly recognized Zhu Song's identity. She hurriedly stepped aside and quietly called her boss. "Miss Gu wants to buy a car. Just leave it to me." "I'm not sure what kind of car you're looking for," Zhu Song asked respectfully. Gu Moli didn't know how to respond for a moment. Before Gu Moli could reply, Zhu Song began to introduce with familiarity, "Miss Gu, our Tianzhong group has many brands. If you're looking for a sports car, I would recommend the Bugatti Veyron and Lamborghini. If you're looking for performance cars, I would recommend Porsche. For comfort in business, Bentley is the best. And Mr. Zhu." Before Zhu Song could finish, a deep voice sounded, clearly filled with anger. Accompanied by a beautiful saleswoman, a middle-aged man walked over with an imposing air, looking every bit like a successful person. He slowly approached and let out a cold laugh, saying, "I say, Zhu Song, have you gone crazy for money? As the chairman of Tianzhong Group, why are you selling cars in my Benz showroom?" The speaker was Yu Jun, the chairman of the Jinghai Benz 4S store. Earlier, he had heard from the saleswoman that the boss of Tianzhong had come to steal customers from him. He didn't believe it at first, but when he came down, he saw Zhu Song blatantly stealing his clients. Seeing Yu Jun, Zhu Song's face darkened. The two had been competitors for many years. "What?" Zhu Song raised an eyebrow. "Am I not allowed to come to your store?" Yu Jun smiled coldly and said, "You can, but of course, if you come to my store to buy a car, I'll welcome you with open arms, and even give you the lowest price. But you're a chairman, and today you come here to steal my customers? Chairman Zhu, isn't this a bit too much for you?" Zhu Song scoffed and didn't bother to respond. He turned to Gu Emoli and said, "Miss Gu, please come over to my place for a detailed discussion." He then made a gesture of please. Gu Emoli didn't know what to do. She looked at Yi Bei for help with a pleading gaze. "Uncle Gu, Aunt Wang, what do you think?" Yi Bei asked. Today, it was the two of them who suggested coming to buy a car, so he still needed to ask for their opinion. Wang Huiji furrowed her brows slightly. She didn't know much about cars. Gu Hai also looked troubled. He knew a little about cars, and the ones the other party had just introduced were all luxury cars, especially the Bentley. He wanted to buy it, but his wallet didn't allow it. "Yi Bei, those cars are nice, but they're too expensive." Gu Hai directly voiced his concerns. Yi Bei chuckled lightly. "Uncle Gu, you don't need to worry about the money." Right, don't worry about the money. Shu Song quickly agreed. If even the money wasn't a problem, what's there to worry about? Gu Hai relaxed a little upon hearing this. If the price was right, those cars were far superior to this Benz S. Even if they were second-hand, that would be fine. The group followed Zhu Song towards the door. Stop. Yu Jun looked at the group and shouted coldly. He took a few steps forward and forced a smile on his face. He said to Gu Hai, "Sir, if you like this car, I can offer you the lowest price." If this customer was stolen by Zhu Song in his own shop, it wouldn't just be about losing this deal. It would be like getting slapped hard in the face, and if this spread, it would be enough to embarrass Yu Jun completely. "Yes, sir, our chairman has spoken. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." The beautiful saleswoman surely knew what the chairman wanted. As a salesperson, she was focused on increasing performance and couldn't possibly go to another 4S shop to promote cars. Moreover, it was a chairman, so doing this was too much. Gu Hai stopped and pointed at the car he had just seen, asking, "How much is this car at the lowest price?" Yu Jun thought for a moment, was about to answer when the beautiful saleswoman whispered in his ear. Yu Jun nodded, briefly pondered, then gritted his teeth and said, 850,000, the same price as the 350, how about that? When these words came out, Wang Changrun was stunned. As a sales associate at Tianzhong, he knew the prices of other cars as well. The price of a new Benz was normally very strong, and not only was there no discount, sometimes they even added a premium. The price Yu Jun offered dropped by more than 300,000, which truly shocked him. Wang Roland also felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. When she bought her Big G back then, not only was there no discount, she had to pay an additional 120,000 to get the car. Gu Hai's heart was moved. Now, his money was just enough to pay for it. Alright, then let's go with this car. He was quite satisfied with this price. Once the intention was confirmed, there was no joy on Yu Jun's face. Instead, he wore a painful expression. At this price, not only would he earn nothing, but he would even lose nearly 200,000. 200,000 wasn't much to him, but as a businessman, when would he ever do a losing deal? Shu Song saw this and immediately looked anxious. "Brother, you haven't talked to me yet." It was one thing for him not to intervene, but now that he had stepped in, if the other party chose to buy a car from someone else, it would be his responsibility. If this got back to headquarters, he might as well resign as chairman. Gu Hai, feeling awkward, said, "I'll buy it here." They gave a discount of over 300,000 after all. Though Yu Jun looked like he was in pain, he still showed a victorious smile. "You Shu Song, trying to fight with me, you're still too young. As a chairman, personally coming here to pry clients from me, and in the end, not managing to do so, he truly made a fool of himself." "Miss Gu, may I ask, is this older brother of yours?" Shu Song could tell that today this older brother was here to buy a car, and he had to figure out their relationship before deciding on his next steps. "This is my father," Gu Moli replied. Upon hearing this, Zhu Song understood. So, it was Miss Gu's father. That made buying the car no different from buying it for Miss Gu herself. "Ah, so it's uncle," Shu Song hurriedly said. The word uncle made Gu Hai's beard bristle in anger. The man in front of him couldn't be just a few years younger than himself, how could he call him uncle? Was he really that old? "Just call me brother," Gu Hai said with a dark face, even more firmly deciding not to buy from him. Yes, brother, how about you listen to the price I offer before making your decision?" Shu Song slightly bowed and smiled awkwardly. "How much is the Bentley?" Gu Hai didn't want to waste time. If it wasn't for this man causing trouble, he should have been picking up his car by now. But then he thought, this car could be at this price, thanks to this person. Thinking this, his face softened a little. "Which Bentley model are you referring to, brother?" "The most expensive one." Currently the most expensive one is the Bentley Mulsanne." "What's the lowest price?" "No price." Everyone froze. Gu Hai's face instantly turned red with fury. He angrily said, "I'm asking you, have you been playing me all this time?" Shu Song let out a bitter smile. He dared not play games with this man. But to say no price really made it sound like a joke. "Brother, I would never joke with you." "Really, no price?" Shu Song said firmly. "Don't even mention the price, this entire Tianzhong group could be considered Miss Gu's." Gu Hai sneered, "Alright, since it's no price, give me 2 of them. One for me and one for my son-in-law." "Alright, brother. Are there any special requests for the car's color or configuration?" Shu Song said, taking out a pen and paper, ready to take notes. Gu Hai was speechless. Is this really the chairman of Tianzhong Group? He seemed more like a madman. "No special requests." "Alright, when would you like to pick up the cars, brother?" "I want them now." "Okay, please wait a moment. I'll arrange it right away," Shu Song said, then took out his phone to make a call. Everyone was left confused. Especially Yu Jun, who couldn't understand what Zhu Song was trying to pull. A Mulsan costs nearly 6 million, 2 would be 12 million. Free of charge? How could this be possible? Even if Zhu Song had gone mad, he wouldn't have the ability to immediately get 2 Mulsans. At this time, Wang Roland's G-class had already been serviced, and she wasn't in a hurry to leave. She too wanted to see what was going on here. Brother, Miss Gu, why don't you move to my place and wait a bit? The cars are already out of the warehouse and on their way. They should arrive in about half an hour. Zhu Song thought for a moment, then said. After all, this was Benz's territory. Fortunately, the other party didn't have any specific requests for the cars, and the warehouse had 2 ready-to-go vehicles. Otherwise, it would have taken at least 2 months to get the cars since vehicles of this level were all handmade and time-consuming. Gu Hai waved his hand, no need, we'll wait here. 2 Bentleys for free? He didn't believe it. This guy in front of him was either fooling around or completely crazy. Anyway, they would wait for half an hour, and once it was up, they'd quickly pay for the S450. The group stood at the dealership's entrance, and as the time approached, Gu Hai let out a silly laugh, realizing how foolish he had been. Let's go, time to pay. Gu Hai didn't want to waste another minute. They had originally come in high spirits to buy a car, but this whole mess had ruined the mood. Just as he took a couple of steps, he heard Wang Changren shouting. They're here, they're here. Upon hearing this, Gu Hai turned around and was instantly stunned. On a transport truck, 2 brand new Bentleys, 1 brown and 1 black, appeared before his eyes. Slowly stopping at the door. Chapter 66, You Dare to Hit Me. Except for Yi Bei, everyone present was stunned. 2 Bentleys were nothing surprising, the key point was, really no money, just given away for free? Yu Jun suddenly took a few steps forward, walked to Zhu Song's side, his eyes widened in shock, and said, Zhu Song, are you really planning to give away these 2 Bentleys for free? Even if the 2 brand new Bentleys were really right here, he still couldn't believe it. This price was too high just to grab a customer. Is there any doubt about this? Zhu Song sneered coldly. Wang Changren quickly ran over, cooperating with the truck driver to move the 2 cars down and drive them to Gu Hai's side. Uncle, the cars you wanted have arrived. Wang Changren parked the cars and handed the keys to Gu Hai. Holding the heavy keys, Gu Hai froze in place. This really doesn't cost anything? This was like a pie falling from the sky, and not just one, but 2 big pies. Zhu Song smiled and replied, don't worry, brother. We never charge for our own cars. If you don't believe it, ask Miss Gu. Me? Gu Mo Li was even more confused. When did she have such power? If she really had such power, why had she, Xinyu, and their parents suffered for 7 long years? Zhu Song took out his business card and handed it to Gu Hai, saying, this is my business card. If you need anything in the future, you can call me anytime, 24/7. Also, I've already arranged for someone to handle the license plate registration for the cars. Wang Roland stood there, dumbfounded. How come such a good thing never happened to her? These were Bentleys, even better than her proud G-Class. Since you like giving so much, can you give me one? Wang Roland walked up to Zhu Song, her finger lightly resting on his shoulder. Zhu Song glanced sideways at Wang Roland, swatted her hand away, and sneered coldly. Who do you think you are? Why should I give you one? Zhu Song's tone was chilling, mixed with mockery. What a joke, a car worth 6 million. How could he just give one away? Why can she, Gu Mo Li, get one and I can't? Wang Roland put her hands on her hips. In terms of looks, I'm not much worse than her, Gu Mo Li. In terms of figure, mine is even a bit better than hers. Who are you to Miss Gu? Zhu Song's tone softened slightly. Before Wang Roland could answer, Wang Changren leaned close to Zhu Song's ear and whispered something. So, you are Miss Gu's cousin. In that case, no problem. Zhu Song's face immediately changed to a smile and he continued, don't say 1, even 10 or 20 cars would be no problem if Miss Gu says the word. Really? Wang Roland jumped up happily. If she could drive this Bentley, it would be much more impressive at every gathering than her current Mercedes. And since the other person just said 10 or 20 cars wouldn't be a problem, she might as well ask for 2. 1 for her and 1 for her husband. 4 cars, 1 for her parents too. After all, they were free. Miss Gu, what do you think? Zhu Song slightly bowed, waiting for Gu Mo Li's response. Gu Mo Li didn't think twice and coldly spat out 2 words. No gifts. Zhu Song immediately understood. To sit in the position of chairman of Tianzhong Group, observing the wind and reading people's faces was a basic skill. I understand. After speaking, he turned to Wang Roland and said, Go. Go somewhere cooler and stop causing trouble here. Wang Roland's joy, like winning the lottery, instantly fell to rock bottom. Gu Mo Li. Are you crazy? It's being given for free. Why don't you accept it? Wang Wolin screamed. A Bentley, for free. And it won't cost you a single penny. Wang Wolin, watch your words. Wang Changren's face darkened, and he yelled loudly. Gu Mo Li's status was comparable to that of the CEO of Balv. Who were you to deserve such a gift? Good, Wang Changren. Now you don't even call me sister anymore, and dare to call me by my name. Wang Wolin placed one hand on her hip. She angrily pointed at the other person, looking every bit the furious woman. Did you forget which family you belong to? How dare you turn against me and speak up for this? As soon as her words fell, a loud slap echoed through the air. Wang Wolin covered her face, staring at Wang Changren in disbelief. You! How dare you hit me? Feeling the burning pain on her face, Wang Wolin immediately lost control. I'll fight you to the death. The two of them tumbled into a fierce struggle. Wang Changren, beat her hard. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Let her speak carelessly. Zhu Song's face was filled with fury. How dare she insult Miss Gu, truly seeking death? The frail Wang Wolin was no match for a big man, especially when her boss was backing him up. Wang Changren showed no mercy, and soon Wang Wolin's once delicate face was swollen like a pig's head. On the way back, a few people were still squeezed in the little white car, while the two Bentleys still needed to be registered and insured. Zhu Song could handle these arrangements. Yabe, those two cars are really being given to us for free? Wang Huizhi in the back seat still couldn't believe it. People who aren't relatives, who would just give you such expensive cars out of nowhere? Yes, Yabe, I still feel like something's off. We should just go back and buy that Benz, Guhai said, looking uneasy. He had lived most of his life, but had never encountered such an incredible offer. When something sounds too good to be true, it's either a trap or a scam. Uncle Gu, Aunt Wang, just trust me. Once the car paperwork is done, they will deliver them, Yabe said with a light smile. The two still felt uneasy after hearing this. Gu Hai had originally planned to arrange a celebration dinner at the villa after picking up the car, but now, with no car and no mood, he asked his daughter to send them home. When Yebe's family of three arrived at the villa gate, someone was already waiting in the yard. Jianqi Jie. Xinyu opened the car door and rushed over, throwing herself into Su Jianqi's arms. Xinyu, did you miss your sister? Su Jianqi gently stroked Xinyu's little head and smiled as she asked. Xinyu nodded hard. She really liked this big sister. Jianqi, why didn't you call first? Were you in a hurry? Come in quickly, Gu Moli said, taking out the key to open the door. It's fine, Moli Jia, I just arrived a little while ago, Su Jianqi smiled sweetly, hugging Xinyu as she walked in. Is something wrong? Yabe walked past Su Jianqi, his lips barely moving. Hearing this, Su Jianqi pouted, a hint of anger rising on her face. If there's nothing wrong, can't I come? I called you several times but you didn't pick up. Young Master Yi helped me with such a big favor, is it really that hard for you to have a meal with me? This guy, I've never invited anyone for a meal before, but today I called him several times, and not one was answered. It's really infuriating. The more Su Jianqi thought about it, the angrier she became. No need, I promised old Su to protect you for life. Yabe said indifferently. Hearing this, Su Jianqi became even angrier. What? If it weren't for Grandpa's connection, would you still help me? Su Jianqi looked at Yabe, her eyes clearly showing anger. That's right. Yabe spoke without hesitation. The only reason he helped was because of old Su. Even if there were no Su Jianqi, he wouldn't let the Su family go bankrupt. After all, it was old Su's lifelong work. You? Su Jianqi didn't expect such a direct answer. She bit her lip, and tears started to well up in her eyes. So everything was because of Grandpa. In his eyes, I probably don't even have the smallest place, not even as a friend. Dad, don't bully Jianqi Jia. Xinyu looked at her big sister's red eyes and hugged her even tighter. Gu Moli gently pulled Xinyu away and said, Come here, Xinyu, your dad didn't bully Jianqi Jia. Adults are talking, you won't understand. After spending some time together, Gu Moli understood Yabe's temper. A completely clueless fool, especially when talking to women. Then let's go out to eat, Xinyu has been hungry for a long time. Xinyu rubbed her little belly. Gu Moli looked at the time, feeling a wave of guilt. She had been out all day and hadn't eaten a single bite. But she didn't know why. Today she hadn't eaten anything, yet she didn't feel hungry at all. Little did she know, it was because of the golden true energy that Jibei had injected into her body that morning. True energy, which only warriors can produce, is usually transparent in color for ordinary warriors. Only at the advanced level of martial masters can true energy turn slightly into a very light silver color. And golden true energy can only be produced by war gods. So, golden true energy is also a measure of a war god's strength. Yi Bei, a monster who had reached the level of a war king, had already mastered his true energy to perfection, and within his golden true energy, there was not a hint of impurity. Compared to a war god, its color was much deeper. Golden true energy, it is born from the universe, the sun, and the moon. Just a thread of it can strengthen and solidify the body, improving health. For both ordinary people and warriors, it is an invaluable treasure. Yi Bei, Xinyu is also hungry, let's go out to eat. Although Gu Emoli wasn't hungry at all, her daughter needed to eat, and today they had been out all day without buying any food, so they still needed to go out to eat. Before Yi Bei could respond, Su Jian walked over to Xinyu's side, saying, let me touch Xinyu's little belly. Oh, she really is hungry, come on, sister will take you to eat something delicious, not taking your dad with us. After speaking, without waiting for a reply, she took Xinyu's hand and walked towards the door, deliberately tilting her head as she passed by Yi Bei, scoffing softly. Yi Bei could only smile bitterly and gently hugged Gu Emoli as he followed them. The Drunken High Tower. The most luxurious restaurant in Jinghai. The building isn't very tall, only 7 stories, but it is decorated extravagantly, like a palace. Especially at night, under countless lights, it looks even more magnificent. Standing at the entrance, one doesn't need to go inside to know that dining there will not be cheap. Outside the restaurant, Su Jian nodded in satisfaction. She had overheard her grandfather talking about it before, saying it was the most luxurious restaurant in Jinghai, and coming today, it was indeed so. Let's go, Xinyu, sister will treat you to a meal here. Su Jian held Xinyu's little hand and walked ahead. At the entrance, a bellboy in uniform stood straight, saluting everyone, and then extended his right hand politely, saying, please show your membership card. Su Jian was taken aback and replied, sorry, I don't have a membership card. She had never heard her grandfather mention before that you needed a membership card to dine here. Hearing this, the bellboy's face turned cold, yelling, then please leave, no membership card means no right to dine here. The bellboy directly issued a ban. What membership card? I can get one right now. Su Jian was also angry. What kind of restaurant requires a membership card to enter? Ha! The bellboy let out a cold laugh, then wore a proud look. To apply for a membership card, you first need to recharge 10 million, and we also need to verify your identity. Only after passing the verification can you apply for a membership card. Su Jian was completely shocked. Recharge 10 million? Just to eat here? A Land Rover came to a stop at the entrance. The bellboy glanced at the license plate and hurried over. Clearly the person inside was a regular here. The bellboy opened the car door, and a young man in his 30s stepped out, wearing a necklace as thick as a thumb of gold. He casually pulled out a 100 yuan bill and threw it at the bellboy's face. Park my car properly. Rest assured, Boss Chin. The bellboy pocketed the bill, his face radiating flattery, patting off the dust on his clothes before getting in the car. Just as the Land Rover drove away, the young man spotted Su Jian standing at the door, his greedy eyes openly scanning her up and down. Su Jian had come out directly after school today. She was still wearing the school uniform. I have to say, the uniform of Jinghai University is indeed beautiful. The white shirt, paired with a plaid skirt, combined with Su Jian's breathtaking appearance, makes her look even more youthful and vibrant. Su Jian could certainly feel the perverted gaze from the other side. Frowning, she turned around and said, let's go, let's eat somewhere else. 10 million isn't really the problem, but it still needs to be approved, which is indeed troublesome. What's wrong, little sister? Don't have a membership card? Big brother has one here. Boss Chin pulled out a golden card and waved it in his hand. He had brought many student girls here before, but none of them were anywhere near as beautiful as this one in front of him. Boss Chin couldn't help but swallow. This student girl was simply the best of the best. How could he let her go? Su Jian felt a wave of disgust, walked straight to Gu Moli's side, and said, let's go, Moli sis, let's change places. Don't leave, little sister. Boss Chin reached out to grab her, but suddenly froze, his eyes fixed in shock on Gu Moli. Oh my god, this woman is even more charming. Boss Chin couldn't hide his desire, licking his lips and swallowing repeatedly. Gu Moli's face turned cold. This man was nothing short of a pervert. Do you think we're pretty? A sudden voice interrupted. Boss Chin didn't even look back, his eyes glued to the 2 stunning beauties in front of him, nodding vigorously without thinking, showing his approval. Then take another look for one more second. Boss Chin, still nodding, suddenly felt something was wrong. He turned around and saw a handsome young man looking at him expressionlessly. Kid, this is none of your business, get the hell out of here. Boss Chin shouted angrily, then turned back with a lecherous grin, rubbing his hands together and said, ladies, let me invite you inside to eat. Order anything you like, everything here is as exquisite as you too. Just as he finished speaking, Xinyu raised her head and shouted, you better leave now, or my dad will make you roll on the ground. Humph. Xinyu had seen her dad's power with her own eyes. Tisk, here's a little beauty, but she's too young. Uncle doesn't like that, uncle prefers these 2 older ones. Boss Jean said, his eyes glued to their proud chests, his hands reaching forward. Ah! The moment his hands reached out, a scream like that of a slaughtered pig echoed through the sky. The doorman had just parked the car and rushed over when he heard the scream. What he saw was a horrifying scene. Boss Jean's arms were twisted into a terrifying angle, and his hands hung limply, completely useless. Ah! My hands! My hands! Boss Jean stared at his crippled hands, retreating repeatedly, his intense pain making him stomp his feet, sweat beading on his forehead. These hands were probably completely ruined. The people around also felt a chill in their hearts. They didn't expect this person to be so ruthless, breaking both his hands with a single move. Let's go. Yibei grabbed Xinyu's hand and turned to leave. Sigh. Xinyu looked back, shook her head, and let out a sigh. You can't leave. The doorman blocked Yibei and his group with a few steps. For so many years, no one had dared to cause trouble here. Now, someone had hit their restaurant's esteemed member. This matter would not be easily settled. Kid, you've really lost your mind today. You dare come here and act tough? Don't you know who our boss is? The doorman shouted fiercely. Ling Jie, no one knew her real name. Judging by her appearance, she was at most 30. But whether they were middle-aged men in their 40s or 50s, or old people in their 70s or 80s, anyone who saw her would respectfully call her Ling Jie. Other than knowing that Ling Jie was the boss of Zhou Gaolu, no one knew anything else about her. They only knew she was involved in both the underworld and the legitimate world, with connections that reached the heavens. Soon, dozens of people rushed out of the hotel, each holding a metal baton. The leader, with a fierce, menacing face. The scar on his face, stretching from his forehead to his chin, like a huge centipede, sent a chill down people's spines. Before the team leader could speak, the doorman pointed at Yibei and his group and shouted, Zhang brother, these people are not members of our establishment, and they even injured Boss Jean. Team leader Zhang Dazhong scanned the group, then his dark eyes fixed on Yibei, clearly the one who had caused the injury. Kid, I see you're tired of living. How dare you cause trouble here? Beat him to death. Zhang Dazhong ordered, and dozens of security guards behind him started to move. Boss Jean coldly smiled. Kid, causing trouble here only has one outcome, death, and a terrible one at that. Wait. A seductive woman slowly walked out of the hotel. Her wine-red long hair was loosely tied with a black lace ribbon, and her enchanting eyes held nothing but calmness. She wore a fiery red short skirt that barely covered her perky backside, with long, slender legs and a busty, curvaceous figure that made one's heart race and blood surge. This was the owner of Zhou Gaolu, Ling Jie. Ling Jie. Zhang Dazhong and the others immediately stopped, putting away their batons and bowing slightly, calling out in unison. Boss Jean's mouth involuntarily opened, his gaze fixed on this seductively beautiful woman with fiery red lips. He had been to this restaurant several times, hearing that the owner, Ling Jie, was known for her unmatched beauty, but he had never seen her before. Seeing her today, she was indeed as stunning as the rumors said. Compared to the two earlier, she lacked a touch of youthfulness and had more of the mature, seductive charm of a woman, like a ripe apple, making any man's heart skip a beat. Dazhong, you've been the head of security for quite some time now. How can you still be so rash in handling things? Ling Jie's gaze held a hint of anger. Zhang Dazhong was scolded, hanging his head in silence like a child, with the other security guards standing still, not daring to speak. It wasn't just because Ling Jie was the owner of the place, everyone knew that her identity was far more complicated than it appeared. Even the leader of the underground forces, He Ming, would greet her respectfully when coming here, calling her Ling Jie. This showed how terrifying she truly was. With so many of you acting so violently at the door, do we still want to do business here? Take these people to the backyard and handle this. Do I have to teach you how to manage such a small matter? Ling Jie furrowed her brows, massaging her temples, then turned and walked back inside the restaurant. The hotel had too many affairs, and she had to personally take care of even this small issue, which was quite a headache. Dazhong is rash, but Ling Jie is thoughtful, Zhang Dazhong said as he cupped his hands toward Ling Jie's retreating figure. In just 2 short sentences, his forehead was already covered in sweat. Kid, go on your own. Zhang Dazhong pointed to a large door next to the hotel, which led to the backyard and was usually used for unloading goods. It was indeed his mistake to act in front of the hotel. If he affected the business, he wouldn't even need to be the head of security anymore. It was this guy who attacked us first. You're not blaming him, but blaming us instead? Su Jianxi scolded sharply. The people here weren't just arrogant, they couldn't even tell right from wrong. How could a place like this continue operating and become the most luxurious restaurant in Jinghai? It was simply unfathomable. Zhang Dazhong sneered coldly, Miss, Boss Jean is a distinguished member of Zhou Gaolu, and you're nothing. Who do you think I should favor? On one side, there is an ordinary person with no status, on the other, a respected member of the establishment. It's obvious who holds more weight. Boss Jean's expression immediately became arrogant. This is the benefit of having a membership card. Here, there is no right or wrong, only the difference between rich and poor. Money is the truth. This is also the reason why this place can stand strong. For those who come here, money is just a number to them. They need identity, more importantly, special treatment. Above everything else, law and right or wrong? That only applies to the poor. Yi Bei directly ignored Zhang Dadong, glanced at the plaque above the door, and his lips moved slightly. A store like this, it's better not to open it. Upon hearing this, Sister Ling, who had just entered the door, stopped and turned around, looking at the speaker with interest. Zue Gaolu had been in business for 10 years, and it was her first time hearing someone dare to say such a thing. Ha ha ha. Zhang Dadong laughed loudly. Kid, you're interesting. Considering you might not be that smart, I'll be especially gentle when I make my move on you later. To Zhang Dadong, anyone who dared say such a thing must be out of their mind. Captain Zhang, stop wasting time with him, hurry up and arrest him. Boss Jean shouted anxiously, eager to see the other party kneeling and begging for mercy. And those two beauties, he wouldn't let them go tonight either. Hearing this, Zhang Dadong's face darkened. He stepped forward, his right hand turning into a claw, directly reaching for Yi Bei's shoulder. It wasn't convenient to make a move at the door, so he decided to grab him and take him to the backyard to slowly torture him. Yi Bei. Gu Emoli and Su Jian, she both showed worry on their faces. The person in front of them was clearly not a simple one, and the other party had many people, while Yi Bei was alone. It seemed hard for him to handle. Dad, hit him, hit him. Xinyu shouted, her small pink fists swinging non-stop. Xinyu. Su Jian, she said with a reprimanding tone. At this moment, how could she provoke them with words? Chapter 69, take him down on the spot. Zhang Dadong was just one step away from Yi Bei, and he suddenly exerted force with his right hand. Yi Bei remained unmoved, his body slightly tilted, the claw missed, and Yi Bei immediately retaliated with a slap. Slap. With a crisp sound, Zhang Dadong was sent flying into the air, and his teeth flew out of his mouth. Bang! Zhang Dadong, who weighed nearly 200 pounds, fell heavily to the ground, feeling his vision go black, with countless stars flashing and swirling in front of him. Sister Ling at the door was stunned, her seductive eyes widened. She knew Zhang Dadong's skills well, the gold belt winner of Underground Fight Club last year. And underground fighting was far beyond ordinary boxing or kickboxing. Once the fight began, the only rule was no weapons, everything else was fair game, and the fight was to the death. The brutality was extreme. The competitors were all cold-blooded killing machines who knew that losing meant death. Yet, Zhang Dadong, the gold belt holder, was easily slapped away by the other party. Damn it! Zhang Dadong shook his head, spitting out blood, and his expression immediately turned fierce. Anyone who participated in underground fighting was not someone to be taken lightly, they were all fearless warriors. Kid, I was going to show you some respect, but since you don't want it, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhang Dadong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his body suddenly surged with power, throwing a punch at Yi Bei's head. This punch had the power to easily crush the skull of a full-grown bull. It was with this punch that he maintained his dominant position in the underground fight scene, with countless people killed by a single blow. The power of his punch was evident. The wind from the punch howled as it neared, and Yi Bei raised his left hand lightly, extending his palm and effortlessly catching it. What? Zhang Dadong was horrified, his mouth wide open in shock. No one knew better than him how powerful this punch was. He had used all his strength, yet the other party caught it so easily. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Then his body was thrown backward again, spraying blood mist into the air. A warrior! Sister Ling screamed in shock. Only a warrior could knock Zhang Dadong down with a single strike. A normal person could never do that. She never expected that such a young person in front of her would actually be a warrior. Quick, call Mr. Tian and tell him there's a warrior causing trouble here. Sister Ling whispered to the person beside her. Zue Gaolu had been stable in Jinghai for 10 years and had a powerful backing. She then moved gracefully, her steps like a blooming lotus, her enchanting figure walking towards them. This little brother. You, as a martial artist, actually harmed an ordinary person. I'm afraid today, you will not escape the punishment of the patrol department. Ling Jie smiled slightly with her fiery red lips. The patrol department in Jinghai has a clear order: any martial artist who harms an ordinary person is subject to immediate execution by the members of the patrol department. In Jinghai, no martial artist dares to defy the patrol department. Everyone knows where it belongs and the force behind it, which is feared worldwide. Yi Bei coldly glanced at the other party. Although the patrol department is a law enforcement agency, it is also a place where law is discussed. As soon as his words fell, more than 10 people in black clothes and tight armor slowly walked over from the distance, with the one at the front having an extremely gloomy expression. Ling Jie turned her head to take a look, her seductive eyes flashing with sharp light. She walked forward, pouting her cherry lips, and said pitifully, "Mr. Tian, you finally arrived. If you had come any later, I wouldn't have been able to protect it." Ling Jie said as she gently wiped the corner of her eye, which had no tears at all. Tian Zhongqiu changed his gloomy expression and comforted her in a soft voice. "Ha, little Ling Jie, you're really good at joking. Who would dare to make trouble here?" Tian Zhongqiu, as the head of a group in the Jinghai Patrol Department, was in charge of the area around the Drunken Tower. When he received the call that someone was causing trouble here, he was really surprised. After all these years, no one had dared to cause trouble here. The reason was simple: aside from hosting local wealthy people, this place mostly received foreign VIPs. The Jinghai Patrol Department had specially instructed to pay close attention to the security situation here to prevent any incident that could harm the foreign guests. So, the members of the patrol department patrolled this area 24 hours a day. Local martial artists were well aware of this, so no one dared to cause trouble here. "Mr. Tian still says no one is here." Look, Ling Jie raised her white chin. "This martial artist not only caused trouble here but also injured my head of security." Tian Zhongqiu's eyes locked onto Yi Bei as soon as he heard this. What surprised him was that the person in front of him was so young. A martial artist at this age was indeed unexpected. Tian Zhongqiu had no doubt about Yi Bei's identity as a martial artist. Anyone who could beat Zhang Dandong, the underground boxing king, like this, was certainly not an ordinary person. Swish! Tian Zhongqiu drew out his waist sword, pointing the blade at Yi Bei, and shouted coldly, "As a martial artist, to harm an ordinary person, blatantly violating the patrol department's order, capture him on the spot." The more than 10 people behind him also drew their swords, all pointing at Yi Bei. Boss Qin couldn't hide his joy, for a moment forgetting the pain in his hands. This person had offended the patrol department, and the result would be far more severe than being taught a lesson. Violating the patrol department's order starts with 10 years, and the punishment could be life imprisonment or even immediate execution. The iron-fisted methods made countless martial artists tremble in fear. Looking at the 10 or so black blades, Yi Bei's expression remained calm, his lips slightly moving. "The patrol department, as a law enforcement agency, doesn't even ask the reason?" "Reason? Ha ha." Tian Zhongqiu gave a cold laugh. "No reason is your reason. As long as you harm an ordinary person, execute you on the spot." Yi Bei's face gradually darkened, and he shouted coldly, "Is this how the Jinghai Patrol Department handles things? Not asking for the reason, not distinguishing right from wrong, how is this law enforcement any different from the hotel's treatment here? It's simply assisting the tiger, helping the villain. The patrol department enforces the law. What right do you have to question? Capture him." Tian Zhongqiu gave the order. The more than 10 black-clad warriors showed no hesitation. Gripping their swords, they immediately rushed forward. Members of the patrol department were all martial artists, their black swords like arrows from a bow, arriving in the blink of an eye. Clang! Just as the swords were about to stab Yi Bei, a harsh sound of metal clashing rang out, accompanied by sparks. The dozens of people froze in place, staring in fear at the broken swords in their hands. They knew very well that each of these swords had been specially crafted, hardened through many forges, and were incredibly tough. They were definitely not ordinary swords. And yet, at this moment, they had been cut in half. More than a dozen battle knives broke simultaneously. Tian Zhongqiu was deeply shocked in his heart, not just by this heaven-defying move, but by the fact that someone dared to go against the patrol office. Looking up, he saw a figure wearing a black cloak, holding a black battle knife, with a lifelike silver dragon head that moved on its own without wind. This. Tian Zhongqiu was instantly stunned. As the team leader of the first group in the patrol office, this symbol was too familiar to him, and the black battle knife in the person's hand sent a chill down his spine. Chapter 70, The knife dies, the person dies. The unique dragon head emblem only belonged to one place, and that was the God-slaying hall, which made the whole world tremble at its name. Millions of soldiers guarded the border, and no one dared to fight against it. And only a handful of people could wear this dragon head emblem. Especially the black battle knife in hand. Apart from the 5 war gods, no one else was worthy of possessing one. Every god-slaying battle knife had drunk the blood of countless foreign enemies. The next scene shocked everyone. Tian Zhongqiu held his battle knife and suddenly knelt on one knee. Leader of the first group of the Jinghai Patrol Office, Tian Zhongqiu, pays respects to the war god. As soon as his voice fell, everyone froze in place. One by one, they mechanically turned their heads, looking at one person. "We pay respects to the war god." The rest of the black-clad warriors hurriedly knelt on one knee, shouting in unison. They knew exactly what the words war god meant. East Borders National Protector, South Borders National Stabilizer, West Borders National Guard, North Borders National Defender, and the Central China's Peacekeeper. The 5 war gods, with their glorious military achievements defending the borders for many years, were all figures that stood at the pinnacle. Sister Ling covered her stunned lips with her white jade-like fingers, her charming eyes filled with shock. What she saw before her was hard to believe. Tian Zhongqiu, as the leader of the first group of the patrol office, governed the martial artists within a few hundred kilometers. His authority was unquestionable. Even Director Wei of the Jinghai Patrol Office would never need to bow like this. The god-slaying battle knife was sheathed, and Luo Feng's handsome face slowly lifted. Luo Feng, the national defender of the north, guarded 3.6 million square kilometers of the northern border. Today, he came for one thing. Wow, it's Uncle Luo Feng. Uncle Luo Feng is so handsome, Uncle Luo Feng is so handsome. Xinyu clapped her hands, jumping with joy. Before anyone could react, they saw the war god elegantly flick his hair, walking up to the little girl, kneeling on one knee, gently picking her up, and softly asking, "Did I scare you, my little princess?" Such a simple sentence completely shocked everyone. To have the war god refer to someone as little princess, what was this girl's identity? Xinyu shook her head, pointing at a stunned person in the crowd and said, "It was this person who just tried to bully my mom and sister Jinxi." Boss Qin, frightened, nearly wet his pants. He staggered backward and looked at Sister Ling, saying, "Sister Ling, I'm one of your members. If someone hurt me here, you must stand up for me." Sister Ling was speechless. Even Tian Zhongqiu, whom she relied on, was kneeling on the ground. How could she intervene in this situation? The war god, the war god. A person standing at the peak of China. Especially this young man behind her, who emitted a sense of oppression, making her tremble with fear. Truly seeking death. Luo Feng, with a cool stance, drew his battle knife and pointed it at Boss Qin. Daring to bully the hall master's wife was enough to warrant execution on the spot. At this moment, Boss Qin couldn't hold back anymore. His legs trembled, and his pants were instantly soaked. Su Jianqi covered her mouth and smiled. Getting scared to the point of wetting oneself had always been just a metaphor, but today, it truly became a verb. Looking at the smiling girl before him, Luo Feng momentarily lost focus. In all these years, he had never seen such a young and beautiful girl. Alright, Luo Feng. This person's hands are already useless. There's no need to intervene, Yi Bei's voice made Luo Feng sheath his battle knife. He was not a bloodthirsty person, and since Emily and Xinyu were present, it was not appropriate to witness such a bloody scene. Boss Qin knelt on the ground, his hands weakly hanging to the side, repeatedly knocking his head on the floor. "Thank you, my lord, thank you, my lord." Luo Feng's cold, sharp eyes glared at Boss Qin, and had it not been for the hall master stopping him, he would have killed this kind of scoundrel today. He then took a few steps forward, walked to Yi Bei's side, gently lowered his head, his expression solemn, kneeling on one knee with his hands clasped into fists, and shouted in a booming voice. "Greetings, hall master." This kneel was not only out of respect but also from the heart, showing deep admiration for the hall master. Ling Jie felt a huge wave in her heart, and the young man in front of her could make the war god kneel and call him hallmaster. Who else in the world could achieve this except that legendary figure? In the past 10 years, many martial artists from the north and south had passed through the drunken loft. Whenever the topic of this legendary person came up, every face was filled with admiration. This person was known to the outside world as the King of the North. At 18, he enlisted at the border, and just 3 years later, he became a war god. At 22, he personally executed the 7-star war god of the Philippines for invading China, crossing the border alone to enter the Philippines, killing over 100,000 foreign enemies and dozens of war god leaders. This battle stunned the whole world. Everyone admired him. Yi Bei smiled lightly and gestured for Luo Feng to rise, saying, "You're not in the northern border, what brings you here?" Luo Feng turned around and glanced at the drunken loft, softly saying, "Looking for someone." Yi Bei did not ask further, as this was not a place for conversation. Ling Jie adjusted her appearance, took a deep breath, and walked gracefully to Yi Bei's side. She gave a standard female bow and smiled seductively, saying, "I, Ling, was truly blind today, neglecting the Lord. Please come inside, and allow me to pour you a drink to make amends." These words completely shocked the security guards. As the security of the drunken loft, they knew the rules inside. Anyone who dared to disrespect and have Ling Jie accompany them for drinks, whether a wealthy person or a martial artist, would disappear that same night, gone without a trace, a mysterious disappearance. The patrol office had even investigated this, but found nothing, and eventually, the case was dropped. Therefore, having Ling Jie accompany someone for drinks was the #1 taboo in the drunken loft. And now, Ling Jie herself had said she would accompany someone for drinks. How could they not be shocked? They, the security guards, were just ordinary people. How could they understand what the title of war god meant? Yi Bei directly ignored them, walked to Tian Zhongqiu's side, and suddenly drew out his battle knife from his waist, scaring Tian Zhongqiu into breaking out in cold sweat. Only one person in the world could make the war god's messenger show such respect. Then, without looking back, Yi Bei casually tossed the black battle knife. In an instant, it struck the signboard with the 3 words "Drunken Loft." He then turned around, put his arm around Gu Emoli, and led the group away. Watching the group slowly disappear, Ling Jie felt a huge sense of relief. She turned back and stared at the battle knife stuck in the signboard, lost in thought. Tian Zhongqiu remained kneeling, unable to get up, his body drenched in sweat. He whispered, "The drunken loft can close now." Ling Jie's face instantly turned pale upon hearing this. She vaguely remembered that the Lord had just said those very words. It was a blessing to be alive after offending him, but the drunken loft, which had stood tall in Jinghai for 10 years, was not just an ordinary restaurant. Ling Jie bit her red lips, her eyes filled with helplessness. 10 years of hard work, destroyed in an instant. Even if she survived now, would the forces behind her let her go? Tian Zhongqiu looked at his battle knife and the signboard, a bitter smile appearing on his pale face. Others may not know, but he certainly did. As a member of the patrol office, regardless of his rank, from the moment the battle knife was handed into his hands, it was forever tied to him. As long as the knife remained, he remained. If the knife was destroyed, so was he. This was the first oath every employee took on their first day at the patrol office. The battle knife represented not just himself, but also the fairness and strength of the patrol office, the authority of the patrol office, and the determination to defend China at all costs from the temple of the God-Killers. Now, his battle knife stood in the signboard. It is obvious. I will vanish just like the outcome of this intoxicated high tower. Chapter 71, The Deadly Warriors of the Eastern Island. In an ancient courtyard in Jinghai, the decoration style is clearly different from that of Huaxia. In the tea room, the light is dim, and a man and a woman kneel on the ground. On the low tea table, various tea utensils are spread out. A middle-aged man pours tea for himself, while the woman across from him kneels on the ground, her hands on the floor. "Xiao Mulingzi, you should know how important this intoxicated high tower is," said the middle-aged man in a deep voice, speaking fluent Eastern dialect. Upon hearing this, the woman lowered her body again and replied in fluent Eastern dialect, "Yes, please punish me, Colonel Ito. Xiao Mulingzi is the owner of the intoxicated high tower, Sister Ling. And the colonel she mentioned is named Ito Ikuo, belonging to the military department of the Eastern Island. The two have been lurking in Huaxia for 10 years, with the purpose of understanding the situation of Huaxia warriors, and more importantly, to figure out the specific deployment and strength of the Temple of Slaying Gods." Ito Ikuo took a sip of tea, his triangular eyes filled with anger, and the teacup in his hand shattered with a loud crash. The intoxicated high tower is the result of their hidden identities and painstaking management over 10 years. Over the years, they have provided countless useful intelligence to the War Department, and he himself has risen from a major to a colonel, with a further step to enter the ranks of generals. Now, being forced to close, all their hard work over the years has gone to waste. If the War Department holds him accountable, he would have no choice but to commit seppuku to atone for his sins. "Colonel, I have one more important matter to report," Xiao Mulingzi said quietly, knowing that the closing of the intoxicated high tower meant she had no value left. Waiting for her would only be a dead end. She needed to provide useful intelligence as much as possible, perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. "Speak." Ito Ikuo's tone was filled with impatience. What information could save them at this point? "I discovered the whereabouts of the master of the Temple of Slaying Gods." "What?" Upon hearing this, Ito Ikuo stood up abruptly, his eyes wide with shock. For so many years, any news regarding the Temple of Slaying Gods has been the most precious to them. Because the Temple of Slaying Gods is the only existence that threatens their Eastern Island military department. Moreover, not long ago, the Temple of Slaying Gods had destroyed 4 of their warships and killed 6 god-level generals. This deep grievance, how could they endure it? "Where is he?" Ito Ikuo asked eagerly. If they could learn the whereabouts of the master of the Temple of Slaying Gods, this information could be sent back to the War Department, and he wouldn't need to commit seppuku. His promotion to general would be just around the corner. The master of the Temple of Slaying Gods is listed as the #1 target for elimination by the Eastern Island Military Department. As long as the Temple of Slaying Gods exists, they have no chance of conquering Huaxia. He is in Jinghai. Then, Xiao Mulingzi narrated everything that happened at the hotel entrance today. Ito Ikuo listened in shock and fear. The appearance of the master of the Temple of Slaying Gods in Jinghai had already shocked him, and he was even accompanied by a god-level envoy. Could it be that they had been discovered? Shaking his head, he thought that if they had been discovered, the two would not be sitting here peacefully now. By the way, where is Kojiro? Ito Ikuo suddenly recalled. In this information-rich era, whether by mailing or satellite phone, there is always a possibility of being discovered. Only the most primitive method, human strength, is the most reliable. For so many years, they have been extremely cautious, changing the person who delivers information every month. And this month it was Kojiro. "Colonel, rest assured, I have already settled him in the hotel's secret room, letting him leave quietly after dark," Xiao Mulingzi replied. Upon hearing this, Ito Ikuo's expression improved, but even if Kojiro was discovered, it wouldn't pose a threat to them. The warriors of the Eastern Island Empire would rather die than betray. Because their families have already been controlled, if they betray, their entire family would be forced to commit seppuku. In the dim tea room, the two of them nervously plotted. There was only one goal: to eliminate Yi Bei at any cost. Meanwhile, not far from the drunken high tower, at a tea house, Luo Feng sat at a table by the window, holding a teacup, occasionally glancing at the opposite side. He had come here to capture a B-level fugitive. A B-level fugitive was at most a mid-level martial lord, and usually, local patrols could handle such cases, without the need for a god of war level expert like him, let alone his position as the northern border protector. However, this B-level fugitive was different from the usual ones. He was a martial artist from the eastern lands. Although this person had carefully disguised himself, trying to suppress his martial aura so that he appeared no different from an ordinary person to others, he couldn't escape Luo Feng's eyes. As the sky darkened, the drunken high tower, which was normally brightly lit, had its doors tightly shut in pitch black. Passers-by all looked puzzled. The drunken high tower had dominated the seas of the capital for 10 years without ever stopping for a day, so what was going on today? Those with a keen eye noticed a black battle knife inserted in the door plaque, a scene that stunned many people. The black battle knife belonged to the patrols, and in this age of firearms, only the patrols would use such cold weapons. It was well known that the mistress of the drunken high tower, Ling Jia, had immense power, and now, it was clear that the shop had been sealed by the patrols. In an instant, the rumors spread, becoming a hot topic among the streets and alleys. Until deep into the night, the drunken high tower remained silent, quiet as ever. Suddenly, a side door creaked open slightly, a shadow looked around, and then quietly slipped out. One foot stepped onto the road, and the shadow let out a sigh of relief, adjusting his clothes and walking forward. After walking a few steps, a figure appeared in front of him, with a black robe swirling and a silver dragon head standing out. "Kid, you're good at hiding, making me drink 3 pots of tea." Luo Feng sneered, rubbing his round belly. The shadow was startled, his eyes involuntarily shifting, and he said, "Sir, I think you've mistaken me for someone else." Luo Feng didn't waste time with words. His battle knife instantly unsheathed, its blade pointing at the opponent. "Shao Cung, B-level fugitive, do you think I could mistake you?" Looking at the battle knife in front of him, Shao Cung was instantly stunned. The extermination god blade. You are the god of war envoy?" He never expected the person in front of him to be the god of war envoy. The 5 god of war envoys of China were all at the peak of power. This made him give up all thoughts of resistance. "Heh. Looks like you've all put in quite a bit of effort. You saw the extermination god blade and recognized my identity in one glance." Luo Feng's gaze instantly turned cold. It seemed that the eastern lands had indeed been probing China. "These little punks, it looks like last time the lesson was too light." Shao Cung gritted his teeth, suddenly drawing his katana from his waist, raising it high, and stabbing down. Clang! With a sharp sound, the katana flew into the air, spinning several times before landing more than 10 meters away. "I've waited so long for you, but not to watch you perform seppuku." Luo Feng's words fell quietly. He knew very well that these samurais were all death warriors. "You don't dare to hope to get anything from me, I won't say anything," Shao Cung said resolutely, shouting towards the sky. He naturally understood that the day he was discovered was the day he would die. Faced with death, no one was unafraid, but even if he had to commit suicide, he would never betray them. If he did, his entire family would be slaughtered overnight. Luo Feng chuckled lightly, slowly sheathing his battle knife. Chapter 72, A Once-in-a-Lifetime Opportunity. Luo Feng chuckled lightly, slowly sheathing his battle knife. "You're not afraid of death, so I won't ask anything, but..." The wicked smile made Shao Cung's heart shiver. "If you just disappear without a trace, do you think your family will be alright? For these death warriors, no matter how hard you try, it won't work. The only direct and effective way is to break through their weakest spot, their heart." Luo Feng continued slowly and steadily, "If you disappear for a day, your family will be imprisoned for a day. If you disappear for a month, your family will be imprisoned for a month, and I naturally have the ability to make you disappear for life, and naturally, your family." Upon hearing this, Komura Shurji's body trembled. For the War Department, it must be that if he lives, they see him, and if he dies, they see his corpse, but if he disappears without reason, the War Department will keep his family imprisoned to coerce him, preventing him from betraying. Komura Shurji's eyes turned fierce as he stared at the person in front of him. His family was his fatal weakness, and evidently, the other person understood this very well. At this moment, his face was expressionless, but his heart was engaged in an intense struggle. Luo Feng remained calm and unhurried, not rushing at all, pulling out a black cloth and leisurely wiping his battle blade. Komura Shurji looked at the pitch-black battle blade and had no idea what material it was made of. It was completely dull, especially in the darkness of the night, making it even more intimidating. After the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, Komura Shurji's face gradually became hideous, and his forehead was already covered with beads of sweat. "Ha! He he he. Komura Shurji laughed to the sky. War God Envoy, as a dead man from the Eastern Isles, death holds no threat to me, but my daughter suffers, she's only 3. In 3 days, his mission would be complete. This time would be the last time he would deliver information. After returning, not only would he be able to spend every day with his daughter, but he would also be promoted by 3 levels. He never expected to be discovered, and even worse, the other party was a War God Envoy, leaving him with no possibility of escape. Luo Feng nodded upon hearing this and casually said, I know, Minako, the little girl is very clever and cute. What? You know my daughter? Komura Shurji exclaimed, his eyes wide open. On the first day of accepting his mission this month, his parents, wife, and daughter were imprisoned at home with soldiers from the War Department specifically guarding them. He never expected the other person to easily say his daughter's name. Luo Feng continued to casually look at the battle blade in his hand, saying, since I still have a little patience, you better speak quickly. Perhaps I will act to rescue your family. Upon hearing this, Komura Shurji suddenly knelt down. He had gone through a fierce inner struggle, and at this moment, he completely gave up resistance. He knew that he would die here, but if his family regained their freedom, he would have no more worries and could die peacefully. The moon was dark, and the wind was high. The ancient mansion was pitch black, and it seemed exceptionally quiet. A loud crash instantly shattered the tranquility here. With the sound of the door being broken, dozens of people dressed in black attire and holding battle knives surged into the courtyard. They conducted a thorough search but found no one. Wei Xin touched the still warm teacup, his face cold. It was clear that the people here had already escaped. Just now, as soon as he received the information, he personally led the team to rush here. Unexpectedly, it was all in vain. On a rooftop several hundred meters away from the ancient mansion, Ito Inu stood on the eaves, his eyes filled with fury as he looked into the distance, veins popping on his face. It was clear that Komura Shurji had betrayed them. Baka! Notify the War Department, kill all his family members, regardless of age or gender, directly disembowel them. Ito Inu roared in anger, and if he hadn't been cautious, he would have been caught by now. Such a traitor must be severely punished to warn others. Beside him, Akiyama Rinko took out a satellite phone and spoke for a few moments, her face filled with shock. She turned and said, Colonel, the War Department just reported that a group of black-clad people stormed into Komura Shurji's house and directly kidnapped his family. Baka! Baka! Ito Inu was furious, continuously smashing tiles. Colonel, please be careful. If we get discovered, none of us will survive. Akiyama Rinko said, lowering her head in haste. Ito Inu was so angry that he was nearly smoking from all 7 of his orifices. His decade-long efforts in building the highest tower were sealed, and now he was betrayed. It was evident that there was no place for him to stay within China anymore. All of this started because of the master of the Temple of the Gods, which only strengthened his resolve to eliminate the Northern Knight. To the southwest, one mountain after another piled up in layers. The towering cliffs stood jagged and strange, with venomous insects rampant in the mountains, seen everywhere, surrounded by hundreds of miles of desolate land. In the midst of the peaks, a dilapidated building resembling a temple appeared particularly out of place. Inside the main hall, an old man with a face as red as blood sat upright at the center. A weak middle-aged man, bent like a bow and covered in acne, stood beside him, his large hooked nose standing out even more. Master, you are still in closed-door training, such trivial matters can be handled by me, the weak man said, cupping his hands, his pale lips curling into a sinister smile. Hearing this, the old man slowly opened his eyes, both his eyes and complexion the same blood-red color. He was Hidaozi, the 9-poison old monster, the leader of the 9-poison sect, skilled in the art of poison. They were very dissatisfied with this title from the outside world, referring to themselves as the 9-Saint sect. One of the evil cults that the Extermination Temple wanted to eradicate. The 9-poison sect originated from the 5-poison sect, founded by Wei Taizhou, who was adept at refining a lethal poison from 5 types of venomous creatures, centipedes, toads, spiders, snakes, and scorpions. Those poison had no antidote and died in excruciating pain. Hidaozi, being the 89th generation heir, added 4 more deadly substances to the 5, thus renaming it the 9-poison sect. The poison he created was called the 9-fragrant soul-returning powder, colorless and tasteless, said to be the deadliest poison in the world, with no one able to counter it. Even a war god could not withstand it. Within the time of 1 incense stick, death was certain. Just now, he received a message from Ita Yayoshi, asking him to help kill someone. The 9 poisons sect adhered to only 2 principles. The first was that interests determine enemies and friends. As long as there was profit, they could be used, regardless of right or wrong, good or evil. The other was that anyone who offended the 9 poison sect would have their bodies destroyed. Anyone who opposed the 9 poison sect would die inexplicably. When Ita Yayoshi first came to Jinghai, he was in a cooperative relationship with the 9 poison sect. Yayoshi provided the money, and the 9 poison sect took the money to kill. Wang Gang, the person we are to kill this time is not ordinary, Hidaozi said slowly. In the past when killing, Yayoshi never mentioned the identity of the person to be killed, and Hidaozi never asked. The two had reached a kind of tacit understanding. This time, Yayoshi's first words clarified that the target was the current leader of the extermination temple. There were many who wanted to kill a person from Yibe, and Hidaozi was one of them. Even if Yayoshi did not offer that 100 billion in reward, he would still take action willingly. The leader of the extermination temple had left the border and appeared in Jinghai. This was a rare opportunity. Chapter 73, 9 Fragrance Soul Returning Powder. As dawn broke, Yibe, as usual, with the last wisp of golden energy absorbed into his body, made a graceful leap to the ground. As he pushed open the door, he was greeted by the aroma of delicious food. The dining table was filled with dozens of varieties of delectable dishes. And Gu Moli was continuously setting more on the table. Xinyu sat at the table, happily gnawing on a chicken leg. "Daddy, come eat, there's so much good food," Xinyu hurriedly called out upon seeing her father. Yibe furrowed his brow. Why make so many delicious dishes so early in the morning? It wasn't a holiday, yet there were dozens of dishes prepared at this early hour. Isn't it because Jianqi said she didn't invite you for dinner last night? She brought all this food this morning, Gu Moli said helplessly. They couldn't eat all this in a day. Come on, Dad, eat fast, Xinyu said, taking a chicken leg and handing it to Yibe. Looking at his daughter with grease all over her mouth, Yibe chuckled, rubbed her head, and said, Xinyu, you go ahead and eat. His daughter loved chicken legs the most, and Yibe knew this. Obviously, this chicken leg was specially prepared for Xinyu by Su Jianqi. Oh Dad, you eat too. With so much food, Mom and I can't possibly finish it all. Xinyu exclaimed, taking the chicken leg from her father's hand and stuffing it into his mouth. The chicken leg was very tender. It melts in the mouth. Delicious, right? Seeing her father eat it, Xinyu smiled sweetly. Yibei's face changed drastically after chewing a bite. He grabbed the half-eaten chicken leg from Xinyu's hand, sniffed it under his nose, and stood up suddenly. With a wave of his right hand, dozens of dishes scattered across the table, bowls and plates splattering everywhere. This scene stunned Xinyu and Gu Moli in an instant. Yibei. If you don't want to eat, then don't. Why do it like this? Su Jianqi came out from the kitchen, holding freshly washed fruit in her hands, her eyes slightly red, her face full of anger. This table of delicious food was what she thought was the best she had eaten over the years in Jinghai. She had contacted these restaurants last night, had them prepare everything, and then fetched it before dawn. In all these years, she had never gotten up this early, nor had she ever put so much effort into anyone. She didn't expect that not only would he not appreciate it, but he would also destroy all the food. Yibei. Daddy. Gu Moli and Xinyu both looked on in confusion. They had never seen Yibei this angry before. Yibei grabbed Xinyu, golden true energy instantly condensed in his palm, and he slapped hard on his daughter's back. Ugh. The force of the slap was not light, and Xinyu immediately opened her mouth, vomiting everything. Yibei. Are you crazy? Gu Moli was completely stunned by the scene in front of her, and rushed forward to take her daughter away. Yibei ignored her completely. There was no time to explain. 1 second later, Xinyu would be even more dangerous. Then, with another slap, Xinyu vomited again, but this time, nothing came out except a mouthful of fresh blood. Yibei. Xinyu is your daughter. Gu Moli's tears overflowed, crying desperately. Daddy. Xinyu hurts. Xinyu's mouth was full of blood, and she weakly murmured. If one observed carefully, they could still see that the blood at the corner of her mouth was turning black. Upon hearing this, Yibei panicked. He naturally knew that his daughter had been poisoned. And it was no ordinary poison, but the unique poison of the 9 poison sect, 9 fragrance soul restoring powder. The deadliest poison in the world. He had been careless earlier and didn't detect it right away. Imagine, how could such a strange poison be in regular food? 9 fragrance soul restoring powder could even kill a battle god, let alone a fragile mortal body like his daughter's. He must clear the remnants of food from his daughter's stomach as soon as possible. With 2 slaps, his daughter's stomach was emptied, but the poison had already seeped into her bloodstream. Yibei was about to strike a 3rd time when a sharp pain surged in his stomach, and black-brown blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Enduring the excruciating pain, Yibei remained calm and struck his daughter's back again. Ugh. At this point, Xinyu was completely powerless, her face as white as paper, blood constantly flowing from the corner of her mouth, the color even darker than before. The golden true energy in his palm gradually dimmed. Yibei felt a surge within his body, and a mouthful of black blood erupted from his mouth. The scene before them stunned both of them in place. Yibei, I'll call an ambulance. Gu Moli reacted first, picking up her phone and trying to dial, but her hands were trembling uncontrollably, not obeying her at all. Don't call. Yibei endured the intense pain and managed to squeeze out a few words. The 9 fragrance soul restoring powder was so deadly that only Hidaozi could make it. Even his closed-door disciples did not know the secret recipe, and ordinary martial artists had no right to obtain it. Such a deadly poison must have been administered by Hidaozi himself. If an ambulance arrived, it would unknowingly signal that the poison had taken effect. No one in the house would survive. Then, what should we do? Gu Emoli cried out, completely terrified. She had never seen Yibei so weak. Yibei didn't respond, enduring the pain, took out 9 silver needles, and with a wave of his large hand, the needles pierced Xinyu's 9 acupuncture points. Luckily, it was discovered early, and the 9th nether mystic needle was enough to force the poison out of his daughter's body. As the 9 needles entered her body, dark blood slowly oozed from the 9 acupuncture points. Time passed second by second, and Xinyu's complexion gradually improved. Dad! With a soft murmur, Xinyu slowly raised her head. Yibei forced a small smile. Xinyu, it's fine. The food was a bit stale. You just ate something bad. Rest for a while, and you'll be fine. Xinyu nodded, but when she saw her dad's mouth covered in blood, she burst into tears and threw herself into his arms. Dad, it's all my fault. If only I hadn't stopped you from eating that chicken leg. At that moment, Xinyu felt intense guilt. If it weren't for her, her dad wouldn't have eaten the bad food. Yibei wiped away the tears from his daughter's eyes, glanced at the time, and then, with both hands, quietly poured a stream of true energy into his daughter's body. The poison was already neutralized, but his daughter was still weak. The true energy would protect her and keep her safe. Then, Yibei raised his head and looked at Gu Emoli. You go and help Xinyu wash up, change her clothes, and send her off to school as usual. Jian Shi, you leave quickly. Remember, when you go out, act like everything is normal. Don't let any flaws show. Today is not the weekend. If Xinyu doesn't go to school, it will raise suspicion with Hidaozi. These evil sects have been hidden in China for centuries, standing tall and unshaken. This is not something ordinary people can deal with. Moreover, Hidaozi's target is me. Both mother and daughter are secretly protected by the patrol department. Their safety is not a problem. Even if Hidaozi is strong, he only uses poison. He is just a mid-level martial king. He wouldn't waste time and energy fighting with these 2 women. Hurry! Seeing the others still frozen in place, Yibei shouted coldly, spitting another mouthful of black blood. Gu Emoli didn't understand Yibei's intentions but trusted him instinctively. She quickly picked up Xinyu and walked toward the shower room. Su Jianxi was about to say something, but Yibei raised his hand to stop her and pointed toward the door. Go quickly. Remember what I told you. I won't leave. You're like this, how can I leave? Su Jianxi cried out, unwilling to go. Even if she were dumb, Su Jianxi could tell that both Xinyu and Yibei had symptoms of poisoning. Everything today was caused by her, but she couldn't understand how the food could be poisoned. Chapter 74, The Appearance of the 9 Poison Gate. Gu Emoli hurriedly wiped the blood from her daughter's body and walked over, her eyes filled with worry, tears constantly falling. Hurry up! Yibei had no time for unnecessary talk. School time was already here. If they didn't leave now, if the other side became suspicious and broke in, it would be too late. Also, wipe away your tears, hide the worry in your eyes. This will harm both you and Xinyu. Yibei, barely able to hold back the blood rising in his throat, his face growing paler, gently held his daughter's small arm and whispered. Xinyu, don't tell anyone about breakfast. If any strangers ask, just say you didn't have breakfast. Also, the silver needles inside you might make you feel slightly uncomfortable. Just bear with it, and I'll remove them when you come back at noon. At this time, the silver needles couldn't be taken out. With the 9 ghosts' mystic needles and true energy protecting her, even the 9 fragrance soul returning powder, the most toxic poison in the world, couldn't harm his daughter in the slightest. After they left, Yibei closed the door and sat cross-legged on the ground. Golden true energy quickly enveloped his entire body. His pores began to darken, black blood continuously flowing out. In an instant, Yibei was covered in black, showing that the most toxic poison in the world was indeed extraordinary. If the poison had been neutralized immediately, even the most toxic poison couldn't affect a king-level martial artist like Yibei. But now, half an hour had passed since the poisoning, and some toxins were still flowing into his heart. On the roof of a building outside the villa, a shadow moved slightly. Master, the poison should have attacked the heart by now. Should we act? The speaker was Wang Gang, Hidaozi's only personal disciple. Hidaozi stroked his long beard, his face full of caution. The person to be killed was no ordinary one. That was the Lord of the Divine Punishment Temple. Even the 9 fragrant soul returning powder, which he was so proud of, couldn't be taken lightly. Colorless and tasteless, he wasn't fully confident that he could hide it from the other party. If the other party wasn't poisoned, rushing in would undoubtedly mean death. The few people he had observed earlier seemed perfectly normal. If they ate the food, these ordinary people would immediately die. Just as he hesitated, two brand new Bentleys stopped in front of the villa, one after the other. Yi Bei. Emily. Come out and take a look. As the car doors opened, Wang Huizhi, with excitement on her face, loudly shouted towards the villa. The second car door opened, and Gu Hai got out, complaining, "Hey, why are you shouting so loudly?" Early this morning, the CEO of Tianzhong Group, Zhou Song, personally delivered these two cars to Gu Hai's doorstep, which shocked them and made them overjoyed. "I don't even know who screamed louder when they first saw the cars," Wang Huizhi muttered, unhappy. Gu Hai gave an awkward smile and didn't respond. Wang Huizhi turned her head to look at the courtyard. The gate was tightly closed. Could both children not be home? Never mind. Since they were here, they might as well wait and make a good meal to celebrate at noon. Wang Huizhi pressed the car lock button and double-checked before walking towards the courtyard. Suddenly, the big gate was pushed open, and Yi Bei, covered in black blood, appeared before her. "Oh my god!" Wang Huizhi screamed, nearly stumbling and falling. Gu Hai hurriedly stepped forward and caught her. Seeing the scene inside, he was also stunned. "Yi Bei? What happened to you?" Gu Hai quickly asked. At this hour, covered in pitch black, even if it's for beauty, people usually only paint their face first, not their whole body. "Close the door." Yi Bei squeezed out 3 words with great effort. As long as the other party hadn't discovered he was poisoned, they would not dare to rush in. If the news of his poisoning spread, not only within China but also foreign forces would take advantage of it. After all, there were too many who wanted to spy on China. Oh. Wang Huizhi hurriedly closed the door. But even so, from the rooftop in the distance, Wang Gang's sinister laughter could be heard. "Master, it's certain that Yi Bei is poisoned. Anyone who gets hit by the 9 fragrance resurgence powder will die without a doubt, even if they are a battle god." He Daozi smiled. Over the years, countless disciples of the sect had died at the hands of the god-killing temple. With Yi Bei's death, the god-killing temple would be leaderless and inevitably collapse. Inside the house, Yi Bei already heard the sound of the wind howling outside. Dozens of black figures quickly rushed towards the villa. Their speed was astonishing, all of them experts at the martial venerable level. To kill Yi Bei in one go, disciples above the martial venerable level from the 9 poison sect had all arrived. Just as Yi Bei was about to say something, a loud crash was heard, and the door exploded, causing Wang Huizhi to fall on the ground in fright. Looking at the black shadows outside, Wang Huizhi trembled, shakingly shouted, "Who are you? You actually barged into a private residence in broad daylight." I will call the police." As soon as she finished speaking, a burst of laughter came from outside the door. Yi Bei let out a bitter smile. The people coming were all martial artists, and they were from the 9 poison sect, a group feared even by the patrol division. The Public Security Bureau was made up of ordinary people who were completely powerless to resist. "Aunt Wang, Uncle Gu, go inside. Their target today is me." Yi Bei slowly got up and said softly. Wang Huizhi wanted to say something but was pulled inside by Gu Hai. He naturally knew that staying here would only make things worse. Wang Gang allowed the two to leave. Apart from Yi Bei, the rest of the people didn't matter. "Lord Bei Wang, it's good to see you again." Wang Gang slightly bowed, a meaningful smile on his face. The person before him was the mighty lord of the god-killing temple, whose presence brought peace to all of China. Over the years, countless evil cults had been destroyed. If it weren't for their constant hiding in the deep mountains, they would have long ceased to exist. Yi Bei's sharp eyes stared at the door. Remnants of the 9 poison sect, today you come to die, saving me the trouble of finding you." The 9 poison sect was notorious not only for its poisons but also for its bad reputation outside. Especially its leader, He Daozi. Drinking human blood all year round, and it must be the blood of children under 3 years old. Such an act has aroused the wrath of warriors across the land. Yet no one dares to oppose the 9 poison sect. Anyone who does will disappear within a day. Only the Temple of God-slaying kills any member of the 9 poison sect on sight. If it were normal times, of course, we wouldn't dare to go against the Northern King. But right now, you've been poisoned by the 9 fragrance soul returning powder. Wang Gang spoke while glancing at Yi Bei's chest, which remained darkened. "The poison has reached your heart. Northern King, you don't need us to strike. You won't live past today." Wang Gang knew well the potency of the 9 poison soul returning powder. Once poisoned, even a war god could not escape death. What shocked him was that despite such a deadly poison, Yi Bei had endured until now. His strength was truly as legendary as they said. "Such a trivial poison is nothing to me." Yi Bei sneered coldly. In an instant, golden true energy erupted from his body. The black blood within him rapidly evaporated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wang Gang was stunned. Using energy at this moment would only accelerate the spread of the poison, like committing suicide. With the poison already in his heart, not even the gods could save him. Yi Bei was undoubtedly doomed. Chapter 75, The Northern King's Blade Descends. Wang Gang's eyes burned with madness. Ordinary people could never understand. 7 years ago, a mysterious organization called the Temple of Godslaying rose rapidly at the border, striking fear into 100 foreign nations. At the same time, it crushed any ambitions of invading China. As long as Yi Bei stood, no foreign country dared step over the border. But today, this legendary figure was about to be ended. And the one to end him was none other than Wang Gang. How could this not make him ecstatic? In the next instant, he roared, his withered yellow palm surging with power. Black true energy ignited like flames, clearly laced with deadly poison. With a single strike, the black energy shot out like an arrow loosed from a bowstring, aimed straight at Yi Bei's heart. Against the master of the Temple of Godslaying, he had to go all out, determined to kill him in one move. The poisonous true energy arrived in the blink of an eye, yet Yi Bei stood still, unmoving. Wang Gang's heart leaped with joy, and a victorious smile crept onto his face. The true energy contained dozens of poisonous insects and venomous herbs, a deadly concoction he had painstakingly refined over the years. Though it was not as potent as the Holy Lord's 9 fragrant soul-returning powder, it was more than enough to kill Yi Bei, who was already poisoned. Just as the black energy was about to reach him, Yi Bei raised one hand and grasped the air. Instantly, the black true energy dissipated like fire doused in water, vanishing completely. This is impossible. Wang Gang stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. His palm strike was so toxic that even a war god level expert would have their entire arm corroded if they took it head on. Yet Yi Bei, already poisoned, had blocked it as if it were nothing. Yi Bei's eyes were sharp, his face expressionless, but deep inside, his organs churned violently. He forcibly controlled his breath to suppress the blood surging up his throat. Step back. A cold voice rang out as Daozi slowly appeared. Holy Lord, give me one more chance. I swear I can kill him. Wang Gang was unwilling to accept this. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he could personally slay the master of the Temple of Godslaying, his name would shake all of China. I said step back. Are you defying my command? Daozi roared. He had no time to waste. If the authorities arrived, even if they killed Yi Bei, they wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Yes. Though Wang Gang was filled with reluctance, he dared not disobey the Holy Lord's order. Gritting his teeth, he retreated behind Daozi, his eyes filled with venomous hatred as he glared at Yi Bei. Daozi's celestial robe fluttered despite the absence of wind, giving him an air of divine elegance. He carried himself like a saint. Anyone who didn't know him would think he was an immortal descended from heaven. But beneath that saintly facade lurked a true demon, a ruthless killer. Unlike Wang Gang, Daozi's true energy was blood red, accompanied by a thick, overwhelming scent of blood. A bloody scent spread instantly around. Night Bei's eyes were cold and sinister, filled with the heavy scent of blood, a reminder of how many innocent children had perished at his hands. The blood-colored true energy grew even thicker, Daozi's eyes tightly shut, his face gradually turning blood red. Then, his eyes opened, blood red like the true energy itself. Wang Gang's face changed drastically, hurriedly retreating 100 meters away, fully aware of the ruthless nature of the Holy Master's move. He never expected that to deal with someone poisoned by 9 fragrant soul-scattering powder, this technique would be used. The Blood Fiend's skill, Daozi's unique and deadly technique, was extremely fierce and venomous, requiring the continuous absorption of the blood of 3-year-old children to master. Once mastered, its power was overwhelming, and even a battle god could stand against him in battle despite Daozi being at the battle sovereign level. But this technique was too ruthless, against the natural order, and once used, friend or foe became indistinguishable, acting as if possessed by madness. Several disciples of the 9 poison sect nearby didn't understand and were still cheering for the Holy Master, but the next second, Daozi's finger pierced the neck of one of them, severing the artery, and blood sprayed out instantly. Daozi opened his blood-red mouth, accompanied by the shocking gurgle sound, swallowing the blood directly. This scene stunned everyone, and dozens of nearby 9 poison sect disciples scattered in all directions, terrified that they might be next. The blood slowly diminished and eventually stopped, leaving the 9 poison sect disciple looking like a dried corpse, his eyes filled with a lingering terror even in death. Daozi howled to the sky, his hoarse voice reaching the clouds. Inside the house, the two clung tightly together, trembling in fear. Even though they couldn't see what was happening outside, just hearing the sound made their hearts race. Daozi twisted his neck mechanically, his blood-red eyes staring at Night Bei. The next second, his palms shot out suddenly. The crimson blood energy mixed with the strong stench of blood rushed toward him. Night Bei's face turned serious, the deadly poison in his body couldn't be fully expelled in time. He suddenly circulated his energy, feeling intense pain all over his body as the golden true energy enveloped him. Buzz. The collision of true energies created a deafening, low sound. An invisible wave instantly spread from the center where Night Bei stood. Puff! Night Bei could no longer hold it in and spat out a mouthful of black blood. He Daozi's blood-red eyes grew more excited. The god-slaying hallmaster was about to perish, and no one in China would dare challenge his 9-poison sect again. The golden true energy was gradually devoured by the blood-red energy, and just as Night Bei was about to circulate his energy again, he was struck with another wave of intense pain. Drinking your blood, I will definitely break through the battle's sovereign bottleneck, ha 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 ha. He Daozi laughed wildly. Hundreds of meters away, Ito Izumi looked elated. Major, Night Bei is almost done for. This Hidaozi is no simple character, said Akimoku Riko, her face full of joy. She had been worried that Hidaozi wasn't Night Bei's opponent, but she never expected him to be hiding his true strength. Humph, if it weren't for me personally poisoning him, how could they be a match for Night Bei? Ito Izumi was displeased with Akimoku Riko's comment. If the god-slaying hall master were killed, he wanted to be the one to take the credit. Yes, Major is wise, Akimoku Riko quickly agreed. She dared not fight for the credit, and as long as she survived after the Zue Gaolu was sealed, she would be content. Inside the villa, the two were still at a standstill, but the golden true energy had clearly dimmed much compared to before. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking air suddenly came, accompanied by a black shadow. Master, catch the knife! Hundreds of meters away, a loud shout rang out, and Luo Feng was running madly toward this side. Night Bei reached out in midair, firmly gripping the black battle knife. The familiar feeling quickly engulfed his entire body. Whoosh! The battle knife was drawn with a swift motion, and the black light exploded, accompanied by the screams of thousands of souls, with murderous intent soaring to the heavens. God-slaying blade! No, it's the North King blade. Hidaozi's face turned pale with fear as he instantly recognized the black blade. Although it resembled the god-slaying blade, a closer look revealed that this blade was much larger, almost a full circle thicker. Just as the words left his mouth, the black blade swept through the air with a brutal force. The head flew up more than 10 meters high, and after a few seconds, it fell heavily to the ground. Wang Gang was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at the head on the ground. Saint Lord! A roar, filled with despair. Chapter 76, Cleaning the Battlefield. He was still desperately waiting for the method to refine the Saint Lord's 9-fragrance soul returning powder. The death of the Saint Lord meant that the 9-fragrance soul returning powder would completely vanish from the world. Swoosh! A black shadow flashed by, and Luo Feng swept past in an instant. Wang Gang was still staring at the Saint Lord's head on the ground, but in the next second, his own head slowly separated from his body. With a thud, two heads rolled together, both dying with wide-open eyes, staring at each other. Hall Master, are you alright? Luo Feng dashed to Yi Bei's side like an arrow, followed closely by Lu Zhongyuan. Seeing the Hall Master's pale face, with black blood still at the corner of his mouth, anger surged in their hearts. The Hall Master was obviously poisoned. In this world, there was only one poison capable of harming him, the 9-fragrance soul returning powder of the 9-poison sect. Before Yi Bei could speak, the two of them drew their battle knives and charged forward. In an instant, flashes of blades and shadows filled the air, and the screams of agony echoed throughout the neighborhood. Such horrifying screams naturally attracted the attention of the nearby residents. In a high-rise building opposite the villa, a burly young man with a bare chest opened his window and shouted, "Damn it! Who the hell is screaming so early in the morning? You're disturbing my sleep." Just as he finished speaking, he glanced toward the villa and saw blood gushing everywhere, heads flying in all directions. Instantly, he was so terrified that he fell to the ground, rolling backward in panic. Ah! Murder! Murder! The young man collapsed on the floor, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Fights and brawls were common for him, but such a gruesome scene made his scalp tingle. His stomach churned, and he couldn't help but vomit all over the floor. At the Security Bureau's emergency call center, the phones rang incessantly. Every call came from residents of the neighborhood, all trembling as they reported that someone was killing people, hundreds of them. Dispatcher Shaoli hung up the phone, frowning in disbelief, but still called the local security office to send officers to the scene. In just a few minutes, the courtyard was piled with corpses, rivers of blood flowing, and not a single disciple of the 9-poison sect survived. Yi Bei had issued an iron command years ago: whoever encountered members of the 9-poison sect must kill them on sight. The two of them sheathed their blades and walked to Yi Bei's side. Luo Feng anxiously asked, "Hall Master, how are you? Should we call the Imperial Physician?" The 13 Imperial Physicians of the God-slaying Hall were highly skilled, especially Shui Zhongzi, who, despite his eccentric temper, possessed unparalleled medical expertise, far surpassing the other 12. Yi Bei waved his hand, signaling that it was unnecessary. Though some poison remained in his body, it was not enough to harm him. He had merely exhausted his inner energy and needed time to recover. However, thanks to this incident, his dantian had undergone a qualitative transformation, expanding to twice its original size. This meant he could store even more inner energy, which was an enormous gain for him. At that moment, Wei Sin led the patrol officers rushing over. Seeing the scene before them, their stomachs twisted in horror. A mouthful of last night's dinner surged up Wei Sin's throat, but he forcibly swallowed it back down. Throwing up in front of the hall master and the two war gods would be utterly humiliating. As for the other patrol officers, they hunched over like shrimps, vomiting uncontrollably. The Northern King's blade was sheathed, and Yi Bei's face turned slightly angry. Luo Feng, you actually brought the Northern King's blade out. The Northern King's blade was supposed to stay at the border, deterring foreign enemies. Over the years, it had been unsheathed only 3 times. Yet, Luo Feng had dared to bring it out on his own. Luo Feng grinned sheepishly, Hall Master, with you not at the border, I was worried about the Northern King's blade being left there. After all, countless people are eyeing this blade. It's safest in your hands. Hearing this, Lu Zhongyuan rolled his eyes directly. This guy had been showing off the Northern King's blade in front of him ever since he arrived. Clearly, he wanted to secretly have some fun for a few days. Moreover, as far as he knew, since the Lord returned, this kid, Luo Feng, had sneaked off with the North King blade more than once or twice. Recently, this kid took the North King blade and immediately shouted to challenge Gu Baidian, and unexpectedly, Gu Baidian actually lost. It's important to know that among the 5 battle gods, Gu Baidian is the 9-star battle god, with the highest strength, and is the most likely to break through his limits and soon rank alongside Yi Bei as a battle king. Yet, Luo Feng, who was the weakest among the 5, relied on this North King blade to defeat Gu Baidian, which shows how powerful the North King blade is. Yi Bei hung the North King blade at his waist, not exposing Luo Feng's little thoughts. When they were at the border, Luo Feng often pestered him, wanting to borrow the North King blade to play for a few days. Yi Bei certainly knew that this guy, among them, had the worst martial arts and loved to show off, and whenever he got the North King blade, he would challenge the others, easily making them flee in panic each time. Seeing the Lord place the sword at his waist, Luo Feng made a sad face and pleaded, Lord, can you lend me the North King blade for a couple more days? He had also agreed with Nan Gongyan to find him for a sparring session in a few days, and without the North King blade, wouldn't that mean he would go look for a beating? You should focus more on training to improve your strength, Yi Bei said before turning to walk inside. You all hurry up and clean the entrance. A cold shout came from inside. It was almost time for Emoli to pick up her daughter from school, and they couldn't let her see this bloody scene. Let's go, God of War Luo, time to work, Liu Zhongyuan said with a playful smile on his face. Without the North King blade in hand, let's see how arrogant you can be, just a small fry, in front of the 4 of us, only worthy of being bullied. Luo Feng looked at Liu Zhongyuan's weird grin and instantly felt a surge of anger. You idiot Liu, what are you laughing at? As soon as he finished speaking, it only made Liu Zhongyuan's expression even more mocking. Luo Feng snorted angrily and walked towards the door, shouting at Wei Sin, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and clean. Yes, yes. Wei Sin hurriedly replied with a fist salute. Any of the 5 battle god envoys, he would never dare to offend. Outside the courtyard, Wei Sin led everyone to quickly clean up, also calling in 3 heavy trucks, and one by one. Raising the gun high, aiming at the people in front, he shouted, stop. Or I'll shoot. No one paid attention. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Wei Sin walked over, looking at him with a playful expression, and said, new here, aren't you? Hearing this, Wang Dong's heart skipped a beat. He had only been in the security bureau for 3 months and was still in his probation period. How did this guy know? Cut the nonsense. We got a report from the public about a murder here. Tell me, was it you? Where's the body? Wang Dong spoke, pointing his gun directly at Wei Sr. The report was real, but some said it was a gang fight, others claimed 100 people were slaughtered, even saying arms, legs, and heads were flying everywhere. The descriptions were so exaggerated that the security bureau didn't believe it. After all, there hadn't been such a major case in Jinghai for decades. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent 2 rookie officers here. Looking at the dark muzzle of the gun, Wei Sen's lips curled into a slight smile. Kid, if you stay in the security bureau for a year, you'll know who I am. In Jinghai, all major difficult cases were directly handled by the inspector's office. Any officer who had been in the security bureau for over a year would know that. The 2 in front of him were clearly rookies. I don't care who you are. I asked you a question, answer honestly. Wang Dong said, pushing the gun forward again. Over the past 3 months, he had seen plenty of thugs and lowlifes. Anyone who saw his uniform would drop to their knees and beg for mercy. Seeing Wang Dong's serious expression, Wei Sin burst into laughter, then pointed to a few heavy trucks not far away. The bodies are in the trucks. Hearing this, Wang Dong turned his head and saw 3 heavy-duty trucks parked side by side. Don't move. Wang Dong threatened, then turned to Lin Nan and said, Junior sister, let's go check the bodies. Ha? I am not going. The moment Lin Nan heard about checking bodies, she instinctively took 2 steps back, her face turning pale with fear. Wang Dong knew his junior sister was too scared to go. He had said it on purpose. Alright then, you stay here and watch him. I'll check. Sai, what's so scary about a dead body? Wang Dong finished speaking and confidently walked toward the trucks. As soon as he reached one of the trucks, he saw bright red blood continuously dripping from the cargo hold. There really were bodies. Wang Dong couldn't hide his excitement. Before coming, his colleagues had said it was a false alarm, but now it was confirmed. A real murder case. A homicide case. And he was the one who discovered it. If he solved it, his colleagues would die of jealousy. A promotion, a raise, and maybe even winning over Lin Nan, wasn't that all within reach? Thinking of this, Wang Dong used both his hands and feet, excitedly climbing onto the truck, flipping himself in with one swift motion. Silence. A full minute of silence. Ah! A blood-curdling scream. Wang Dong tumbled off the truck, landing hard on his backside. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled to his feet and ran like mad. What's wrong, senior brother? Covered in blood, Wang Dong's appearance terrified Lin Nan even more, her voice trembling slightly. Wang Dong's face was pale, cold sweat dripping, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. The horrific scene just now wouldn't leave his mind. Just as he had flipped into the truck, something tripped his foot, making him fall forward. Severed limbs piled together, and the most horrifying thing, one head, its blood-red eyes wide open, staring straight at him. That scene was enough to give him nightmares for a lifetime. Wei Sen's lips curled into a mocking smile. Even the chief inspector himself couldn't stomach that scene. How could a rookie from the security bureau handle it? Wang Dong was so frightened he froze for a full 3 minutes before his trembling hands finally pressed the radio. BB backup. We need backup here. A truck full of bodies, this wasn't just a murder case. This was a disaster of epic proportions. Lin Nan was on the verge of tears from Wang Dong's reaction. She anxiously asked, "Senior brother, what happened? What did you see in the truck?" Lin Nan wouldn't have said anything if he had known. But once he did, Wang Dong instantly remembered the scene from before and threw up everything he ate last night. That horrifying sight was beyond words. The walkie-talkie crackled with a voice, "This is Chief Ding Lin. Wang Dong, what's going on over there? Is this some kind of prank call, a false alarm?" Daijing Hanfu residential area was under his jurisdiction. Since early morning, his office phone had been ringing nonstop with reports of a mass murder involving hundreds of people. Hundreds of victims? That was outright ridiculous. "See, Chief, it's not a prank. There really is a crime scene, and it's a whole truck full of corpses." Wang Dong stammered, trembling, barely holding back another wave of nausea. "What? A truck full of corpses? Wang Dong, do you even know what you're saying?" Chief Ding Lin roared. A single truck could hold at least 50 or 60 bodies. How was that even possible? He had been chief for over 30 years and had never encountered such a massive case. "It's 3 trucks. A cold laugh rang out as Wei Sen corrected him. What? "Chief, it's 3 trucks. Wait, what? 3 trucks?" Wang Dong collapsed onto the ground, kicking his legs wildly, barely stopping himself from screaming, "Mom, I want to go home." 3 trucks? Nearly 200 bodies? Wang Dong, are you insane? Who just spoke? Is that a rumor monger? Ask for his name. If he has a criminal record, arrest him immediately and punish him severely. Ding Lin bellowed. False police reports happened daily, giving him endless headaches. He had to crack down on such behavior to set an example. What's your name? What do you do?" Wang Dong staggered back a few more steps, his hands shaking as he pointed his gun. If this man was the murderer, then he was a complete lunatic. "Surveillance Bureau." Senior Wei Sen said coldly, making no effort to hide it. Something this big couldn't be covered up. He had to clean up this mess himself. The voice from the walkie-talkie had clearly heard Wei Sen's words. Before Wang Dong could say anything, the chief urgently yelled, "Wang Dong, get back here immediately. This isn't something our public security bureau can handle." When the surveillance bureau handled a case, no department had the authority to interfere. Anyone who obstructed them would be executed on the spot. This wasn't just an empty slogan. Ding Lin had seen it happen with his own eyes. And now, it was Wei Sen, the head of the surveillance bureau, handling this personally. Forget being just a district chief, even the city police commissioner had no right to interfere. Wang Dong felt as if he'd been granted amnesty. He scrambled to his feet and sprinted toward the patrol car. He had no idea why the chief was saying this, but all he wanted was to get the hell out of this place. Before Lin Nan could even get in the car, Wang Dong had already started the engine and sped off, completely forgetting about his young trainee. Behind him, a young female officer was running after the car, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 78, The Honora Virus. Outside the villa, the blood had been washed away completely. The bodies were gone, as if nothing had ever happened. Inside, a family sat around the dining table, having lunch. The news was playing on TV, reporting an update. A murder case in a residential area had been confirmed as false. It was, in fact, a film production by a movie company. Their special effects were so realistic that citizens mistook it for a real massacre. The company had issued an apology. This was a standard tactic of the surveillance bureau. Some cases were simply too abnormal to be revealed to the public. Panic had to be prevented at all costs. Oh, so it was just a movie shoot. Yi Bei, why didn't you tell us earlier? You scared me half to death this morning. Wang Huizhi sighed in relief as she watched the news. She and her husband had stayed inside the whole time and had no idea what had really happened outside. But Gu Moli obviously knew the truth. She glanced at Yi Bei with deep concern, unable to say anything in front of her parents. After lunch, Gu Hai wanted to swap cars with his daughter, but Yi Bei refused. The Bentley is not as sturdy as that Golf. Gu Emoli drives her daughter to and from school every day. That little white car is more suitable for her. Gu Hai didn't say anything. After all, there are now 2 Bentleys, happily taking one with his wife and driving away. After her parents left, Gu Emoli anxiously asked Yi Bei if he was injured and whether the poison had been cleansed properly. Yi Bei chuckled lightly, casually brushing off her concerns with a reason. Although the poison had not been entirely cleansed, it was merely a matter of time. With some rest, he would be fine. Taking advantage of Xinyu's nap, Yi Bei gently took out the 9 silver needles from his daughter's body, inspecting them repeatedly, confirming that his daughter was all right, finally feeling at ease. The next morning, Yi Bei got up early as usual to practice. But no matter how he calmed himself, his true energy was always absorbed very slowly. In order to expel the remaining toxins from his body, he had to use his true energy, but currently, the absorption was so slow, suggesting that the residual toxins were affecting him. Yi Bei smiled wryly. This 9-fragrance resuscitation powder was indeed the top of 100 poisons, living up to its reputation. If he had expelled the toxins at the first opportunity, he would have been fine, but at that moment, he had to prioritize cleansing his daughter's toxins, leaving himself no time for detox, which led to the toxins attacking his heart. If the toxin from the 9-fragrance resuscitation powder flowed into the heart, even if it were a god of war, there would be no turning back. The difference between a god of war and a king of war is just a word, but it represents a significant change in quality. The sun had risen, and Yi Bei rolled out of bed. Continuing to practice was no longer necessary. While having breakfast, the TV was broadcasting the morning news, and one news segment caught his attention. A new virus, the Honora virus, has appeared in Lulan City, 600 miles away from Jinghai. This virus spreads rapidly through the air and human contact. What was most troubling was not the speed of transmission, but that the Honora virus has an incubation period of up to 14 days. During these 14 days, if someone contracts the virus, there are no initial symptoms, but the virus will geometrically increase with each contact, which is truly terrifying. Once the virus breaks out, symptoms like fever and respiratory distress will appear immediately, and all body organs will gradually fail, ultimately leading to death. Currently, there is no method to combat this new virus globally. Almost 1,000 people have contracted this virus overnight in Lulan City, with over 100 deaths, and the numbers are rising sharply. It is estimated that tomorrow, it will exceed 10,000, with a terrifying mortality rate of nearly 10% of the infected. The national government has issued the highest level 4 warning, urging people to go out less, minimize contact, and wear masks. As the news continued, Gu Emoli changed Xinyu into her school uniform, taking out 2 masks from the drawer and putting one on Xinyu. Yi Bei, you should be careful when you go out lately. This Honora virus sounds quite severe, Gu Emoli said, wearing a mask with a worried expression. The airborne transmission is undoubtedly deadly for ordinary citizens, and there is no countermeasure. At this rate, the virus will soon wreak havoc across the country. Moreover, Jinghai is only 600 miles away from Lulan. It will spread here quickly. It's fine, you don't need to worry, Yi Bei said with a light smile. This virus might be severe, but it is targeted at ordinary people, let alone him, a king-level monster. Even an ordinary martial artist can use true energy to cleanse their blood and would definitely not contract this virus. And even if Gu Emoli and Xinyu were to contract this virus, it would not be a problem for Yi Bei. There was no need for concern. Once the mother and daughter left, Yi Bei's expression gradually became serious. The sudden emergence of this new virus in the country was not a coincidence. Even if he could treat this virus, there are hundreds of millions of people in China. How could he survive? Master. LV Zhang Yuan stood behind him, having waited outside for a long time, but it was inconvenient to speak with the lady and the little princess present. Speak. Yi Bei signaled for him to sit down. LV Zhang Yuan dared not, still standing beside him. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Yi Bei. I'll say it again, this is not the frontier. There's no need to observe these formalities. Also, tell them that outside, they don't have to call me master, just call me by my name. If they were at the frontier, the palace rules couldn't be violated, but this was not the frontier, nor was it the palace. Yes, big brother. LV Zhang Yuan didn't dare to call him master directly, and after sitting down, he continued, "Big brother, have you seen the news?" Yi Bei nodded, signaling him to continue. "As soon as the Anora virus appeared, I felt something was off. Yesterday, I rushed to Lulan overnight to conduct a detailed investigation," LV Zhang Yuan said, handing over the investigation report in his hand to Yi Bei. Upon seeing the first page, Yi Bei's expression turned cold, and he let out a sneer. As he expected, the Anora virus was not a random occurrence, it was done intentionally by someone. The Anora virus was named after a person named Anora, who was the first carrier of the virus and had an outward identity as an overseas tourist. However, LV Zhang Yuan conducted a thorough investigation on this person. Although someone tried to erase his identity, it was no problem for LV Zhang Yuan, an envoy of the state of peace. This person's true identity was not an ordinary tourist but belonged to the military department of the United States. Clearly, this was a deliberate action by the United States targeting China. However, Anora had already died the day before yesterday, and the US Embassy immediately sent someone to take away the body, which had probably turned to ash by now. With no evidence left, it was useless to say anything. Furthermore, the United States would never admit it was their doing. What measures are being taken domestically now? Yi Bei asked, stressing that the urgent task was to control the virus and prevent more people from being infected. Currently, major pharmaceutical companies in the country are working hard to develop methods to counter the virus, but the results are minimal. LV Zhang Yuan shook his head helplessly. This virus came with unprecedented ferocity, and it had never appeared globally before. For a time, there were simply no ways to respond. It is said that last night, the eldest son of Huang Chengjin was also urgently summoned to the research lab at Jinghai University to develop countermeasures. As soon as LV Zhang Yuan finished speaking, Yi Bei's face flashed a hint of surprise. Yi Bei naturally knew who Huang Chengjin was, one of the country's 3 well-recognized national doctors, reportedly a disciple of the legendary Dr. Huang Fumi. It was understandable to develop countermeasures. After all, whoever developed a countermeasure first would be the huge beneficiary. Not only would they be supported by the whole country, but the profits would also be extremely substantial, truly a win-win situation. However, this person was exceptionally arrogant and elusive, entirely focused on medical research, and ordinary people had no idea where he was. It was truly surprising that Jinghai University managed to persuade him to take action. In the research lab at Jinghai University, more than 10 people dressed in heavy protective suits were busily working, with tables full of bottles and jars and various colored medications. At one of the experimental tables stood a young man clearly different from the others. He was not wearing a protective suit, only donning a white robe. He was Huang Zuoyan, the eldest son of the national doctor Huang Chengjin. Next to him stood an elderly man in a protective suit, looking tense and worried. "Cousin Zuoyan, it shouldn't be difficult, right?" The elderly man hesitated heavily before finally asking. The speaker was Su Wanshan, the president of Jinghai University, who had some connections with Huang Chengjin. It was because of him that he was able to invite Huang Zuoyan. Huang Zuoyan ignored the reagents in front of him, and a young girl behind him, with an arrogant expression, spoke up. "I say, President Su. What do you mean by that? Are you doubting my senior brother's skills? If even he can't solve this problem, do you think anyone else can?" Su Wanshan was left speechless, his old face turning red with frustration. Jinghai University was one of the top universities in the country, and as its president, Su Wanshan was always treated with the utmost respect. Even the heads of prestigious families would greet him politely as Elder Su. Yet now, he was being shut down by a young woman, unable to refute her words because she was the disciple of the legendary imperial doctor, Huang Chengjin. Yes, you're absolutely right." Su Wanshan quickly agreed and stood aside in silence. Huang Zuoyan remained expressionless. He picked up a test tube filled with blue liquid with his left hand, while his right palm emitted a trace of inner energy. In an instant, the energy ignited, and the blue reagent started to bubble violently. Su Wanshan was stunned by the sight, his eyes widening in shock. His mouth hung open as he froze in place, completely dumbfounded. The young girl let out a sneer, then looked at her senior brother with admiration. "My senior brother is a martial artist, and he has already reached the level of a mid-tier martial lord." Su Wanshan was taken aback. As the president of Jinghai University, he was well-read and knowledgeable. He had heard of martial artists before, but in his understanding, they were mostly old men around his own age. Seeing someone so young reach the level of a mid-tier martial lord was nothing short of terrifying. As expected of the son of the imperial doctor. To have reached such an extraordinary level at this age given time, his strength would surely soar even higher. Huang Zuoyan remained calm, holding his breath and focusing as he carefully poured different colored reagents from test tubes into a single container. This was the decisive moment. He had to be cautious, or all their efforts would be wasted. The laboratory was utterly silent. All eyes were locked onto Huang Zuoyan's hands, filled with nervous anticipation. the last reagent was poured in. The liquid in the large container churned violently before gradually stabilizing. It's done. A rare smile appeared on Huang Zuoyan's face. The next step was to refine the mixture, and then the process would be complete. As long as the formula was correct, mass production would be possible. The room erupted in cheers. After an entire night of hard work, they had finally succeeded. Nephew Zuoyan, you are truly incredible. Su Wan bowed slightly with admiration written all over his face. This was the first drug in the entire country, no, the entire world, that could combat the norovirus. And they had developed it in just one night. Once it hit the market, it would undoubtedly shake the world. Elder Su, don't forget our agreement. Huang Zuoyan's expression was cold as he walked straight past Su Wan without looking at him. As a martial artist, he had no fear of the virus. If not for his father's direct orders, he wouldn't have bothered developing this drug at all. Besides, he had made a private agreement with Su Wan behind his father's back. When the drug went into mass production, he would take 80% of the profits. After deducting the cost of the drug itself, Su Wan would be left with less than 10% of the earnings. Yet Su Wan still agreed. For someone of his status, money wasn't the most important thing, reputation and prestige were. Rest assured, Nephew Zuoyan. I always keep my word. Su Wan smiled. Now that Jinghai University had developed the first ever drug to combat the norovirus, its reputation would soar. The top students from across the country, and possibly even from abroad, would flock to enroll. By then, Jinghai University would gain worldwide recognition. That kind of prestige was worth far more than mere money. With the drug successfully developed, Huang Zuoyan and his team prepared to leave. There was no need to speculate. Once mass production began, the profits would be astronomical. All they had to do was sit back and collect the money. Just as they were about to step out, the door to the laboratory swung open. A plainly dressed man stood at the entrance. Before anyone could react, Yi Bei strode inside. He reached for the container to inspect its contents, but someone stopped him. Which class are you from? This is not a place you should be. Get out immediately. Su Wan's face darkened with rage. At this moment, the lab was under strict lockdown. Unexpectedly, someone still barged in. If the method of preparation is leaked, the loss will be more than huge. Do I look like a university student? Yi Bei chuckled lightly, picking up the container on the table and examining it carefully, then bringing it to his nose for a light sniff, his brow furrowing slightly. I don't care who you are, put down the container and get out of here right now. Su Wan shouted angrily. The moment this person entered, he went straight for the container, and his intentions were obvious. He came for the medicine. Yi Bei ignored him, shaking the container in his hand and casually saying, this medicine can detoxify the virus, but it can't prevent it. Its effect is limited. The casual remark stunned Huang Zuoyan. Su Wan was about to explode when Huang Zuoyan raised his hand to stop him. Su Wan didn't understand but held back his anger, remaining silent. Huang Zuoyan stared coldly at Yi Bei. The fact that the other person could discern the effect of his medicine with just one glance truly surprised him. Yi Bei scanned the experimental table, noting the jars and various herbs, the complete array of medicines surprising him, with even a millennium-old herb among them, which was indeed rare. Huang Chongjin had devoted his life to studying medicine and was obsessed with various herbs. It was said that he often secluded himself in the deep mountains across the country, searching for spiritual herbs. Just the millennium-old herb from earlier was something that even the national physician at the God Slayer temple might not have. Who are you? Huang Zuoyan's voice was cold and menacing. If this person wanted to pry into his formula, today, he would make sure this person disappeared. I don't care if you know who I am, but your father should have heard my name. Upon hearing this, the young girl behind Huang Zuoyan, Yi Xian, stepped forward and scolded, who do you think you are, to even dare speak my master's name? Her master was the national physician standing at the top of China, and even the richest man in the country had to kneel if he wanted to ask her master for medical help. Moreover, they had to wait for the master's time and mood, often kneeling for 2 or 3 days without even being seen. You actually have the nerve to claim you know my master? Aren't you afraid you'll hurt your own tongue in the process? As soon as her words finished, Yi Xian suddenly felt an invisible pressure, making it hard for her to breathe. Fear spread throughout her body. But Yi Xian couldn't hold it in and spat out a mouthful of blood. Huang Zuoyan quickly struck her body with his true energy, helping her feel a bit better. His gaze toward the other person was filled with fear. She hadn't expected the other person to be so young yet a martial artist. Although she was a disciple of the national physician, she had never stepped into the realm of martial arts. If it weren't for her ability to distinguish herbs, she wouldn't have caught Huang Chongjin's eye. The pressure slowly disappeared, and Yi Xian's legs softened. If it wasn't for her senior brother supporting her, she would have collapsed to the ground. So you're a martial artist. I underestimated you earlier. Huang Zuoyan sneered. From the pressure the other person had just released, it was clear that he was only a martial artist. As a mid-level martial sovereign, Huang Zuoyan didn't even take him seriously. If the other person dared to act on the medicine, he would make sure to end his life on the spot. If it weren't for the fact that the other person had immediately recognized the effect of the medicine, he would have already attacked. What Huang Zuoyan didn't know was that the pressure Yi Bei had released was only directed at his junior sister, a normal person. With the pressure of a War King-level martial artist, no one in the room could survive. Su Wanshan stood there, stunned. Seeing the other person's young age, he thought he was just a student from school, but to his surprise, he was a martial artist. He immediately shut his mouth and stood obediently, no longer speaking. Martial artists were not people like him, an ordinary person could afford to offend. Yi Bei ignored everyone, focusing on the reagent in his hand and saying, "Right now, detoxification is not the best solution. Suppressing the virus is the real key. Detoxification is effective, but it doesn't mean immunity. One could still get infected again, detoxified again, and reinfected. This back-and-forth cycle treats the symptom, not the root cause, which is the worst strategy." Huang Zuoyan knew this all too well. The Anora virus had never appeared in history, and there was no way to trace its origins. The fact that they were able to develop an antidote was already incredibly difficult, and the thought of suppressing it from the root was simply a fool's dream. Even his father could not do it, and it could be said that no one in the world could do it. To take a step back, even if it could be done, he would not do it, as it would cut off his source of income. Constantly poisoning and repeatedly developing antidotes, that was how money was made. "Kid, if my father or the other two national doctors said this, I wouldn't object, but you don't even have the ability to detoxify, and yet you speak such arrogant words." Emperor Zuoyan sneered. A mere martial artist dared question his abilities, he was simply ignorant of his place. Yi Bei ignored him, stretched out his right hand, and 9 silver needles floated automatically in his palm. The silver needles arranged neatly, each wrapped in true energy, flashing with a cold gleam. Emperor Zuoyan instantly inhaled sharply. To control needles with true energy was a skill only national doctors could perform. He knew this better than anyone, as his father had cultivated for many years to reach the level of a national doctor. Yet, the person before him, so young, was already a national doctor. This was a huge shock to him. Behind him, Yi Xian was already dumbfounded. According to her knowledge, there were only 3 national doctors in the country, and she had seen the other 2 besides her own master. Her master was exceptionally talented and reached the level of a national doctor in his 60s, while the other 2 were already in their old age. Her senior brother was also exceptionally talented, the most likely person to become China's 4th national doctor. Never did she expect that there were already more than 3 national doctors in China, and they were so young. In an instant, she felt that her senior brother was not so outstanding after all. Whoosh! Yi Bei flicked 2 fingers, and with a sound of air breaking, the 9 silver needles all stabbed into the wall. Emperor Zuoyan stared at the wall, feeling that although the positions where the 9 silver needles landed seemed chaotic, there was definitely something profound in it was not done casually. He stared at the wall, thinking for a moment, his eyes gradually filled with fear. He suddenly felt his legs go weak and his knees fell to the ground. The positions of the 9 silver needles on the wall corresponded to the human meridians, and they were very likely the long-lost 9 ghost mysterious needles. The 9 ghost mysterious needles were created by his royal ancestor, Emperor Huangfumi. It could kill with a touch of human flesh and bones, and its power was incredible. Unfortunately, by the time it reached his father's generation, the method had already become incomplete. Despite his father's lifelong study, he couldn't figure it out. He never expected that the person in front of him was not only a national doctor but also knew the 9 ghost mysterious needles, a technique lost to history. This was a huge shock to him. He knelt on the ground, putting away his arrogance. The person's strength was far above his own, and even his father would probably not be able to compare. "I, Emperor Zuoyan, have failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me, national doctor," Emperor Zuoyan said, and then he kowtowed to the ground. Everyone was stunned for several seconds, then they suddenly woke up, hastily kneeling down one by one. Su Wanshan was trembling all over. He naturally knew what the title of national doctor meant and the terrifying power it represented. Yi Bei waved his right hand lightly, signaling everyone to rise, and said, "I have come here to research a method to suppress the virus." Yi Bei immediately wanted to develop an antidote to suppress the virus. The reason he chose to come here was that the antidote required a large variety of herbs, many of which were centuries-old spiritual herbs. Such a large quantity could only be obtained from someone like Emperor Chongjin, who was obsessed with medicine. Yes, national doctor will surely be able to develop the antidote to suppress the virus," Emperor Zuoyan replied, cupping his hands. When a national doctor makes a move, how could he, a mid-level martial honor, compare? In the huge research room, Yi Bei left only Emperor Zuoyan and Yi Xian. The others couldn't be of any help.
One by one, the herbs gradually began to be refined under the golden flame.
Emperor Zhou watched in horror.
No one understood better than him what this golden flame represented. As a national doctor, one must first reach the level of a god of war. The golden true energy is the mark of the war god. But the flames before him were much deeper than his father's, and even purer. Time passed minute by minute, and before he knew it, the sky was gradually darkening. A bundle of herbs had been refined, and Yi Bei retracted his hands, preparing to leave. His body still bore lingering toxins, and the true energy stored in his dantian was low. After such a large amount of refining, his internal true energy had been exhausted. He decided to come back for more refining after storing up his true energy through cultivation tomorrow. Just as Yi Bei was about to leave, Huang Zuoyan knelt on the ground with a thud, hands together, and said, "May I ask for your name, sir?" If his father, Huang Chongjin, could be called second in medical skills, no one under heaven would dare to claim the first. In just a few short hours of refining, Huang Zuoyan could clearly conclude that the other's medical skills surpassed his father greatly. Such a terrifying person, he had never heard his father mention for so many years. Yi Bei. With those two words spoken, Yi Bei flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Watching the disappearing figure, Huang Zuoyan's eyes were filled with awe, kneeling on the ground for a long time without rising. This name was indeed very unfamiliar to him.
Chapter 81, Discovering the Spirit Stone.
Returning to the neighborhood, it was already deep night, but the villa courtyard was bright with lights.
A beautiful figure was moving flower pots one by one. "Why are you still not asleep?" Yi Bei gently asked as he walked into the courtyard. Looking at the countless flower pots of various sizes around him, Yi Bei couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. He had told Gu Li more than once to rest at home and only take care of their daughter, for he had enough ability to ensure they lived worry-free. But she never listened, insisting on opening this flower shop. Gu Li dusted off her hands and smiled sweetly at Yi Bei. "You didn't come back, so I couldn't sleep. A new batch of flowers arrived today, and there wasn't enough space in the shop, so I temporarily stored them at home to organize. Recently, flower prices had dropped, so she had stocked up more. In the past, she wouldn't even have a place to store more flowers even if she wanted to." Yi Bei gently pulled her into his embrace and said softly, "From now on, let me handle these chores." Gu Li lay in Yi Bei's arms, revealing a happy smile. After a brief hug, Yi Bei softly said, "You go and accompany Xinyu to sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow to send her to school. I'll take care of the rest." Gu Li murmured, and as she reached the door, she sweetly said, "You should get some rest early too." Although they weren't formally married, she already considered Yi Bei as her other half in life. As for the 16th of next month, she looked forward to it more than anyone else. After Gu Li left, Yi Bei neatly arranged each flower pot, and suddenly, a small succulent caught his attention. The succulent was quite small, only the size of a palm, and looked very ordinary. What caught Yi Bei's attention was the pot beneath it. The gray stone seemed extremely ordinary, no different from an ordinary pot. But Yi Bei sensed a slight wave of true energy from it. Spirit stone. This was Yi Bei's first reaction. Spirit stones are born from the nurturing of heaven and earth, and have existed since ancient times. Although they look no different from ordinary stones, they hold immense benefits for both ordinary people and martial artists. A spirit stone the size of an egg, if one collects its spiritual energy with a cultivation method and injects it into an ordinary person's body, can bypass innate genetic conditions and directly enter the path of a martial artist. And if a martial artist absorbs it, they can accelerate their cultivation and break through bottlenecks. If there are enough spirit stones, even those with average aptitude can step into the ranks of war gods, showcasing their incredible power. However, since ancient times, spirit stones have been as rare as thousand-year-old spiritual herbs. It can be said to be even harder to find than spiritual herbs because they look just like ordinary stones. Even if it is a spirit stone, unless one's strength is above a war god, one cannot discern it at all. Yi Bei reached out his palm and closed his eyes in concentration. White light gradually appeared around the flower pot, transforming into strands of true energy that entered his palm. But the pot was too small, and the spiritual energy contained within it was very little. Soon, the white bright light gradually dimmed until it vanished completely. Even so, Yi Bei's eyes still showed surprise. This flower pot was undoubtedly made of spirit stone. Although it was only a brief few seconds of absorption, Yi Bei could clearly sense that the true energy in his dantian was more than what he had cultivated in 3 days, and this was the power of the spirit stone. With a loud roar, his consciousness was released, covering the entire courtyard, but the result disappointed Yi Bei. Besides the pot in his hand, all the other flower trays contained not a trace of true energy. The next morning, on the rooftop, Yi Bei sat cross-legged, countless pores oozing a dark brown liquid, which was the remaining toxins in his body. He exhaled a murky breath and opened his eyes. At this moment, half of the toxins in his body had been expelled. He still needed to retain some true energy to develop an antidote to suppress the virus. As long as the virus wasn't controlled, the number of infected people would grow exponentially. After a quick wash, Yibei asked where Gu Emoli got the flowers and hurriedly left. Following the address that Gu Emoli mentioned, Yibei arrived at a market filled with flowers, birds, fish, insects, all kinds of flowers, antiques, calligraphy and paintings, as well as various strange stones. It was clearly a large flower and bird market. In front of a shop, the owner lay leisurely on a reclining chair, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan. Yibei glanced at the note with the address in his hand and walked inside. Seeing a customer approaching, the owner quickly got up to welcome him, shouting, "What flowers does this gentleman want? I have everything here, and I guarantee the lowest prices in the market." This was the largest flower and bird market in Jinghai, and most customers were merchants, buying in bulk. Generally, individual customers wouldn't come here. Yibei did not reply. He looked around, and the large greenhouse was filled with all kinds of plants and flowers, seemingly endless. He was overjoyed. With so many plants and flowers, spirit stones would naturally not be scarce. Then, he closed his eyes tightly, his consciousness expanding like an invisible wave. The flower shop owner saw this scene and frowned, feeling puzzled. This person is really strange. He doesn't say what he wants to buy upon entering but just closes his eyes to cultivate. What is he doing? Within a minute, Yibei opened his eyes, feeling quite disappointed. He had just confirmed 3 times and found only 2 flower pots with energy flowing, and like last night, they were both small succulent pots. Ignoring the owner's strange gaze, Yibei headed straight in, and when he came out, he was holding 2 pots of succulents. "How much for these 2 pots?" Yibei asked. Upon hearing this, the owner's tone instantly turned cold. "Just 2 pots? Not selling. What a joke. With such a large store investment, all the customers come to buy hundreds or thousands at a time. If they were all like you, asking for 1 or 2 pots, it would be a hassle every day." Yibei's face also darkened. How could there be such a way to do business? But as just a small merchant, Yibei naturally couldn't care too much. He couldn't possibly kill or rob someone over 2 pots of succulents. Yibei never did such things, and in the Hall of Godslaying, he never stained innocent blood. This was a strict rule set by Yibei himself. "State your price," Yibei said in a deep voice. With these 2 spirit stones, today he could not only expel the remaining toxins in his body but also have enough true energy to refine an antidote to suppress the virus. "Ah, no sale, no sale," the owner replied with a face full of impatience. 2 pots of succulents cost less than $20, and on his very first business of the day to encounter such a walk-in customer was truly bad luck. "Oh, Lee boss, business is good, huh? You've got customers this early." As soon as the words were spoken, a group of young thugs approached. The leader had empty sleeves blowing in the breeze. Upon hearing this, the owner Lee immediately plastered on a smile and quickly jogged a few steps, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and lit it for the other party, saying, "Brother Pang, what brings you here today?" The armless young man was Gung Pang, who had had his arms cut off by Haiming at the mountain villa and was directly kicked out of the Black Dragon Hall. However, outsiders naturally did not know. He was still flaunting the Black Dragon Hall's name, strutting around. Gung Peng took a deep drag from his cigarette, and his underling quickly stepped forward to take the cigarette from his mouth, flicked the ash, and carefully put it back in his mouth. Without his arms, his life became extremely inconvenient, and he needed status and money even more to maintain his daily life. "Tomorrow, my little brother is getting married. I heard you have Juliet's roses here. Get me 99 of them," Gung Peng said, biting the filter, showing his teeth. "What?" Bosley nearly fainted when he heard this. Yes, he had Juliet's roses in his store, but this variety of roses was not just an ordinary price. The first appearance of this rose was in 2006 in the Eagle Country, and it was auctioned off for 27 million that day. Although it's not that expensive now, the requirements to cultivate it were extremely strict, it was incredibly difficult to grow, and the survival rate was very low. The current price was still 300,000 per rose. Gung Peng was asking for 99 of them, which was almost 30 million. Chapter 82, The Punishment is Too Light. Bosley felt like crying but had no tears. The store had just received 99 Juliet's roses yesterday. These had been reserved half a year ago by a rich second generation who was planning to propose to a female celebrity, and they had already paid a 10% deposit, 3 million, and the delivery was scheduled for the afternoon. This kind of rose had a unique color, completely different from regular roses. Not only was it incredibly delicate and beautiful, but it was also recognized as a symbol of true love and hailed as the most expensive rose in the world. Such an expensive rose was not affordable for most people. If no one had reserved it, Bosley wouldn't have even stocked it. The domestic weather wasn't suitable for cultivating it, and if one of them died, that would be a loss of 300,000. "Brother Pang, these roses are already reserved. How about looking at other kinds?" "I have many other varieties," Bosley said quickly, secretly wondering how this thug from Black Dragon Hall knew about these rare roses. Gung Peng had never heard of Juliet's roses. He had learned about it while chatting with a popular internet celebrity on a live stream the night before, spending a lot of money on gifts and getting ready to meet her in person, at her request. This internet celebrity had said it intentionally, knowing the roses were rare and extremely expensive, setting up a challenge to avoid meeting. Unexpectedly, Gungpeng made a quick inquiry and actually managed to find them. "I want this one," Gungpeng said, glaring, with a thug-like look. To get this little internet celebrity, he had spent 88,000 to top the leaderboard the night before. Now he was ready to meet her in person, with everything prepared, and he intended to give her a wild night to justify the money he spent. Bosley was nearly in tears. He dared not offend Gungpeng. Black Dragon Hall was full of ruthless people who wouldn't hesitate to kill. If he crossed them, he would have to leave Jinghai. But now, the deposit had already been paid, and if he broke the contract, according to the agreement, the penalty would be 3 times the amount, which would be 9 million. And even if Gungpeng could afford these roses, he likely wouldn't pay him. The 99 roses cost 20 million at the wholesale price, but Bosley had spent all his savings, borrowed from relatives and friends, and taken out a loan from the bank to gather the money. He had originally hoped to make 10 million from this business, enough for 10 years of income. If Gungpeng took the roses, he would not only earn nothing but would owe nearly 30 million. Brother Pang, I really can't sell you these flowers. The client is coming in the afternoon, what am I supposed to give them? I can't afford the penalty. You're forcing me to die, Bosley said, bending his knees and kneeling in front of Gungpeng. If Gungpeng took the flowers today, Bosley really might as well jump off a building. Relatives and friends, plus the bank loan, with such a large amount of money, he was simply unable to repay it. F***CKU. Gungpeng suddenly kicked out, "A few broken flowers, what are you crying poor for in front of me?" Gungpeng didn't even know the price of these roses, thinking they were just like ordinary ones. Even if they cost 100 each, it would only be 10,000, just as a protection fee. "Brother Pang, I beg you, if you take these flowers away, I really won't be able to live anymore." Bosley was kicked and fell to the ground, not caring about the pain, quickly crawling to Gungpeng's feet, holding his legs with both hands, constantly begging. Swish! A subordinate pulled out a machete and placed it on Bosley's neck, shouting, "Brother Pang takes a few broken flowers from you, and you're still nagging here? If you say one more word, I'll F***king ruin you right now." Feeling the chill on his neck, Bosley's hair stood on end in fear. He didn't doubt for a second that the threat was real, and he obediently shut his mouth, tears pouring down his face. Even if he wasn't killed right now, he knew he wouldn't survive this. Yo, this guy is actually crying. The subordinate looked down at him, his face full of ridicule. Gungpeng sneered coldly and said, "I say, Bosley, are you really this pathetic over a few broken flowers? Even if it was a protection fee, I'd still think it's too little. Humph, what a useless piece of trash." Gungpeng spat on Bosley and stepped toward the shop. Just as he reached the door, he saw someone standing in front of it. He glanced casually, then suddenly froze in place, completely stunned. He never expected that this terrifying and mysterious figure would appear in this place early in the morning. After losing both arms, countless nights, the appearance of this person haunted his nightmares and woke him up from them. He clearly remembered that even Black Ming would kneel and speak in front of this person. Within the capital of Jinghai, even Black Ming couldn't afford to provoke this person, and as a mere thug, he certainly couldn't afford to offend him. "Master." Gungpeng suddenly fell to his knees, and since he no longer had arms to support him, his head slammed onto the ground with a loud thud. Several subordinates around him were stunned by the scene, exclaiming, "Brother Pang, what's going on?" These subordinates had only recently joined Gungpeng and had never seen Yi Bei, let alone expected that Brother Pang would kneel upon seeing him. Everyone F***king kneel down. Gungpeng shouted angrily, feeling bitter in his heart. He never thought he would encounter this important figure here. The subordinates quickly knelt down, each burying their heads on the ground, not daring to lift them. "Looks like the punishment of losing your arms was a bit light." Yi Bei raised an eyebrow, clearly recognizing the person before him. Upon hearing this, Gungpeng couldn't help but shudder all over and quickly called out, "Master, I came here to buy flowers, I didn't do anything wrong." Thankfully, he hadn't committed any serious mistakes, otherwise, his life would be in danger. "Buy or rob?" Yi Bei's gaze darkened. He had seen the entire scene earlier, and the way things were going, it looked more like a robbery than a purchase. Buy, I came here to buy," Gungpeng broke out in cold sweat and hurriedly answered. Yi Bei sneered coldly, too lazy to listen to his excuses. This man was stubborn and unruly, a bully who exploited the market, a true villain. He moved slightly, and 2 afterimages flashed, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, and Gungpeng instantly collapsed to the ground. "Ah!" Looking at his deformed legs, Gungpeng let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Several subordinates and Bosley stared wide-eyed, gasping for breath. Who exactly is this person? His move was so ruthless, and he even dared to strike someone from the Black Dragon Hall. "Don't let me see you again in Jinghai." Scram! With a furious shout, Gungpeng felt like he had been granted a reprieve. He called to his subordinates to help him up and, constantly thanking Yi Bei, hurriedly left without looking back. His limbs were completely useless, but at least he could still save his life for now, which was already a great stroke of luck. After the group left, Bosley was still frozen in place, unable to come to his senses. It wasn't until Yi Bei asked again about the price that he snapped back to reality. "Master, no money, no money. I still have more here, how much do you want to take?" Bosley kept bowing and expressing his deep gratitude, wishing he could kneel and kowtow. If it weren't for the person in front of him, he definitely wouldn't be alive today. This was his lifesaver. Yi Bei threw a 100 yuan bill onto the table and asked, "Where did you get this flower pot?" "Sir, this flower pot was made from the waste stone materials left over from the stone cutting at the gambling stone market." Bosley pointed to the market not far ahead and spoke truthfully. The gambling stone market was doing great business, with people coming and going non-stop every day. They had a lot of stone waste left over after cutting, and he felt it was a waste, so he bought it at a low price and had it processed into flower pots. It was a way to make use of waste. Yi Bei didn't respond, turned, and walked away. When passing by the gambling stone market, he glanced inside. It was crowded, and the noise was deafening. Yi Bei didn't stop, and walked out of the market. The priority now was to quickly develop the antidote to suppress the virus. When he had time, he would come back and see if he could find spirit stones. When he returned to Jinghai University, it was almost noon. Before entering the research room, a tall figure was standing at the door. Seeing Yi Bei, the person took 2 steps forward and asked, "Are you Yi Bei?" Yi Bei didn't reply. From the person's posture, he could already tell where this person was from. "I am Fu Wei from Beixia Pharmaceuticals. I believe Mr. Yi knows where Beixia Pharmaceuticals belongs." Fu Wei spoke with a calm tone and said directly. Yi Bei knew of Beixia Pharmaceuticals. It belonged to the China military department, and Fu Wei's purpose for coming was obvious. Right now, the virus was ravaging China, causing widespread panic. The military department had issued various preventive measures immediately, but the effect was minimal. The only solution now was to develop the antidote. Yesterday, when his superior heard that Jinghai University was close to developing an antidote, he immediately sent Fu Wei here. Seeing that Yi Bei didn't respond, Fu Wei continued, "Beixia Pharmaceuticals has the country's top medical experts. If Mr. Yi agrees, we can arrive here tonight to assist in the research. Of course, you don't need to worry about the cost." Fu Wei took out a bank card from his coat pocket. "This card has 100 million as research funding for Mr. Yi. If it's not enough, we'll provide more until you develop the antidote." There were thousands of pharmaceutical groups in the country, and the military department had never intervened before. Yet this time, they actively offered manpower and financial support, which showed their determination. Yi Bei turned and walked into the research room, saying without looking back, "I don't need people, nor do I need the money." Fu Wei was stunned when he heard this. His identity had not only failed to intimidate the other party, but the person didn't even want the money. "Mr. Yi, I think you should reconsider. This virus is extraordinary. Do you know how many lives could be saved if the antidote is developed a day earlier?" Fu Wei's tone turned cold. The other party clearly wanted to develop the antidote alone, but this wasn't the time to consider personal benefits and honor. From the discovery of the virus to now, only 3 days had passed, and more than 100,000 people had been infected, with the numbers rising rapidly. If this continued, it wouldn't take long before it covered the entire country. Cooperative research would certainly be twice as effective. The earlier it was developed, the more lives could be saved. Yi Bei stopped, still not turning back, and said, "After the medicine is developed, I will hand it over to you immediately." As for the researchers Fu Wei mentioned, Yi Bei didn't need them. There were already 13 Chinese medical experts in the execution temple. If necessary, he would arrange it himself. Moreover, no matter how much money was involved, it wouldn't help in developing the medicine. After yesterday's research, Yi Bei realized that not only did they need spiritual medicine, but also the spiritual energy from spirit stones. These things couldn't be solved with money. Fu Wei was stunned, not understanding what the other party meant. "Hand it over to us after it's developed? How is this possible?" Now, thousands of pharmaceutical companies and countless researchers across the country are working day and night, striving desperately to develop a cure. Whoever succeeds first will not only gain unparalleled honor but also massive profits. Such a good thing, and the other party is saying they will directly give it to us? Fu Wei was stunned in place, unsure of what to say. The young man in front of him was indeed mysterious, and from the brief exchange just now, he clearly felt a sense of pressure. He came from the War Department and was a martial artist himself. If a martial artist could feel pressure, could the other party also be a martial artist? Could their strength even be above his own? Fu Wei's eyes showed a trace of panic. He thought for a moment, turned, and went downstairs. He took out his phone and dialed a number. "Fu Wei, is everything taken care of?" A calm voice from a middle-aged man came through as soon as the call was answered. General Yu, the other party didn't agree to let our staff assist, and they don't want the money either. Fu Wei reported truthfully. Oh? Yu Shichang frowned, surprised by this outcome. He then asked, did you not tell him who you are? The four characters Beixia Pharmaceutical represent the War Department. No one in China is unaware of it. The War Department gets involved, and the other party directly refuses. It's clear they want to oppose the War Department. And during this special time. I did tell him, but he seemed indifferent. However, there's one thing I don't understand. He rejected both personnel and financial support, yet he said that once the drug is developed, he will give it to us first. Fu Wei was also confused, unable to figure it out. The phone on the other end was silent for a moment before replying, come back first. I will investigate that young man's identity. The call ended, and Yu Shichang rubbed his chin, closing his eyes to think. The star on his shoulder showed he was already a general. The other party refused all assistance but agreed to hand over the research results to the War Department. This behavior was utterly baffling. And the identity of the other party piqued his interest even more. In the research room, Yi Bei entered holding 2 pots of succulents. Huang Zuoyan and Yi Xian had already prepared the preliminary work. Sir, you're here. Yi Xian stepped forward, taking the pots from Yi Bei's hands. Her face remained unchanged, but in her heart, she was annoyed. The sir really had an elegant interest, bringing 2 pots of flowers. Just call me by my name. Yi Bei casually picked up a spiritual herb, his tone cold. He really disliked being called that way. Yes, Mr. Yi. Yi Xian dared not address him directly. She had seen his terrifying strength yesterday. Whether in ancient or modern times, people worship the strong. Men admire the strong, hoping to one day be as powerful as the other party. Girls, on the other hand, hope to be conquered and protected by the strong. Su Wanshan stood aside, rubbing his hands nervously, wanting to speak but hesitating. If Principal Su has something to say, just speak. Yi Bei didn't even look up, continuing to sort through the herbs in front of him. Hearing this, Su Wanshan smiled bitterly and said, yesterday, I sent out an article in the name of the school, claiming that we are close to developing a drug to suppress the virus. Actually, I just wanted to bring some honor to the school. But not long after the article was sent out, the War Department called me, and early this morning, they sent people over. If the drug development is successful, the one who deserves all the merit is Mr. Yi. The benefits and honor will belong to him alone. If the War Department interferes, it will bring unnecessary trouble to Mr. Yi. Su Wanshan felt like crying. How could he offend the War Department? And now, the young man's strength was even more terrifying. He couldn't afford to offend either side. This made him toss and turn all night without sleep. Chapter 84, When the country is in danger, everyone has a responsibility. Yi Bei didn't stop working with his hands, his lips moved slightly. Principal Su, don't worry. Once the drug is developed, you can hand it over to Beixia Pharmaceutical. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Wanshan quietly asked, Mr. Yi, you just said to hand it over to Beixia Pharmaceutical. The price is convenient. Free of charge. The 3 of them were shocked upon hearing this. The term free of charge was self-explanatory. Even though the military department was involved, it wasn't as if they were directly demanding it. Once the medicine was successfully developed, the profit it would bring would be far from trivial. With hundreds of millions of people across the country, even if each person earned just 10 yuan in profit, that would be over 100 billion. Moreover, this medicine would be unique in the world, and the price couldn't just be set randomly. Such enormous profit, yet it was being given away free of charge? Mr. Yi, the price is convenient. I think you should reconsider. After all, development also requires time and costs. Huang Zuoyan said, gazing at the spirit herbs on the table, unable to hide his heartache. These were all brought by him. Yi Bei paid no attention. One herb after another was refined into powder under the golden flame. The 3 of them fell silent. The medicine had been developed solely by the national medical master, and if Yi Bei insisted on giving it away for free, they had no words to say. Besides, even if they had objections, would they dare voice them? Soon, a pile of spirit herb powder fused together. Yi Bei reached out and grabbed a succulent plant, pulling out the root and stem, and handed it to Yi Xian, saying, find a pot and plant it. Though small, the succulent was still life. Yi Xian received it with both hands, confused. The plant was already well planted, so why change it to another pot? But she didn't dare to ask further. She found another pot and replanted the plant. Yi Bei held the empty flower pot with his left hand, and with his right hand in a palm shape, white light instantly brightened, slowly being absorbed into his palm. Spirit stone! Huang Zuoyan exclaimed in shock. Although spirit stones were extremely rare, he had seen his father use them. And the reason he had grown so quickly was because of the aid of spirit stones. His father, as the national medical master, had searched the entire country and had only found 3 spirit stones. They were only about the size of a fist, smooth on the surface, hard in texture, and looked just like ordinary stones, but the spiritual energy contained within was terrifying. For ordinary people, a spirit stone was just a stone, but for warriors, it was a priceless treasure. Its value was immeasurable, and it was often priceless in the market. Who would be so extravagant as to make a flower pot out of one? But upon closer inspection, the surface of the flower pot was not quite the same as the spirit stone. As a mid-level martial master, he naturally couldn't feel the spiritual energy within. Only those who reached the level of a war god could sense the spiritual energy inside. This made spirit stones even more scarce, because even if someone encountered one, anyone below the war god level couldn't distinguish it. The white light quickly dimmed and disappeared, and the flower pot returned to its original, ordinary appearance. Yi Bei's right hand gathered white true energy into a ball. With a wave of his hand, the white true energy fused with countless herbs. Without hesitation, golden flames appeared instantly in his palm. Inside the container, white true energy and countless herb powders gradually fused and liquefied. Minutes later, Yi Bei withdrew his hand. The faint blue liquid that had been rolling in the container slowly settled, emitting a faint glow. With a flick of his finger, a drop of liquid floated out, drifting into Yi Bei's mouth. Yi Bei closed his eyes and focused, feeling the liquid break down inside his body. For a full hour, Yi Bei remained motionless, carefully observing the medicine as it dissolved into his blood and flowed throughout his body. After all, this concerned the safety of billions of people, so he had to personally test the components and effects of the medicine. There could be no mistakes. It's done. Yi Bei slowly opened his eyes. After 1 hour of personal testing, he confirmed that the medicine would not harm ordinary people and that its effects were enough to suppress the virus from surviving inside the body. Not only the Anora virus, but this medicine, with its spirit stone energy and the essence of countless herbs, could detoxify hundreds of poisons. Is it a success? The 3 of them stared at the container in front of them, asking in surprise. Yi Bei lightly nodded and said, "Principal Su, contact Beixia Pharmaceuticals and tell them to come here at 7 p.m. tonight to collect the medicine." There was also a spirit stone flower pot, and Yi Bei planned to refine a bit more. Anmu City, 700 miles away from Jinghai University, was where Beixia Pharmaceuticals was located. And only 10 miles from Beixia Pharmaceuticals. In an office of the battle department, the phone rang. Yushi Chang looked at the incoming number, picked up the phone, and said, "Old Tang, what's going on? What is this guy's identity?" "What? Can't find anything?" I said, "Old Tang, if you're not going to help with this, just say it clearly. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Yushi Chang's face turned red with anger. Tang Jiatsai, like him, was a general. The forces under his command were always responsible for national security. Intercepting missiles was a simple matter for him. To say he couldn't check a person's identity was absurd. "Old you." A bitter laugh came from the other end of the phone. "We've been comrades for over 30 years. Do you think I wouldn't help you? But you gave me too little information. No one matches, and it even triggered a warning." "Warning? What warning?" Yushi Chang was shocked. For it to trigger a warning on Tang Jiatsai's side, it must be no small matter. "Top secret files." The 4 words were spoken, and the call was hung up. Yushi Chang held the phone and stood there stunned for a long time. Top secret files were not surprising. As a general, he had hundreds of special, top secret identities under his command. Within the battle department, there were countless people with special identities who could not be made public, but generals could access them. But Tang Jiatsai had no right to access this? That meant this person not only had a special identity but also far greater power than Tang Jiatsai. Who could it be? Apart from the people in the extermination god hall, almost no one knew anything about Yi Bei's identity, and even the battle department knew very little. Though Tang Jiatsai and Yushi Chang were both generals, it was clear they hadn't reached the level where they could access this information. At exactly 7 p.m., Fu Wei appeared on time in the research room. A strict sense of time was a basic quality for personnel in the battle department. They wouldn't arrive early, nor would they be late. "Mr. Yi." Fu Wei suddenly stood upright, his chest out. Before coming, he had received a call from General Yu, saying that the other person's identity was special and likely from the battle department, with far greater power than his own. This left Fu Wei particularly shocked. Yi Bei lowered his head and wrote a full page on the paper, handing it to Fu Wei. "This is the required medicine formula. I have noted the proportions and instructions. Just add them to this solution." At present, the spiritual stones had run out, and these solutions were far from enough. Only by diluting them with other auxiliary medicinal materials could they be administered to more people. Although the efficacy would be greatly reduced, it would still remain in the body for up to 6 months. Only by finding more spiritual stones could they continue the production. Yes, Mr. Yi. Fu Wei took the paper with both hands, his eyes filled with awe. At this moment, he held the antidote to the Honora virus. Once administered, it could save countless lives and families. Mr. Yi, may I ask why you are doing this? Fu Wei still couldn't understand. The other person had rejected any financial assistance and had never made any requests. Now, he was donating everything for free, even the formula. These medicines could have been exchanged for countless wealth and honor. When the country is in danger, every man has a responsibility. This is what I should do. Yi Bei said indifferently, offering no further explanation. For the hundreds of millions of people in China, to protect them for a lifetime, this was Yi Bei's belief. Chapter 85, Escorting the Warplane. Fu Wei saluted Yi Bei with great respect. Such selfless spirit was enough to earn his respect. Fu Wei carefully picked up the container and turned to leave when Yi Bei's voice came from behind him. How did you get here? The battle department's military vehicle is waiting outside. Fu Wei replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei furrowed his brow and said, That's too slow. I'll have a helicopter take you. 700 miles. It would take a few hours by car, and with the medicine made into its final form, every minute mattered. A delay could endanger someone's life. Thank you, Mr. Yi, but there's no need. I'll still take the battle department's car. It's safer this way. Fu Wei thought for a moment before replying. The medicine in his hands was related to the safety of the entire nation and couldn't afford any mistakes. Yi Bei didn't respond, signaling Fu Wei to wait. He took out his phone. In the Central Plains, quickly let the helicopter from Jinghai come to Jinghai University to escort one person. Fu Wei frowned slightly. Although the helicopter was fast, it belonged to society, and safety could not be guaranteed. If any accident happened, he would have no way to report back. The other party insisted on sending a helicopter, putting him in a difficult position. After hesitating for a moment, he felt it was necessary to report to General Yu. Just as he pulled out his phone and dialed the number halfway, a sound came from the sky. Let's go, said Yi Bei, stepping out of the research room first. Fu Wei, feeling helpless, followed closely behind. Outside the courtyard, the wind howled, and a helicopter suddenly appeared in the sky, preparing to land slowly, causing students on the playground to hurriedly dodge. What the hell, which rich kid is coming to our school to chase girls again? A student exclaimed, looking up at the sky. Jinghai University had seen helicopters more than once before, all coming from wealthy young masters looking to flirt with the female students. Damn, I wonder which beautiful senior is getting taken away this time, another student lamented, his face filled with sorrow. There were only so many students in the school, and even fewer pretty ones. Losing one to being pursued meant one less to admire, causing these single dogs endless heartache. The helicopter landed steadily, and 6 people in black tactical outfits quickly disembarked, 3 standing neatly on each side, wielding knives at their waists. This scene drew the attention of countless students, with some daring ones gradually approaching for a clearer view. Swish! The 2 outermost figures in black swiftly drew their knives, the blades gleaming coldly, frightening the nearby students into fleeing. One terrified student yelled as he ran, "Oh my god, that's a battle machine!" Nearby students were momentarily stunned. A sharp-eyed boy adjusted his glasses and shouted, This is the Longblade Type 26 combat helicopter. The boy couldn't hide his excitement. He was a true military fan, eyes fixed on the helicopter on the playground, wishing he could run over for a better look if not for the guards. The Longblade 26 is our country's main combat helicopter. It not only boasts the fastest speed in the world but also has powerful firepower and exceptional combat capability. Did you see those 2 openings below? Those are 30mm heavy machine guns, and... The boy spoke as if enchanted, listing various specifications. Students around him listened, dumbfounded. The earlier student was even more shocked. Who could fly a battle machine to a university to chase girls? Fu Wei naturally recognized it as the Longblade 26, but he never expected the other party could summon a battle helicopter. Mr. Yi Fu Wei looked at Yi Bei, his eyes filled with shock. With such unique attire, how could he not recognize it? They belonged to the inspection department. He had worried about safety issues before, but with the inspection department escorting, what could be safer than that? All members of the inspection department were warriors. As a member of the combat department, he knew this. Yi Bei signaled for them to board, and Fu Wei did not hesitate, heading towards the aircraft. As he stepped onto the aircraft, Yi Bei moved his lips slightly outside the cabin door. You don't need to check my identity, it would only cause trouble. Just as his voice fell, dust flew up from the ground, and the Longblade 26 quickly took off, disappearing into the sky. Upon realizing the warning about Yi Bei's identity, Lu Zhongyuan immediately informed Yi Bei. If it weren't for Yi Bei's intervention, anyone daring to investigate the Lord's identity would face severe punishment. After the aircraft left, countless students surged into the playground, all looking up at the sky. Among the crowd, a stunning girl looked not far away and called out, Yi Bei. Hearing this, Yi Bei turned around and saw a lovely figure running towards him. Su Jianqi wore a pink long dress, her waist-length hair dancing wildly in the wind, a few strands playfully flying ahead. On her head, there was no decoration, just a light blue silk ribbon tying her black hair.
This scene left countless male students stunned, their eyes frozen.
As the school beauty of Jinghai University, every move she made attracted attention.
I thought I saw it wrong, what are you doing here?
Su Jianqi stopped her small steps and showed a sweet smile.
She never expected that Yi Bei would appear here at Jinghai University.
Yi Bei casually replied, I just have some business to take care of.
Su Wan stepped forward, surprised. Su Jianqi, do you know Mr. Yi?
Su Jianqi was not only the school beauty of Jinghai University but also had excellent grades. Su Wan, as the principal, naturally knew her, but he didn't expect Su Jianqi to know Yi Bei and even call him by name, which seemed like they had a deep relationship.
Ah, Principal Su.
Su Jianqi had only noticed Yi Bei earlier, and now she realized the principal was also here, instantly becoming a little nervous.
At Jinghai University, who wouldn't be afraid of the principal? Yi Bei chuckled lightly and said, Principal Su, this is my sister.
Oh. Su Wan suddenly understood and hurriedly said, Mr. Yi, please rest assured, I will take extra care.
The younger sister of a national medicine doctor, how could he dare to neglect her?
No need, if she makes a mistake, the punishment will be more severe.
Yi Bei said indifferently.
Yes. Su Wan awkwardly smiled, naturally understanding Yi Bei's meaning.
Humph.
These words caused Su Jianqi to roll her eyes. I was going to invite you to dinner, but I think I'll forget it now. Yi Bei rubbed Su Jianqi's beautiful hair and said, after you said that, I really feel a bit hungry.
What are you planning to treat me to?
In Yi Bei's heart, he had already regarded Su Jianqi as his own sister. But the other male students didn't know that, and seeing how close they were, one by one clutched their chests, as if they heard their hearts shattering.
Come on, let me show you around our school cafeteria.
The food here is much better than the restaurants outside.
Su Jianqi gently hooked Yi Bei's arm.
This scene caused the male students to no longer bear it.
On the playground, a series of heartbreaking shouts suddenly rang out.
In the cafeteria, Su Jianqi skillfully ordered a few dishes and placed them on an empty table, saying, try it. She then picked up a piece of kung pao chicken and put it in Yi Bei's bowl, which was her favorite dish in the school.
Yi Bei smiled lightly and gently picked it up and ate it.
I have to say, the food at Jinghai University was indeed delicious, and the large cafeteria was also decorated in a very stylish way.
It's delicious, right? Su Jianqi smiled brightly. She was very confident about the taste of the food in the cafeteria.
The acknowledged school beauty of Jinghai University appearing in the cafeteria already attracted countless eyes, and there was also a male sitting next to her. A beautiful girl in a white dress, not far away, glanced over and smiled sweetly, walking towards them with a lively pace.
Wow, I said, Su the beauty, you're actually eating with a male classmate.
Let me see who has such big luck. Musiki said, her cunning gaze turned to Yi Bei.
Go away, mind your own business. Su Jianqi scolded, clearly having a good relationship with her. Musiki slightly furrowed her willow-like brows. This male classmate looks unfamiliar. Is he a student from our school?
Although Jinghai University had many students, she, like Su Jianqi, was already in her 4th year, and having stayed at the school for 4 years, even if she couldn't remember a name, she would at least have some impression of her classmates. But this person in front of her was truly a stranger.
Let's go. Su Jianqi pushed her friend with her fair hand, unable to help feeling a headache.
She didn't expect to run into her gossipy best friend here. Eating with Yi Bei today, if she was seen by her, she didn't know what she would say outside with her big mouth. Musiki was pushed a few steps away, then suddenly remembered something, and exclaimed, could it be that this is the person you told me about, the one Su grandpa wanted to betroth you to? Su Jianqi's cheeks immediately turned red, and a hint of anger appeared on her face. Musiki, if you keep talking nonsense, I will ignore you. Her grandfather was dead set on marrying her to Yi Bei, which had frustrated her for several days. She had only complained about it to her good friend. She did not expect her friend to be shouting like this. If other classmates heard it, she would be utterly embarrassed. Moreover, Yi Bei already had Emily and Xinyu. She had long regarded him as her brother, with no thoughts of crossing any boundaries. Su Jianqi's reaction instantly piqued Musiki's interest, and not only did she not leave, but she also pulled out a chair and sat down, extending her little hand. Hello, I am Musiki, Jianqi's best friend.
Yi Bei.
Yi Bei did not extend his hand, merely nodded towards her indifferently.
Musiki retracted her fair arm and, not getting angry, said, I know, Jianqi mentioned you before. Then she leaned close to Su Jianqi's ear and whispered, Jianqi, this Yi Bei is not bad, he is so handsome and cool, I'm a little moved. Su Jianqi was speechless and replied, don't even think about it, he's already taken. I know, don't worry. How could I compete with you? Musiki immediately retorted with righteous indignation.
No matter how handsome Yi Bei was, after all, he was Su Jianqi's fiancé, she would never steal her best friend's boyfriend. Su Jianqi instantly felt black lines of annoyance appear above her head, too lazy to explain. The sight of two beautiful girls dining with a guy in the cafeteria immediately caused a stir, with whispers erupting from around them. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the cafeteria, in a private room, many male and female students were gathered at the table, with the son of Lingyun Group's president, Chen Nanshang, sitting in the main seat, Chen Jingrui. At that moment, he was enjoying his drink, while two heavily made-up female students in sexy outfits displayed their ample bosoms, frequently toasting him with their wine glasses. The cafeteria had private rooms, originally meant for parents to visit their children or for classmates' gatherings. However, it gradually evolved into an unspoken rule where powerful students would dine in the private rooms. Not eating crowded together on the first floor with other students meant you had status and influence. There were dozens of private rooms in the cafeteria, all occupied by powerful leaders. Ordinary students wanting to use a private room would find it difficult even if they offered money, they had to notify and get permission from the leaders beforehand. To be a leader meant their families obviously weren't lacking in money, they just sought face. Rue Gu, let's have another drink. One of the sexy female students raised her wine glass, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said sweetly. Chen Jingrui wobbled as he took the glass, looking down at the high and snowy sight before him, grinning mischievously. What? Do you want to get me drunk? What do you plan to do next? Saying this, his left hand suddenly swiped forward. The touch was bouncy and incredibly soft. Chen Jingrui glanced at Yi Bei and felt a sense of familiarity. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly remembered it was the man who had taken Su Jianqi to school not long ago. Damn it, he's here to flirt with girls at my school, Chen Jingrui shouted angrily, slamming the door and storming out. In the lobby on the first floor, Musiki and Su Jianqi were whispering to each other, occasionally laughing, while Yi Bei lowered his head, silent, eating the food in front of him. There was a sound from not far away. Chen Jingrui walked towards them with a face full of anger. Along the way, benches were kicked over, and students hunched over, eating quietly, afraid they would get involved. When he reached the table of the three, Chen Jingrui suddenly yanked a bench and sat down forcefully. The two women furrowed their brows. Musiki scolded sharply, Chen Jingrui, are you blind? Didn't you see that someone is already sitting here? Although Chen Jingrui was the young master of Lingyun Group, Musiki was not afraid in the slightest. Chen Jingrui sneered coldly, what's wrong? Miss Mu, this place is still empty. Why can't I sit here? Isn't this cafeteria for us students to eat in? You're allowed to eat here, why can't I? Chapter 87, Kid, Wait to Die. Chen Jingrui still feared Musiki to some extent. After all, she was the daughter of the Mu family. Though the Mu family didn't have business in Jinghai, it was said that Musiki's grandfather had retired from the military department, and his rank wasn't low. Looking around Jinghai, no matter how big the company, none dared to go against the military department. Musiki's face turned red with anger. It was obvious that he was looking for trouble. Jianqi, Yi Bei, let's go, we'll eat at another table. Musiki said, pulling Su Jianqi along. Chen Jingrui had long been notorious in the school. Not only was he lustful, but he was also a complete scoundrel. There was no need to bother with such a person. But Yi Bei remained motionless, leisurely picking up his food. Yi Bei, let's go eat somewhere else, Su Jianqi persuaded, not worried about Yi Bei but afraid that if he got angered, Chen Jingrui's fate would be tragic. Once Yi Bei made a move, it would never be light. She had seen it with her own eyes. Right, let's change tables. I'll treat. Musiki said, but seeing that Yi Bei didn't move, she picked up 2 plates of food and moved to a nearby empty table. Musiki wasn't afraid of Chen Jingrui, but she didn't want to waste her time with such a scum. Besides, he had many people with him, and Yi Bei was alone. She didn't want him to be beaten up on his first day at Jinghai University. Let's go, Yi Bei. Su Jianqi dragged Yi Bei's arm, leading him over. The three of them sat down at a nearby table, and Musiki ordered 2 more dishes. Before they could pick up their chopsticks, Chen Jingrui wobbled over again and sat down with a thud. Chen Jingrui. Don't be ungrateful. Musiki was completely enraged. Oh, Miss Mu, look at what you're saying. This cafeteria isn't your family's, you eat yours, I eat mine, what does it have to do with you? Chen Jingrui sneered, then turned to his minions behind him and said, go order some dishes for me. I'm eating here today. Got it, Chen Gu, one of the minions replied, nodding and running off. Musiki's chest heaved with anger, but she was helpless. Chen Jingrui looked like a hooligan, occasionally glancing arrogantly at Yi Bei. Here to flirt with girls, still Su Jianqi, it was simply self-humiliation. Yi Bei ignored him, leisurely eating his food. Musiki rolled her eyes, feeling a wave of sadness in her heart. They're bullying us right in front of us, and this guy still can eat. I don't know what Jianqi sees in him. Here you go, Chen Gu. One of the minions brought 2 plates of food and a bottle of beer, quickly pouring it. Chen Jingrui drank a glass in one go, wiping the corner of his mouth. Miss Su, I heard that your Su family recently had a clash with my father's Lingyun? As soon as he finished speaking, no one responded. Chen Jingrui sneered and continued speaking to himself, I advise you to be more tactful. I heard that Xiayun from your Su family has gone to work at my father's company. Isn't it just 65 billion? My dad said it's nothing to worry about. These are some pieces of information he learned at home while listening to his father on the phone. Whenever the topic of the Su Corporation comes up, he always pays extra attention. Su Jianqi's face showed surprise. He never expected that Xiayun would go to Lingyun Group and betray the Su family, directly revealing his trump card. With that, how could the Su Corporation win? Seeing Su Jianqi's terrified expression, Chen Jingrui looked smug. Whether it's your people or your company, you, Su Jianqi, are destined to be under my control. Kid, open your eyes. Aren't you just after the little money Su Jianqi's family has? I can tell you clearly, her Su Corporation is about to fall apart. You should stay away from her, or you'll be dragged down with her. Chen Jingrui glanced at Yi Bei with a mischievous smile. Yi Bei took a bite of food, chewed lightly, his lips slightly moved. Are you done talking? Then get lost. If it weren't for the fact that this was a university and the other party was just a student, Yi Bei would have already taken action. He had already given him a chance, but clearly, the other party had gotten too bold. Damn it! You little... Chen Jingrui had just spat out a curse when suddenly a cracking sound was heard, and intense pain shot through his shoulder. Looking down, a wound had already pierced through, and blood was flowing like a river. A pair of chopsticks dripped with blood, deeply embedded into the wall behind him. Ah! Chen Jingrui screamed in agony while clutching his wound. This terrifying scene made the people around them freeze in fear, and even more terrifying was that no one could see how their boss had been injured. Mu Siki covered her mouth, stunned. Su Jianqi, however, didn't look surprised. She sighed, knowing this must have been done by Yi Bei. You dare hurt me? Chen Jingrui held his wound, but blood was gushing from his back. Go and deal with him. Chen Jingrui shouted angrily. At Jinghai University, he had always been the one bullying others, and no one had ever hurt him. Several of his lackeys behind him stirred restlessly. If you don't want to die, then get lost. A cold shout stopped several lackeys from advancing. They were just students, and had never seen someone so ruthless. Watching his lackeys hesitate and not dare to approach, Chen Jingrui kicked one person beside him. Damn, a bunch of useless fools. He said while enduring the pain and pulling out his phone. Dad. I'd been beaten up at school, bring more people over. After hanging up, Chen Jingrui glared fiercely at Yi Bei. Kid, if you've got guts, don't run. Yi Bei smiled lightly upon hearing this. But Mu Siki showed a worried expression. She pulled Su Jianqi aside and whispered, you two should leave. I'll hold him off. She knew that if Chen Jingrui's father arrived, it wouldn't end well. The people he'd bring weren't students, but real bodyguards. Su Jianqi also felt frustrated. She had wanted to bring Yi Bei to try the cafeteria food, but now they were caught up in this trouble. Yi Bei, let's go. He's just a student, no need to lower yourself to his level. Plus, you've already hurt him. That's punishment enough. Su Jianqi tried to comfort him, not wanting to escalate the situation. Moreover, Mu Siki had a special identity, and Chen Jingrui definitely wouldn't dare to lay a hand on her. Yi Bei slowly stood up, glanced coldly at Chen Jingrui, then turned and walked away. A student, he really didn't need to waste time with him. If you're brave, don't walk away. Seeing Yi Bei about to leave, Chen Jingrui quickly chased after him and blocked his way. You hit me and want to leave? It's not that easy. Now you're scared? Too late. At that moment, a roaring sound came from the distance, growing louder as it approached. Chen Jingrui looked back and immediately gained confidence. Kid, wait for death. 3 cars were speeding through the campus, kicking up dust, and students were constantly dodging. The first Mercedes-Benz came to a stop, and 2 Alfords quickly followed. Instantly, the car doors opened, and more than 10 people jumped out, all dressed in black suits, strong and muscular. It was clear they were well-trained bodyguards. The door of the Mercedes-Benz opened, and Chen Nanqing stepped out. Chapter 88. Don't mess with him. Dad, it's this punk. Chen Jingrui covered his bloody wound with one hand and pointed at Yi Bei with the other. Chen Nanqing glanced at his son's chest wound and instantly turned gloomy. He had only heard over the phone that his son had been beaten, but he didn't expect the injury to be so severe. Daring to hurt Chen Nanqing's son, it seems the other party is not ordinary. What's your father's name? Chen Nanqing looked at the young man and thought he was a student. Those who can study at Jinghai University are either excellent in grades or come from wealthy families. He, being in the Jinghai business world, knows that this is not just a street gangster, so he must clearly understand the situation. Hearing the mention of family, Yi Bei's eyes instantly turned cold.
Without waiting to speak, Chen Jingrui intervened. Dad, this kid is called Yi Bei, don't worry, he's not from a prominent family. Chen Jingrui naturally understood his father's meaning. He himself is a well-known rich second generation in Jinghai, and there's hardly anyone around with the surname Yi.
Yi Bei?
Chen Nansheng frowned, feeling that this name sounded somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. Dad, this kid absolutely has no background. I saw him getting into a taxi the other day, Chen Jingrui hurriedly said.
Anyone with a bit of power travels in a special car. Who would take a taxi?
Chen Nansheng did not act blindly. He had been in the business world for many years and was astute.
This name felt familiar, and he needed to clarify. He couldn't offend someone he shouldn't, or it would be a problem. Yi Bei? Yi family? Chen Nansheng's eyes flickered, suddenly remembering, and then a mocking smile appeared on his face. So it's you. Chen Nansheng sneered.
Back in the day, the Yi family was wiped out by the Gu family, causing quite a stir in Jinghai. Everyone of significance in the business world had heard about it.
Get him. Chen Nansheng waved his fingers. This lost dog, what is there to fear?
The bodyguards instantly whipped out their metal batons and moved recklessly.
The surrounding students quickly stepped back in horror.
These are professional bodyguards. When they fight, it's not as simple as a student brawl. Su Jianqi showed a worried expression. He knew Yi Bei could fight, but there were more than 10 opponents, all professionals. However, Musiki stepped forward, arms spread wide to block Yi Bei. After all, Yi Bei is Su Jianqi's boyfriend, and it was indeed Chen Jingrui who started the trouble. She couldn't just watch Yi Bei get beaten, plus her identity would prevent them from daring to touch her.
This girl had better not interfere.
Chen Nansheng's eyes darkened. With his son injured so severely today, no one could protect anyone. Chen Jingrui whispered a few words in his father's ear. A hint of surprise flashed on Chen Nansheng's face. He was afraid of the children of the War Department. He spoke to a nearby bodyguard. You pull her away and control her, remember, don't hurt her, the rest of you beat him to death. A bodyguard put away his baton, walked towards Musiki, and stretched out his hands to control her.
Don't touch me. Get away.
Musiki looked panicked. She didn't expect them to really.
For Yi Bei, these male students had no good feelings whatsoever. With two stunning beauties, the campus queens, accompanying him, could this not stir up everyone's anger?
Seeing Su Luan, Chen Nansheng furrowed his brows and said, Principal Su, my son has been severely injured on campus.
I'm afraid you'll need to give us an explanation today. Chen Nansheng and Su Luan certainly knew each other.
Hearing this, Su Luan looked at Chen Jingrui and saw a bloodied hole in his right shoulder, blood flowing non-stop. Clearly, he had been injured by a sharp weapon. Over the years, there had been fights, but using sharp objects to harm someone had never happened before. You must know that Jinghai University is full of top-tier students. If sharp objects are used to hurt someone and are classified as weapons, not only would one's academic future be ruined, but their entire life would be destroyed. Mr. Chen, don't worry, I'll handle this, Su Luan said in a deep voice. This was no small matter now.
No need for you to handle it. I can solve it myself. Do it. Chen Jingrui yelled angrily. Today, Yi Bei must be crippled. Otherwise, the anger in his heart could never be released. Even if Principal Su handles it, what good would it do? Even if Yi Bei is taken to the security bureau, it wouldn't relieve his anger. He must personally destroy him. Chen Jingrui. Do you know what you're doing? Gathering people to fight, and with people from society. I can directly expel you from school. Su Wan shouted angrily. To fight in front of him, this was simply lawless. Expel me if you want. What's the big deal? Anyway, even if I graduate, I'm still going to Lingyun Group. Chen Jingrui sneered, not caring at all for this graduation certificate. You. Su Wan was so angry that his beard twitched. His greatest power was just this, but the other party was completely fearless. Principal Su, you see this, don't ask about it. I'll handle it. Chen Nansheng clearly was protecting his son, and what his son said was not wrong. Anyway, since he was in his 4th year, whether he graduated or not, he was going to take over Lingyun, and getting a degree was simple. With a little money, a trip abroad, and then coming back as a returnee. You all, go. Cripple him for me. After hearing his father's words, Chen Jingrui shouted loudly. More than 10 bodyguards did not hesitate at all, raising their batons and rushing forward. Following the direction of the bodyguards, Su Luan saw a young man standing there with his head bowed. His eyes instantly filled with terror. Don't. Before he could finish speaking, countless shadows appeared in an instant. The surrounding students were stunned, with their mouths hanging wide open. The scene in front of them was like something only seen in movies, but now it was happening right before their eyes. Boom! Boom! The heavy sounds of blows echoed. One by one, the figures fell heavily to the ground like the first bodyguard, blood instantly staining the grass beneath them. Chen Nanqing and his son were stunned, unable to come to their senses for a long time. Su Wan let out a heavy sigh and finished the words he hadn't spoken. Don't provoke him. Chapter 89, Today, I will never back down. The surroundings were silent. Looking at the group of bodyguards whose lives seemed uncertain, Chen Nanqing found it difficult to breathe. Such a fierce momentum, one blow knocking down more than 10 people, and they were all well-trained bodyguards. There was only one possibility: Yi Bei was a martial artist. Chen Nanqing's eyes were filled with fear. He certainly knew what a martial artist was, someone far beyond an ordinary person's ability to resist. Mu Siki covered her mouth, her eyes flashing constantly. When she was little, her grandfather had told her a story about a type of person called a martial artist, someone who could break stones with a single movement, with physical abilities far surpassing ordinary people. She had thought it was just a story, but it seemed that the martial artists her grandfather spoke of were real. It was clear now that Yi Bei in front of them far surpassed ordinary people. He must be the martial artist her grandfather had spoken of. You're Chen Nanqing from Lingyun Group, right? Yi Bei's low voice came through. Upon hearing this, Chen Nanqing couldn't help but shiver, gritting his teeth and answering, Yes, I'm Chen Nanqing. Don't think that just because you're a martial artist, you can act recklessly. Have you heard of Jinghai's Black Underworld? I have a relationship with him. If you dare to touch me, you can forget about leaving here alive today. As soon as the words were spoken, Chen Nanqing felt his back drenched in sweat. He only had Black Ming's phone number, no real connection at all. That guy only talks about money, not feelings, and in Jinghai, he has no connections with anyone. At this moment, he had no choice but to bring up Black Ming, hoping to intimidate the other party. When the surrounding students heard the name Black Ming, their faces immediately filled with terror. They didn't know martial artists, but they knew of Black Ming from the Black Dragon Hall, the ruler of the underground forces in Jinghai. Within Jinghai, everyone knew and feared him. Chen Jingrui's face showed a triumphant expression. He didn't expect his father to have a connection with Black Ming. If he had known this earlier, he would have been even more unscrupulous at school. Dad, what are we waiting for? Hurry up and call Black Ming to deal with him. Chen Jingrui urged. Now that all the bodyguards were taken out, only Black Ming could avenge him. Once Black Ming made his move, this guy might not even survive. This was exactly what he hoped for. Shut up! Chen Nanqing shouted angrily. Black Ming is not someone you can just invite at will. Not only is his price extremely high, but there must also be a reason for him to act. Right now, his son had been injured, so there was a reason, but the huge cost made Chen Nanqing hesitate. At this moment, he was still fighting a price war with the Su family. How could he afford to hire Black Ming? Kid, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to my son, and we'll let this matter go. Chen Nanqing squinted his eyes, staring at Yi Bei. By mentioning Black Ming, he figured the other party must have been scared out of their wits. Dad! We can't let it go like this. Chen Jingrui was extremely dissatisfied with just kneeling and apologizing. Today, this person must be crippled. Adults are speaking, children shouldn't interrupt. Chen Nanqing kicked his son. His son had been hurt, and as a father, how could he not feel pain? If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely cripple the other person today, but this person was a martial artist, and he had no ability to fight back. Chen Jingrui was kicked a few meters away, his teeth chattering, "Kacha" as they clicked together. He had been injured so severely today, and his father not only didn't help but even kicked him in front of so many classmates. This was such a humiliation. How could he ever show his face at school again? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He grabbed a metal baton from the ground and charged at Yi Bei, his anger completely blinding his reason. Son, don't. Chen Nanqing was shocked and tried to stop him, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Chen Jingrui reached him, the metal baton raised high. Seeing that the other party didn't show any intention to dodge, he was overjoyed. With this swing, I'll definitely smash your head open. Die! Chen Jingrui yelled loudly, using all his strength to swing the baton down at Yi Bei's head. The baton was about to land when Chen Jingrui suddenly saw a shadow flash in front of him. Someone appeared in his way, and immediately he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, as if a knife had pierced through him. His vision darkened, and his body uncontrollably flew backward. He crashed heavily to the ground, no longer moving, blood spurting from his mouth uncontrollably. Son! Chen Nanqing screamed like a madman, rushing to his son's side, constantly calling out. But Chen Jingrui's eyes were tightly closed, like a dead corpse. No matter how much Chen Nanqing shouted, there was no response. Huang Zuoyan stood in front of Yi Bei, his face darkened. Daring to lay a hand on the national healer, truly asking for death. Yi Bei furrowed his brow, thinking that Huang Zuoyan had gone too far. That kick earlier was full of force, and Chen Jingrui's internal organs were already ruptured, making it impossible to save him. You went too hard. Yi Bei said coldly. After all, The other party was just a student. Though he was at fault, his crime didn't deserve death. Yi Bei was not a bloodthirsty monster. Zhou Yan knows he was wrong. Huang Zuoyan turned and cupped his hands. He had seen the other party so stubborn that he dared to act so ruthlessly against a national healer. In his anger, ruthlessly, he struck. As a mid-level martial venerable, a full-force strike, how could an ordinary person survive? Not far away, Chen Nancheng continuously called out and shook his son, but Chen Jingrui's breath was gradually fading. Ah! Chen Nancheng hurled towards the sky. He only had this one son. Yi Bei. You dare to kill my son. Today, I swear I will not rest until I have revenge. Chen Nancheng's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging, and his face was twisted with rage. Heiming, my son was killed, help me kill him, the price is up to you. Jinghai University, 200 billion deal. Chen Nancheng hung up the phone, looking at his son with a calm expression. Choosing Heiming to take action naturally meant that Ling Yun Group had already lost its ability to compete with the Su family. But his son was killed, such a deep blood feud, he had no choice but to take revenge. Yi Bei, go quickly. Su Jianqi said firmly, pulling Yi Bei to leave. She knew the terror of Heiming, and Yi Bei was no match for him. Yes, quickly go. I will call my grandfather now, hoping he can protect you. Musiki also had a terrified expression, she never expected things to escalate to this point, and even alarm Heiming to act. The two of them tugged at Yi Bei, but Chen Nancheng ignored them. Once Heiming made a move, there would be no chance of escape for this person. Su Wan was also frightened, as the principal of Jinghai University, the situation had developed to a point where he couldn't control it anymore. He knew Yi Bei was a national doctor, but Heiming was even more terrifying. Yi Bei might be skilled in medicine, but his martial ability was lacking. He only knew that the title national doctor meant superb medical skills, but what he didn't know was that to become a national doctor, one must first be a war god. The surrounding students were instantly interested, their faces full of both fear and amazement. They had all heard of Heiming, but had never seen him in person. Tonight was truly too damn exciting. Outside the cafeteria, more and more students gathered, each of them hearing that Heiming was coming, immediately abandoning their spots in the ranking competition and rushing toward the cafeteria. Outside the cafeteria door, apart from Yi Bei and a few others, the vast empty space was deserted, with no one daring to step forward. Yet, the surroundings were packed with people, even the walls were full of people sitting. Each person's face was filled with anticipation, waiting for the terrifying figure, whose legend was spread among the people, to arrive. At that moment, a gust of wind could be heard from the air. A person, completely wrapped in a black robe, descended from the sky. His feet hit the ground, and the black robe fluttered down. The surroundings fell into deadly silence, with everyone gasping in awe, their eyes wide open, all focused on the man in black robes. A martial artist? Heiming immediately saw the dozens of bodyguards lying on the ground, his brow furrowing. Only a martial artist could do something like this, knocking down so many bodyguards. What's wrong, are you afraid? Chen Nancheng looked at his son, his heart cold, asking without lifting his head. Upon hearing this, Heiming let out a cold laugh. In Jinghai, there was no one who could make him feel fear. Need more money. To deal with ordinary people, the price was that of an ordinary person. To deal with a martial artist, naturally, it was the price for dealing with a martial artist. Chen Nancheng's face twitched. He had already paid 200 billion, and now he had to pay more? But right now, aside from Heiming, who else could avenge his son? Even if it meant spending all his wealth, he would spare no expense. Fine. Chen Nancheng gritted his teeth and squeezed out a word. The vengeance for his son's death, he would avenge it today. Kill him. How much? I, Chen Nancheng, will pay in full. Chen Nancheng's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Yi Bei. Following Chen Nancheng's gaze, Heiming casually glanced over. Instantly, Chen Nancheng was so terrified that his soul almost left his body. He staggered and nearly collapsed to the ground. He hurriedly stepped forward in a panic. Su Wan, drenched in cold sweat, bent down and cupped his hands, saying, Lord Heiming, I am the principal of Jinghai University. I hope you can spare me a little face. Get lost. Before Su Wan could finish speaking, Heiming waved him away with a single palm, sending him staggering back a few steps, his face filled with despair. Heiming had truly arrived, and it seemed that Mr. Yu was in grave danger. Huang Zuoyan had a serious expression on his face. He clearly sensed a trace of danger from Heiming. Both of them were mid-level martial venerables, but the murderous aura on Heiming was far stronger than that of Huang Zuoyan. Just as he got into his attacking stance, the opponent immediately dodged past him, and what happened next left him stunned in place. He saw Heiming flick his black robe and suddenly kneel on one knee, shouting loudly, I, the humble Heiming, pay my respects to you, my lord. Heiming never expected that the person he killed, Chen Nancheng, was actually the lord of the Temple of Godslayer. Not just Huang Zuoyan, but everyone around them was stunned, their eyes wide open, their mouths hanging in disbelief. What the hell? What's going on? One student couldn't help but shout out. The notorious He Ming of Jinghai was actually kneeling on the ground? Is this really He Ming? This must be an imposter, another student said, also unable to believe what he was seeing. The student's words sparked a unanimous agreement from the surrounding students. It was unimaginable that the fearsome He Ming would kneel to anyone. This was simply a fantasy. He is He Ming, a student said, turning the laptop in his hand, showing a photo and introduction of He Ming on the screen. What the hell? The crowd stared at the screen, then looked at the black-robed figure not far away, all cursing in unison. He Ming's name was trending on the Jinghai website. Any information about He Ming could be sold for a good price. He Ming probably didn't even know that his own information had been collected and posted online, and at a rather high price. He Ming, you're really getting better at business now, Yibei sneered coldly, his sharp eyes fixed on He Ming. Cold sweat streamed down He Ming's forehead, dripping down his cheeks, his forehead pressed tightly to the ground as he said, I deserve to die 1,000 times over. I didn't know it was you, my lord, otherwise, even with 10,000 times more courage, I wouldn't dare. At this moment, he regretted it so deeply that his guts seemed to turn green. If he had known it was Yibei, he wouldn't have dared to come even if you killed him. So, are you saying that if it weren't for me today, you would have acted against Chen Nansheng? Yibei's tone turned even colder. He Ming shivered all over, unable to answer, cold sweat continuously dripping down. Humph. A cold snort, accompanied by an invisible pressure, made He Ming feel as though his body couldn't move, his internal organs being squeezed into a tight ball. But a mouthful of fresh blood suddenly spurted out, and the pressure dissipated. He barely managed to stay kneeling without falling down. Your Black Dragon Hall is finished. With those words, Yibei turned and walked away. Yes, my lord. Thank you for sparing my life. He Ming turned his body and kowtowed loudly to Yibei's back. He knew full well that Yibei had shown extraordinary mercy. He had repeatedly offended the temple lord, and if the god of war were present, he would have certainly been dead by now. Huang Zuoyan glanced at He Ming, still kneeling on the ground, and turned to follow Yibei. Others didn't know, but he naturally did. The pressure from earlier had already shattered He Ming's dantian, and his martial arts were lost. Unless a great master guided him, he would never step into the world of martial artists again. As they passed by Chen Nansheng, Yibei paused briefly and, with a hand filled with true energy, struck out. Chen Nansheng felt his son suddenly twitch in his arms. Ah! Yibei! Chen Nansheng immediately screamed, not expecting that his son, already breathless, would still not be spared by Yibei. But the next second, he clearly felt his son take a breath, and it became more and more apparent, with his chest rising and falling with each breath. Chen Nansheng was instantly overwhelmed with joy, tears flowing as he looked at Yibei's back, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Yibei had said that Qin Jingrui's crime didn't warrant death. He was just revived, but he would still remain in a vegetative state until he eventually died. Yibei and his group had already gone far. It was only then that Su Wanshan suddenly woke up and followed after them, saying, Mr. Yi, please don't worry, I will take care of this here. After all, this incident occurred on campus, and as the principal, he still had the right to handle the aftermath. Yibei didn't even look back and replied, no need, the people from the patrol division will come and handle it. Su Wanshan froze again. The patrol division had extraordinary power, and it was not something that could be called upon so easily. Soon, 3 Paramount Crusader SUVs stormed into the campus, causing another stir among the students. As he passed by Yibei, a man got out of the car, dressed in black tight-fitting clothes, and cupped his hands in salute to Yibei. Su Wanshan was shocked. He recognized the man, the head of the Jinghai Patrol Office, Wei Sr. He only knew that Yibei was a national doctor but never imagined he could even mobilize the patrol office. What exactly was this person's identity? Yibei did not stop, gently waved his hand, and Wei Sin understood, quickly getting back into the car to drive towards the campus. Outside the cafeteria, Chen Nansheng was detained as he got into the car. Although father and son were alive, they could never leave the prison of the patrol office for the rest of their lives. Yibei had not planned to touch Chen Nansheng, even though the other party acted against the Su family, it was merely business-related. He intended to respond to it with methods from the business battlefield. Now that Chen Nansheng and his son had taken the initiative to create trouble, he could not be blamed. Chapter 91, Will you take me as your master? Wei Sin led the patrol officers to quickly clean up the scene and then left directly. The surrounding students gradually dispersed, each of them full of excitement, calling tonight's scene exhilarating and eye-opening. Outside the school gate, a Bentley flashed. Yibei, holding a remote control, walked over. Get in, I will take you home, Yibei said to Su Jianqi, opening the door and sitting in the driver's seat. Oh, Yi young master, you've changed cars, you're actually driving a Bentley, Su Jianqi joked, pulling open the passenger door and sitting in. She knew Yibei had this capability. Giving the Su family 650 billion without blinking was nothing. This car was insignificant. Go to the back, Yibei said coldly. Why? Su Jianqi furrowed her brows. The passenger seat is only for your sister-in-law. Yibei's expression remained unchanged. TCH. Su Jianqi rolled her eyes dramatically and, pouting, moved to the back seat. She didn't expect that Yibei, usually cold and aloof, was actually a devoted husband. The back seat is usually for the boss. Drive, little Yi, Su Jianqi continued to pout, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Just as Yibei was about to start driving, Musiki came to his car and whispered, "Hey, Yibei, could you also take me home?" Before Yibei could respond, Su Jianqi shouted from the back, "I said, Miss Mu, you have a dedicated car picking you up every day. Do you really need us to take you?" Su Jianqi felt worried about Musiki. Her behavior today clearly showed she had taken an interest in Yibei. If she wasn't careful and something happened between them, how would she face Emily and Xinyu? Just now the driver called and said the car broke down, so Musiki fidgeted, feeling unconvincing as she spoke. Get in, Yibei said directly. He was somewhat impressed by Musiki's brave move just now. Musiki happily agreed, just as she was about to open the car door when Su Jianqi's cold voice came, "Come to the back seat." Musiki smiled awkwardly, stuck out her tongue, closed the passenger door, and obediently sat beside Su Jianqi. This passenger seat was specifically reserved for his wife, Su Jianqi said deliberately loudly. Musiki was stunned. It was not that she had any inappropriate thoughts about Yibei, but she did not understand. Wasn't Su Jianqi Yibei's fiancé? How did Yibei have a wife already? As the car was about to start, Huang Zuoyan hesitated nearby, wanting to say something but holding back. The matter was settled, and he should return. He just wanted to bid farewell to Yibei. Yibei pressed down the car window and said, "Tomorrow night at 7, wait for me in the research room." Huang Zuoyan, not understanding, cupped his hands in response. "National doctor, the antidote has been developed. My junior sister and I should return." "Alright, since you don't want to learn the 9-nether mysterious needle technique, then you can go back," Yibei said and prepared to drive away. Upon hearing this, Huang Zuoyan was immediately struck by lightning, trembling all over, and suddenly knelt on both knees, repeatedly bowing his head. "Thank you, National Doctor. Thank you, National Medicine Master." The 9 underworld mysterious needle technique is a lost ancient skill, and its importance goes without saying. If learned, his strength would advance significantly, stepping into the role of a war god and becoming the National Medicine Master. This is just around the corner. Yibei said calmly, "The 9 underworld mysterious needle technique was created by your ancestors. Passing it on to you is like returning a priceless gem." "Thank you, National Medicine Master." "Oh no, I should say Master." Huang Zuoyan lowered his head and knocked it to the ground. Teaching and resolving doubts is the role of a master, especially for such a precious ancient skill. Yibei smiled lightly, closed the car window, and a sentence floated out the window. "Call me your master? First, ask your father." The vehicle slowly drove away, and Huang Zuoyan knelt on the ground, staring at the vehicle as it disappeared for a long time. Then, with an excited face, he took out his phone and shouted, "Dad, I'm going to learn the 9 underworld mysterious needle technique." On the other end of the phone, Huang Chungjin's impatient voice came, "What? 9 underworld mysterious needle technique? Get out of here, I'm working on a spiritual medicine, don't bother me. How's it going over there? Hurry up and come back to help me." Huang Chungjin thought his son was just talking nonsense. The 9 underworld mysterious needle technique had been lost for many years. Even he, a royal descendant, had never learned it, and no one in the world could possibly master it. Huang Zuoyan was scolded but still had an excited expression. He shouted into the phone, "Really, I'm not lying. I saw my master perform it with my own eyes." Huang Chungjin's chi immediately scattered upon hearing this. "Master? Who did you call your master? Did you promise them anything? The world is dangerous, you're still young, don't believe these lies. Stop studying antidotes, and come back here right now to help me." Huang Chungjin immediately realized his son had fallen for a scam. His son had stayed by his side since he was little, rarely going out. If it weren't for the old man Su Wan's involvement, he wouldn't have sent his son out. He didn't expect that the old man hadn't even looked after his son properly. When he returned, he'd surely give the old man a good scolding. "Dad, don't worry. My master has already developed the antidote, and he just told me he's going to teach me the 9 underworld mysterious needle technique tomorrow." Huang Zuoyan was extremely excited, his voice trembling. Huang Chungjin's face grew darker and darker. It seemed his son had been deceived badly and now firmly believed the other person. "Zuoyan, what's your master's name?" Huang Chungjin said as he immediately stood up. He needed to rush over to prevent his son from getting tricked. This brat really doesn't bring peace, always adding trouble instead of helping out with his own things. "My master is called Yibei." Huang Zuoyan immediately replied, his face full of pride. Huang Chungjin on the other end of the phone made a sound, as if he had fallen. Dad? What's wrong? Are you okay? Huang Zuoyan frowned, anxiously asking. Oh, nothing, nothing. Huang Chungjin quickly got up and continued asking, what did you just say? What was that person's name? Yi Bei. Not very old? Yes, he's in his 20s. Can he perform the 9 underworld mysterious needle technique? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. What do you call him? Master. You brat. You dare call him master? Huang Chungjin shouted angrily. As a national medicine master, he naturally knew Yi Bei's identity. If anyone could really perform the 9 underworld mysterious needle technique in the world, it would only be him. Huang Chungjin had never called Yi Bei anything but Lord North King when he met him, and would never dare address him as an equal. This brat actually called Lord North King his master. You unfilial son, next time you see him, kneel down and call him your grandmaster. Chapter 92, Drink a cup of tea before leaving. Inside the car, Yi Bei was driving the vehicle and casually took out a small, light blue pill the size of a soybean, handing it back without looking. Su Jianqi reached out to take it, puzzled, and asked, what is this? The pill felt cool to the touch. Whether it was due to the dim light in the car or something else, it seemed to faintly shine. It's a medicine to suppress the Anora virus. Hearing Yi Bei say this, Su Jianqi immediately showed a look of surprise. Recently, the Anora virus has been raging, with major news outlets reporting on it daily, but without exception, they all advise people to take protective measures, because no method has yet been developed to combat this virus. Looking at the pill in her hand, Su Jianqi hesitated a little. The color was just too strange. The blue pill was naturally made by Yi Bei from the raw liquid he had developed, drying it directly so it would be easier to store and carry. Su Jianqi hesitated for a moment, then put it in her mouth. She still trusted Yi Bei deeply. Just as she was about to take a bottle of water to help swallow it, she didn't expect the pill to dissolve instantly upon entry, its bitter taste mixed with an indescribable flavor immediately filling her mouth. Cough, cough so bitter. Su Jianqi couldn't help but cough, her brows knitting tightly together. Hey, Yi Bei, give me one too. As soon as Muziki heard it was a drug to suppress the Anora virus, she became immediately interested. It's not for you. Yi Bei said coldly. Because the raw liquid was limited, Yi Bei only extracted 3 drops, planning to give them to Su Jianqi, Emoli, and Xinyu. You see, this was the raw liquid. If it were diluted with auxiliary herbs, it would be enough for 300 people. And within 2 days, Beixia Pharmaceutical would process it into a finished product and mass-produce it for society. TCH, so stingy. Muziki pouted, looking out the window. Outside Su's mansion, Yi Bei parked the car. Su Jianqi opened the door to get out. Yi Bei pressed the window button and asked, do you feel unwell anywhere? Besides the bitterness, nothing else seems wrong. Su Jianqi carefully checked her body. Besides the still lingering bitterness in her mouth, everything else seemed normal. Yi Bei nodded lightly and said, you're the first to take it. If you feel any abnormalities, call me anytime. Although he had personally tested the drug, Su Jianqi was the first to use it, so he wanted to be extra cautious. What? I'm the first to take it? Stinky Yi Bei, you're treating me like a lab rat. Su Jianqi yelled in a delicate voice, but the car had already driven off. The car drove steadily, and inside, it was eerily silent. Yi Bei was always indifferent to strangers. Muziki sat in the back seat, staring at Yi Bei's cold face, several times wanting to speak but holding back. At school, she was famous for being aloof. Besides her best friend Su Jianqi, she rarely talked to anyone else. Although she was very curious about Yi Bei, there was still a trace of stubbornness deep in her heart. After about 10 minutes of driving, the car stopped steadily in front of a courtyard. Thank you, Yi Bei. Muziki opened the door to get out. Yi Bei nodded slightly, just as a black Audi A8 stopped next to them. The car door opened, and a young man around Muziki's age came over and asked, Sis, you didn't let old Wu pick you up, so whose car did you get a ride in? A classmate's. The car broke down, so I had my classmate give me a ride back. Muziki said with a helpless expression, not expecting to run into her brother at this moment. The car broke down? No, I didn't hear old Wu say anything, and I'm driving it just fine. Mu Feiyu was puzzled, taking another look at the car, but didn't notice any issues. Besides, the car was maintained by a dedicated driver, so it usually never had any problems. Ugh, stop asking, just hurry inside. Muziki said with a panicked expression, pulling her brother toward the yard. Mu Feiyu felt that something was strange about his sister today and looked back. In the Bentley, a young man with an extraordinary aura caught his attention. Sis? Is this your boyfriend? Mu Feiyu asked excitedly, whispering. Others didn't know, but he did. His sister had very high standards, and ordinary people could never catch her eye. You're gonna die. Muziki's face instantly turned red, and she gave her brother's head a hard smack. Yi Bei was Su Jianqi's boyfriend. Muziki had no inappropriate thoughts at all. Just purely curious about Yi Bei's identity. Don't hit me, don't hit me. Mu Feiyu covered his head and ran away. Since he was young, he had received plenty of beatings from his sister. Vehicles outside started their engines, and just as they were about to leave, a deep voice came from inside the house. Since you're here, have a cup of tea before you go. As soon as the words fell, a middle-aged man, about 40 years old, walked out, standing tall with an impressive demeanor. Dad. Musiki called out sweetly, her delicate brows furrowing with worry. She didn't expect her father to come out and even personally invite Yi Bei. Mu Feiyu wore a gloating expression. Father strictly forbade his sister from dating. He remembered the last time a male classmate came to their house to drop off study materials for his sister. He was interrogated for over an hour before being allowed to leave. This time, his sister was driven back by him, and it was night, so he probably wouldn't be able to leave for 2 or 3 hours. Inside the car, Yi Bei glanced outside, ignored it, and started the engine, preparing to leave. Bang! With a loud gunshot, the car sank, and the left front tire burst instantly. Dad! Musiki exclaimed in shock, looking at the gun in her father's hand, smoke drifting from the barrel. Mu Feiyu was taken aback, afraid to speak. He didn't expect his father to actually pull out a gun this time. It seemed he was really angry. Old Wu, go buy a new tire for this student. Mu Yi's expression was dark as he put away the gun. Understood. Driver Old Wu hurriedly came over and bowed his head in response, glancing at the tire model on the Bentley before turning to leave. This student, the car repair will take some time. Why don't you come in for a cup of tea? Mu Yi looked expressionlessly at the car. After a few seconds of silence, the car door slowly opened, and Yi Bei calmly got out. He walked straight past Mu Yi and, without looking back, coldly said, "In the time for a cup of tea, I hope the tire is fixed for me." Mu Feiyu clicked his tongue secretly, surprised that this guy was so fearless, even daring to speak to his father like that. Mu Yi's eyelids twitched, his face becoming even darker. In the living room, Musiki's mother Ding Yujie brewed a pot of tea, the aroma wafting through the air as she poured a cup for her husband and daughter. Mu Feiyu pursed his lips, took the kettle to pour himself a cup, hesitated for a moment, then poured a cup for Yi Bei as well. Yi Bei picked up the teacup and took a light sip. West Lake Longjing, pretty good. Hearing this, Mu Yi let out a cold snort. This is top-quality Longjing. He had specially sought someone to pick and roast it from Hangzhou, costing a hefty 18,000 per tael. Chapter 93, Do you know my identity? Yi Bei chuckled lightly, choosing not to argue. The best West Lake Longjing comes from the 16 buds tea trees, passed down since the Qianlong era. These trees only produce 3 taels of tea a year, all sent to the god-slaying temple, their value beyond measure. The room fell into silence. Musiki looked embarrassed and introduced, "Dad, Mom, this is Yi Bei, Su Jianqi's boyfriend." In the last few words, Musiki deliberately emphasized to prove her innocent relationship with Yi Bei. Yi Bei? Ding Yujie frowned and murmured, pondering for a moment before leaning close to her husband and whispering a few words. Mu Yi slightly nodded, already having an answer in his heart. Mu Yi knew Su Jianqi, the granddaughter of Su Wanshan from the Su group, and that his father had some connections with Su Lao. Yi Bei, a person hunted by the Gu family for years, had vanished for many years. Now, the Gu family seemed to have offended someone, leading to their entire clan disappearing. With the Gu family gone, he dared to return. Don't say that Su Jianqi, being in a wealthy family, would look at such a lowly person. Only his foolish daughter would believe it, or perhaps, this was simply a lie made up by his daughter. Before Mu Yi could speak, Ding Yujie said, "Siki, you're not a child anymore, why are you so reckless? It's so late, and you let a male classmate drive you back. What kind of behavior is this? After all, it is a family of the War Department, and their thinking is extremely traditional." This kind of reproach left Musiki speechless. She bit her lip tightly and glared fiercely at her brother. If her brother hadn't appeared rashly, wasting a few seconds, her parents wouldn't have discovered it. Mu Feiyu looked at his sister's unfriendly gaze, a confused expression on his face. "A male classmate sent you back, what does that have to do with me?" The daughter's silence made the mother's face turn slightly angry, believing that her daughter's relationship with this person was not an ordinary classmate relationship. "Night Bei, right? My Siki is simple-minded and easily deceived by you, but her father and I are not so foolish yet. You should know Siki's father's identity." Ding Yujie's tone was grim. "Mom, what are you talking about? Didn't I just say? Night Bei is Jianqi's boyfriend." Musiki's eyes reddened as she hurriedly explained. "If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have let Night Bei send me today no matter what. The first time meeting him, and my parents treating him like this. How am I supposed to face him in the future?" "Shut up!" Mu Yi coldly shouted, turning to look at Night Bei with sharp eyes, saying, "Do you know my identity? A general in the War Department, an existence comparable to names like Yu Shichang and the Tang family. He hoped to intimidate the other party with his identity, making him retreat.
I don't know.
Night Bei answered indifferently, taking a sip of the tea in his hand.
Mu Yi's eyes instantly turned cold.
The other party's casual behavior only made him more angry. I don't care if you truly don't know or if you're pretending. Stay away from my daughter in the future, or you will regret it. Mu Yi spoke directly, giving a threat without hesitation.
Dad. You're going too far.
Muzuki suddenly stood up, her pretty face full of anger, tears streaming down her face.
Night Bei let out a light laugh, finished the last sip of tea, and slowly stood up. The tea is finished.
Has the car been repaired? As soon as he finished speaking, Night Bei turned and walked out.
Outside, old Wu was sweating profusely, tightening the last screw. He walked straight to the car, and just as Night Bei was about to open the door, his arm retracted. He took out a black card and casually tossed it. Whoosh! The card was embedded into the tree trunk in the yard. I don't know your identity, but I suggest you first understand mine. As soon as his words fell, the car started. Keep the card. Hand it to Jianxi tomorrow.
With that said, the vehicle gradually disappeared.
Arrogant, truly arrogant.
Ding Yujie looked at the direction where the car disappeared, her face full of anger. In all these years, she had never encountered anyone who dared to act so wildly in her family.
Mom, I think this guy is not bad. He's pretty cool. Mu Feiyu had admiration written all over his face.
He was still neither servile nor overbearing in front of his parents, and the imposing manner impressed him. Last time, when my sister's classmate was scolded by Dad, he sweated all over, his body trembling uncontrollably. If not for the sofa armrest, he probably would have collapsed to the floor.
What do you know? Go back to your room.
Ding Yujie slapped her son's back.
Humph.
A despicable little guy. Mu Yi suddenly stood up, flicked his sleeves, and when he reached his daughter's side, he coldly shouted, "Don't ever have any dealings with him again."
Muzuki tightly bit her white silver teeth, saying nothing. She turned and walked into her room, slamming the door shut. It was the first meeting, and after tonight's events, how could she face Night Bei again?
Ding Yujie sighed as she looked at her daughter's room. The reason they were so strict with their daughter, especially regarding her boyfriend, was all because of her husband's status.
A general's level, that's no ordinary thing.
Not to mention the importance of social status, if their daughter found someone unsuitable, it would be a disgrace to the family. In the yard, Mu Feiyu forcefully pulled off the black card, looked at both sides, and didn't find anything special.
Dad, what does this card signify? Mu Feiyu frowned, walking over to his father, still not understanding what the other party meant by leaving this card. Mu Yi glanced at it.
He reached out to take it, looking at both sides, and saw it was just like his son, with no sign of anything unusual.
Humph, playing tricks.
Mu Yi casually threw the card into the trash can and walked back to his room. Yi Bei returned home close to 10 o'clock, and Gu Emily and Xinyu had just finished bathing, lying on the sofa watching TV. When she saw her father come back, Xinyu opened her arms and jumped into Yi Bei's embrace.
Why haven't you gone to bed so late?
Yi Bei gently pressed his forehead against his daughter's, his face full of love.
It's Friday, we don't have class tomorrow.
Xinyu said, giving her father a playful kiss on the cheek. Yi Bei suddenly realized that in his busy daily life, he had forgotten that today was already Friday. He took a pill out of his pocket and handed it to Xinyu, gently saying, "Take this."
Looking at the light blue pill, Xinyu took it with one hand, looking around and feeling the color was very pretty.
"What is this, Dad?"
Xinyu asked, staring at the pill in her hand. It's a sugar bean. Yi Bei chuckled lightly. Upon hearing it was a sugar bean, Xinyu smiled happily and tossed it directly into her mouth. MMM.
As soon as the pill went into her mouth, it melted instantly, causing Xinyu to shake her head in disbelief, her little face filled with bitterness.
So bitter, this is definitely not a sugar bean, Dad is lying. Dad is lying. The little pink fists kept pounding against Yi Bei.
Looking at his daughter's expression, Yi Bei laughed heartily. In 7 years, Yi Bei had never been this happy, and only his daughter could bring such a smile to his face.
Chapter 94, Ancestors and Smoke.
It really is very bitter.
As Gu Emily swallowed the pill, she instantly wore the same expression as her daughter.
In the villa, laughter and joy filled the air.
However, in the Mu family courtyard, Ding Yujie was tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep.
She got up, turned on the light, and nudged her husband. Before she could say anything, she heard Mu Yi's displeased voice, "Oh, stop nudging, I'm not asleep." All these years, they had never heard their daughter had much contact with any male classmates. Last time, when the male classmate came to deliver materials, Mu Yi did it on purpose. To scare others into knowing they shouldn't have even the slightest improper thoughts about their daughter. Yet this time, their daughter was actually brought back by this Yibei late at night. Old Mu, I feel we need to take Si Chi's matter seriously. Ding Yujie leaned against the headboard, her face full of worry. Mui didn't respond but nodded. After thinking for a moment, he got up, picked up his cell phone, and dialed a number. The phone rang for a long time. Just as it was about to hang up automatically, a lazy voice answered. I say, Old Mu, what time is it? Your department is free during the day, but I'm busy and just fell asleep. Ah, sorry, Old Tang. Mui chuckled awkwardly and continued, there's something I need your help with. I need to check someone's information. Oh no, you're just like old you, I'm not your private detective. On the other end, Tang Jiakai complained. Just a few days ago, Yu Shichang asked him to check on someone, and now Mui was making the same request. Oh? I don't know who old you asked you to check, but you must help me with this today. Mui said with a smile. In the War Department, only the Tang family managed this matter, and asking him to come forward would quickly reveal anyone's personal information clearly. Old Mu, checking someone else's information without permission is against the rules. Before Tang Jiakai could finish, Mui interrupted, alright, you can fool others with that talk, but don't try that with me. I have a bottle of 1957 Maotai, tomorrow I'll be going to your place to handle some business, I'll bring it along, and we can drink together at night. As soon as Tang Jiakai heard it was the 1957 Maotai, he instantly became interested. He didn't lack for Maotai, but the 1957 version was extremely rare. Old Mu, look at you, still being polite with me, just send me the name of who you want to check, and I'll help you right now. Tang Jiakai's tone changed, and he hung up the phone. Mui had no information about Yibei, he just edited the basic age and name, and sent it over. No more than 10 seconds after sending it, Mui's phone rang. As soon as he picked up, before he could say anything, he heard the other party speak. Old Mu, I can't help you with this. The person you want to investigate is the same as the one old you wants to investigate. I'll tell you the truth, it directly triggered a top-secret warning. On the phone, Tang Jiakai's voice was calm. Mui was shocked upon hearing this. What? Even you don't have the right to check? Tang Jiakai, like himself, held the rank of general, yet even he had no authority to check? Then, what kind of person was the other party? So mysterious to this extent. After a brief silence, Tang Jiakai continued, I've developed a strong interest in this person as well. Afterward, I called old you back. Guess what? What? Mui quickly asked. The person actually developed a drug to inhibit the Anora virus. What? How is that possible? Mui exclaimed, which made Ding Yujie look worried. Am I lying to you? The drug has already been sent to Beixia Pharmaceuticals and is being processed overnight. It's expected that by tomorrow morning, an initial batch will be released. Tang Jiakai was also quite shocked. No one knew the danger of the Anora virus better than the battle department. Beixia Pharmaceuticals had gathered hundreds of the country's top military doctors overnight to research, and the result was that it would take at least a month to see any effect. But in just a few days, this person named Jibei developed it, and it was said that it only took one day, and even more amazingly, it was completed by one person. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Old Mu, now I want to find out this person's identity even more than you do. You should gather more information about this Jibei. Once I find it out, I'll tell you right away. Oh, and don't forget to bring that bottle of mutai tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, the call was hung up. Mui held the phone, stunned, unable to say a word for a long time. What's wrong, Old Mu? Did you find anything? Ding Yujie asked anxiously. Mui stood frozen like a piece of wood for several minutes, as his wife kept urging him. Suddenly, he thought of something, got out of bed, didn't even bother to put on his shoes, and rushed to the living room. He grabbed the trash can, flipped it upside down, and trash scattered everywhere. Mui used both hands to search through it. A black card covered in grease and dirty water fell to the ground. Mui picked it up, wiped it casually on his clothes, checked both sides, and sent it to Tang Jiakai. He clearly remembered that the other party had thrown this card down and told him to understand the person's identity. This meant that this card must represent the other party's identity. After a full hour, there was no response. In the living room, Mui anxiously waited. Ding Yujie, who didn't understand, kept complaining about how her husband was making a fuss. The phone rang, and Mui rushed to it, pressed the answer button, and asked, How's it going, old Tang? Where did you get this card from? Tang Jiakai's voice on the phone was trembling. It's the one Yibei left, the one I mentioned, Mui replied honestly. On the other end of the phone, Tang Jiakai sounded envious and said, Old Mu, you must have some good luck. Shut up. It's your Tang family's ancestors who are having good luck. Mui immediately got angry, telling him not to waste time with nonsense when he was trying to investigate a person. Ha ha. If I had this card, not only would my ancestors have good luck, I'd even be willing to create some smoke myself. Tang Jiakai laughed loudly, revealing the true power of the card. Earlier, he couldn't find any information about this card in the battle department, but after several attempts, he contacted the head of the local patrol department, and to his surprise, the other party immediately spoke about the terrifying power of this card. The patrol department was only governed by one place, the execution of God's temple. As generals, they all knew. The responsibilities and authority of the execution of God's temple far exceeded that of their battle department. This card is the God-slaying order of the God-slaying temple lord. The holder of this order can directly receive protection from the God-slaying temple, which naturally includes various. You must know that there are martial artists in the, not to mention the millions of elite soldiers in the God-slaying temple. With this order, not only in China but worldwide, no one dares to bully. Muyi's hands trembled, his eyes full of fear, staring at the black card in his hand. With a bitter laugh, Muyi slumped onto the sofa. He had foolishly thought of using his identity to intimidate the other party, not realizing that compared to the other party, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Chapter 95, No Money. In the morning, as the sun just rose. On the rooftop, a person was enveloped in golden light. If you observed carefully, you would find that within the golden light, threads of black gas seeped out from countless tiny pores, and as soon as they showed their heads, they were refined and devoured by the golden light. A puff of turbid air was exhaled, and the surrounding air twisted along with it. Feeling the vigorous rolling true energy in his dantian, Yibei smiled slightly. With the assistance of the spirit stone, all the toxins in his body were now completely eliminated. Moreover, after the body was tempered by the poison this time, the absorption of true energy was much faster than before, and the storage capacity in his dantian was also doubled. This was indeed a significant gain. With a leap, he entered the villa. The house was quiet. It was clear that Emily and her daughter had not yet woken up. Yibei went straight into the kitchen. Whenever he had time, he would cook himself, as food made with true energy was incomparable to anything available in the market. A pair of small hands wrapped around him from behind. Yibei turned around and saw his daughter, her eyes still sleepy, and her hair in a messy state. With a soft laugh, filled with infinite love, he said, "Little lazy cat finally woke up." Xinyu pouted her little mouth and said unhappily, "Humph, I'm not a little lazy cat, I always wake up early usually." Xinyu didn't know why, but she felt like she slept especially soundly last night. When she woke up, she had actually slept until now. Yibei smiled faintly, knowing that it should be due to the antidote. Inside the small pill, there were over 100 herbs, one of which had detoxifying effects, and another one helped calm the mind. Go brush your teeth and wash your face, breakfast will be ready soon. Yibei didn't stop his work, and the aroma in the kitchen filled the air. Gu Emily and Xinyu finished washing up and sat at the dining table. The mother and daughter both looked towards the kitchen. Looking at the busy figure in the kitchen, Gu Emily supported her fragrant cheek with her slender finger, a look of intoxication on her face. In the past 7 years, she had raised her daughter through hardship, poverty, and countless rumors, making each day feel like a year. But since Yibei came back, her life had undergone a complete transformation, and this happiness made her fall into it. She never asked for a rich life, she just hoped to be by the side of the person in front of her every day and feel content. And Xinyu, on the other hand, kept swallowing saliva, tightly holding a pair of chopsticks in her hand. As soon as the food was served on the table, Xinyu couldn't wait to devour it. "Oh, you should eat slower." Gu Emily looked at her daughter's puffy little mouth, saying in a playful tone. But even as she said this, she couldn't stop herself from eating, nodding, and praising as she ate. Soon, the plate was empty. The two of them looked satisfied, staring at the empty plate on the table, their faces a bit awkward. Yibei hadn't eaten a bite yet. Sorry, Dad, the food you made is just too delicious. I couldn't stop myself. Xinyu twisted, feeling like she shouldn't have eaten all the food without leaving any for her dad. Gu Emily also lowered her head in silence, like a child who had made a mistake. Yibei chuckled lightly, lovingly patting his daughter's head, saying, "It's okay, just make sure you and Mom eat well." As for Yibei, with golden chi protecting his body, not eating a meal or even going a day without food wouldn't matter at all. After the meal, Gu Emily cleaned up the dishes and said she was going to the flower and bird market to buy some flowers. The market she was going to was the same one Yibei had visited a few days ago. Yibei suggested going together, as he also wanted to visit the stone gambling market and see if he could encounter any spirit stones. It was Saturday, and naturally, Xinyu did not want to stay home alone. The family got into the small white car and drove towards the market. The car was parked, and as the family just entered the market, not far away, in a shop, a young man was lying in a rattan chair, leisurely fanning himself with a fan. His gaze casually swept towards the three of them, and he was instantly attracted to Gu Emily. He clicked his tongue and muttered, "Tisk tisk, she's really beautiful, even more so than those celebrities on TV." I wonder which lucky guy gets to have her. After making the remark, he looked at the person beside him, and in an instant, he sprang to his feet and ran over in a few big steps. Sir, back again for flowers? The young man bent down with a flirtatious smile. It was bossly, Li Fugue. Such a beauty could only be worthy of the person in front of him. His shop was directly opposite the entrance to the market. Every customer who entered the door could see it, so it was a prime location. Gu Emoli frowned and looked at Yi Bei, asking, Yi Bei? Have you bought anything from him before? Yi Bei nodded and replied, I bought 2 pots of succulents from him a few days ago. Gu Emoli immediately huffed in annoyance, succulents, you still need to buy them? We have plenty at home. Their family ran a flower shop, yet he went to another store to buy flowers? This guy was really something. Moreover, this bossly was well known for his high prices. He was a total profiteer, and she never bought goods from his shop. Yi Bei smiled lightly and didn't explain much. Li Fugue quickly said, Sir, come in and take a look. I just got a batch of fresh flowers yesterday. See if any of them catch your eye. Before Yi Bei could respond, Gu Emoli pulled him away, whispering, Yi Bei, don't buy from him. His things are all more expensive than other shops. Her voice was low, but Li Fugue obviously heard it. His face showed an awkward expression. He knew his flowers were indeed more expensive than others, but there was no helping it, the rent for his prime location was much higher. Madam, please wait. Don't worry, with the sir here, the prices I offer will definitely not be higher than the others. Li Fugue, having seen many people, immediately recognized that this was a family of 3. It was just that Gu Emoli knew him, but he didn't know her. Every day, there were countless customers, and how could he remember them all? Moreover, Gu Emoli hadn't made many purchases from his shop. Still saying your stuff isn't expensive. How much is one of those 5 braided money trees? Gu Emoli casually asked. The best-selling item in the flower shop was the money tree. Whether for home decoration or business opening, people bought them. The normal price was generally 120 per tree, but his shop sold them for 130. Although it was only 10 more, for bulk purchases, that would add up to quite a sum. No charge. Li Fugue bent down with a wry smile. Not only money trees, but even the more expensive flowers, if it was within his means, he would never charge a customer. After all, the person in front of him was his savior. Gu Emoli froze for a moment, a hint of anger rising on her flawless face. I said, Bossly, are you joking with me? Not only was this man a profiteer, but he was also an extremely boring person. Madam, how dare I joke with you? What I said is the truth, Li Fugue said with a bitter expression. How could he joke with the madam of the sir? Was he looking for trouble? Fine then, give me 100 trees. Gu Emoli held back her anger and spoke. She had come today to buy some money trees. Li Fugue did not hesitate at all and immediately replied, no problem, please wait. I'll go prepare them now. After saying that, he turned and went inside the shop. 100 money trees were nothing to him, it was a small matter. In less than 5 minutes, a medium-sized truck drove up, with a cargo bed neatly arranged with 100 money trees. The leaves were lush and vibrant, the trunks thicker than arms. Li Fugue jumped down from the truck, and these 100 trees were personally selected by him, all top quality. When will madam arrange for delivery? Please give me an address, Li Fugue said as he took out paper and a pen to record. Looking at the money trees in the truck, Gu Emoli was somewhat stunned. She could tell at a glance that these trees were obviously over 8 years old, and at this price, they would cost 200 each. Deliver it here in the afternoon, Yi Bei said, lightly laughing as he noticed Gu Emoli's prolonged days, providing Li Fugue with an address. Rest assured, my lord, it will be delivered on time this afternoon, Li Fugue replied solemnly. Gently holding the still-dazed Gu Emoli, Yi Bei took his daughter's small hand, and the 3 of them left. Just charge a normal price. Li Fugue watched Yi Bei's back, and upon hearing this, quickly responded, my lord, aren't you slapping my face? How can I charge for such a small thing? If it wasn't for this noble person, he probably wouldn't be alive today, and such great grace could never be repaid. I said, charge a normal price. Yi Bei didn't turn around as his words floated back. Hearing this, Li Fugue showed a difficult expression and cautiously replied, then, I'll just charge cost price, 80? Upon hearing this price, Gu Emoli looked shocked. This price was unbelievably low. Whether it was 80 or 800, Yi Bei didn't care. If it wasn't for Moli insisting on opening this flower shop, as the master of the god-slaying hall, a generation's warrior, how would he bother with such trifles? With his arms around the mother and daughter, Yi Bei stepped into the stone gambling place mentioned by Li Fugue. Before they entered, they could hear the noisy clamor inside, accompanied by the sound of machines cutting. As soon as they stepped in, the large outdoor venue was buzzing with people, each holding a powerful flashlight, with raw stones of all sizes tagged with prices, laid on tables for people to choose from. Xinyu's eyes widened as she looked around, feeling quite curious. Gumoli had heard of stone gambling, but it was her first time in such a place. She looked up at Yi-bei, questioning with a puzzled face, Yi-bei, why did we come here? Although she hadn't known Yi-bei for long, she understood clearly that he wasn't the type to gamble. This stone gambling was, to put it simply, similar to buying a lottery ticket, relying entirely on luck. Even though everyone looked around and continued shining their flashlights, through the outer skin, they could at most see only the surface. They couldn't see whether it was jade or stone inside. Not to mention the naked eye, even machines couldn't detect it. If one could truly distinguish good jade at a glance, why would they need to gamble? Just came to take a look, Yi-bei replied casually, his eyes scanning the area, slightly closing in concentration, releasing his unseen awareness. In less than a minute, he retracted his awareness, lightly shaking his head, feeling somewhat disappointed. Within the venue, besides a stone the size of a pineapple emitting weak spiritual energy, the rest of the stones were all normal. He originally thought he would encounter spiritual stones, but unexpectedly found none. Yi-bei walked straight to a corner, picked up a raw stone, and the price tag clearly stated 2,000. The spiritual energy was weak, but better than nothing. As for the price, it was never a concern for Yi-bei. After paying, the clerk asked if he wanted it cut open, and Yi-bei waved his hand, indicating no. He was here for the spiritual energy. What this raw stone was mattered little to him. Looking at the various raw stones, Xinyu felt a little moved. At 6 years old, everything seemed so novel and exciting. Daddy, can I buy a stone? Xinyu quietly asked. Before Yi-bei could answer, Gumoli immediately replied, no. Just now, she saw that the cheapest stone was $800. For such a piece of worthless stone, she wouldn't buy it even for $8. She really couldn't understand why so many people came to buy. Oh, Xinyu responded quietly, looking down. She would never cry or throw a tantrum like other children. Even when she saw something she liked, she never pestered her mom to buy it. Because she knew her mom worked hard every day. Seeing the disappointed look on her daughter's face, Yi-bei bent down, gently grabbing her delicate arm, and asked, Xinyu, do you want to buy it? Xinyu immediately nodded, thought for a moment, then shook her head. Yi-bei chuckled, stood up, and took his daughter inside, saying, pick the one you like. Yay! That's great, thank you, Dad. Xinyu was instantly happy, dancing with joy, and kissed her father on the cheek. Gumoli lightly scolded, Yi-bei, you're going to spoil her like this. Yi-bei smiled faintly and didn't reply. His daughter, Xinyu, he would spoil her to the sky. Don't mention a small stone, even if it were a star, he would pick one, make it into a necklace, and personally put it around his daughter's neck. Xinyu bit her finger, seriously selecting among the many stones. She didn't understand these stones, she just picked the one that looked the best. This one. Xinyu pointed at a stone in front of her, about the size of an apple, its surface unusually smooth, and indeed looked better than the other stones. Gumoli looked at the price and was shocked. This small stone was priced at 30,000. This was simply daylight robbery. She was about to stop him when Yi-bei had already gently picked it up, looking around, nodding his head. Top-grade mutton fat jade, at this size, would probably cost over 300,000. Who would have thought that her daughter could just casually pick a stone and make 10 times the profit? If the people who were usually here saw this, they would probably vomit blood. Countless people tried to get lucky in the gamble of stones, and some even hoped to get rich in one strike. But they only saw others making money from cutting stones, without knowing how much had been lost before such a gain. When you calculate carefully, it's already good enough to break even. One cut makes you poor, another makes you rich, a third makes you wear a hempcloth. A simple proverb says it all. Xinyu, the one next to it is better, Yi-bei pointed to a nearby stone. Although it was about the same size, it contained extremely rare imperial green, and the price was more than 100 times higher. Xinyu glanced at it, shook her head, and said, I don't want that one, I like this one. Yi-bei chuckled and pulled his daughter to pay. Behind them, a few people murmured quietly. There really is a fool who's spending 30,000 on this stone. Hehe, Wangu, why do you care? He's just rich and foolish. TCH, I don't care. I've been observing this stone closely since it was first put out, it's impossible to produce jade. Sigh, 30,000 just thrown away like that. Yi-bei and Xinyu were walking ahead and didn't hear, but Gumoli, who was following behind, heard it clearly. Her face turned red with anger. 30,000. How many flowers would she have to sell to earn that back? Just like that, the father and daughter duo casually ruined it. Chapter 97, True Artwork of Hezigan. After paying, the clerk asked again if they wanted to cut the stone. Xinyu didn't understand, so Yi-bei explained, saying it was to see what was inside the stone. Xinyu became interested and yelled to cut it open and see. The machine started running at high speed, and as the corner of the stone was cut open, the people around them gasped in surprise. Wow, mutton fat jade. Look at the quality, top grade. Such a piece would cost at least over 200,000. 200,000? Ask them if they're willing to sell it. I'd say at least 300,000. The crowd kept praising it, their envious looks clear to see. The people who had just spoken were now dumbfounded. They had just said the others were foolish and rich, but little did they know, they themselves were the fools. In just a few minutes, 30,000 turned into 300,000. Not just a simple upgrade from a bike to a motorcycle, it was like buying a small BMW. The few of them were regretting deeply, especially Wang Gu. If he had known this was top-grade mutton fat jade, he would have snapped it up at the first chance. Little girl, I'll offer 200,000, sell it to me. 200,000? Are you drunk this early? I'll offer 250,000. 280,000.